Chapter 1, If People Change, May It Last. Installation successful. Time, October 20th, 2020. Do what you didn't do before 31 to get what you don't have. Also, the right to determine things belongs to the system. Chen Yang leaned against the bench in the hospital's waiting area and woke up in a daze, shaking his head. Dreaming? Or was it just too much pressure from his usual work and he was hallucinating? Next medical checkup. No. 32 Chen Yang. Just as he was thinking about it, there came the sound of a briefing. Oh, it's my turn. Chen Yang, male, 31 years old, unmarried, 1 meter 8 in height, 200 pounds in weight, no bad habits except smoking and drinking. Working class, 3 insurance and 1 gold. Income after tax 6,500. Physical weakness, gas deficiency, kidney deficiency, high transaminase, fat exceeds the standard. Need to prevent 3 high uric acid high, gout and other symptoms. Mild prostatitis, should be as soon as possible to quit hand L omega, tobacco and alcohol. Drink more water, eat less greasy. Holding the physical examination report in his hand, Chen Yang walked out of the door of the gynecological hospital. Looking at the white and clean sky of Galaxy City, his heart did not have the slightest impulse to clear up, and even taking one more breath of fresh air, he felt a little reluctant. Why should he give his lungs such good air? Lung capacity only blew a ing 15,000. You deserve fresh air too? After taking a wild breath of dust mixed with hospital disinfectant as retaliation, he headed towards the parking lot, a dirty, near-obsolete BYD F3, which rattles almost everywhere except the horn. Getting into the car, he struggled around his large belly to buckle his seatbelt. Through the rearview mirror, he looked at his stubble-filled fat face. Vaguely, it seemed that he could still see the shadow of himself 10 years ago in his eyebrows. That was really a magnificent and handsome fledgling brother. The most famous glorious achievement was that he had once made several major school beauties snatch their heads off in order to get himself. Thinking of this, Chen Yang hooked up the corner of his mouth. At that time, he was really a cute green tea man who was hated by people. Perhaps the heavens are jealous of his own appearance, so that to this day, he is still a female fetus solo. In a split second, the smile stiffened. Lean, just like what is often said in TV dramas, people end up, in the end, living is what they hate the most. Today as Chen Yang, not handsome and dashing, he has become mercenary and petty, calculating, timid and cowardly, greasy, indifferent, lazy as a dog, and obese. And on weekdays, the whole person reveals no energy and screwed up. Even in 5 years of regression, he might have felt confident to change his terrible status quo, as well as his chaotic and tasteless life. But he was already 31. Both mentally and physically, he had long since automatically deleted a lot of his possibilities. It wasn't that he didn't want to do some things, it was just that he really didn't have the energy or motivation to do them. He didn't know when he had learned to smoke. Perhaps only the potency of nicotine could calm his heart and make him feel better for a while. Wait a minute. Feel better? On what grounds? He was tired and fainting every day for that little salary. And as the most important heart he actually craved for pleasure? Chen Yang took the Red Bull and coffee in the car and poured it into his mouth. Continue to give the old man jump. Leaving the hospital, Chen Yang hoofed it. He needed to hurry to the Galaxy City Convention Center. Not a graduate of a prestigious 985-11 school. He graduated from an ordinary second-rate undergraduate program and worked for a cultural company, mainly in event planning and promotion. The salary is not high, but the workload is very large, often working overtime to run the convention and exhibition. The exhibition peak season. Busy. After so many years, I said that I have gotten used to it, but in fact, I just don't dare to quit my job. In this era, it is difficult to find a job. Where will the courage to face the credit card bill? In the big crossroad that is about to arrive at the Convention and Exhibition Center, Chen Yang lined up a convoy. During the period when there are exhibitions in the Convention and Exhibition Center, it is common for traffic jams to start from here. Generally agricultural products or other items of exhibitions might be better, but if it was culture and entertainment, especially the Comic Con, then it was really likely to be jammed up. And today's show was exactly a distribution show in the beauty product category. In the case at hand, the traffic lights were no longer of much use, and traffic police were needed to direct the traffic beside the cars. The summer heat began to exert its power. Chen Yang sat in the car, blowing the air conditioning, smoking Red Double happiness, indifferent. As a fat man, surely there is no courage to open the car window. He would rather nicotine poisoning, but also not willing to fight with 40 degrees of heat. And just at this moment, the familiar text once again appeared in front of my eyes. Do what you didn't do before you were 31 to get what you didn't have. Ha! What the hell is this? Chen Yang had a jolt. He rubbed his eyes to confirm that this was definitely not a hallucination, much less a dream he had while napping in the hospital earlier. It means that doing anything that I hadn't done before will earn me a reward? Chen Yang analyzed, his mouth muttering, correct. Things count, big and small, and as long as you haven't done it, you'll get it. Crap, there's also a question and answer? Chen Yang's heart raced. Could it be that life was really about to take a turn for the worse? His face became flushed, desperately wanting to know the answer. Then by doing things you haven't done. Can you become stronger? Theoretically, if you do it enough, it can make you push your physical limits. Liang Long. Chen Yang took a deep breath. Regardless of whether it was true or false, one always had to try it to know. Although there were too many things he had done before the age of 31, there were even more things he hadn't done, so it shouldn't be difficult. For example, he was now getting out of the car and running naked, which was definitely something he hadn't done. Only, in case the heavens teased him, wouldn't that be a big loss? For the time being, he couldn't do things that were too risky. Since the system said things are big and small still count, then let's do a small thing that is not dangerous to ourselves beforehand. The car slowly advanced, and happened to stop right next to a young traffic cop. Chen Yang pondered for a long time and finally rolled down the window. He forced himself to hold back the oncoming heat, and with a smile full of fat buildup, he looked at the traffic police comrade. Comrade traffic police, you have worked hard, directing traffic in such a hot day. This is the ice water that I just bought, to cool you down. While saying that, Chen Yang took out a bottle of mineral water. The traffic cop froze, instinctively wanted to refuse, but the weather is really too hot. See the ice water with frosty air, really a little bit cannot help but want to take a bite. The traffic policeman stood at attention and gave a military salute to Chen Yang, then received the ice water. Thank you, this is what we should do. You have worked hard. Without your efforts, where can I get such smooth city traffic? Thank you, Chen Yang said enthusiastically. Perhaps it was Chen Yang's small gesture that gave this trainee traffic cop a great deal of emotion. Ben also felt that the faces full of bearded obscene fat man, but suddenly became simple and thick, laugh, but also a little cute, very much like their own father. The young man was excited, and hurriedly reached out to stop the vehicle that was about to cut in line to add traffic. Big brother, you pass first, otherwise you have to wait for the next round to pass. To wait for a long time, you pay attention to driving safety. Chen Yang was happy, and hurriedly stepped on the gas, and passed the crossroads section, and at the same time, never handed water to the traffic police comrade to send warmth, adjudged successful. Face value, +1. Temperament, +1. Courage aura, +1. Positive energy, +1. Lung capacity, +1. Miscellaneous hair, -1. Root, physical fitness, +1. Memory, +1. Money reward, $10 for phone bill recharge. First charge skill reward, if you give away water 10 times, you have a 1 in 10 chance of getting that person's favorability towards you increased. Can be targeted at one person or given to 10 people separately. Other, waiting for an update. Version 1.0. Ringing. SMS, Huaxia Mobile, reminds you that your 10 renminbi phone bill recharge was successful. Current phone bill balance, 78 renminbi. Chen Yang's obese round face could hardly hide his excitement. I didn't expect there to be a real reward. His own 30 years have not done any positive energy to send warmth to the good things. I did not expect that the first time in my life to give water to the traffic police boy. I can face value +1. He hurriedly looked at himself in the rearview mirror. And, how not much change Also, what's the point of that mongrel -1? Changing your face value is tantamount to Uganji moving mountains and Jingwei reclaiming the sea. So please continue to be patient and do what hasn't been done. Chen Yang stiffened. Seems to have been offended. Finding a place to park his car, he brought his company's exhibition staff card and walked towards the exhibition, following the crowded crowd of exhibitors. When he passed the convenience store, he stopped. Delivering water will have a probability of increasing favorability? After hesitating for a moment, he walked into the convenience store. Chapter 2, This Fat Man is Not Right. Requesting favorites and recommendations. Convention center mineral water is a bit expensive. Outside $2 a bottle, here to $6. Chen Yang, who has always been stingy, endured the pain and spent $60 and bought 10 bottles. According to his logical analysis, this skill is still very good to understand. Is a good skill that has both group attack and single targeting. Separately send water to 10 people. Of those 10 people, one of them will have an increase in their favorability. Only it is difficult to control. But if you designate a person, as long as you send water to him 10 times, that person will 100% increase his favorability. If you give the same person and send 1,000,000 bottles of water, will she fall in love with herself directly? Chen Yang was excited and shook off the fat furiously. He felt that his spring is coming. Galaxy City's convention center has the largest convention venue in the province. If all the exhibition bins were added up, it would be easy to accommodate more than 100,000 people. This time, the beauty exhibition was not particularly large, and only 2 exhibition bins of AB were used, with roughly dozens of beauty products, as well as booths of beauty apps. This kind of exhibition was actually mostly for cosmetic distributors, as well as major live streaming netizens, beauty bloggers, or media companies. So it could be imagined that this kind of exhibition was purely specialized for women. Chen Yang carried mineral water, and was overwhelmed by the various beauties he saw along the way. Because of the weather, more eyes can only be focused on the lower part. It was very thin, very long, and very straight. Chen Yang felt that he might be accomplishing another thing that he hadn't done before, as if he had never seen so many beautiful legs. Ruled unsuccessful. What? Chen Yang was not very convinced. How is this unsuccessful? When I was in college, my female classmates combined didn't have as many beauties as I've seen today. The 200G collection in your computer also counts. This. Chen Yang was speechless. Just at this moment, a voice came. Fatty Chen, how come you just came? Not just a body checkup. It's not fast enough to dawdle. If you come to the booth later, we'll be done with you. Chen Yang knew who it was without looking. Lin Yeliang, the head of the company's third planning team. Although Chen Yang is a very screwed up person, but the cowardly and timid character in the company is actually a naive fat man. At least that's the impression he gives to his colleagues in the company. Lin Yeliang, as the minister of the third group, has several planners under him who are all women, so he often borrowed people from other groups. After all, exhibition and event planning many times need executives, like the partners booth today. So Chen Yang, the wilting simpleton, was often designated for expatriation, and Lin Yeliang in the company also often have nothing to do to make jokes about Chen Yang. Just like just now, in public, and in front of many beautiful ladies, he still shouted Fatty Chen in a very disrespectful manner. Obviously, he wanted to show his position as a leader in front of the beautiful ladies of his partner. Chen Yang's self-esteem is not so strong. People in middle-age, thick skin and greasy usually really did not care. Just don't know if it's because of the system to give himself a change of mindset. He seems to be the first time in his heart to produce a little discomfort, but he certainly wouldn't rebel here. Adults need to think about more things. Minister Lin, there's a traffic jam outside. And look you guys, I'm not buying water for you. Chen Yang shook the bag in his hand. Lin Yiliang bristled. His face was still dissatisfied, but he stopped reprimanding. No matter what, Chen Yang was also a member of the fourth group. Even if his rank was greater than him, he couldn't really treat himself as a member of the third group to be reprimanded. Alright, count on you kid to come to things. Lin Yiliang reached over and took a bottle of mineral water, unscrewing the cap to drink while commanding. Fatty Chen, go over there and help them out. Let them take a break when you're done. Chen Yang stood aside as if he didn't hear, and was staring at Lin Yiliang drinking water. Lin Yiliang froze. Only then did he realize that Chen Yang was looking straight at himself with strange eyes. That big fat round face made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Asterisk. What are you kid doing? Didn't hear me? Chen Yang tentatively asked. Lin Bu, Liang, do you see me as anything different? Serve. Lin Yiliang sprayed out a mouthful of cool water and almost planted his head. Goosebumps all over his body. Nausea creeped him out, and his whole body was damn bad. What's the situation with this fatty? What did he just call me? Rio. Scram. Don't disgust me. Lin Yiliang cursed in a broken voice. Chen Yang helplessly scratched his head. Looks like it's not Minister Lin. Pity. He then turned around to move things. Setting up the booth was busy for an hour and a half before and after. He didn't have the time to keep an eye on who took and drank the remaining 9 bottles of mineral water. There had been a mistake in the plan, which made him want to cry, deploring the fact that he had spent $60 of wasted money for nothing. The exhibition started. The scene is very lively. Beautiful women like clouds. Chen Yang, however, has been tired, not much mood to look at beautiful women, while wiping the sweat, but also to follow Lin Yeliang in the booth below the small meeting. Lin Yeliang was doing the planning summary, while expressing to his female colleagues that he had worked hard today, while still not forgetting to invite the partner's young ladies to go and have a noon meal together. Only he turned back to Chen Yang, but he directly gave an eviction order. Chen Fatty, sorry you see this morning busy to forget you. The number of people when the restaurant was set was underreported. You see your 4 groups should still be busy with work. Our side is not good at bothering you. Once Chen Yang heard this, his heart directly greeted Mrs. Lin. Your uncle, really cold-blooded, used himself all morning, not even give a mouthful of hot rice. But Chen Yang actually does not want to go to eat with them. Busy morning, for him this 200 pounds of fat is really a test. He now just wanted to find a place to sleep. Taking out the list from his pocket, he handed it to Lin Yeliang. Okay, I'm too lazy to go and eat with you guys. Hurry up and sign my outgoing list, so I can go back to the company to reimburse the gas money. And when I'm done, I'll just slap my ass and leave. Chen Yang finished, Also smooth hand slap patted his butt. Lin Yiliang's hand that had originally received the slip instantly stiffened on the spot. The surrounding people also froze, and then they actually all stifled their laughter, and the atmosphere became a little strange. Chen Yang saw the face of Lin Yiliang, out of the mouth to urge, "Hurry up on Minister Lin. I'll slap my ass and leave after signing." Lin Yiliang forced himself to hold back his anger and looked at the disgusting fat man in front of him. It's fine to pat your ass and leave, but can you pat your own ass? At this moment, in broad daylight in public, Chen Yang's right hand was resting on top of Lin Yiliang's bony hindquarters. Lin Yiliang could even feel the temperature of this fat man's fat palm, as well as the 5 restless fingers, pressing with frequency. At this moment, he was struck by lightning. No wonder he always felt that this fat man was a bit strange today. I did not expect colleagues for so many years, but did not see that he is addicted to this mouth. Did he finally give up the cover-up and want to lay hands on himself? But why me? I usually so screwed him. He actually still had this idea for me? It can't be that love grows out of hate, right? Looking at the fat and lewd one's face, Lin Yiliang's noon meal, more or less, had already been uneaten. In short, this fatty Chen is not right today. P.S. Everyone big brother. The first few may feel rather bland, but after a few more, it's going to be pretty heady. Trust me, it's a loose diuretic story. Thanks for the support. Chapter 3, Writing an Oddity. Requesting favorites and recommendations. Chen Yang's one-handed grip gave Lin Yiliang enough nausea, so much so that he signed it and threw it back to Chen Yang in a near frenzy. Just unprecedentedly, he actually squeezed out a thank you from between his teeth. This was unbelievable even to himself. Perhaps it was because he was frightened, or he felt that if he mended his ways now, he might still be saved. If this fat man did something unseemly to himself in the future, how would he be able to mix with the company in the future? Lin Yiliang thought about it and broke out into a cold sweat. However, over the years, he really did not mess around with this fat guy a lot, and he did go a little too far, and almost all the exhibition activities of their 3 groups are lent to Chen Yang to help. This has been almost 4 or 5 years, right? Impression. This fat man Chen seems to have never complained about anything, even if he has long been on his own with non-substantial thoughts, but so many years, it is also not easy although disgusting to death, but Lin Yiliang heart for some reason, inexplicably rose a strange emotion. He should not be better to fatty Chen? He looked towards Chen Yang who had left. It was still the same stupid, obscene smiling face. Just now look, actually for no reason. Feel a little naive feeling, as if it is not particularly annoying. So strange. Hey, dead fat, Chen Yang. Lin Yiliang also do not know how, actually is suddenly called out to him, and did not shout out the dead fat 3 words. Chen Yang have already walked out a few steps, and again in the scurrying thin crowd silently looked back. Fat dodgy meat was squeezed out the shape of a birthday peach. Crap. Cooked do not know how was a 30-year-old cute mail paper. To not eat together to go. Lin Yiliang was appalled in his heart. Today damn possessed with the devil? This is pity on this fat man Chen? He also followed the wrong up. He was a little depressed in his heart, and hurriedly opened the mineral water and poured a few mouths to suppress the shock. Chen Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze almost hidden in his fat. For Minister Lin's subtle changes, he had observed all the details. Now that he could almost confirm it, it turned out that skill was launched with a delay. Of course, the effect wasn't particularly obvious, but rather a subtle and faint transformation. It seemed like he would have to buy Lin Yiliang drinks more often in the future. Oh thanks Minister Lin. I'm really not going. I have to hurry back to the company. You guys eat. He. Chen Yang refused. He turned around in a dashing manner, leaving Lin Yiliang with a back that was wet with sweat, fat and neighborly. Seeing him disappear into the crowd, Lin Yiliang only breathed a long sigh of relief. Really his grandfather rode the strange. Sitting in the car, Chen Yang can hardly hide his excitement. It was as if life had finally found a hint of something interesting. Of course, he was still waiting for another judgment result from the system at this moment. Soon, touching a man's ass, judgment failure. What? Chen Yang was stunned. You make it clear to me. He was a bit unable to accept such a result. If he said that looking at a beautiful woman's thighs he admitted that he did peek a lot, but this touching a man's butt like this, that could definitely not be admitted that he had done it before. Liang Long did not move. You are insulting my character, destroying my reputation. Lousy 30 years of steel straight man. When did I ever do such a disgusting thing? University dormitory room 2127/U and the old king next door/. The system seemed to give some hints. Looking at the string of numbers with special significance, 2127, Chen Yang did not yell hysterically anymore. The memory seemed to follow the university dormitory door number back to that wonderful summer many years ago. At that time was still a few carefree big boys. They worshipped together naked, learned to smoke and drink together, skipped classes and played games together, and shouted fervently together for the old we, of course, and together because the LPL failed to win the championship, and tears declared the end of youth, but in the blink of an eye, graduated and went their separate ways, as if they never contacted each other again. Now LPL has finally risen, as if it is expected to 3 consecutive championships. Thinking of this, Chen Yang silently lit a cigarette. At the beginning in brothers play together, either spray each other technology dish, or dislike other people's computer garbage, reading slow, but now even if the operation, with a 2080 Ti top graphics card computer, but no longer gathered together to open the Black Brothers. Inexplicable sense of melancholy surged to the heart. Chen Yang slowly spit out a mouthful of smoke, sighing in a low voice. People, this life may be like this. Youth when a wide range, middle age and to go through 1,000 sails. Most can only be in the old steed when the ambition of 1,000 miles of heart. Regrets and miss too many things. It is really can do a little less. Can remember a little bit and a little bit more. 30 years have never said such philosophical words. Judged successful. Chen Yang, who was originally in a state of sadness, was suddenly confused. He inexplicably felt that the system was insulting himself. I'm at least a college student, so I've been living in a dog's stomach for 30 years? Thinking about it carefully, it seems to be true. Random reward plus, face value plus 1, temperament plus 2, literary talent plus 2, lung capacity plus 5, miscellaneous hair minus 1, weight minus 1, skill bonus, a good hand of master level calligraphy. Looking at the reward, Chen Yang's surprise was even stronger than the first time, because this time, he actually didn't just get a new skill, but because the random reward bonus had one more item that made him grateful. Weight loss by 1. He remembered that 2 years ago, he made up his mind to go to the gym to lose weight, but as a result, he only went for a week before giving up. Not only did it not work, but he also gained 10 pounds, because of the good death. That gym opened next to the KFC. He couldn't wait to look at himself in the mirror. As expected, there was still no change, but this has completely let him ignite the fire in his heart. As long as he keeps completing the system's judgment, then maybe, in the not too distant future, it can really return to the handsome self of the year. As for this new skill, he studied it for a while, even took out a pen and notebook and casually wrote, and at first was a little rusty and unaccustomed. But write, even like muscle memory, the more you write, the better it looks, from the line to the lowercase, and then to the song style. Still really just write a hand of beautiful words, comparable to the calligraphy masters on TV. Set stick up. In the future, when writing official documents, their own broken horse Zhangfei-like words, finally can take the hand. Chen Yang is exceptionally satisfied today, in a good mood. I would like to take advantage of this good fortune, and then a red double happiness, talking about two-pronged approach, but suddenly he retracted that one. Shouldn't he be kinder to his lungs and heart? He touched his chest and tried to comfort the two brothers. You guys be good, haha. I'll be twice as nice to you in the future. Cough, cough, cough. Not knowing why, he suddenly coughed. After taking a nap in the car, Chen Yang went back to the company. After another muddled afternoon, it was finally time to clock out. As he was pulling out his cell phone, he saw a Weibo message from his mom. De Yongzi, how long has it been since you've been back? Tomorrow is the weekend. Hurry back. Looking at his mom's WeChat summons, Chen Yang scratched his head. His family wasn't local to Galaxy City, but rather Galaxy City's neighboring plan, a lower-level district. Although it is not far, but also separated by more than 100 kilometers, driving needs a few hours But Chen Yang think about it, also really long time did not go back to see mom and dad. Counting the time, this time to go back. If the city does not traffic jam, almost 10 o'clock in the evening before you can get home. If in accordance with the usual, he must be too lazy to go back. Just now Chen Yang's mentality, in the subtle transformation, as if beginning to be willing to do some usually reluctant things, even he did not notice. Chapter 4, the setup of being overwhelmed by money, seeking favorites. The heart blossomed and the spirit soared. It seemed like Chen Yang hadn't been in such a good mood for years. He probably didn't even dream that his 31-year-old life was beginning to take a turn for the worse. Almost to 11 o'clock in the evening, all the way speeding Chen Yang returned to the old home. Looked at the 6th floor. There is a lighted room. The heart is full of moving. He knew that mom and dad must be waiting for him to come back. Perhaps this is the warmth of home. Bang! Chen Yang walked into the building and heavily slammed his foot on the stairs. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. How come this vibrating light is still not fixed? Chen Yang was helpless and groped his way up the stairs in the dark. Bang! Bang, 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 bang. After stepping on 6 floors in a row, no floor was lit. Chen Yang's feet were a little numb, and in his heart, he greeted the sister-in-law of the neighborhood property. Even if it is an old neighborhood, it is not so bad that one layer is not bright, right? It was at this moment that the door of the room opened and a beam of light lit up. De Yongzi. Stump, what stump? It's so late. Show your fat pig's hooves stomping loudly, ah? Quickly come in and don't disturb the others. A shrewish woman's voice came from inside the door. This sentence, fat pig's hooves, made his heart, which was warm before, instantly cooled by half. It was his own real mom who was right. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his dad sitting on the sofa, watching a TV series. Yo, son of a thief. I'm afraid you've gained another 10 pounds, right? Eat less. You may not be able to find a wife if you get fat again. Ha ha, do you smell that? Dad gave you stewed pig's feet. Chen Yang's face was full of black lines, and his whole body was bad. What a familiar pig's hooves double whammy. One for each of his own father and mother. The warmth and touching that was left downstairs just now was gone at this point. Chen Yang's family is very ordinary. Mom and dad are ordinary junior high school teachers. Mother Sun Li is a language teacher. Father Chen Boiguang teaches physical education. The two salaries are not high, but in a small city, it is still satisfied, and in 2 years, it should also be the age of the two retired. Sun Li brought out a large plate was toned into the brown sugar color of the attractive pig's feet. Dayang, do not listen to your father. This old thing is no good words. Rest assured, your lifelong affairs, mom to help you get it done. You can rest assured that open to eat. Sun Li was busy while working. Her eyes seemed to be full of calculations. Chen Boiguang did not think, but took advantage of Sun Li to Chen Yang when the rice. To Chen Yang thievishly reached out and rubbed his hands. Eyes seemed to be inquiring. Chen Yang made a gesture of okay, then pulled out 2 packs of red double happiness from his pocket and quickly threw them to his dad. There is no way. Sun Li's control is too strict. Sometimes Chen Boiguang smoked a little more. May not have a cigarette at the end of the month. Many times, Chen Boiguang can only ask Chen Yang for help and support. After receiving the cigarette, Chen Boiguang laughed and secretly ran to the balcony to smoke. Even if he was stabbed in the chest, he could never resist the aroma of the crispy and tender pig's feet. Chen Yang finally submitted. After eating a snack, it was already very late. Sun Li seemed to have something she wanted to say to Chen Yang, but ultimately decided to go to bed first and say it tomorrow. Back in her bedroom, it was full of the familiar smell from before she went to college. The room was cleaned, even the furnishings, almost untouched. The bookshelf was lined with manga from Dunkers, Naruto, and Pirates, as well as posters of NBA stars. Under the dim light, looking at the back of the one wearing No. 24, as if with the departure of this player, the basketball dreams of his youth also followed along with the dissipation. I kicked the basketball under the bed and touched my stomach, which was bigger than the basketball. I hadn't touched the ball for a long time. In front of the desk there was a drawing book. As far as I could remember, it was from junior high school. When I took a drawing class, there was a time when I liked to draw, but then I gave up because the teacher said I had no talent. Looking at the youthful handwriting of that year, Chen Yang could not help but smile shyly. It seems to put the model sisters, people. The painting is so small that you can't even see it. Putting on his pajamas and lying on the bed, the night color shot in along the window, and the old guitar on the windowsill leaned quietly. Chen Yang inexplicably stretched out his hand, and finally stopped in midair. It seems that the year of high school graduation is because he played the guitar too stupid. Confession only failed it. For a long time, the most you still suppressed the impulse to play a couple of times. When I think about it, when I was young, my hobbies and ideas were really quite a lot. Just because of this or that reason, I was not able to stick to these hobbies and turn them into my strengths. The next day, Chen Yang unprecedentedly got up early. According to the usual, he is impossible to get up before 12 o'clock. Just last night when eating pig's feet, he suddenly thought. It seemed like he had never cooked a meal for his mom and dad in 30 years. It was a shame to say that during his school days, he was all about meals, and when he graduated, he did an internship in the city where he went to college, and then he came to Galaxy City to work, and had even less time and opportunity to do so. Taking the small cloth bag, Chen Yang went out the door and went to the food market. There weren't many dishes that he was good at. Fried eggs with tomatoes counted as one, and then there was hot and sour shredded potatoes. After buying the tomatoes, eggs and potatoes, Chen Yang returned to the house. Ding 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 ding. Sun Li and Chen Boiguang were woken up by the commotion in the kitchen. The two of them came out of their rooms and looked at Chen Yang with wide eyes. Dayon, what are you doing for breakfast? Sun Li was in a bit of disbelief, because her son's back in the kitchen. This was the first time she had seen it. Chen Yang turned back and smiled heatedly. Yes mom, tomato eggs, hot and sour shredded potatoes. Today you and dad try my handiwork. After determining that Chen Yang was not sleepwalking, Sun Li then revealed a smiling face, a warm smile spreading in her eyes, and then she gave Chen Boiguang an elbow. Look at your son, look at you again. You don't know to feel sorry for me either. Chen Boiguang was dumbfounded. How could this even lie? Besides, Did he cook less? Yesterday, the pig's trotters were stewed by myself. Of course, these are the words of the heart, a fear of his wife. He dared not say. Soon after the meal is done, the family ate breakfast. Although Sun Li's mouth nagged the tomato egg sugar put less, but the eyes are flooded with a thick smile. The first time she ate her son's cooking, it was really extraordinarily fragrant. I always feel that this time my son came back, as if we're not quite the same, just cannot say. After a warm breakfast, Sun Li insisted on not letting Chen Yang clean up and brush the dishes. So, in the end, it was the old man, Chen Buguan, who resisted all by himself. Sun Li pulled Chen Yang down. Mom actually wanted to tell you yesterday. I think that at your age now, it's time for you to find a female friend to marry and live with, said. Sun Li took out a card. I know now married. The house is a big deal. This is me and your father these years to you save money, although not much, but you in the Galaxy City to pay a down payment can be some of the remaining. Will not let you stress too much. Chen Yang was stunned, not expecting his mom to suddenly say this to him. His heart was filled with emotion and warmth. Sun Li laughed with a smug face. Humph, I did not say last night, you get married to marry a daughter-in-law thing. Mom are ready for you, now just short of a girlfriend. You see a few sisters' children on my side. Your Auntie Zhang's family, Auntie Li's family, are quite good. Want to find time to meet? Chen Yang heart is actually a little resistant to matchmaking this matter, but he really can't bear to let his mom Sun Li disappointed. And he knows. Sun Li that card. Is she and dad so many years of all the savings? Dad every month smoke or afraid to smoke more. That money is actually existed here. The world's parents' heart. In fact, all families are the same. In order to children. What are willing to give up? Chen Yang felt guilty inside. He 30, even let his mother worry about himself. Mom, inside one. Next time I come back, I will listen to you. Need to try it. Sun Li did not expect her son to be so quick to agree. Joyful smile. Great. Then you will wait for my arrangement. Chen Yang nodded silently, his expression sincerely touching. He stretched out his hand, ready to receive the bank card. Before he could touch the card, it was actually quickly put back by Sun Li, only to see his own mom's face with a treacherous look of success. Okay, then this is so decided. This money you're first put me here to keep. This is not yet married to buy a house it, then give you. Chen Yang? Fooled. Chen Yang chagrined. It is true that he or she was ultimately money in the head. How to agree? When did mom's routine become so deep? Depressed, he returned to his room. Chen Yang's mind, finally have a happy thing. System judgment, never cooked for parents in 30 years. Chapter 5, Skillful, Requesting Favorites and Recommendations. Chen Yang had just returned to his room when the image appeared in his mind. Cooking for your parents for the first time, the system determines success. Face value, +1. Temperament, +1. Weight, -1. Physical ability, +10. Memory, +5. Lung capacity, +5. Affinity, +100,000. Full. Skill bonus, proficient in one musical instrument. Also, musical instrument is system randomized. Chen Yang smiled with satisfaction. Finally he had accomplished it once again. Subsequently, his eyes naturally locked onto the value of affinity. After all, adding too much were full. It seemed abrupt. The tip of his nose began to slightly sour. Although he had been set up by Sun Li, he could still feel the love and concern that his dad and mom had for him. In fact, he had done nothing more than cook a meal. That's all. In the heart of the parents, perhaps it is also this insignificant meal, will be able to fill their entire heart. Chen Yang was very self-blaming. He felt that he was too unlucky. He also didn't know, in these 30 years, how many things he had done to disappoint them. The system is randomizing musical instruments for you. The rotation begins. Piano, violin, guitar, guzheng, cello, clarinet, sakas, eru, drums. Looking at the system's scrolling list of musical instruments, Chen Yang got excited, thinking about when he was young. He was also a happy little douchebag who hugged his guitar all day long. It's just that he didn't have much talent, and his guitar playing was a bit rah-rah. I wonder if this time will allow him to fulfill the dream he once had. Congratulations! You are proficient in the musical instrument, Suona, master level. Also, there are 3 levels of skill, proficient, master, and national treasure. Suona. Chen Yang's face stiffened a bit. His hands and brain began a period of muscle memory addition, and in the end, he could truly feel that he was familiar with the Suona. Although there is no half a point of disrespect to the guochuei musical instrument, it is just the thought that he is so big a pig-waist face, blowing a trumpet in public. It seems a bit pork-stewed vermicelli inside flavor. Want to pop a little bit of musical instruments? Perhaps can only wait for the next opportunity. Chen Yang did not wait to go out and get a Suona to play. He felt that what was more important at the moment was to keep accomplishing things that he hadn't done before, to complete more tasks, and to get various additions to his attributes. He had looked in the mirror earlier, and had already seen a hint of his own temperament, which seemed to have really gotten a bit cuter. This was crucial. Often the most direct way for a person to get their confidence back was to rely on their appearance. Don't deny it. Denying it makes you ugly. Afternoon. Chen Yang went to the small store downstairs and bought 6 light bulbs, then moved a stool from the house. Sun Li and Shen Boguan looked at him with confused faces, not knowing what their son was trying to do. Daong, what are you doing? Chen Yang dragged his fat body to carry the stool with an excited face. Oh, changing light bulbs. Changing light bulbs? Chen Boguan scratched his head and looked at the chandelier in the living room. This light in our house isn't broken? The light in the hallway, Chen Yang said. After he finished speaking, Sun Li and Shen Boguan stared wide-eyed, not quite daring to believe that the Chen Yang in front of them was their son. Hubby, what's wrong with Taiyang? When did he become so enthusiastic? Shen Boguan shook his head slightly. Something is wrong. Usually do not say to the building to repair the lights. This kid, even our toilet is clogged. Would rather not for 3 days. Are too lazy to reach out and poke a little? How come this time back to either cook for us or to repair the lights of the building? The sun hit the west side up? Both of them are confused. Chen Yang held the stool to the first floor. Standing on the stool, replaced the tungsten bulb burned out, replaced with a new one. He also stomped his foot hard and tried it, and after confirming that it was bright, he went up to the second floor again. In this way, it took more than an hour of busy work before he arrived at the 6th floor out of breath. After he changed the lights on each floor, he sat on the sofa contentedly, gulping down water and waiting for the system's judgment. The matter of fixing the light bulbs was something he was very confident in, almost as much as the running naked and jumping off a building in women's clothing type of thing. He can be pretty sure he's never done it before. Enthusiastically helping a neighbor in the building to repair a public light bulb. System determination successful. Face value, +1. Temperament, +1. Weight, -1. Physical ability, +10. Strength, +10. Memory, +10. Lung capacity, +100. Skill bonus, proficiency in 1 electrical appliance repair experience. Also, appliances are system randomized. Chen Yang nodded his head in satisfaction as he looked at the randomized attribute increases, as well as the new skill rewards. He knew that the reason why the attribute increase was less was mainly because the things he did were not influential enough, or rather the impact of these things on himself was not particularly great, so the attribute rewards would be less. If he had done something like driving a car over the Yellow River, or blowing up a skyscraper, the rewards would have been much higher. Of course, he didn't want to die so soon, but starting with small things and accumulating small amounts, he was still happy to do so. Through these few attribute additions, he could clearly feel that his physical ability was slowly recovering, as well as his body's strength had increased. Regarding the weight, it might be minimal, but it didn't matter. At least there was something to save. With the random experience of the previous musical instrument, this time, he was mentally prepared for the electrical repair skill. Regardless of what is randomized, it is good to have it anyway. The so-called skills are not overpowered. Sooner or later it will come in handy. The system is randomizing electrical appliances for you. Rotation begins. TV set, air conditioner, refrigerator, lighted lamp, rice cooker, electric fan, flashlight, sweeper, robot. Congratulations! You are proficient in repairing the household appliance. Water heater. You're experienced in repairing water heaters. Water heater? It's not bad. At least it's not some cold appliance. In the future when his own water heater breaks down, he won't need to spend money to repair it. It's not bad. And then he thought of some movie clips, fixing the water heater, and was a little worried. It will get wet. Right. Ahem. Soon. His mind formed a muscle memory of knowledge and experience related to water heater repair, and various repair techniques. Now that he counted, other than the one that would boost his goodwill by delivering water, the other 3 were more pragmatic skills. He can write a beautiful hand of masterful calligraphy, can play a masterful oboe, and is proficient in repairing various types of water heaters. Air. Doesn't seem like it's relevant. It doesn't rhyme. This day Chen Yang spent in his mom's ramblings. At night he did not eat a snack. Tomorrow he will drive back to Galaxy City. He is ready to rest early, before going to sleep. Nothing to do. From the bookshelf, took out a thick notebook, not broken but slightly old. After flipping it open, he saw that it was filled with faded handwriting. It was probably because it had been too long, and he couldn't remember what he had written in it at all. The only thing he could still remember was that it should have been a diary that he had written more than 10 years ago. At that time, he was a teenager who was full of curiosity and hope for everything, daydreaming every day and night, happy as a little fool. But speaking of which, what kind of daydreams did my own self have back then? Ultraman, Superman, or astronauts and scientists? Or maybe Tsinghua University? Star Idol? Suddenly, Chen Yang was curious about his past dreams. It was as if he was opening up a long-sealed memory. Chen Yang read his first diary when he was young. Chapter 6, Too much information, definitely not me. Diary. Time, December 11th, 2002. Today was the first day I wrote in my diary, and comrade Sunny forced me to do it. The guy named Dagger said that the first snow of 2002 came a little later than usual, but it seems to me that it's quite early, isn't it? Nonsense. We went out to play with our classmates today and had a good time. We also saw the music teacher. She and the director of teaching did the same cab. Usually do not feel they are so close to each other. Oh yeah, I saw Auntie Zhang today. He went to a small hotel with Uncle Wang next door. Well, today was a really happy day. I'll continue to write in my diary. Bye. Time, December 23rd, 2002. I'm writing in my diary again today. What should I write about? I'm going to write my winter vacation homework in the last week. I'm very confident in myself. I'll be able to finish it in the last 3 days. I had nothing to do today. I went out to play soccer. Guess what? Hey, I saw Uncle Wang and Auntie Zhang fighting next door. Seems like something forgot to put it on. Said it's quite dangerous. Anyway, Auntie Zhang was upset. By the way, according to our PE teacher's reliable information, our music teacher and the head teacher seem to be cool. Supposedly, there's also the art teacher in the middle of it. Don't ask me how I know. Humph, because the gym teacher is my dad. That's all for today. Time, January 1st, 2003. Today is New Year's Day. New Year's Day is a good day. On a good day you have to eat dumplings. So, it's not as good as dumplings. It's not as fun as Wusong's son. Bye-bye. This isn't right. Chen Yang was dumbfounded. Back then, was his own diary so informative? Shouldn't what he wrote be about his visions for the future, his plans for his life, and the far-reaching dreams in his heart? How come it was all such a mess? This is definitely not written by himself. Originally, Chen Yang was still a little weak. This in case if you see yourself once wrote down the ambitious dreams and goals. And now, not only is none of them can be accomplished, and even mixed even worse. How ashamed would that be? How ashamed would that be? He really did not know how to face his once young self, but what he did not expect was that he seemed to be a bit distracted back then. This ing is also too gossipy a bit. Asleep to dawn. After eating the breakfast made by mom, Chen Yang simply cleaned up, ready to go back to Galaxy City. When he left, he also took away his diary. If this is seen by mom and dad, then how can it be? Of course, more importantly, he felt that, although the content of his own writing in it is relatively vulgar, but there are still a lot of reference value. He needed to understand what he had done, what he hadn't done, or what he wanted to do but hadn't done. This would be more conducive to completing the system's judgment for himself, obtaining more rewards, and making himself stronger. Chen Boguang took the opportunity to send Chen Yang downstairs for a rare smoke. Father and son usually still had a heart-to-heart. There weren't many serious words, but Chen Yang understood that his dad still cared about himself. Son, be safe on the road. Go back and do more squats. Chen Yang smiled and nodded, then remembered something. He asked thievishly, Dad, what is it? Inside, in junior high school that time, who did our music teacher end up with? The head teacher? Or the art teacher? When these words came out, Chen Boguang was first stunned. Immediately afterward, the cigarette in his mouth didn't even pocket it and almost fell on the ground. Brat, hurry up and get lost. Chen Yang dodged his dad's attack, and then said with thieving eyes, Comrade Chen Boguang, you're not being interesting enough. You must know. Quickly say it. Chen Boguang lowered his head and blew the ashes of his cigarette and put it back in his mouth. Just the expression was surprisingly momentary, changed to be the same as Chen Yang. The two masters looked at each other and then smiled at each other. Ahem. Hey. Finally, with our vice principal. Crap, like flying. I used to dream of walking the sky and seeing the bustle of the backyard. If the seasons change, the leaves fall to the ground, and silver fills the interstices. Without being able to walk back to the same place, I'll make another dream for you. Yo, I'm from XJUCalm Sundal. I grew up eating beef and mutton, listening to the music. Chen Yang sang all the way through, and every now and then, he didn't forget to let the system decide. His own 30 years, is it that he has never sung such a good song? Does this count as completing the task? Just of waiting for half a day with no response, he could only call it quits. It seems that this path will not work. Suddenly, a green Lamborghini Bull, in the side of the whistling passed, handsome color as well as cool taillights, let from the side of the vehicle envy. Chen Yang was instead startled. From a distance, he looked at the back of the supercar in front of him, as well as the license plate that was several times more expensive than his car. Shanghai CA. The fat of hatred of the rich gradually became active. In the end, it piled up into a vicious face. Wipe. Rich people are terrific. Ha, don't you know when you're speeding? Don't you know how to use the turn signal when you change lanes to overtake? What's the meaning of driving your asshole's windshield wipers? If you're not enjoying yourself in Shanghai, why don't you go to Galaxy City? Chen Yang cursed, releasing his jealousy and hatred. Shanghai was the city where he spent 4 wonderful years in college, but at the same time, it was also the magic city that made him gray and ultimately could only flee in a mess. And Chen Yang's decadence and depression also started from the day he left Shanghai. The past is not something to look back on. Of course, right now is not the time to reminisce. Under Chen Yang's anger, an idea suddenly came to him. In his 30 years or so, it seemed like he had never chased a tail. If he licked the ass of that Lamborghini, would he directly get an extra billion in his account like in the web novel? Or a building? One step to heaven. Thinking of this, Chen Yang jumped at the chance. After experiencing so much suffering, it was time to make himself a rich man. He then kicked the gas down. Off the highway, Chen Yang slowly drove on the road in downtown Galaxy City. Tailgating definitely did not happen, because this broken car simply cannot catch up, not to mention licking the ass. Even the opportunity to smell the flavor is not. Chen Yang silent. In fact, this is just a small matter. Usually met in the city this situation. Road rage attacks more often. It was just that the name of the city Shanghai Sea appeared and hit his anger point once again. Leaving that city had made himself look like a loser. Exactly what he was supposed to be. Even though he was not willing to do so, Chen Yang at that time did not see any hope of staying there. He understood that the embarrassment of those years in Shanghai City after graduation definitely did not come from frying rice, oil and salt, food, clothing and transportation. What really made him feel crisis and panic and want to escape was like the Lamborghini that he couldn't catch up with just now. He found that no matter how desperately he stepped on the gas, he still could not catch up with the suffocating housing prices. Not to mention Shanghai, even in Galaxy City, they need to rely on parents' savings to pay a down payment. This is such as him, high not low, just stepped into the 31-year-old man, the real anxiety of the pain. Chen Yang took a deep breath and dispersed the past. There is nothing to say. 2 words. Earn money. PS*, Big Brothers, collection investment. A few days after the signing of the starting point coins, while the people are less, can be more points. Chapter 7, from now on, requesting favorites and recommendations. Small apartment, 1 room, 1 hall, 2,500 per month. This is where Chen Yang lives, although remote from the city center, but the traffic is okay. In fact, Galaxy City has a lot of options for renting a room. You can find a cheaper remote place to live. It is not that he does not want to save money. Just after he realized that saving this money will not change anything, he then decided not to commit himself on this issue. When he was in Hohai City, he had already had enough of the shared rooms and basements of a dozen square meters. There was nothing wrong with treating himself a little better. Returning to his residence and taking a short break, Chen Yang began to think about his plans afterward. If it is usual, he must be to open the computer, jack on a few ranked, and then order a takeaway on the creation of 101 ladies under the meal, and then lie in bed to brush 2 hours of jittery music, asleep to the dawn of the day. It's just that times are different now, and a future of unlimited possibilities is placed in front of you, and there's no reason to let it go, unless you're stupid. Therefore, want to obtain more rewards, as well as their own attribute bonus. One would need to take a good look at one's future behavioral operations, as well as the directionality of doing things. There were definitely too many things that he hadn't done in 30 years, but there were some things that he definitely couldn't do if he was asked to do them right away. For example, he has never participated in the Olympic Games, never dunked in the basketball court, never played extreme sports, never participated in the new rap, the Voice of China competition, acting, women's clothing, jumping, flying airplanes, start a company, playing sword, and so on. Too much. All of the above, according to his own conditions now, certainly cannot do. Therefore, the current self can only gradually unfold from the usual behavior, or some of the small operations that are within his reach above, waiting with the increase in attribute bonuses, slowly changing the physical conditions, enhancing strength and physical abilities, as well as other aspects of talent and skills. Then the number of things that could be accomplished for judgment would definitely increase as well. Chen Yang pondered for a long time. What has been done or not done in the past 30 years? Big things are easy. Small things are too difficult to enumerate. But there were always some speculative ways. Combined with the experience of the previous few days, he felt that as long as he did something that went against his character's common sense, the odds were that he would be successful in determining it. So he decided, starting tomorrow, no longer be his original self. The early morning sunlight stabbed hungrily at the ass. Waking up from the hormone-filled comforter, he shook off the already solidified toilet paper. Chen Yang was slightly tired. It definitely wasn't that he slept late yesterday. It was just that he tried to break through his own limits and then fell asleep in a daze. 7 shots in a row, system judged successful. Face value, +5. Temperament, +5. Weight, -1. Physical ability, +5. Strength, +5. Agility, +5. Memory, +5. Hand grip, +100. Skill bonus, none at the moment. What? I sacrificed so much yesterday. Not even a skill? Chen Yang felt that this ruling was unfair to him. It was just that his one-sided theory was ineffective, and the system simply ignored it. Unhappy, he could only give up. Having an attribute talent is better than not having one. The big deal is to challenge the 18 consecutive strikes next time. When washing up, Chen Yang silently remembered yesterday's plan. Summarized, there are 3 key points: 1 against their own character, 2 do not go the old way, 3 experience all the new things. Looking at himself in the mirror, disheveled and unkempt, this was his norm, generally not as a last resort. Chen Yang was definitely too lazy to shave, let alone take care of his bubblegum-like hair. Mainly, with his own obese body of 200 pounds, there was really no need for grooming. But starting from today, it was time to be a refined fatty. Chen Yang took out his soon-to-be rusty razor and carefully shaved his beard. Soon, a greasy, cute little piggy head appeared in front of the mirror, picking a handful of white. It was hair wax. Grabbed a cool Diaozation hairstyle for his bubble head. Finally rummaged through the closet and found himself a set of clothes that he thought were the most stylish. And of course, the most expensive. $300 worth of shirts, $500 worth of suit pants, as well as usually cannot afford to wear. $800 of leather shoes, coupled with a watery boy's perfume from the supermarket. Perfect. The system adjudicates it. Handsome going out attire, judgment unsuccessful. Chen Yang shrugged his shoulders, not too surprised. It was all expected. After all, it was worn during the previous interview, and it is normal that it did not pass. Had breakfast and drove to work. Galaxy City Center CBD, top sky building. Chen Yang is employed by a company called Silver Sword Culture and Media Company. The year before last, due to the company's rapid business expansion, the development of very fast, the headquarters of the Silver Sword Culture has moved to the first tier of Shanghai City. The Silver Sword Culture headquarters had moved to Shanghai City, which was in the top tier. The Silver Sword Culture headquarters in Shanghai City had been renamed as a branch of Silver Sword Culture, with the main business being marketing, planning and exhibition. Chen Yang naturally belonged to the exhibition planning department. In fact, the entire Silver Sword Culture's business involved a very large area. In addition to the business of their branch, the main business of the headquarters was actually the information media, magazines and books, as well as the entertainment industry and other fields. It was just that there was no special connection between the branches of each field, which involved some decentralization of power at the upper level. There were a lot of people going to work early in the morning, and the elevator became the busiest tool. Each round of entry almost filled it up. Perhaps it was special fate that he just happened to meet Lin Yeliang. Good morning, Minister Lin. Chen Yang reached out in greeting. The one used happened to be the warm right hand. Lin Yeliang was first stunned, and instantly the good mood of the whole day was completely gone. He then realized how Chen Yang had cleaned up so exquisitely today. He also smelled a faint trace of fragrance. Nima, this kid even sprayed perfume? Combined with last week's experience, he could almost confirm that this fatty in front of him was 80% going to be his true self. This was definitely not good news, especially for him. At this moment, the elevator door opened and the crowd swarmed in. Chen Yang kindly guarded the main elevator door, and stiffly helped Lin Yiliang, squeezing out a position right in front of his own body. He arched his crotch forward, his eyes signaling Lin Yiliang. Minister Lin, here. Lin Yiliang was about to stand over, but instantly stopped in his tracks, as if he was struck by lightning, unable to move an inch. What if he stood in there? I'm afraid that he would not be right on top of himself. He did it on purpose. Elevator, maniac, sweat-eating. A series of exciting words floated in front of his eyes. No way. Never stand in that position. Being violated was a small matter, but losing the company's face would be the end. I'll sit down for a shift. You can just go up first. Oh, Chen Yang was unsure and closed the elevator. In his heart, he was still wondering, what's going on? Wasn't drinking his mineral water supposed to increase his favorability? Arriving at the company's floor, Chen Yang walked out of the elevator and came to the company's front desk to clock in. At the front desk sat a long-haired beauty in professional attire with a good temperament. When she saw Chen Yang walking towards her, her eyebrows were flat and she gently nodded her head as a greeting. The woman's name was Lu Yao, and she was the front desk of the company. Everyone up and down the company understood that a great beauty like Lu Yao, who was not weak in her abilities, would definitely not remain in the role of the front desk. Before long, she would definitely be deployed to work in the department, and would most likely even work as an assistant to a certain leader. Chen Yang couldn't help but take 2 more glances at Lu Yao's flowery white sash, and then prepared to go in. However, he was suddenly stopped by the beautiful woman. "Wait a minute," Lu Yao said while bending down to the bottom, quickly, taking out a large pile of express delivery. There were documents and packages. She looked at Chen Yang with a rare smile. "I'm going to trouble you a little bit again today. See if you can help me. And by the way, give the express to my co-workers." Chen Yang basically had little resistance to beautiful women, especially tall types like Lu Yao. Although he couldn't reach the level of a licking dog, as long as a beautiful woman gave the word, he was definitely the type that would be hard with balls. Looking at a large pile of courier documents and parcels, which if sent one by one, afraid to run up and down the entire door, not an hour to send not finished, Chen Yang instinctively reached out to receive, but suddenly, he stopped in mid-air, unprecedented actually to the beautiful woman's request, hesitated. He remembered the behavioral summary he gave himself last night. 1. Go against your character. 2. Try not to do the same thing as before, so that you can complete the system judgment with a high probability and go to the peak of your life. Indeed, if you want to be a bit outstanding, why do you have to help her deliver every time? According to reason, this would have been her job as a receptionist. Nowadays, the beauty has a system reward to incense? Obviously not. Chen Yang collected his fat that was full of flattery. Sorry, you can deliver it yourself today. Ha! Lu Yao unexpectedly froze on the spot. Chapter 8, The Cold and Dashing Fatty Chen. Sorry, I can't help you today. Go by yourself. Chen Yang changed his usual smiling face, his expression flat. You, what did you say? Lu Yao stared with her beautiful eyes, feeling as if she had heard wrong. Rejection? In this company, it seemed like other than the big leaders, she had never been rejected by anyone before. What's more, this fat man in front of her, wasn't he usually the one who liked to exert his strength on herself the most? Lu Yao sized up today's Chen Yang. This fatty seemed to be dressed much cleaner than before today. His beard was shaved, and he even sprayed perfume. Can't it be that he's in love? As a woman's keen sense of smell, Lu Yao searched for an answer. Then she affirmed her thoughts. If not, as a single man, how could he possibly reject his request? Thinking of this, Lu Yao was inexplicably unconvinced inside, seemingly not very willing. If she couldn't even take this fat guy in front of her, Lu Yao felt ashamed of her long face and the perfect body she maintained every day. Not to mention, she still wanted to go further and find a chance to transfer to work in the company's core department. Lu Yao collected her cold face, then lightly biting her slightly red lips, looking at Chen Yang with a choo-choo look in her eyes. As for some of the details of the body will not say more. Are some of the desire to cover up things just, call you Chen Yang brother always okay? Just help me out. There are so many couriers, I can't send them over. And there's someone coming from the headquarters today. There's going to be a meeting later. I need to help prepare it. Lu Yao exerted her power on Chen Yang for the first time. This brother called people respect from the bottom of their hearts. Even some of the colleagues beside him who were clocking and had sideways glances, their eyes were filled with appreciation for Lu Yao. All of them were at the same time slightly hard, chatting to show respect. Chen Yang is secretly calm. His face is controlled without fluctuation. This is said, you have to prepare for the meeting. The old man does not have to. Do not go. Love to find whoever. Seconds refused. After saying this, he turned around and entered the company. Everyone around was frozen on the spot, including Lu Yao, who was already too embarrassed to speak. Who could believe that Chen Yang, Fatty Chen, would actually reject people now? And the first one to reject was the company's great beauty. Lu Yao. What kind of medicine did he take today? In the distance, Lin Yiliang stood at the elevator entrance, trembling inside. See? Even Lu Yao can't stand it anymore. What if it's not that? What can I do with myself in the future? Chen Yang came to his desk and sat down comfortably. He knew that even if he didn't help Lu Yao, there would definitely be a lot of people who would rush to do it, so he didn't need to feel guilty at all. He was used to calling himself at the company, and really took him for an assistant. For the first time in 30 years, he chose to be a cold fat man. This was something he would never have done in the old days. However, even he himself did not expect that after he said the words to reject Lu Yao, there was an inexplicable wave of coolness that surged through his heart. Rejecting a beautiful woman turned out to be this kind of taste. How is it so refreshing? I've never experienced it before. It seems like it's much more refreshing than being a licking dog. Chen Yang seemed to have opened an interesting door. Never rejected Lu Yao's request, ruled successful. Face value, plus 10. Temperament, plus 20. Courage, plus 10. Physical ability, plus 10. Weight, none. Strength, plus 10. Bounce, plus 10. Agility, plus 10. Physical fitness, plus 10. Skill reward, none. For every 5 judgments completed, a gift pack will be opened for gifting. Currently full. Open random gifting. Congratulations to the host, obtaining physical ability 200 points. Physical ability, plus 200. Chen Yang was very pleasantly surprised. He did not expect to complete 5 determinations and have additional rewards. His own physical ability problem had always been difficult to overcome because of his obesity. From his physical examination report, it could be seen that he was a lazy bastard, and he was out of breath even when he went up to the 6th floor. However, the physical attribute, which had increased by more than 200 at once, he could immediately feel that his cardiorespiratory function seemed to have strengthened quite a bit. Previously, when breathing, the frequency of tight-knit, chest tightness and shortness of breath, but now it seemed to be stretched out a lot, and the heartbeat was more calm. He took out his cell phone again, set it to selfie mode, and looked at himself. It seems to have really changed a little bit, although the weight did not lose this time, but the piece of temperament increased by 20. There was already some sense of confidence calling out from his own eyes and brow. It was obvious. The number of attribute points increased this time was more than the previous ones. This showed that knowing how to reject this type of behavioral operation was, to some extent, greatly against one's character path of 30 years, and it had an effect on oneself, which was why the reward of attribute points was increased. It seems that this kind of good deed of rejecting beautiful women should be done more often in the future. Chen Yang and Lu Yao were considered a small interlude. Soon the crowd was engaged in the day's work, but before they could get busy for more than a while, a notice came, preparing to hold a whole group meeting of the exhibition planning department, which everyone had to attend. After getting the notice, Chen Yang was first stunned. Could it be that there are some big orders? The reason why he had such an idea was mainly because the business system of their exhibition planning department was divided according to groups. There were a total of 6 groups, 2 event planning groups, 2 convention marketing groups, 1 execution and 1 public relations. Unless there was some important big event business, the whole group would definitely not be convened. He suddenly thought of what Lu Yao had said earlier. As if there were leaders from the headquarters coming over today? Then it was likely that there was some important convention activity that was being held in Galaxy City. On the side of the Silver Sword Culture headquarters, the probability was that they had gotten one of the organizers, so they sent leaders over to directly arrange the work. Chen Yang guessed in his heart. Yangzi, a middle-aged man's voice came. Chen Yang looked up and looked at the man. This was the minister of their exhibition marketing group 4 and his top boss, Li Mao. Oh boss, what is it? Chen Yang asked. Wait for the headquarter to come for a meeting. You go and help Lu Yao and the others to prepare the meeting room. Be quick with your hands. This time, it is rumored that the leaders who are coming are not of a low level. Oh, okay. Chen Yang agreed while getting up, and randomly asked in a low voice, Boss, what's the situation? This meeting is so important? There was actually nothing to prepare for a meeting in the conference room. It was just a matter of setting up the stools and putting in some water and refreshments. These things can be handled by one person, but this time, he was also asked to help. Obviously prepared other things. The battle was not small. Li Mao shrugged. I'm not sure. Anyway, it's a very high level of high level. The meeting's citation water. All have to be replaced with high-level mineral water. Wait a moment, you help Lu Yao to move it. I didn't expect you kid is quite popular. People big beautiful girl named you. Ah, Chen Yang was surprised. Ah what ah? Hurry up and go. Don't delay. Li Mao said. Chen Yang was helpless. I didn't expect to retaliate against myself so soon. This big beauty was also too careful, right? Having failed to make herself a laborer in the morning, she seized the opportunity at this moment to disgust herself as well, dragging the fat of grief. Chen Yang walked towards the front desk of the company and came in front of Li Yao, who was smiling smugly. Then he swept away his previous disheveledness and said with a bad smile, I realized that you are getting more and more inseparable from me. What are you babbling about? Lu Yao snapped. Alright, I understand. Only I can satisfy you. Chapter 9, A Long Way to Go? Lu Yao was exasperated enough that she didn't want to care about this fatty and viciously walked towards the elevator. Chen Yang smilingly followed behind. His heart had an epiphany. Originally as this that saying is really right. Licking dogs will end up with nothing. Only rough can be free. Of course, the focus is on rough. Originally Lu Yao was to go to the conference room first, but received a text message. The meeting with the things arrived. Just go downstairs and carry to the conference room. The elevator slowly descended. Chen Yang put his hands in his pockets and looked at himself in the elevator reflector. The change in temperament has gradually become obvious. Before the kind of naive and foolhardy feeling has disappeared. Although the face value of this piece of attribute also has a bonus, but the effect is not too obvious. Maybe the reason for the weight, but it doesn't matter. As long as the temperament of this piece of holding dead, in his opinion enough. Lu Yao looked down at her cell phone in silence, and glanced at Chen Yang a few times with her bladder. It always felt that this fatty was a little different, especially the change in his attitude towards himself, which made her a little surprised. But after all, in her heart, Chen Yang, this type of boy, almost will not have any position to speak of. Perhaps the spare tire cannot be counted. Just bear with it and it will pass. Chen Yang followed Lu Yao downstairs and received the items for the meeting, as well as several boxes of Evian mineral water from Germany. This type of mineral water is very expensive, at least much higher than the price of ordinary mineral water. It is obvious that this is to meet the headquarters leadership with. This made Chen Yang even more curious. In the end, what kind of person was coming from the headquarters? Even if it was a regional director level figure, there was no need for such detail, right? Carrying the mineral water. Chen Yang looked at Lu Yao, who was leisurely holding only some odds and ends on the side. I say, you really take me as your stable boy? Such heavy water. Let me carry it alone. Lu Yao looked at the fat man who was contributing to the drudgery, and her mood finally got better. I know brother Horseboy is strong, so you just step up your game. Chen Yang had a black line on his face. Goddamn Horseboy is strong. How do you know I'm strong? Have you tried? Lu Yao was not a young girl. With what happened before, she naturally knew that Chen Yang was going to make dirty jokes again, so just with a cold face, she glared fiercely at Chen Yang and didn't pick up his words. But Chen Yang then added another sentence. Oh, almost forgot. Lu Yao no horsepower. Day long. You shut up, rascal. Lu Yao was annoyed. The organization of the meeting room was not very complicated. It was enough to clean up, organize the seating order form, and the instrument tools needed for the meeting to be checked, and finally distribute the items for the meeting. Chen Yang was assigned by Lu Yao to distribute the items, mainly arranging paper, pens and mineral water. This job, he did not refuse, because it involved a water delivery. Roughly calculating it, for a meeting of dozens of people, if a bottle of water was placed on each seat, that would mean that out of every 10 people, there would be one who would win the bid for that skill of increasing favorability of his own. Looking at the conference table where a circle of mineral water was placed, Chen Yang sked and shook his head. One bottle of water might not be enough. At the very least, 2 bottles per person would do. Increase hit rate. No, 3 bottles. In the end, Chen Yang put 3 bottles of water on each meeting seat. Of course, the leadership put Evian water, and the ordinary staff's was the $2 Nature's Mover. Although the prices were different, the probability of skill was definitely the same. Where do the leaders from headquarters sit? Chen Yang suddenly asked. Lu Yao, who was debugging the projector, casually pointed to the side in front. There, sitting with our President Wu. Chen Yang raised his eyebrows and nodded. Randomly, he directly placed the last whole box of Evian water next to the seats of the 2 executives. I really hope that the leader of the headquarters just came back from the desert. Chen Yang whispered. Hey, what are you muttering about? Bring me a bottle of Evian. I've been busy all morning. I'm thirsty. Lu Yao twisted her white neck and said, You really want me to get it for you? Chen Yang seemed to be smiling. Lu Yao didn't know what this fatty was thinking in his mind. She was just thirsty right now and stubbornly wanted him to get her a bottle. She didn't believe it. With her charm, how could she even be reluctant to get herself a bottle of water? Cut the crap. I want to drink water. Chen Yang smiled faintly and smoothly took out a bottle of Evian from below. Lu Yao took the water and took a sip in a civilized manner. The water droplets overflowed along her lips and mischievously flowed to her snow white and smooth. Liangjiu, based on Chen Yang's observation, Lu Yao's attitude didn't seem to change much. It should be that he didn't win. He felt slightly sorry for a while, but he also passed it without any concern. After all, whether or not Lu Yao has a favorable opinion of him is not really important. A flash of time arrived in the afternoon. The senior management of the headquarters came in person, making the company nervous. Even Wu Gong, the general manager of their branch, looked so cautious. In the company's internal WeChat group, the gossip had already begun. Most of them were speculations about the headquarters executives, or the fantasies of some female co-workers with overbearing CEO plots. Finally, according to the secretary of President Wu's gossip, only then did the crowd learn. This will come to the meeting of the senior. Specific information. It was rumored that this headquarters executive was the director of entertainment department of Silver Sword Culture and Media Company. At the same time, he was also in charge of the convention and exhibition business in the Hohai City area. In addition to Silver Sword Media's grand chairman and CEO, it could be considered one of the leaders with the most power. Of course, all of the above was not all that this big executives had to offer. The reason why, it made the general manager of their branch, Mr. Wu, feel the need to be cautious. That was because the other identity of this director of entertainment department was, surprisingly, also one of the partners of Silver Sword Culture. Partner. Even if he hadn't been exposed to this one level, that movie called by the same name had always been seen. So, a director who wore several hats and was also a partner. One could imagine the status in the company. Looking at the messages in the WeChat group, Chen Yang's heart was filled with envy. I don't know if I will also have the opportunity in my own lifetime to achieve such a high level of career. Since it was such a person who came to the meeting, it was no wonder that it made even General Manager Wu unable to sit down. He thought in his heart. Ding bell. Another message came from the WeChat group, but this time, it was not the gossip group of the crowd, but the group of each department. Chen Yang looked at the message sent by Li Mao. Attention people in our fourth group. The people from headquarters have arrived. All of you, don't get sleepy in the meeting later. Don't give me any trouble. Roger. Okay. The group responded with the same one. At this time, downstairs of the top sky mansion, a black top-grade Mercedes-Benz business, slowly parked. Afterwards, several people walked down from the car, without too many words, followed by the general manager's secretary who had been waiting for a long time, walked into top sky mansion. Chapter 10, Sending a Friend Circle to those begging for favorites and recommendations. There is no too grand welcoming ceremony. A lot of things to be reflected in the details. Those who understand. General Manager Wu Gong, personally waiting in front of the elevator. Subsequently, Chen Yang and the company's crowd, as expected, saw the senior leader who came from the headquarters. This almost made everyone's pride shattered to the ground. Who would have thought that the partner of Silver Sword Culture, the director of the entertainment department, would be a young woman around 30 years old with an ordinary appearance? In this position, 30 years old could really be said to be very young. After all, at the same similar age, Chen Yang was walking a completely different life from that one. The difference was so great that it was really a cloud of mud. If she is a beautiful woman, then at least there are some excuses can be said, such as relying on face position and so on. But if there were no looks, then obviously, it was strength. The meeting started very quickly. After an hour and a half long explanation, Chen Yang finally knew what kind of big list the headquarters had brought this time. This time, the single was not so much a convention and exhibition, but rather a grand program for the entire network's live streaming platform. The theme of the convention and exhibition event was tentatively set to be Short Video Live Streaming Music Festival. Listening to the name actually brings to mind some elements quite directly. Shake, bloggers, netizens, live streaming, bands, stars, and so on. Nowadays, the heat of the short video is high, and the ability of the net of the major platforms to bring goods, as well as the influence of their own traffic, even exceeds the trend of the stars. So any activity of an entertainment nature is almost inseparable from the producers of these short video contents. Or maybe it's the teams and live streaming companies behind these netroutes. Of course, if it was just an exhibition format like Netflix plus Music Festival, it wasn't such a big deal. The key was that the producers of this event, as well as the major sponsoring companies involved, between them, seemed to have some bigger ideas. But the things in this were not something that the bottom staff could know. Chen Yang didn't really want to know about that either. He was more concerned about whether there would be extra bonuses and overtime pay for such a large order this time. In the exhibition industry, there is more or less some bonus income, but it also depends on which companies and which exhibitions. Otherwise, Chen Yang's monthly salary of 6,500 is not so busy with overtime work. Obviously, such an event, certainly than they usually take over those companies' exhibition booths, can be much more difficult. It wasn't something that could be accomplished by one person, or one group. If they were to take over such a mega event, I'm afraid that the entire branch would not be enough, and they would definitely be very busy. Moreover, the activity orders that they had received before were basically all put off. This is not a small loss. At least for Chen Yang is so. Calculating the next quarter's exhibition orders, each more or less can get $1,000 or $800 in bonuses. This is the business that he begged his grandpa and grandma to sign. Just according to today's situation, it seems that it may be out of the question. This more or less led his heart a little melancholy. Not only is the business in vain, even the money in hand is gone. He was quite in need of money now, because with money, he could do a lot of things that hadn't been done. A couple hours later, the meeting finally came to an end. The content was matter of fact, and the project had been thoroughly explained. As for the next division of labor of each department, that is something that the leaders above will decide in a private meeting. Leaving the conference room, Chen Yang was slightly tired. The whole meeting, except for Wu Gong and that leader from the headquarters, when he drank water, it made him a little bit of spirit. The rest of the time was a sleepy state. It's not that he's not active, it's just that similar to this kind of large-scale exhibition, what they have to do, in fact, is to listen to the arrangement of the implementation can be, without any alarm. It was 5 o'clock again. After work, Chen Yang returned to his residence. Looking at the time, it was almost 6 o'clock in the evening. Today happened to be the day of the League of Legends semifinals. Although already 30 years old, for the game certainly did not have once the kind of fanaticism, but when it comes to esports, especially the League of Legends LPL, the global finals, Perhaps this is the only remaining bit of enthusiasm for boys like Chun Yang. Or rather, it is a kind of support for the youth. Always forget. A few people in the college dormitory shouting. Of course, there is also the loss after being eliminated again and again. Open the computer. Ordered a takeaway. It's the familiar voice again. The familiar commentary. Today's semi-final is different from the past, because it's two LPL teams. At least one, for sure, was able to make it to the finals. If they were able to win again this year, they might be able to create a triple crown. This was probably something that the men from dormitory 2127 had never even thought about back then. The match was played intensely. Seeing his favorite player, not to put the flash, was killed. Chun Yang anxious mouth spitting Funfeng. Seeing the domestic top singles, unexpectedly appeared such a ferocious player. He will be like an ant again. Will smile. Anyway, today this civil war, the heart of the hand are meat. See people sigh. Chen Yang in a certain moment, even impulsively picked up the cell phone, thinking about sending a WeChat to the former brothers now, or directly pull a group, in which a big criticism of today's game, just like in the past, the mouth high about today's BP, as well as say a little bit what the shortcomings of the style of play and so on. Just the next second after picking up his cell phone, he stopped, as if he felt it wasn't appropriate. After going their separate ways from Shanghai, there have been at least 5 years, as if they had agreed to each other. No one has contacted each other. Memory and a little bit of the emergence. An unspeakable gloom surged to the heart. In fact, the gray had left Shanghai City, and not only Chen Yang himself a person. It could be said that year, several people from their entire 2127 dormitory, almost all of them left with failure. Whether it was their careers or relationships, they were almost all buried in that time, leaving the city, as if to declare that the ideal has come to an end. Maybe they don't want to face the cowardly, because of a little difficult to retreat, the failure of their own it, so they each have no contact, not even send a WeChat voice. Chen Yang is even more so. These years even the circle of friends are rarely sent. It seems like bringing up that time would be especially awkward. Drinking the Fat House happy water in one go, Chen Yang sighed, thinking about the company executives he saw during the day. He suddenly felt that the few of them really had no ambition back then. Wasn't it because of the small setbacks at work? Wasn't it because of those stumbling obstacles on the road to entrepreneurship? Wasn't it because the gap between the beautiful ideal and reality was a little too big? Wasn't it because she preferred a richer man? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? It was as if it was because of what the system had brought to him these days. A change in his state of mind. Shen Yang began to have the courage to face the self that had given up on his dreams. On this path, being penalized with a red card, then naturally there was nothing to say. But if it is your own initiative to give up, then no one will sympathize with you, and will even laugh at you. The current Chen Yang did not want to be ridiculed. There was still a great deal of beauty in life. So, he wanted to get stronger. After thinking for a long time, Chen Yang decided that he would make a change first. Since those few ES were egged into dogs, he would be the first one to throw a bone. After many years, once again, he updated his WeChat friend circle. WeChat friend circle. A picture of SN battle team winning, and a picture of TES's defeated and fallen figure. And, of course, a quote. Winning and losing are not the end of the road. There's a higher challenge if you win. And if you lose, you'll just start from scratch the next ING season. So, doggies, what are you looking at? Yeah, I'm talking about you guys. IG and FPX missed out on 2 LPL championship moments earlier. If it's the third one this time, you guys are on your own. Bitches. Chapter 11, New surprises after the update. Requesting favorites and recommendations. After sending it out, Chun Yang's heart was actually a bit relieved. Some things have to be faced. In fact, be brave. You will find that this is simply a big deal. Anyway, first send a friend circle to stimulate a few of them. There is still a long time, and it needs to be infiltrated slowly. Chen Yang suddenly felt that he might have the talent to be a positive energy motivational lecturer. At this time, a picture of the system appeared in his mind. The first time I sent such a positive energy circle of friends, judgment of success. The first time I had the courage to face my weak and inferior self, judgment success. The first time he put down his self-respect for the sake of his brother's feelings, judgment success. Face value, plus 15. Temperament, plus 50. Weight, minus 5. Strength, plus 50. Physical ability, plus 50. Agility, plus 50. Memory, plus 50. Positive energy aura, plus 50. Judgment triple strike bonus, increases the attribute category endurance, bounce, and vocal range. Also, all talent attributes are randomly increased points accumulation. Skill bonus, ability to sing a master song. Also, songs will be randomly obtained by the system. Money reward, $500. Also, this amount can only be used to purchase pens, oboes, or repair water heater related equipment. System task, play oboe. Other items, waiting for update development. Current version, 1.5. Walt, this is a silent update? Looking at the system screen in his mind, Chen Yang locked onto the current version at the end. He clearly remembered that when he initially saw the system a few days ago, it was still version 1.0. He did not expect it to be updated so quickly, and it seemed that because he had completed a string of new judgments, a lot of things had been added. Even the attribute points were increased by 50 points. The natural attributes of endurance, bounce, and vocal range were added. I wonder if there will be hearing, eyesight, or the endurance of some vital organ down there or something like that in the future. Chen Yang was looking forward to it. While feeling the subtle changes in his body's strength, he looked at the added items at the bottom. In addition to the skills, there were also more monetary rewards, as well as system quests. But what made him depressed was that this money reward was also given a little too little. It was only $500. A room was not enough for breakfast the next day. Moreover, according to the system's meaning, it seems that this money can't be disposed of at one's own discretion, much less used for enjoyment. This $500, he can only be used to buy calligraphy, swana, water heater related things. Chen Yang knew that he had gained a total of 3 related skills: calligraphy master level, swana master level, and proficient water heater repair. He looked at the system's prompts and pondered for a while before it dawned on him. In other words, the system's monetary rewards could only be used in directions related to his skills. It was likely that the future monetary rewards would be like this, and there would be a high probability that it would be linked to the system quests. He had the task of playing the oboe. Then he would have to use the money to buy an oboe afterward. This was exactly the right match. Then if one gained the piano skill in the future, then would the system give one the money to buy a piano? And then what if one learned to build buildings, fly airplanes, and build rockets? It's hard to believe that. Crap. It's exciting to think about it. Ding. The system will randomize the song for you. Era/language/style/song title. Randomization begins. Era, 60-70-80-90-00-10. Language, Mandarin, English, Japanese, Korean, French, Russian. Style, American pop, ethnic opera, R&B, rap. Songs, Sweet Honey, The Dragon's Air, Hotel California, English. My Heart is Eternal, English, Michael Jackson songs. Flywheel C, F4 Meteor Shower, The First Snow of 2002. Nunchaku, Journey to the West. The Sea, Slam Dunk, Japanese, Girls' Generation, Korean. Bubbles, Chicken, You're Too Beautiful. The system is randomly completed. Congratulations! You've acquired the song, Sea and Sky by Baeong Band. Masterfully sung. Surprisingly, it was this song. Looking at the name of the song obtained, it filled Chen Yang with a sigh of reminiscence once again. This song probably belonged to the memories of the 80s and 90s. The most favored band in the hearts of many boys was probably Baeong. At that time, the dormitory building was full of people with guitars, playing Glorious Years, Sea and Sky, and Grey Tracks. Chen Yang was very satisfied with the random songs for the first time. After all, there were really too many songs from all over the world combined. It really wasn't too easy to be able to randomize the Mandarin language and have it be his favorite. He had to admit that he was a pentatonic broken voice, but this time seemed to be different. So the next time he went to a KTV, he should be able to show off his skills. Of course, just one song. Soon, a muscle memory that passed with the brain. It contained the understanding of the lyrics, the breathing breaks, and the treble's grasp of the mouth, as well as the use of the voice, and so on. But all the techniques for this song, Good Broad Sky, entered Chen Yang's body in a single stream. Can't wait. Chen Yang immediately opened his voice and tried it out. Today I watched the snow drift by in the night, with a cooled heart nest drifting far away. I go. Good to hear. He has again tried to sing other songs, really still hard to listen to. Chen Yang felt good, and then continued to sing the whole song, full of emotion, full of flavor, smooth and skillful. He was so excited that he left tears behind. I never thought that he one day actually can also damn a song so good. He then took out his cell phone and opened Singbar, National K Song, and various software that could recorded his first time singing without running out of tune. The first time he sang without running out of tune, judgment successful. Damn, messing with my mind, right? Chen Yang was excited until most of the night before he was ready to take a bath and sleep. At the same time, he received the bank card's arrival notification. Merchant's Bank, your recharge has arrived. When the money balance is 500 yuan. Yes, there was no other money on his card. A night's sleep until dawn. Chen Yang woke up in a daze and habitually glanced at his cell phone, confirming that he hadn't overslept. Then he opened WeChat and discovered the circle of friends showing someone liking it. His spirit was shaken. Clicked on the circle of friends that he sent yesterday. Mom and Dad were the first to like it. Then there were a few co-workers, and some who had already forgotten who they were. And among these likes, Chen Yang found the names of 2 people. one WeChat name, 2 dogs. The other was called 3 dogs. Chen Yang smiled slightly, then got up to clean up and get ready for work. While brushing his teeth, he looked at himself in the mirror that had changed a little. The mood was very good. Then he took off his underwear, turned the inside out, and put it back on. Don't get me wrong. This wasn't his way of celebrating being in a good mood, nor was it why he didn't wash his underwear. It just suddenly occurred to him that he never seemed to wear his underwear backwards. So on the spur of the moment, he decided to try it today. PS*, book friends, ask for a wave of recommended votes, chapter reviews and so on. Wildfire here to thank. Oh, and the collection. Chapter 12, Reverse Out Q Fatty Chen. Never done the ridiculous thing of wearing underwear backwards. Judgment successful. Face value, +5. Temperament, +5. Physical ability, +5. Bouncing, +5. Vocal range, +5. Literary aura, +5. Reverse thinking, +5. Bonus passive skill, reverse Q. Note, this is a passive skill. If you are in a situation, you can reverse it and have a chance to gain extra attribute points. Is this even possible? Chen Yang looked on in disbelief, not realizing that he had inserted a willow by his mindless action. Taken from Mindless Willow. Reverse operation. Chen Yang carefully pondered over this passive skill. Combined with his own underwear reversal just now, he seemed to have found some doorways. In fact, going against one's character was even a reverse operation. It was just that this going against one's character was more about changing oneself. This passive skill, on the other hand, was more of a targeted behavioral operation. It was as if it was another door to a new world. Chen Yang directly turned around, facing the direction of the toilet tank, and wrote across, never mind that much. First hand, reverse poop. This was very spiritual. He felt that he could indeed call it the word genius. Reverse ting triggers reverse Q passive skill, increase bouncing attribute by +20 points. 30 years have never reverse pooped, ruling successful. Face value, +1. Temperament, +1. Bounce, +1 +20. Top Sky Mansion. Lin Yeliang took his coffee and Starbucks breakfast and waited for the elevator with a tired face. Because of this single large-scale event, the ministerial level management was needed to discuss it. Therefore, he was tossed around by the leaders last night and didn't let them go home until late. However, this was not the main reason that made him rest badly. During yesterday's meeting, for some reason, Lin Yiliang actually had the dead fat man's figure appear from time to time, and that springy smiling face. Unconsciously the corners of his mouth curved up. Crouching your grandfather. Lin Yiliang, who had reacted, broke out in a cold sweat. The recent state is getting more and more out of place. It really creeps him out. Of course, what he didn't know was that he was by no means the only one who was in such a situation yesterday. Yo, Minister Lin. Good morning, Chen Yang greeted. Hearing the voice, Lin Yeliang only felt his scalp tingle and his body jolt. It's simply a ghost that can't be stopped. How come I see you every morning? Lin Yeliang was slightly stiff and didn't want to look at this dead fat man at all. Thinking about himself yesterday, he even smiled at another man's aunt? Really can't forgive myself. In the future, I absolutely can't be like this again. Have to be a little bit tougher on this dead fat guy to be able to do it. Lin Yiliang secretly resolved. He glared at Chen Yang. Fatty Chen, did you eat in the morning? Crap? Chen Yang barred his mouth. At this moment there was still the aroma of the meat bun he had just eaten. In the face of outsiders' politeness, the highly emotional man naturally understood. Oh, haven't eaten yet. Chen Yang pointed at the breakfast in Forestry Liang's hand. You don't eat? Ah, thanks then. As soon as he took it, the line flowed. Reverse predation. Trigger passive success. Increase bouncing attribute +10 points. Lin Yiliang froze on the spot. What's going on? It's none of my business if he ate it or not. I haven't even eaten yet. Why should I ask him if he's eaten? Looking at Chen Yang, who was gulping down his breakfast, he seemed to be in a bad way. The mental state is on the verge of collapse. Came to the company. Lin Yeliang took the lead in clocking in and disappeared. Chen Yang was not very anxious. While eating the free Starbucks breakfast, he looked at Lu Yao, remembering that yesterday she drank the mineral water she sent. She just didn't know if she had one. After all, this skill has a delay. With a 1 in 10 chance, it was still relatively easy to win, right? Indeed, it was quite easy to win. Chen Yang was probably unaware that there were still unlucky people like Lin Yeliang, who could win every time, existed. But for Lu Yao, he actually really didn't have too complicated ideas, completely out of their own. That is superficial hormone guide, that's all. Even if he changed to another object, his attitude would be the same, as long as the body is good. He is not afraid of the darkness of the sky. What are you looking at? Because of yesterday's incident, it was impossible for Lu Yao to have a good face towards Chen Yang anymore. Cold words. Chen Yang barred his mouth, his fat cheeks bulging round, and, after knowing you for so long, I don't even know how old you are. By the way, how old are you? Lu Yao looked at this dead fatty with a speechless face. Even if he is not handsome, how come he is not a gentleman? Don't you know that it's very rude to ask a woman her age like this? What do you care how old I am? Hurry up and leave when you're done. Chen Yang didn't care about Lu Yao's anger. Egu, there's no one else here. Tell me. I won't tell anyone else. You're 30-something? Fatty Chen. Lu Yao finally couldn't hold back. Where is she that old? Is this kid blind? How could I be 30-something when I'm so pretty? I'm 28. On this issue, Lu Yao felt the need to tell this unseeing fatty. 28? Chen Yang looked puzzled. Then his eyes followed her white, to the peaks of her fart. You. Chen Yang's eyes widened angrily. Lu Yao, I really didn't expect you to be such a person, even if you don't want to say it. I didn't force you. Why do you have to lie to me? Lu Yao was dumbfounded. What did I lie to you about? Still saying you didn't lie to me? I'm also someone with experience. I don't believe you when you say you're 28. With my experience, you have to be at least 36 to start. I'm not 36. Yes, you are. I don't. Yes, you do. You're butt chewing. Lu Yao was going to be furious. She pointed at Chen Yang. Are you full of food in the morning? Yeah, 2 meals early in the morning. Lu Yao was speechless. By the way, you are 36 several? Bull *********. Be hungry. Look, that's right. Be confident. 36B. N. Not bad. Taking another fierce look, Chen Yang contentedly turned away. Lu Yao stiffened in place. At this time, she had already realized that she had been set up by this nasty guy again. She had the urge to immediately strangle this lewd fatty. Chen Yang, you go to hell. Lu Yao groaned frantically. Reverse questioning beauty. Lu Yao's another size. Trigger reverse Q successful. Passive bonus, increase stamina plus 10 attribute points. Ding. Never before has he been so boldly lewd and nasty as to ask the beautiful Lu Yao about her size. Ruling successful. Face value, +1. Temperament, +1. Endurance, +1 plus 10. Vocal range, +1. Skill bonus, none at this time. Other rewards, none at the moment. System quest, playing the horn. Oboe. Other functions, awaiting development. Over. Looking at the picture in his mind, Chen Yang prettily collected the attribute points. It seemed that his previous vision was not wrong. Through the experiment just now, he could almost grasp the method of triggering passive skills. It was just that in the future, he might have to work hard on the people around him. That couldn't be helped. People who were beautiful would suffer. Since ancient times, red faces have been much better. The work of the company began gradually. Because the management had already discussed it in a meeting yesterday, the division of labor was very clear. For this short video music festival, which module each department needed to be responsible for would be led by the minister of each group. It was said that in a few days, the headquarters side would also send additional manpower over to help. Chen Yang naturally followed their marketing group, directly listening to Minister Li Mao's arrangement. Although the scale of the convention was very large, but after the division and refinement, it would be easier to give the work of each module area to different groups to complete. An internal meeting of the group in the morning, then in the afternoon, summarize the notes, and then finally organize the whole process. All in all, a day's work, and there were no extra interludes. Chen Yang just spent it in a busy schedule. After getting off work, Chen Yang did not drive home. Instead, he opened the navigation map to locate a store close to the pedestrian street of Galaxy City. Chapter 13, The Accident of the Magnificent Musical Instrument Company. Galaxy City Pedestrian Street. People scurrying thin. This is the most prosperous and lively place in Galaxy City. Shopping, specialty snacks, everything. Chen Yang is going to this magnificent musical instrument house, opened in such a prime location. After all, to complete the task given by the system, it is not very difficult. Is to buy a swana, and then blow a song can be. He had searched the internet during the day, and had thought that a folk instrument like the swana should be relatively easy to buy. But he didn't expect that the musical instrument stores he searched for that were closer to his home didn't have swanas for sale at all. Most of them had guitars, violins, drums, and for the more advanced ones, cellos, saxophones, and pianos. But there were no swana. In fact, he could have purchased it online, but he didn't know if he was affected by the swana muscle memory. He actually had a standard for the superiority or inferiority of swana in his mind. He even unconsciously developed an obsession to buy a musical instrument with a little bit of ceremony. So he searched for a long time, and finally, based on the recommendations and reviews on the internet, he found this Haojia Musical Instrument House, which is the most comprehensive musical instrument store in Galaxy City and is well known in Galaxy City. It took more than half an hour to find a parking space. This kind of prime location, parking would have been a big problem, but wherever there was a place to park, there was almost always a charge. In Chen Yang's opinion, There might not be anything that would hurt his body more than spending money. Taking the cell phone positioning, walked half of the pedestrian street, finally came to the door of the magnificent musical instrument house. The store was very large, and through the two large transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, one could see the inside, filled with a variety of musical instruments, from Western musical instruments to Oriental ethnic musical instruments, and so on. Everything is available. And look at the stars inside the scattered selection of musical instruments. Guests. Business is doing very well. Chen Yang walked in. There were 2 or 3 shoppers in the store who greeted Chen Yang with a smile. They did not take the initiative to come over to help him recommend or explain. Chen Yang liked this way. In fact, sometimes when buying things, there was always a shopper guide following, which would largely affect the experience. Unless, of course, you really need it. Chen Yang didn't rush to find the suona. After scanning through the wide variety of musical instruments in the store, he locked his eyes on the wall of guitars that filled an entire side. Although he was not very talented, when he was young, he had at least learned to play the guitar a couple times, so more or less, it still attracted some attention. There are a lot of brands: Yamaha, Fender, ESP. In short, the better ones. The placement is relatively high, and very concentrated. Casually glanced at the price. Chen Yang grinned. Ordinary ones cost a few thousand, not to mention the ones at the top. In the end, he reached out and took a guitar that was priced at the beginning of 1,000 in front of him. As the saying goes, when a connoisseur makes a move, he knows whether there is one or not. Often, people in the musical instrument business are looking at the guests to get started on the instrument before deciding whether or not to target sales. If very skillful and proficient, that is naturally a veteran. There is no oil water to earn head. If slightly raw, it may be a novice, or want to change a good piano to improve their own. This category is just need customers. Focus on treatment. The most uncertain, naturally, is nothing will not guests. This kind of guests are not good to grasp. Some may just come in to casually look. Some may be the beginning of the sinus, hesitate to buy a back to start learning. Chen Yang happens to be, half-assed are not as good as the level. Raw return to the sound, but climb a scale. Simple and Hyun can still fool a little. Therefore, he managed to catch the attention of the female clerk at the piano store. Sir, you play really well. Hypocritical opening line. The female sales clerk came over and helped Chen Yang put back the guitar. Which one do you favor? Any favorite brand? Chen Yang looked at her. The fingers were slightly rough, in which case, they might not be too smooth. It should be caused by frequently jerking something, and seeing the 2 sticks in her pants pocket, it was instantly clear. Like sticks. This is surprisingly a female drummer. How much is the one up there? Chen Yang pointed up high. It was a bone bronze colored guitar that looked like a ballad, but was a classical guitar. Chen Yang felt that his temperament went well with it, and if the price was right, he could buy it. After all, with the system, sooner or later, he would master the guitar master level. The female sales clerk smiled, and without even looking up, she directly answered, "Oh, the one above is more expensive. 38,000. Do I need to take it down for you to try?" Crap. Hasty. Chen Yang's heart was empty for a moment, as if he had lost something. 38,000. No need. I think this color and my temperament, it seems not quite match. The female sales clerk was tactful up and down. Nodding her head, she introduced, "There's one over there that's a better one in domestic production. The price is also very friendly. Why don't you try it?" "How much?" 8,000. Chen Yang's mouth twitched. It seemed that he should have some misunderstanding about the field of musical instruments. 8,000 is called affordable? After thinking about it, he felt that it was not advisable to stay here for a long time, so it was better to go straight to the point. "Blowing any?" "Blow what?" "The oboe." The shopgirl froze, her smile slightly stiffening. Originally, she confidently thought that her level of reading people was very accurate, and that she should be able to open a single not-so-small guitar today. As a result, she didn't expect that the other party would be a trumpet player. But the problem is, you want to buy an oboe, you play your sister here at the guitar. There is. If the suona is a national instrument, it belongs to the folk music area over there. She pointed in the direction. After saying that, the female sales clerk actually played with her stick, no longer paying attention to Chen Yang. In fact, there was nothing wrong with folk music. If Chen Yang said he wanted to get a guzheng or a loquat arrow or something, it was not bad. But suona words, the price is certainly relative to compare. That is a lot worse. This kind of niche and low price, almost nothing commission, so there is little interest. Chen Yang came to the ethnic musical instruments area. This side is also a lot of variety. Guzheng, arrow, loquat, willow chin, flute, chow. He searched for half a day and finally found the suona in a remote corner. After all, it is not a special audience, so the amount is not large, and the location is not conspicuous. It is normal. Took a look. The price is probably just 3 bands. 300 a grade. 500 a grade. And the most expensive is more than 1,000. Chen Yang hesitated for a while and finally chose to take a 500. The configuration was quite complete. Ebony-made Swana pole body, pure copper trumpet mouth, as well as wooden, plastic and metal. 3 kinds of Swana mouth can be changed. Holding the Swana in his hand, he gently pinched the thickness of the bell. The muscle memory of the Swana technique had already fused into Chen Yang's own subtle actions, as if behavioral habits, naturally judging the Swana's degree of good or bad. In the end, he felt that the 500 was not bad and decided to just buy it. Holding the selected Swana, Chen Yang was ready to go to the cashier to pay, but halfway there, but found not far away, someone is arguing. When I got closer, there were 5 or 6 people sneering at the 2 girls. Looking at their age, they should be college students. The man at the head of the group had a haughty face, swept over the top of the head of the young girl who thought she had a slender figure, and looked contemptuously at the direction of Chen Yang behind her. This look was not directed at Chen Yang, but seemed to be the entire area of ethnic musical instruments. He then said, "We're the best band in the whole school, with the strongest drummer, bass, guitar, as well as a keyboardist and violin. I just don't understand why you chose to be with them instead." "I do. It's none of your business." A clear voice came from the slender back. "Shumeng Jie, I think you're wasting your time and talent. If you come to me, I dare say that when the music festival comes, we'll definitely be able to amaze the entire internet." "That's what you think, not me." The man laughed without anger, his eyes contemptuous as he snorted coldly. "With just you and their low out-of-tooth ethnic instruments, do you really think, with your ability alone, you can bring them who play arrow and pipa? It's not that you don't understand, whether it's live performance or today's popular music. Apart from the electroacoustic set, what else compares to metal, bass and guitar? Even if it's compared to elegant classical, that violin and piano is definitely the ceiling. Don't deny it, because you yourself are a grade 10 piano, aren't you?" The man sighed. "Come on, come to my band. We'll work together, and after graduation, we'll have more room to grow." The woman looked up, straight at the boy. "Xiaohua, I'll say it again. Music doesn't discriminate between high and low, and you shouldn't bother me in the future." Shumeng Jie responded coldly. The boy named Xiaohua seemed a bit unforgiving. After all, he was in his early 20s, young and vigorous, and always felt that being rejected like this was too much for his face. No distinction between high and low? Humph. Good then. After saying that, he casually walked over to the electronic keyboard next to him and played a tune at an extremely fast speed. That sharp turn of complex notes was enough to show that the man's level of skill was extremely high. After playing it, the man looked towards the girl beside Shumeng Jie and pointed at her, saying, "This tune is on Jitterbug. It should be familiar. It's not very difficult. Can you use your broken guzheng to come up with an identical one?" The girl beside Shumeng Jie looked a little nervous. She slightly lowered her head. Her face was red, and tears were coming out of her eyes. This was a foreign R&B song, not to mention the complexity. There were so many little twists and turns that it would be difficult for her to play it on the guzheng. And coming right away, it was definitely impossible to play it. Humph, you can't even pick up a song in this category. And you're playing a combination of East and West instruments? You guys are just being funny. Shumeng Jie blocked the young girl's depths. Her face was not very pretty. She understood the difficulty of it. Even she would find it hard to play so skillfully and quickly as Xiaohua did just now. But just at this moment, an ear-piercing Swana sound rang out. PS*, all of you clotheshorse people, please collect and recommend the ticket. Wildfire, thanks again. Chapter 14, Jitterbug Divine Song Swana version. Seeking favorites and recommendations. In the musical instrument shop, everyone was shocked, then looked towards the back in unison. It was actually a fat man who played the music. Jitterbug Divine Music. Swana version? The ear-piercing sound of the Swana, as if a thick needle, pierced the layer of film of the people present, and then the hole became bigger and bigger. Chen Yang, from the initial slight rustiness, in a few moments, completely adapted to the skills of the Swana, as well as the use of the air gaps for the change of air between blowing. Deeper levels of muscle memory gradually awakened in his entire body. The feeling of playing the Swana for the first time in his life was as if he was meeting his wild father after so many years, and there was already a blood tie between them. More and more skillful, faster and faster, the notes seemed to have a life of their own, and through the trumpet of the Swana, they came out in an endless stream. The one Xiaohua had just played was a song in a foreign language. Anyone who usually swiped through Shivering Voice had almost heard it. Of course, surely some of them couldn't name it, but those who often swiped videos with such melodic background music naturally knew which song it was. This song, called Panama, the lyrics are very strange. It doesn't look like English. Anyway, Chen Yang does not know which country, but the melody was very good, extremely toxic, and quickly washed the brain. Therefore, It has also become one of the hottest background music of Jiayin at the moment. Although Chun Yang had once learned the guitar, he definitely knew nothing about music theory. But after having the muscle memory of a Swana master, he suddenly felt that any melody he had heard before seemed to be able to be blown out in a Swana. There was no theory to speak of. It just could. So, after Xiaohua finished playing the song Panama, he was 10 out of 10. The melody, along with the Swana's penetrating voice, hit the crowd like a bullet. Daka Nisi Asa Nuti I place. Ia Mais Borayan Panama. Zile Ziliu Allard Girl. He. No one ever thought that this song, which can also be played on the oboe, would have a different flavor. Moreover, this flavor, the expression of rhythm and staccato, had almost surpassed Xiaohua's playing before. The slender and tall young girl, Xu Mengjie, was already full of surprise at this time. After all, she was born in the world of music, and the elders in her family were mostly folk music players. So from a young age, for musical instruments, especially the country's musical instruments, the degree of pickiness is very high. The performances that could make her see eye to eye, or want to applaud, except for those national treasures, masters, there is almost nothing in the same category. However, she could not have imagined that this unimpressive fat man in front of her today would make her feel this way. For Chen Yang Swana, she only wanted to use 2 words to describe it. Wonderful. One song, the end. The penetrating power of the Swana came to an abrupt end. The musical instrument house was quiet for a moment. Everyone seemed to have experienced a frantic playfulness and needed a little time to slow down. The first to react was, surprisingly, the female clerk who had been playing the stick before. She couldn't help but clap her hands and applaud. The customers around her then clapped along with her, expressing their love for Chen Yang's performance. Chen Yang held the Swana with a relieved look on his face. The first time he played it, it didn't feel too bad. Handsome, big brother, you blow fantastic. The beautiful Chu Mingjie, with burning eyes, looked at Chun Yang and gave a thumbs up. Although I don't know how to call it, in the end, is it handsome, or big brother, or uncle? Then seemed to think of something, she turned to look at Xiaohua. See, who said that our ethnic instruments can't play those pop songs of yours? Besides, haven't you seen the singer before? Didn't Mr. Wei also hire masters of folk music to help perform? Could it be that you still want to say that they can't make it to the Hall of Elegance? Xiaohua stiffened, momentarily speechless. He was actually not looking down on those who played folk music. He was just rushing his words, wanting to stimulate Chu Mengjie. Although he didn't want to admit it, these were indeed all left behind by the ancestors, a very powerful crystallization of wisdom. However, in the final analysis, in his perception, something like musical instruments, it still depends on the market. Even if you play great, what's the use? Nowadays, in the big market environment, and even in the higher halls of learning, popularity determines everything. If you're not popular, it means that fewer people like it, and if fewer people like it, it's hard for you to earn traffic with this skill. No traffic, what do you engage in? Xiaohua had nothing to say about Chun Yang Swana. He was more or less depressed. I don't know where the Changbite gene ran out from. Even the damn weight is the same 200 pounds. But after all, musical literacy is there. He also knows that this fat man Swana Kung Fu, absolutely not cover, even if there is a strong sense of goodwill. But today's timing, it's not appropriate anymore. Xiaohua looked at Chu Mengjie. His tone eased a bit, but still insisted on his idea. Forget it, I'm not going to carry on with you. Anyway, think about it more yourself. My band, waiting for you to join at any time. After saying that, he took a few friends and left. Boss, we're just leaving? Yeah, that fat guy blowing on the song you played is obviously provocative. That's right, can this be tolerated? Why don't we go back? While walking out of Haojia musical instrument store, Xiaohua's buddy beside him asked. Xiaohua had a black line on his face, and his whole body was damn bad. Don't beep, try at What era is this? We're in our second year of college. We're in our early 20s. What do you want? Besides, look at that big fat guy. He must weigh 200 pounds. He's got a face like that. He's in his 30s. He's obviously a gangster. What's the point of messing with this kind of asshole? Can you handle it? Will you have a good time? A few people were silent. It was indeed a bit hasty. Go! Hurry back to school to practice. The musical instrument store. Chen Yang sneezed, oblivious to the fact that what he thought was a naive and wonderful image was so unpleasant in the eyes of his little brothers. Going to the front desk, he paid $500, swiped the cash rewarded by the system earlier, and carried the packaged Swana in his hand. At this moment, Chu Mingjie and her female companion stood right beside him, with a sweet smile on her face, making people's hearts happy. Big brother, thank you. You blew so well just now. Chen Yang sniffed, his fat burning slightly and his cheeks flushed. Very great. It's okay. Average grade is just He. His expression was coy and naive. Seeing this limpid and tall beauty up close, Chen Yang sighed in his heart. Sure enough, young is good. Even the sandals worn under the feet are the flavor of youth. And Lu Yao, this kind of mature beauty with into the society is different. Chu Mingjie's beautiful, completely like a comic out of the young girl in general. Slender figure, straight long legs, simple and clean clothes, and delicate features, always with a smile, youth and joy written all over her eyes. 10 years ago himself was also like this. Big brother, how do you play the suona so well? Are you a teacher at a music school? Or are you a virtuoso who specializes in playing the suona? Chu Mingjie asked. No, it's just an amateur hobby, casually blowing, just now it was just a whim. Don't mind Chen Yang scratched his head and replied. The reason why he would step in to help Chu Mingjie just now, it was actually Chen Yang who wanted to try to mind his own business a little more, because it was considered against character, something he had never done before. He was definitely able to complete a system judgment. At the same time, by taking this opportunity, he was also able to complete the system's task of blowing the oboe in one go, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. An amateur hobby? Chu Mingjie couldn't believe that an amateur who casually played the suona could play it so amazingly. Could it be that real people don't show their faces? It must be. Usually this kind of high person is hidden in the city folk. Chu Mingjie, due to reading too many internet novels, had a high-pitched image of Chen Yang standing on top of a mountain peak, playing the suona in her mind. It even occurred to her that there would be an opportunity to play in exchange with this suona master. That's right. Her own band was mostly folk instruments, so wasn't she in need of guidance from someone who could integrate folk instruments with popular music? Obviously this fatty brother just now did it. Chu Mingjie had other ideas after the sky was the limit, but how to invite it? Saying it directly would surely treat herself as a liar, right? Big brother, my name is Chu Mingjie. I'm from the Galaxy Music Academy. I'm helping my sister's son come over to change the guzheng strings today. Oh, then you guys are busy. I have to go. Bye. Mind my business? Chen Yang thought in his heart. Even though Chu Mingjie is pretty, it doesn't smell as good as the system rewards. He now just wanted to hurry back to the car and see how many attribute points the system had brought in this time, as well as the mission rewards. Seeing that this cold and dashing oboe master was going to leave, Chu Mingjie was a bit anxious. Originally, she was ready to explain herself and send out an invitation. Just didn't expect that it was never the boys who chased after them to talk, but today it turned into them chasing after a big fat man in a hurry. Big brother, then let's add a weibo. Have time to exchange suona. Make a friend. The moment Chu Mingjie's words came out, the female companion on the side dropped her jaw to the ground in surprise. Chu Mingjie in the Milky Way music department is a what kind of status? Judging from the looks, there is no need to say more. The absolute goddess, the man of the hour. Who would have thought that there would be a day when she would take the initiative to chase after a man's ass to ask for WeChat? If this were to let the boys in the school know, wouldn't they have to explode? What's even more outrageous is that the man across the street is not only 200 pounds and lewd looking, he actually has a reluctant face. Where can we argue? Chen Yang urgently want to go back to the car to see the system, so it seems a little rude, but after all, it is a big beautiful woman with their own initiative to ask for WeChat. Not to give that as a fool. Okay, you add me. Get it quickly. I'm in a hurry. He took out his cell phone QR code. Good. Chu Mingjie nervously and carefully took out her cell phone and swept the QR code. She was happy in her heart. Maybe this was really a turnaround for her band. After adding it, she glanced at WeChat. It was a little bit bewildering. Chen Yang's WeChat avatar was a selfie that was a bit similar to him. Only, the person in this selfie was very thin, very handsome, super fresh meat, handsome face, flying sword eyebrows, charming smile. This is using his brother as an avatar? Weirdo. Chapter 15. Good men don't earn money that counts. Seeking favorites. Congratulations, you have completed the playing the suona quest. Quest reward 1, personal attributes increased by sight hearing. Mission reward 2, free attribute points plus 100 points. This attribute can be added by the host at will. Ding. 30 years have never played the oboe, judgment successful. 30 years never meddled with music, ruling successful. Face value, plus 5. Temperament, plus 20. Sight, plus 20. Hearing, plus 20. Physical ability, plus 20. Weight, minus 1. Endurance, plus 20. Strength, plus 20. Agility, plus 20. Bounce, plus 20. Lung capacity, plus 20. Memory, plus 20. Vocal range, plus 20. Skill bonus, none at this time. Cash reward, none. System tasks, none at this time. Other functions, waiting to be developed. Free attribute points, 100 points. Over. Chen Yang sat in the car and could hardly hide his excitement. Without a doubt, this free attribute points reward counted as a brand new discovery. And in his opinion, It was a very bullish reward now. Before this, all of his rewards were randomly assigned attribute points, so he couldn't enhance his talent in a certain area as quickly as he wanted. But now the arrival of this free attribute points had sort of solved this problem. This time, the system decided that although there weren't any skills, the attribute points were added in a very comprehensive manner. Almost all of the attributes were boosted. Looking at the numbers on the panel, Chen Yang pondered for a moment. According to his previous experience, the talent gain that could be brought about by these 100 attribute points was definitely visible to the naked eye, but it definitely wouldn't be particularly explosive either. After all, from the previous few days until now, the number of points that his various attributes had increased by, without 100, there were also 80. Apart from the obvious subtle changes in temperament and strength above, the others hadn't seen any special results. Therefore, Chen Yang felt that such an increase didn't have that thrill of sudden transformation. Since that was the case, why not accumulate them and then add them all at once when a certain talent was needed? That would definitely be very refreshing. Thinking of this, Chen Yang cancelled the idea of using these 100 attribute points right away. He decided that he would complete more quests in the future, and after getting more free points, let's go for the big one at once. Driving home, he picked up a fried rice downstairs by the way. Since I was still in a good mood, I bit the bullet and added a chicken leg. To say that to do something that has never been done before. In fact, it is not difficult. As long as you break through your stingy character, spend more money, you can complete a lot of judgment. It was just that Chen Yang really couldn't let go of his lifeblood. Anything else is good, but only spend money, he really cannot. Maybe this is the poor man's thinking, the poor man's life. Never be able to do like those protagonists in the novel that swiped the card. According to his own summary, this is not his fault at all. He also wants to spend money like crazy, but this system of his own is different from others. Why don't you give me $100 million, a building, a set of Thompsons? There's no money in my pocket. How can I spend it? Spend your life? Speaking of no money, Chen Yang came back to depression. Not for any other reason. Because of this large-scale activities, he hands of the single all put off. There is no extra money to be made, and there is no oil to be eaten. After receiving this month's paycheck, paying rent, and paying off credit card bills, he may have to eat dirt. They say that good men don't earn money that counts, and that's really true now that I think about it. While eating fried rice, Chen Yang thought about it. Right now, waiting for the system to give money. It should be unlikely. Even if they give their own money, it is estimated that they will limit the use of that kind of. There is also the same as no, so still have to think of their own way. So it is still necessary to find a way by oneself. It's also time to change the lifestyle, engage in some side business, so that they can move towards wealth freedom. If one really depended on one small salary, when would life be over? Moreover, with the system's rewards, there would be more things that one could do, and they must not be wasted. He now had a master's good handwriting. Set up a kindergarten class and teach small children to write? No, I work every day, and sometimes I have to work overtime to go to exhibitions on weekends, so I don't have time at all. Then on the internet, take some orders to repair water heaters. To repair water heaters for people? This does not seem to be very reliable. In case the man and his family is there, then it is not. The only thing left to do is to play the swana and sing. But how do you convert this into money? Selling on the streets? Chen Yang analyzed and analyzed and analyzed, and in the end still did not have a clue. He helplessly smiled to himself. Alas, or will be too few things. In addition to work to get a dead wage, entrepreneurship this road. This is what they do not know and there is no capital in hand. Basically cannot do anything. Really is a working life. Others are to participate in activities to see the exhibition, play while making money, but damn himself, but in the back of the ass tired. What benefits cannot get? People than people, angry dead people, lighting a cigarette after dinner. Chen Yang exhaled a mouthful of thick fog, or those short video net read, anchor to the good every day straight a broadcast with goods, and then participate in a variety of activities exhibition. Money is not quite earned. Wait, thinking of this, Chen Yang's suddenly eyes light up. The first thing I want to do is to get a good deal of money from the company. I'm lying in bed every day, a brush is 2 hours. Stupid to others, why can't I do one? Why can't he be a B-Station Up Master, Penguin Platform Game Live, or Shake Shack Short Video? After thinking for a long time, comprehensively considered their own situation, Chen Yang decided to make a Jane account to try. The threshold is low, does not require any money, and the time is relatively free. As long as the video content is good, the probability is that someone will pay attention. As long as it can be done, with more fans, one can, in some way, cash in. Maybe, one could be like those net stars, live broadcasting, bringing goods, or even being invited to participate in exhibition activities, taking cooperation. Crap, It can be engaged. The more Chen Yang thought about it, the more excited he became. And on the spot, he took out his cell phone and lay on the sofa, ready to brush up and look at other people's videos for inspiration. He needed to determine the type and direction of his video, so that he would be more precise in saving powder. Then swiped on a certain interesting video. Then he clicked on the account's homepage below. Then the more he swiped, the more he got on top of the TM. Ciao. Can't get out. 2.5 hours later. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Why don't we think about it tomorrow? Go to bed early. We have to go to work tomorrow. Chen Yang took a shower and lay on the bed. Liang Long. Not sleepy. Chen Yang wants to cry. Damn video. Stupid. Tossing and turning. Chen Yang forced himself not to look at his cell phone. However, if you do not look at the phone, you still cannot sleep. With no other choice, he picked up the laptop on his bedside. It was the same childhood diary that he had brought from home. Since he couldn't sleep, let's continue to study his past. This would also help in completing the system judgment afterwards. Continuing his progress from last time, he continued to turn down the page. Chapter 16, The Last Prairie Fire. Begging for Favorites. Diary. February 29th, 2003. The weather was sunny. Scratch that. Write a ing diary. School starts tomorrow and I can't even ing finish my winter break homework. Who told me to believe in my last 3 days? The dog he is. March 2nd, 2003. Overcast. The homeroom teacher is A. He told my mom that I didn't do my winter break homework. Okay, fine. From now on, it's over. If I come in first in math again, I'll take your name. March 3rd, 2003. Weather unknown. Heck, the first day of sleeping in math class. March 6th, 2003. Weather forgotten. Day 2 of sleeping in math class. March 7th. Third day of reading comics in math class. March 15th. Passing notes in math class. Day 4. April. Day N of skipping math class. Chen Yang was looking at it with a black line on his face. If it wasn't for the dog-eared autograph, he would have really thought that this was someone else's unlucky kid. But recalling that time, he had indeed done such a stupid thing. He even recalled the image of the homeroom teacher at that time. After school, chasing after himself every day, almost every week. He had to call himself to the office and talk about a bunch of axioms. At that time, he didn't understand it, and was completely holding a grudge. Since then, math scores have gone down the drain. Because of this, Mom has beaten himself a few times. It seems that in the end he could not stand, but also with the teacher had a big fight. Said to change the class to come. He was angry enough. Time in a hurry. This is so many years. Chen Yang can only vaguely remember the outline of the math teacher. Seems to be surnamed Jia. Called Jia what? I cannot remember. It was finally payday. Chen Yang felt that this month seemed to have gone by very quickly, and it was the end of the month in the blink of an eye. Of course, the reason why he felt this way was mainly because of the matter of preparing for that large-scale short video music festival event brought by the headquarters, the organizer, the contractor, and the planning of the convention. These were actually not the same organization. It seemed to mean the same thing, but there was a distinct difference between the primary and secondary levels. Silver Sword Culture, in the role of this activity, belonged to the position of exhibition planning. They are accepted the commission of the organizer, took the money of others, will give people to the exhibition planning, as well as the implementation of good. The party that undertook the event, in turn, was assigned by the organizer. So in the final analysis, the organizer was the real gold master who took the money. Simply put, it is like the role of Party A and Party B in the design industry. So as the final planning and execution of the frontline staff, Chen Yang, they, tired as a dog. The preparation of the event, docking, and logistics of various items, accessories, equipment needs, etc., etc. These all need systematic coordination, as well as for the corresponding company, contact, check. After all the details have been calculated in writing, this is just the beginning, because the planning team, for the exhibition site design, has not been finalized. After the messy preparation was completed, it was time to wait for the master planner side. After they designed the exhibition, they will hand over the various needs, as well as the activity theme program, to the hands of each group. Then the real preparation for the event will start for the designed and planned model of the convention. Don't get too excited, because all of the above is just the preliminary stage. The most tiring part is the last month, because the layout and execution of the event site, that requires physical labor. Almost after doing a large event, everyone will be physically and mentally exhausted state, each 10 days and half a month. Slow down. But now the industry is so competitive. Do not do it. You do not do, behind a large number of people lined up to do. After all, this is not a lack of manpower industry, more not the kind, irreplaceable positions. Chen Yang could only silently mourn for himself. Ding, J set up bank, reminds you that the payroll card arrived, 6,500 yuan. Chen Yang glanced at the cell phone text message and randomly opened a few app software. There was some PayPal, some business credit card app. There's no way, when people are out, their usage is sometimes uncontrollable. Colleagues and friends go out to play with each other. You come and go to treat dinner. From time to time need to spend some. In case you meet a lot of girls. Love face. This time absolutely cannot save. Similar to this, once or twice a month. The difference is going to be the overdraft of the next month's quota. The vast majority of older young people may be like this. Ding dong, your Hua chanting bill for the month has been settled. Ding dong, your Jia chant has been paid off for the current period. And you have 6 more installments to go, all of which will be settled. Ding dong, a merchant credit card reminds you that your bill for the month has been paid off. Ding dong, landlord Weibo voice OK rent received. Ding, J setup bank, reminds you that the current account balance, 500 renminbi. Rely. What does $6,000 smell like? The side hustle is imminent. Short video entrepreneurship is imperative. Chen Yang returned home and secretly made up his mind. Originally, I had already made up my mind a few days ago, but I was so tired from work that I really didn't have the energy to go home. It's just that today, his own paycheck, turned around and went somewhere else. The stimulus to him could be too much. So today, yes, tonight, even if you think out of the box, you have to come up with a video copy and take your first step. The power of a short video needs no introduction, but the difficulty goes hand in hand. The more toxic it is, and just as clear, the more engaging you have to be. So, how to catch people's eyes in just a few dozen seconds, or even a dozen seconds, is the essence. Nowadays, these video accounts are either bursting at the seams and starting high or going low. Either they rely on the accumulation of high-quality content over a long period of time. Obviously the latter's fans are more precise and solid. Just like reading a web novel, updating a good story every day, continuing in the past, as long as it is not too unique, more or less will be somewhat effective. If the amount of updates goes up, the daily, forget about it, don't mention it. Chen Yang thinking back to the point, he felt that he wanted to go long-term, to choose the latter, shoot a vlog, the whole paragraph or something, or directly on the talent, play a swana, or just go into mad dog mode, and when you see someone you don't like, just at them, and dislike them like crazy, or package yourself as a male publicist, a rich second generation, or an entrepreneurial wizard, who earns $10 million a year, and finally harvest a wave of leaks, or to buy a beautiful cat, 2-penny dog, and then ravage their lives every day. A flash of 2 hours have passed. Don't know if you don't do it. As soon as you do it, Chen Yang realized that the difficulty of this. It turns out that thinking of a good short video copy is really not an easy thing. Casual shooting surely anyone can, but want to really do it well. Do it can bring yourself a sizable income, let you support your family, let you change the status quo in life. That takes more than just spur-of-the-moment creativity. It's more about consistent daily content output, and constant updates and persistence. If you don't have a team behind you, supplying it, doing it alone really requires a lot of determination and stamina. It's good that Chen Yang has confidence, because he felt that he did not lack endurance, as long as he had enough attribute points. In addition, there was still some small intelligence, so combining his advantage of having a system, he thought of a direction. This thought and direction should be feasible, but it would take some time. While thinking about it, Chen Yang casually reset his account. He created a new shake video number. The nickname was filled in and thought for half a day. Using his own name seemed low. Using an animal's name? For example, Era also sucks meow or something like that. It seems like it doesn't have any characteristics. For a long time, Chen Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. A good name came to mind, and it seemed to fit the direction of his future jitterbug theme. It was called Getting Stronger Starts at 31. Chen Yang went towards the beginning with apprehension. He couldn't set out to think about how far he would go in the future. He just hoped that the last prairie fire of the fall of his youth would burn for a longer time. P.S. Thank you for your recommendation. The front is relying on a few of you to give wildfire confidence. I can't thank you enough. 90-degree bow and bend. Knock knock. Chapter 17. Hate it when people talk about me. The weekend is a good day for the sub. Especially for students on college campuses. It was the time to pursue freedom and let themselves go. Xu Mingjie was lying on her bed in the dormitory, holding her cell phone and tossing and turning. That said, after adding that fat big brother who could play the oboe last time, it was a few days past, and surprisingly, she didn't even send herself a WeChat. This made her feel very surprised. Although Xu Mingjie was not the kind of green tea that played with emotions, but after all, she was also a young girl in her early 20s, and also had a school flower level appearance. For the man who added his own WeChat and was able to hold on to it and not send himself a message, it was still the first time he had seen it. Still remember just started school that will. Class boys added their own WeChat. Every night, are dozens of WeChat to return, to her annoying enough. Of course, Chu Mengjie definitely didn't have that aspect of the idea for Chunyang. Her main purpose, in fact, is to want to exchange with Chunyang how to ethnic musical instruments, with the current popular music combination. If possible, she even wanted to try and get Chunyang to come to her own band. If she could get a Swana master to help her band complete a few pieces, then they would be able to further improve. Maybe, when the time came, the short video music festival that they were participating in, they could also invite the master to perform with them. And once the Swana was blown, it would definitely be a hit. Ideas are always very beautiful. Chu Mengjie knew that she had to take the initiative. Generally this kind of folk music masters, that are not showy, is the same as the day this fat big brother, raise their hands and feet see, are unintentional move, but once out, must be extraordinary. This is the Haiman style, casually blew a little, and then Xiaohua was subdued. The more Chu Mengjie thought about it, the more she felt that this fat big brother was a master worth consulting, so she decided that no matter how difficult it was, she had to ask the master out. Learning from Liu Bei's 3 visits to his hut would be fine. Tapping on Chen Yang's WeChat, Chu Mengjie couldn't help but let out a laugh. This big brother is really funny, even using his own brother's photo as an avatar, and I don't know how many people have been fooled by this handsome avatar. After thinking for a moment, she then sent a message to Chen Yang. Master, good morning I'm Chu Mengjie who added you a few days ago. Smiley JPG. Chen Yang, good morning, ha ha. Seeing such a quick reply, Chu Mengjie rejoiced. Big brother, are you free today? I'd like to invite you for coffee and ask for some oboe lessons. Chen Yang, want to ask me out? Chu Mengjie froze. This big brother's reply was really direct. You can also say that. Chen Yang, oh, what is the meaning of this? Chu Mengjie had a black line on her face. If this fat big brother wasn't pretending, then he was a straight man of steel. She thought about it and then tentatively asked, Big brother, then can you come? Chen Yang, originally several female co-workers about me. Then I'll all back off well. The address sent me. Chu Mengjie's heart was happy. It seems that she was overthinking it. She didn't expect the other party to agree, and still put off the other appointments. For some reason, she had a small trace of pride. See, this was her own beauty. Asking her big brother out and all but cutting in line. Who would have thought it? She was so proud of being able to ask out big fatty Chen Yang. I'm afraid that pigs have thought of things. Hurry up and send an address over. Big brother, you just come to our school side well. Galaxy Conservatory of Music. You arrive at the main gate. Give me a message. I'll go pick you up. Chen Yang, ajvk, reverse squatting on the toilet. Chen Yang silently put down his cell phone. His eyes narrowed into a slit. Obscene. Just about to drown in facial fat. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he laughed out a pig's laugh. A beautiful woman invited herself for coffee. Only a fool would not go. This was a once-in-a-century thing. If you want to talk about sultriness, I'm afraid no one is his match. As a man who was about to move towards the mature age group, he actually used such despicable means to lie to a youthful young girl. It was probably only Chen Yang who could do it. What with several female co-workers asking themselves out, it was all bull *********. Of course, he was also strictly following the method he had summarized before for chatting. Stay cool, don't be a licking dog, and don't let your personality take over. If this was put in the past, he would definitely be full of enthusiasm, and could not wait to lick the past. System, hurry up and decide. Does it count if a beautiful woman looks for me for a date and invites me for coffee? Chen Yang asked. According to his recollection, it seemed that he had never met such a thing. Although he was as handsome as a star in college, it was never popular to go to a coffee shop to drink coffee in those days. Unlike nowadays, there are so many ways to go on a date that your wallet can't even hold it down. Beautiful woman invites for coffee date, the system decides to fail, will not be passed. What? Chen Yang froze, a bit surprised. What's the situation? This is not even given a pass? Is this not forbidden by you? I can swear to God, I have never been asked by a beautiful woman for a coffee date. Chen Yang tried to argue. He couldn't just lose the attribute rewards that came into his hands in such an unexplained manner. Assam Nestle / and so on, all count as coffee. Once they gave it to you. *********. This also counts. Chen Yang was speechless. Indeed. Those who didn't go to the cafe for drinks at that time in school often bought 2 drinks and went to the grove to play. If I knew it earlier, I should have only drunk Coke Sprite at that time. The Galaxy Conservatory of Music is one of the top-ranked music colleges in the country. The school has produced a number of musicians, singers and celebrities, and has been recognized as one of the top music schools in the country. There are even guaranteed admission to the Berklee College of Music in the United States. the opportunity to further study at a higher level. Most of the teachers here are famous musicians. So, to say that the most famous university in Galaxy City is not Galaxy University, which is a 211 university. Rather, it is this, the prestigious Conservatory of Music. Chen Yang sped all the way. It could be said that he was familiar with the road. In fact, to go to the Galaxy Conservatory of Music, then there was no need to locate the navigation, because years ago, he had come here often. The benefits of art colleges and universities. Do not need to say anything more. In addition to more beautiful women is more beautiful women. He was sure that 80% of the young men in Galaxy City had come here for sightseeing. Those with better conditions could still drink a bottle of Red Bull or something like that. Arrived at the entrance of the university, feeling a college atmosphere. The heart is full of nostalgia for the college time he used to have. Thinking of this, cannot help but curse the dormitory of those few dogs. A few days ago after the circle of friends was sent, those few people finally liked it, but also do not leave a message. It seems that it is still necessary to find an opportunity to have a good chat with them. Taking out his cell phone, he sent Chu Mingjie a WeChat. I'm here, in front of your school. Soon received a reply. Chu Mingjie, big brother, you are fast. The corner of Chen Yang's eyes jumped. In my life, I hate it when people say I'm fast. Chu Mingjie, wait for me. I'll be right there. Chapter 18, I'm going to drink coffee. Requesting recommendations. To say this about men, the difference between 20 and 30 years old, it was entirely possible to find out the difference and the answer from when they looked at pretty girls. On this point, Chen Yang deeply experienced and agreed. Young lads were more impetuous, easily attracted by some distractions, with fluttering eyes, not calm enough, and as a sign of a mature man, that is, will never give up his initial sight because the other party looks pretty. Since looking at the legs, then certainly will not from time to time also sneak a peek at other places of people. This point of determination, Chen Yang still have. Besides, always looking around is not very polite to other girls. Straight and smooth, rounded lines, cool place, slightly a hint of full of artistic imagination. What is it called? Oh yes, many artists call it white space. The metaphor is just right. Good. Xu Mingjie was dressed in a short white dress, like a comic book girl, walking from the Conservatory of Music. Wherever she passed by, there was nothing but admiring glances from the boys. With a glance, she saw the fattest star in the crowd. Hey, big brother, I'm here. Xu Mingjie happily greeted. Chen Yang did not know what to say. Such an image of a youthful lady, yet she had a big, uninhibited personality. Could it be that girls who played in bands were all of this contrasting route? While thinking about it, Chen Yang beckoned. The difference between big brother and little brother was like calling a woman big sister and little sister. Chen Yang didn't like girls calling him big brother. There was always a feeling of a lover becoming a brother and sister. Hello, my name is Chen Yang. You can call me by my first name in the future. Okay, big brother Chen Yang. Xu Mingjie nodded happily. Remembering the last time we met at the musical instrument house, it wasn't this frothy where to do? Cafe? Chen Yang asked. Xu Mingjie's eyes rolled. Brother Chen Yang, why don't we do it in our band's practice room? We can buy a few cups of milk tea and go over there. I want to introduce a few of my classmates who also play ethnic musical instruments to you. I told them all about the musical instrument house before. They all adore you. Good lord. Sure enough, I jumped in the hole. Obviously said it was a date. Invited himself to a coffee shop to drink coffee. Chen Yang this look all set dating into the band members introduced. Coffee has also been replaced with milk tea. No way. I want to drink coffee today. I'm not going to be able to get a good deal on this, even if Jesus is here. I said. Walking on the noisy campus road, a bottle of Nestle Smooth drink to vomit. Xu Mingjie carried a few cups of cocoa milk tea in her hand and looked at Chen Yang with embarrassment. Big brother Chen Yang, I'm sorry, this milk tea store doesn't have any more coffee. You said that you were invited to come all the way here, so I let you drink a bottle of Nestle. I'm over it. Chen Yang's face was the whole person was damn bad, completely unable to see that she had any intention of being overly upset, obviously thinking about how to walk faster and bring herself into the band practice room. This was completely different from what he had previously imagined had thought, after their date to the cafe. With the mature charm of his 31-year-old youth, he could easily obtain Xu Mingjie's heart. Then through skillful techniques, let himself and her feelings quickly warmed up, after which she dropped out of school, married to himself and had a monkey, and finally she would break up with her family's feelings, and the two of them would wander off to the ends of the earth. Love is deep and rainy, blue life and death love, rotten house full of people, and you from the stars But what's going on now? 10 minutes later, finally arrived at the music practice building. The Galaxy Music Academy's faculty was still very strong, and there was a special music practice room building here. As long as one reached a certain level, or if the team reached the standards given by the school, one could rent the music practice rooms provided by the school. There were individual practice rooms, as well as orchestra ones, and large choirs, symphony orchestras, and such oversized practice halls. As soon as you entered the building, you could hear the sounds of various instruments coming from inside. There was also the electric sound of the band, as well as various singing voices. Chen Yang followed Chu Mingjie to a practice room on the second floor. At this moment, there were 5 people practicing their instruments inside. At a glance, good guy, guzheng, eru, flute, as well as electronic piano and guitar, drums. It was really a combination of East and West. Here we are. Chu Mingjie excitedly walked in and said loudly. There were 5 people in the practice room, 3 boys and 2 girls. One of the girls Chen Yang had seen before, the girl who had followed Chu Mingjie to the musical instrument store that day. Seeing the duo come in, a few people stopped the instruments in their hands. Chu Mingjie shook her milk tea, signaling that she was treating today. Then she said, "Everyone take a break. Let me introduce you. This is the Swana master I told you about, Big Brother Chen Yang." The few people in the band looked over. The 2 girls greeted them nicely and went to get milk tea to drink. The other 3 boys, on the other hand, were not as enthusiastic as the girls, but out of courtesy, they all nodded their heads say hi in greeting. Chen Yang could clearly feel the coldness in the eyes of several of them, as well as the mustiness towards himself. As someone who had been in the social workplace for 7 or 8 years, this little bit of their minds could still be seen at once. A small collective that had been very fixed from the beginning, suddenly letting an outsider in to communicate. Instinctively, there would definitely be some xenophobic hearts. It wasn't necessarily about ostracism, but inwardly, one was sure that one was an outsider. This point, Chen Yang fully understood. He was originally an outsider, right? The reason why he agreed to Chu Mingjie to come over is simply because he felt that the probability of being able to complete the system task judgment here, the last of those 3 articles summarized for himself was, experience more fresh things. Since the musical instrument row meddling himself had done it before, there was no reason to refuse Chu Mingjie today. Chen Yang knew her thoughts. She had already told herself on the way. Her band, in the school, was also considered a rather exceptional existence. The combination of folk and Western instruments, which was supposed to be more difficult. Most of the school's bands and orchestras, unless joined by a big name, otherwise it was hard to achieve anything. What's more, the things that were played were inherently different, and it would be difficult for students of Western music and folk music to come together. Chu Mingjie, this is also regarded as the top of a lot of naysayers, favoring the boat against the current. Casually play together to play this simple, but to achieve results, have a handful of works. It is not easy, and it's really hard to play a lot of popular Western songs on folk instruments. Over time, the people in the band had all started to lose a bit of confidence. So, after Chu Mingjie saw Chen Yang's blowing that day, the idea of inviting him came to her. She just wanted Chen Yang to use the Swana to tell them that folk instruments, like all kinds of possibilities, existed, and were no worse than those popular ones. As long as your skills are strong enough and your understanding is deep enough, you can create your own thing. Chen Yang followed a few people and sat down, sipping something while starting a casual conversation. As everyone introduced themselves, they were able to relax and familiarize themselves slightly. When it came to the aspect of musical instruments, Chu Mingjie started to get into the topic and asked something about Swana. Chen Yang couldn't play any other musical instrument, but the Swana, he possessed the ability of a master, so he was still able to talk about Swana-related things, from the historical origins, to the development of the culture in the middle, all the way to the current improvements in Swana techniques, and how to change the techniques to play popular music, and so on. It was all very informative. After the end of the chat, the crowd wanted to listen to Chen Yang's Swana, but at that moment, a few people came in outside the door. Professor Qin, why are you here? Chapter 19, I really didn't want to mess with the mind. Professor Qin, what brings you here? Seeing the person coming from the doorway, Chu Mingjie went forward to greet him. Galaxy Music Academy, Qin Kai, Professor Qin, a nationally renowned master of folk musical instruments, Eru player, editor-in-chief of a folk music magazine column, member of the Classical Musical Instrument Research Association, with many titles, although they were all areas of music that were not well known to the public, but in the Galaxy Music Academy, it was a highly respected teacher. The reason why he would suddenly walk into Chu Mingjie's band's practice room was because just now, outside the door, he had overheard Chen Yang's insights on the Swana. He felt that what Chen Yang said was quite interesting and insightful, so he couldn't help it. So he walked in with a few students behind him to see who it was. The few members of the band, too, all got up and saluted Professor Qin. Chen Yang stood at the back. After all, he wasn't a student of the school and wasn't very familiar with him, so it seemed unnecessary to be too polite. solely just silently drink Nestle well in the back. Already the third bottle. Shin Kai looked at Chu Mingjie with a warm smile. So it's Mingjie's practice room, ah? Just now I heard you guys talking about Swana? Chu Mingjie nodded her head, then seemed to think of something. As soon as she pulled over Chen Yang, she introduced him. Actually, Chu Mingjie didn't know much about Chen Yang, other than knowing the name and that he was good at playing the Swana. There was nothing more, but of course she focused on Chen Yang's attainments in Swana. That day at the musical instrument store, Chen Yang's Swana version of the Jitterbug song was still fresh in his mind. While listening to Chu Mingjie's introduction, Shin Kai smiled as he looked at Chen Yang and took a closer look. Unusual looking, a bit slightly chubby, he didn't seem to be a student. This gave him some curiosity. Although Galaxy City was large, the circle of ethnic musical instruments was small. There are a few masters who play Swana, but I have never heard of such a figure as Chen Yang. Shin Kai looked at Chen Yang and asked tentatively, "Hello Mr. Chen Yang, I'm their teacher. My name is Shin Kai. I don't know who is the master of your Swana. Who is the master?" If someone in the folk musical instruments circle heard this, they would understand. This question from Shin Kai was actually not just out of politeness, but a very targeted inquiry. Because similar to the Swana, this kind of ancient folk musical instrument, want to learn to really learn the essence. Not only do you need to work hard from a young age, but you also need to be passed down from generation to generation of Swana people. If you go to the Swana instrument class, you may only learn some of the skin. To truly learn the essence of the Swana, it was necessary to have an old master's legacy. Therefore, since Chu Mingjie's eyesight said that this person's Swana was at the peak, it must be the close disciple of a Swana master. For Chu Mingjie's eyesight, Shin Kai is still very trusting. After all, she from her family are also everyone of the national musical instruments. As long as Chen Yang said who his master was, then Shin Kai naturally knew. These old men of ethnic musical instruments, he still knew them all. Opposite Shin Kai's question, Chen Yang was not going to hide anything. Finding so many reasons, he felt that it would be very tiring. Master? I don't have a master. The Swana is something I learned on my own. It's not particularly difficult, right? The room was instantly quiet. Everyone froze on the spot, awkwardly looking at Chen Yang. Shin Kai was even a bit speechless, not knowing what to say. His sentence seemed to be plain, but it was simply a trifecta of pretense, and still in front of a room of so many music students, as well as the face of a professor to pretend. One has no master. The second is to learn on their own. This is enough bragging. The last you also come to a not very difficult? Do you really think that the students of the music academy are all fools? When this was said, it made these people who had studied musical instruments for more than 10 years, or even all their lives, feel very bad. Not to mention these students present. Even Shin Kai kind of felt that it could be that Chu Mingjie had looked away. If the other party acted modest and gentle, or really had a teacher, then he, Shin Kai, would definitely think highly of him. But Chen Yang, this is simply ethnic musical instruments 3, no personnel. The whole bad before he said those Swana theory and so on are in advance. Baidu check back down. Used to pick up Chu Mingjie's may also say. The crowd present, especially the male students, have revealed a winning gaze. This kind of thing, especially when it comes to their most confident musical instruments, no one feels inferior to anyone. It was most irritating to meet someone who pretended like this, because the learning process of every musical instrument, that was an extremely cruel and tedious history. They had all gone through such trials and tribulations to get to the present level, and should have been proud and happy of themselves. However, at this very moment, a person came out and said that he didn't need to be taught, and that he just learned it casually and simply by virtue of his hobby. How can you say that this doesn't make people angry? What you cherish the most is what someone else can get at random. This feeling of having the cruelty and unfairness of the world forced into your mouth and deep into your throat is truly unbearable. In the face of such a situation, the most direct way is to see the real thing under your hands. Unless you can really skillfully overpower the four seats, blowing the thorns out of their blasts into submission and softness. Otherwise, certainly will not be recognized by anyone. The atmosphere became a bit awkward for a while. Chen Yang's heart was helpless. He said that really was just an unintentional act. Originally, he just didn't have a master. No one to teach him. The system gave him the muscle memory. He will be, before blowing a little, is quite simple. This is not wrong. You can't tell them that you have a system, and then instantly become stronger when you play the Swana. At this moment, Chu Mingjie stood in the middle of the crowd, before and after for men. She really didn't know how to be this peacemaker. Originally cheerfully wanted to introduce everyone. However, she did not expect that this big brother sentence had actually caused the crowd's mentality to collapse. She glanced at Chen Yang with a grudging look, and then looked at Shin Kai. Cough. Ha ha, Professor Chen, do you have a class today? Chu Mingjie wanted to divert her attention. Shin Kai was, after all, an older man, and even if he had any displeasure in his heart, He would not casually be generalized with young people. Moreover, if the other party was really just fooling around and bragging about his own people, then there was even less need for him to pay attention to such people. It was just that Chu Mingjie was the student he was most optimistic about and would be able to achieve musical attainments in the future. This was something that had to be worried about. Would Chu Mingjie be held back by such a socialite? Out of this consideration, Qin Kai felt the need to test Chen Yang again. At least let Chu Mingjie see that this person was reliable or not when it came to Suona. One had to be rigorous and down-to-earth in dealing with music, not a false head. Oh, it's not a lesson. Today it's just bringing the students over to practice, and instructing them on the way. Qin Kai glanced at Chen Yang, then continued, today you guys also come over with me. By the way, I can also guide you. By the way, in a while it is just right to also appreciate the attainments of this Mr. Chen Yang Suona. Alright then, Chu Mingjie could only agree. The news quickly spread in the music practice room building. Various small groups of internal Weibo messages began to be passed around frantically. Hey, in the practice room yet? Come to the big classroom. What's going on? Hey, there's hilarity to watch. What kind of fun? I was supposed to follow Professor Qin Kai to practice the piano today, but I ended up passing by our great beauty Chu Mingjie's band practice room. And then there was a fat guy who actually bragged in front of Professor Qin. Ha ha ha. It's okay. 666. He said that he's a bull tur with his Suona, and that he's self-taught, and that it's so easy to play that thing, and when he said that, celery went green in the face. Ha ha ha. Celery is supposed to be green. Off. Cut the crap and hurry up. The show is about to begin. I guess this dude is going to make a fool of himself, right? Don't come to the point where you can't even blow a prelude. That would be interesting. Hurry up. A lot of people are going. I'm coming too. With the spread of various small groups of Weibo, soon, the large classroom in the musical instrument building was surprisingly filled with people. Chapter 20, I really didn't want to pretend to be a pimp. Never pretended in front of a music college professor, ruled successful. Face value, 20. Temperament, 20. Bouncing, 20. Looking at the realistic picture in front of him, as well as the attribute point reward given by the system, Chen Yang was feeling very wronged inside. How can someone who acts in a low-profile manner like himself pretend in front of other professors? I really didn't want to pretend. I was just telling the truth. But don't tell me, pretending to be a bully is just as cool as rejecting a beautiful woman. In the large classroom, there were already a lot of students watching. Some of them were practicing their instruments here and heard the news and ran over. Some came over from the dormitory on purpose. In short, they were idle at school during the weekend. So if there was something new like this, they would definitely be willing to come over and take a look. Who in the world, not knowing the heights of heaven, dared to brag about himself in front of Master Qin Kai, the professor of folk music? Xiaohua brought his band members and found a comfortable position, close enough to the podium to see them clearly. They had been preparing for the break-in of the new piece in the practice room, and were told about it by a classmate in the middle of the day. Although they didn't know who that person was, it seemed that they heard that that person came out of Chu Mingjie's band practice room. Since it was about Chu Mingjie, then Xiaohua definitely had to come to care. The surrounding crowd had already started whispering and discussing about this mysterious pretentious man. The content was actually pretty much the same. On one side, they praised the man's courage, and on the other side, they were all gloating and waiting for a good show. Professor Qin Kai's style was something most of them knew. Normally, he was kind of easygoing, but as long as the field of music was involved, he would be like a different person. He was very strict and critical. His words of reprimand were even more famously sharp, and many students had been scolded by him to his face and cried. This was enough to see how terrifying Qin Kai was. Xiaohua smiled as he chatted with the students around him, occasionally participating in the discussion. A group of music high achievers like them all had a superiority complex. For some half-assed people, it was very disdainful. So many people guessed that this one who was pretending to be a pussy with Qin Kai was probably at most a commodity that was not even as good as a half-assed person. After all, he didn't have a reputation. Even if you were able to excel in the technique of your instrument in a small circle, then you would be known. But this person has not even heard of. 80% is a water goods. When the time comes to look at the hustle and bustle, figure a weekend fun, and that's it. Xiaohua naturally thought the same way. But when he saw the next second, after the extremely familiar fat man, instantly froze. The other day, that Suona that seemed like a bullet, once again echoed in his ears. How could it be him? How the hell is it him again? Xiaohua really didn't expect that it was the fat man who used the Suona to hit back at him that day. Although he didn't dare to fight back directly at that time because he was afraid of the other party's status as a big social gangster. But with his musical literacy, he was still completely able to hear that Chen Yang's oboe kung fu. Just based on that one song, he could tell that this was definitely not the kind of half-assed person that the people around him were talking about. Looking at Chen Yang's lewd face, Xiaohua's eyes were filled with disdain and disgust. What happened that day was naturally not considered to be any deep hatred. Moreover, he didn't think that Chen Yang would affect things between him and Xu Mingjie, because just based on Chen Yang's looks and age, the odds were that it was something that there was no need to worry about. Qin Kai brought Xu Mingjie and the others to the large classroom. It wasn't particularly surprising that the classroom was filled with people. This was because on the way here, they had already seen students one after another. Chen Yang followed behind with a speechless face. A good weekend. How did it turn out to be like this? Comfortable to stay at home, do short videos, think about how to make money. He does not smell good? Why did he have to agree to this troublemaker Xu Mingjie? At this time, Kai Qin looked at the surrounding students and simply said a few words. Surprisingly, it was a direct opening. He was originally prepared to be here, to exchange with some of his classmates about playing musical instruments. So the types of musical instruments in the large classroom were already considered very comprehensive. Qin Kai said, this week's music exchange, it's still the same as before. A one-on-one display of musical instruments. The one who loses will be replaced by the next one, and anyone who wants to come up and show off their skills can take part. Qin Kai was talking about an agreed-upon rule of musical instrument exchange. This was also a form of game that the students of their Galaxy Music Academy had always loved. It was actually very simple. It was just two people, not limited to musical instruments, performing an instrumental solo one-on-one, with one person performing a section. Then the better person continues to stay in front, waiting for the next person to continue to come up for the challenge, until no one else comes up and only the last person is left. It is counted as a victory. This is very common, a competition between instruments. Of course, there are a lot of doors. There are those who compete in playing the piano hand speed, those who compete in improvising free, and those who compete in rhythm and beat. In short, winning and losing were all considered in a comprehensive manner. Prof. Qin Kai turned back to Qin Yang, doing some thinking in his mind. In fact, on the way here, he felt that if he really made a fool of Chen Yang in public, this was a bit too unorthodox. If you are really afraid of Xu Mingjie being delayed by this kid, you can just talk to her privately. Why really go to make things difficult for such a person? Even if he spoke a little too much, but after all, he wasn't a student of the school, let alone doing anything unfavorable to the school. Thinking of this, Qin Kai felt slightly ashamed. A handful of years old, but also annoyed with young people, really quite childish. If you want to blame, you can only blame this kid's words just now. It's too exasperating. Thinking of this, Qin Kai looked at the many students below. He originally wanted to personally name the students and then let Chen Yang come up first. But after some self-reflection, he decided to let it go. Which one of you will be the first to come up by yourselves? Choose any song you want, no limit on the instruments. Seeing that Qin Kai didn't name anyone, Xu Mingjie was relieved. Originally, she had thought that Professor Qin was angry and wanted to make big brother Chen Yang make a fool of himself in public. Although she was clear about Chen Yang's Swana strength, this kind of one-on-one solo was hard to tell. You don't know who still has any crushing repertoire of masterpieces. In case if you lose, plus the people around you are uproarious and mocking, then the friendship boat that he had managed to establish with him would have to capsize before it even left the harbor. But now it was good. Since Prof. Qin Kai wasn't naming Qin Yang, it proved that he shouldn't be worried about it. Prof. Qin Kai, can I pick him as my first solo opponent? Just in the next second when Xu Mingjie felt that she could rest assured, a voice said. Xu Mingjie looked up. It turned out to be one of those few students who had followed Professor Qin Kai earlier. It should be a senior. It seemed like he had participated in the last all-university accordion competition and took third place. A very powerful player, but with the direction of his finger, Xu Mingjie froze, because the person Lin Chao chose was actually Chen Yang. Teacher, he just said that there's nothing difficult about learning a musical instrument, so he must be very good. I just want to compete with him to see if he's as good as he brags. Of course, if he doesn't dare, then forget it, Lin Chao said with a smile. His eyes were full of provocation as he looked towards Chen Yang. As soon as these words were said, the stage roared with commotion. Those who whistled, those who cajoled, those who shouted and cheered. There were even those who helped Lin Chao taunt. For a while, Chen Yang became the center of attention. Faced with this scenario, Chen Yang sighed helplessly. You said that this matter has made a mess. I really don't want to act like a bully. You all forced me to do it. Chen Yang got up. Okay, solo right, don't bring ignition. Lin Chao. Chapter 21, Not a single one can fight. Requesting favorites and recommendations. Lin Chao had chosen Chen Yang as his solo opponent. All the students weren't too surprised today, but anyone who wanted to go on the court, more or less, would definitely want to find this pretentious man to give it a try. So the situation at this moment was that, in full view of everyone, Chen Yang had to meet the battle. Of course, he definitely had the right not to participate, and the result was that he would inevitably be ridiculed by the crowd for being a wimp. This kind of old routine, according to Chen Yang's character, he definitely didn't want to go on. Even if he knew he could win against Lin Chao, he didn't want to compete for any limelight. He had seen too many plots like this in novels. It was nothing more than ending up giving everyone a big surprise. Crap, this person is surprisingly so powerful. Then the girls worshipped, the professors knelt, and all the male students were envious and jealous. In Chen Yang's negative and lazy worldview, such things were completely uninteresting, and he felt very bored, almost no passion to speak of. According to his current mental age of 30, as well as his thick enough skin, he really didn't care much about other people's ridicule anymore. The group of students around him, in his opinion, were just youngsters who hadn't stepped out into society yet, because anyone who had suffered from society's poisonous beatings definitely wouldn't casually mock or even provoke a stranger who had yet to see the strength like this, even if he looks like he has no background and is very weak. Often, those who did so would definitely be taught a lesson. Chen Yang walked to the front, with his hands in his pockets. His fat piled-up smile was extremely lewd, just like a freshly fed pig, lazy and hated. The reason why he had responded to the battle was simply because he wanted to do more things that he hadn't done before, then gain some more system rewards and attribute point bonuses. Originally still have good intentions, but this group of small year chinger do not give themselves the opportunity to be kind. Then there is no way out. In front of a lot of musical instruments, including the suona, the utility instruments here, but all can blow, are equipped with a lot of disposable replacement mouthpieces. Picking up the suona and replacing it with a new mouthpiece, Chen Yang looked at Lin Chao. Start. 2 hours later. Quiet. The entire large classroom. Silent. Not for anything else, because that 200-pound man is still standing there. Yes, he was still standing there. Who would have thought that after a full 2 hours of wheel-to-wheel combat, there wasn't even a single music department senior who could take out this guy called Chen Yang? From the first game of Lin Chao's solo, everyone thought that Lin Chao's extremely skillful accordion piece could instantly kill Chen Yang. After all, that was a piece of music from Russian specialty. This style, other than using the accordion to express it, it was really hard to find any instrument that could be so cheerful and mesmerizing. But who knew? The next second Chen Yang's suona sounded. In an instant, everyone's brains seemed to have broken. What did Lin Chao play before? They couldn't remember it at all. It was too late to think and recall. The domineering sound of the suona directly and forcefully occupied everyone's body. It was still the same Russian tune. It was actually in a replicated, brand new form, represented in front of the crowd. Everyone present was too surprised to speak. It was really too domineering. Professor Qin Kai was also frozen on the spot. Chen Yang's such a superb suona skill. From the very first breath he blew out, he completely felt it. A master. The absolute aura of a suona master. There was an advanced technique in the suona, which was that the suona player could change his breath while blowing the suona, and the sound of the suona blowing was not stopping. The reason why the suona is said to be strong in fighting music, it was also because of this uninterrupted skill that could leave other instruments that also relied on mouth blowing in the dust. This person in front of me was the one who had utilized this technique to its fullest extent. If one did not have many years of hard work, and thought that a great teacher had taught them, they would definitely not be able to learn it. Chen Yang's lung capacity was definitely not too good at the moment. After all, his sub-healthy body was there, but with a master-level muscle memory, he could do such tricks to make up for the lack of lung capacity. So there was no need to worry about not having enough air when blowing. Lin Chao's mind exploded on the spot from Chen Yang's suona blowing. This track was his crushing skill. He had practiced this song countless times and had tried to revamp it from it, thinking that it was perfect. He could never have imagined that Chen Yang had completely replicated his own repertoire, and it was played on a suona. Did he really know it after hearing it once? The decision to win or lose the vote could be faked to fool people, but the live music performance couldn't fool anyone. Even though the students wanted Lin Chao to win as much as they could, out of their musical literacy, they knew that Chen Yang had won. Among the people present, probably only Chu Mingjie and Xiao Hua reacted a bit more normally. After all, the two of them had learned it before. After this, it was a group of musical talents who were fighting around battle against Chen Yang. Chen Yang was still in the same dead look of disregard. Only those who came up to solo with him almost always ended up the same as Lin Chao. Chen Yang never took the initiative to make a question. Almost always let the people who came up perform their own masterpiece. He then used a jaw-dropping way, one by one, original, to them with suona blowback. This approach made almost everyone's mind explode. If you use other tracks against the solo, actually losing is not too ugly. But what made people crumble? Chen Yang was just using his own way to return the favor every time. It's the same as the damn Morong Fu. one couldn't help but let the feeling of blowing up and trampling a foot on top of it. To be honest, Chen Yang once again cried foul. Doing so, he really didn't do it on purpose. Although the swana he blew was powerful, but he would not have many tracks. It was also hard for him to think of what kind of repertoire he should respond with when so many challenged him. The method of the first oboe against Lin Xiao was not bad. He then very brainlessly decided to keep using it. That's all. It's just that he didn't expect that none of them would be able to fight. He really didn't want to trample on the self-esteem of these young kids, nor did he think that he would have to punch people in the face for pretending. After all, he has always been a kind and lovely person. Miles. I don't know when it started. Chen Yang unexpectedly became the object of the crowd's challenge. This change in standing was fatal, both in terms of aura and mentality. If they had belittled Chen Yang in the beginning, then at least when they played, they still had a great deal of confidence. With confidence, when playing, they would avoid a lot of mistakes, and even be able to overplay. But once they became challengers, this relationship position swapped. It was a different story. Some people were even still nervous and made a lot of mistakes when playing. Chen Yang's win was also devastating. The entire audience was silent for a long time. There was actually no one who wanted to come forward to challenge Chen Yang. Some are ashamed of themselves, some really just for that little bit of pride, don't want to lose to this fat guy, so don't dare to challenge. At the end of the day, everyone's eyes were all on the school's man of the hour, Xiao Hua's body. Originally, Chu Mingjie was also famous for her strength, but Chen Yang was brought by her, so surely she wouldn't make a move. So when the eyes gathered on Xiao Hua's body, the meaning was clear. Ghost hand Xiao Hua, who claimed to be unrivaled on the keyboard among the students of the same period. It's time for you to come out. It's time to show your true skills, for the honor of our music academy. Whether or not we can hold our heads up as human beings in the future, it all depends on you. Xiao Hua, who was sitting in the middle of the field, had a black face. There was an urge to curse in his heart. He originally didn't want to go on the field either. It really wasn't because he was afraid of Chen Yang's cross-faced face and the Shibuya background behind him that was most likely a certain dark force. It was just that he felt that the level of Chen Yang's oboe was already obvious. It was a master who pretended to be a pig and ate a tiger. And it was still a master level. What's the point of comparing? Is it hard to recognize that others are good? Each and every one of them is really glassy, timid and cowardly, and when it comes to things, they know to count on others. They don't go out anyway. What do I care? I'm just here to watch the fun. Do I have more hands than you or more mouths down there? If you can't win, I'll win. I'm not going. Whoever you want. Xiao Hua was pretending to be dead. But at this moment, Prof. Jin Kai's voice came. Xiao Hua, you also come out to solo a section. Exchange music. Don't hide it. Damn. Xiao Hua wanted to vomit blood. Chapter 22, Big Brother Don't Kill Me. Xiao Hua walked towards the center of the large classroom with heavy steps. Professor Qin Kai asked him to go on, so he couldn't refuse. Although Qin Kai taught ethnic musical instruments, which did not go well with his major, but the cultural class of music theory was what Qin Kai gave them, and the credits were important. He glanced at Chen Yang in front of him and was slightly apprehensive inside. It wasn't because he was afraid of losing. In fact, he felt that he was in the field of keyboards, although a small achievement, but it was only the embryonic form of a master, and did not exist in fact. But Chen Yang's feeling was completely that of an actual Swana master. He really didn't have full certainty that he would be able to win against Chen Yang. That day at the Magnificent Musical Instrument Company, the song he played was not chosen at random. Rather, he had calculated ahead of time and deliberately found a piece that he was good at. So at that time, the technique Chen Yang used to hit back at himself was the same as how he treated the other students today. After going back, his mindset was also very unstable. He was just thinking about whether or not to fight today, and fight with Chen Yang in music. The other party, however, spoke first. It's you, Xiao Hua, isn't it? I didn't expect to meet again. Chen Yang habitually squinted his eyes slightly, his facial fat tugging along with it, hiding his sight in the horizontal flesh. It sounded like a strange look, but in fact, this was Chen Yang's expression of a fake smile to outsiders after he was tired. He didn't want a fake smile either, but after standing for so long, he was really tired and his expression was already stiff. But can't let the other side feel that he is not polite. After all, there has been a side before well, or warm a little. However, what he does not know is that it is this expression. In Xiao Hua's eyes, it was a completely different meaning. Crap, remember me? What did he say before? Look at that look in his eyes. It's clear that he wants to get me. In the movie, when the social big brother wants to get someone, it's this kind of sinister expression that looks like a smile but not a laugh. Once you have such an expression, the shot must be either dead or injured. It's over. I'm just a kid. Xiao Hua was in a cold sweat, like falling into an ice cave. For the sake of his personal safety, he decided to use a song that was very popular in the live streaming world to secretly express his thoughts to Chen Yang. He hoped that Chen Yang could understand his feelings. He was also forced to do so, and he definitely did not mean to embarrass him. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Hua decided to start. The electronic keyboard was tuned and the beat drums were all modified. This was the function of the electronic keyboard. He then took a deep breath and pressed the rhythmic drum beat of the electronic keyboard. The beat rang out cheerfully, and everyone was stunned, because it was different from what they even thought. They all thought that Xiao Hua should have come up with some lofty tracks, or some advanced and complicated tunes from abroad. Even an impromptu solo of his own would be fine. But this familiar rhythm, as well as the simple to monotonous notes, made everyone's eyes twitch at the corners of their eyes. It wasn't as hard as Little Star. With the crowd familiar with the bridge, the performance entered the climactic chorus stage. A string of all too familiar lyrics appeared like a brainwash as Xiao Hua played. Big 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 big. Big brother don't kill me. Nee 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 nee. I'll give you all my guns. Ah big 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 brother don't kill me. I. Ah, yes, this is a man who made all rise. The bridge in the live broadcast was adapted into the song. At a certain time, there was also a small fire. The title of the song fit Xiao Hua's mood at this time. Big brother don't kill me. He hoped that Chen Yang would understand. Professor Qin Kai was looking confused. This song was unheard of. Could it be a new work created by Xiao Hua? But wouldn't it be a bit too simple? How could this kind of tune win over Chen Yang? I'm afraid that of those present, only Qin Kai would think this way and analyze it seriously. It was obvious that Xiao Hua didn't want to be serious. It seemed that the face of their group of musical talents was lost today. The crowd then despaired. However, an accident appeared. After Xiao Hua finished playing, he handed the field over to Chen Yang. His eyes were full of encouragement and expectations. Come up with a random song. Ravage me and defeat me completely. Hurry up and win. Then forget about me. This tiny college student. You win. I can't play this one. I admit defeat. Chen Yang said calmly. Swish. The whole audience was in an uproar, only to see Chen Yang put back the swana in his hand, then glanced at Xiao Hua with a puzzled look all over his body. After more than 2 hours, he was already tired and had no light in his eyes, and had long wanted to get off the stage. And this song, he really can't blow out. Big brother don't kill me. How can this blow ah? He then walked toward the bottom and sat back next to Chu Mingjie. Xiao Hua was stiff, like being struck by lightning. Just now that dark eyes is not looking at the eyes of the dead, right? How did he just admit defeat? You big man, casually blow a capital can win. I'm sorry. It looks like he's determined to make a deal with himself. Isn't losing to himself the reason? Xiao Hua mortar and pestle in place. Do not know what to do. At this moment, Qin Kai was the only one whose face, perversely, revealed a smile. He now had completely changed his opinion of Chen Yang. In its place, was appreciation, was respect. It was admiration for this oboe master, who was able to not be overbearing at the peak moment, but chose to admit defeat in public, leaving a face for his juniors. This is what kind of heart, what kind of talent, what kind of realm ah, the demeanor of a tall person ah. It seems that he was indeed small-minded before. Qin Kai sighed to himself. He decided that later on, no matter what, he would befriend Chen Yang. After looking at the scene, Qin Kai knew it was time to end it. He couldn't let everyone pestle here. Everyone, let's end the exchange here. Winning or losing is not important. I believe that after Chen Yang, the oboe master's playing, you all have benefited a lot today, right? Ha ha ha, don't be discouraged. For your favorite instrument, have the perseverance to learn. Mr. Chen Yang's swana is worth learning. Of course, according to his own words, learning swana is very simple. It's also just a hobby and so on, which in my opinion, that's a completely modest performance. So don't think that you can't make an effort just because you think it's easy. Well, that's it for today. Break it up. This ing. Everyone present was speechless. Where was the modesty? He messed up everyone's mindset with someone else's repertoire. Then in the final round, facing Xiao Hua's retarded-like tracks, he trampled on us by admitting defeat. You're saying he's worth learning from? I'm sure Qin Kai is still your celery ah. You're too damn good at wrapping dumplings, aren't you? What the hell are you talking about? Hobbyist casually play swana simple, this kind of words can be put into the pot as dumplings? You don't even use soy sauce and vinegar anymore. I can't take it. I'm out of here. The crowd dispersed. After an exchange ended, Chen Yang chatted with Chu Mingjie and her band for a while, but unexpectedly, not only did Qin Kai cult not leave, they also joined them. This time, naturally, there was no more awkward atmosphere from before, and it was completely a duo of Qin Kai and Chu Mingjie, licking furiously. Chen Yang was complimented to the point of being a bit bloated. When he was leaving, he even received an invitation from Qin Kai. What? Inviting me to your home for dinner? Chen Yang was a bit surprised. This was progressing a bit fast, right? Qin Kai smiled brightly. It was simply a gracious invitation. It was really insistent, so he could only agree in the end. Chen Yang then turned back to Chu Mengjie and said, "Then I won't send you. You go back yourself. I'm going to Professor Qin's house for dinner. See you later." Chu Mengjie couldn't believe that she was actually left where she was. Chapter 23, a new mission and a new surprise, requesting recommendations. Leaving the beautiful Chu Mengjie to go back alone, triggering the passive, reverse Q. Congratulations, you've gained plus 50 free attribute points. Current free attribute points, 150 points. A man should be dashing and not drag his feet. Chen Yang, who gave up Chu Mengjie, beautifully harvested the rewards and then decisively followed Professor Qin Kai home for dinner. Prof. Qin Kai's home was huge. This was not a surprise to Chen Yang. What really surprised him was that Qin Kai's wife was actually a woman who was still young and beautiful. Her name was Xu Shuang. She smiled charmingly and had a gentle personality. The age was hard to estimate. It had to be at least a bit older than himself, but it was very well maintained. Our family is small, just me and my wife. My daughter works over in Shanghai, basically does not come back. Feel free to sit down. Ha ha. Qin Kai said. What? You have a daughter? Chen Yang's eyes lit up. To say that this Qin Kai's woman was so beautiful, it was estimated that Qin Kai's daughter must not be far behind. Qin Kai nodded, just this one precious daughter, now following my son-in-law, running to Shanghai City to settle down. Chen Yang looked bleak, probably because his body was tired. Oh, it's a pity. What pity? Nothing. I said it's a pity that I'm driving today and can't drink. Qin Kai nodded, it's okay, in the future we brother and sister. There are many opportunities. How did this become a brotherhood? Chen Yang felt that there was at least a 20-year difference between himself and Qin Kai. However, on the face of being able to have more sisters-in-law, this matter will be settled, barely as a buddy, but also to save the heart to feel bad. Arranged for his wife to cook. Qin Kai and Chen Yang a good chat. South of the sky, music, mathematics, science and chemistry. Finally decided to take the time to take Chen Yang to recognize the Galaxy Citizens Music Association. His hand oboe. Become a member is not a problem. Soon meal on the table. Not any particularly expensive dishes, but still very sumptuous. While eating, Chen Yang looked at Qin Kai from time to time. Next to him, how can I say it? It's not that he intentionally wanted to look. After all, he's not that kind of person. It was mainly because the two of them, Qin Kai and Xu Shuang, were eating too strangely. Xu Shuang ate very slowly, and one after another. She pinched vegetables into Qin Kai's bowl. Qin Kai, eat more green. This celery is good. Green is good for your body. While saying that, she actually turned back to Chen Yang. Chen Yang, you eat more meat. You are different from our old man. Eating meat is good. Xu Shuang smiled brightly. Hungry. Chen Yang was a bit confused. How exactly should this be interpreted? Literally? Or? Chen Yang finally returned home at night. Without waiting to take a breath, he finally received a judgment reward from the system. Never pretending to be a bully in front of many college students makes his mind explode. Judgment success. Never accepted someone's invitation to solo with an instrument. Judgment success. Never won a solo with the oboe over several music seniors. Judgment success. Never done anything to impress a music professor. Judged successful. I've never gotten an invitation from a music professor. Successful. Never had a college professor's wife cook for you. Judged successful. Face value, plus 10. Temperament, plus 50. Weight, minus 1. Bounce, plus 50. Physical ability, plus 50. Strength, plus 50. Stamina, plus 50. Agility, plus 50. Hearing, plus 50. Vision, plus 50. Lung capacity, plus 50. Memory, plus 50. Logical thinking, plus 50. Vocal range, plus 50. Free attribute point accumulation, 150 points. Talent bonus, increase eloquence talent. Skill bonus, speech mastery. Alternatively, need to enter a speech state to double full engagement, double emotional rendering, double eloquence, and double quick thinking. Other rewards, none at the moment. System task, please make your first short video with the theme of yourself becoming stronger. Also, the system will decide whether the video is qualified or not. You have 3 chances. If the task fails, 100 attribute points will be deducted from all talents as a penalty. Other features, waiting for development. Current version, updated to version 2.0. Over. This time, the system rewards could be considered very generous. And what he didn't expect was for the system to be so quick and upgraded to version 2.0. In addition to the new eloquence talent and speech skill that he had added, Chen Yang knew that the real difference between this new 2.0 version and the previous version, it was actually in the system's quests, because this new version of the quests, not only did it increase in difficulty, but there were also rules and penalties. Unlike the previous one, It was very simple to just blow the oboe and be done with it. And this time, the mission not only gave the direction of the content for one's first short video, it actually limited the number of times and had a punishment. Chen Yang slightly felt a hint of worry. He had never made a short video before, and besides, this core framework of himself becoming stronger was too broad. Even if he did have creativity and ideas in this regard before, he didn't dare to guarantee that it would pass the system's judgment. This was because he knew that the tasks that the system would judge would definitely have to include the condition of never done it before within it. It would be difficult to play with both the content being in line with becoming stronger and doing something that had never been done before. In case this, if one failed all 3 times, 150 points would be deducted from each talent attribute. Then wouldn't all the efforts one had made before be wasted? Wouldn't the temperament, face value, physical strength, etc., which had been changed with great difficulty, all have to be given back? This is also a bit too pitiful, but things have come to this point. Do not do is impossible, can only hard head forward. Still, he had 3 chances, and there was no time limit. He could think about it for a while before proceeding to complete the mission's judgment. Moreover, he still had 150 free attribute points, so perhaps he would be able to put them to use at that time. After that, Chen Yang had a moment to familiarize himself with the new skill. The skill of master speech level, in Chen Yang's understanding, was perhaps the ones he had seen on TV: sales master, motivational master, positive energy orator, or those speech contestants from Odd Man Out are almost the same. In the future, he should be able to be like them, and give others crazy chicken blood, right? After carefully reading the explanation of the skill, he knew that it had to be activated after entering the speech state. As for what this speech state was like, he himself didn't know. Anyway, when he was by himself, it definitely wouldn't work. Speech state, that must be when there was a speech scene, or when the object that needed to be motivated existed, or in a particular moment, need their own positive energy. It was estimated that moments like that would be the only time to unleash the master speech skill. Thinking of this, Chen Yang couldn't help but fantasize about his speech. A group of widows and orphans under the stage, looking at themselves with unblinking eyes, their faces worshipping like a believer in God. Then he stood up there, wearing a suit, passionate, pointing and waving. I can make $1 million in sales in a single day. Do you believe that? Raise your hands if you do. I'll tell you, the 3 most important words for a man: 1 to make money, 2 to support the family, 3 to get a good wife. Applause. A round of applause from the stage. I'm going to give away caravans every year. I gave away 100 last year. This year I'm going to give away 1,000 caravans. Why do you guys know that? Because money isn't earned. How about money is? That's right, money is delivered. Got it? Raise your hand if you understand. Come on. I also give away houses every year. To my employees, I tell them that if they work hard, anything will come. I gave away a building last year. Yes, it's in Isla K in Siri Y. Plus, in Africa, I gave away 10 ING neighborhoods. Come on. Those of you who want to make money and have a different life of wealth like me, pay a membership fee of $66 each and I'll show you how to be as good as me. Crap. It's either that or forget it. Chapter 24. The brothers are all here to fight again in the coming year. Requesting recommendations. Chen Yang conducted a thorough examination of himself. Of course, it certainly wasn't the kind that went to a gynecological hospital, but rather, it was a redo of his own talent. To recognize it, previously, because the points added to the talent attribute weren't many, the changes weren't very obvious, but with the many things he hadn't done, he could clearly feel the changes in his body. In terms of face value, although he still had a very fat kind of pig-waist face, it seemed as if the lines on the side of his face were a circle smaller than before. In terms of weight, it was actually shrunk from the original 200 or so pounds to 198, 2 pounds, which was a remarkable effect. Immediately afterward, he went to the gym that was open next to KFC, testing his strength and fitness and so on. Since obesity, he never lasted less than 15 minutes on the treadmill to get tired, but this time he went up to run, and even ran for 30 minutes before he felt a bit overwhelmed, and even felt that he could still continue, and didn't look like he had reached his limit. This was enough to prove that his physical ability, endurance, and lung capacity had been strengthened twice as much, or even more. In addition, among his own attributes, there was also agility and bouncing. If these 2 items, he decided that after a while, he would try out the long-lost basketball, and there might be surprises as well. Time rushed. These days Chen Yang, in addition to busy with the company's activities, the rest of the time, is to study what kind of short video to shoot. Free play was fine, but when the system assigned him a framework proposition, he became indecisive and thought about everything. That's why he hadn't made up his mind yet. But these things, he decided to consider later, because the present moment was a rather special day. It was also a moment that he had been looking forward to for a long time. The League of Legends S tournament had finally come to the day of the finals. The SN team from the LPL region versus the DWG team from the LCK region. S10 Global Finals. Really did not expect. A flash has been 10 years. Just as he lamented before, he must have cried once, shouted defiantly once, and fervently fought a battle that was left for the League of Legends in these 10 years of youth. Perhaps to this day, the game may have lost the overwhelming proportion in their lives, but every boy's heart, more or less, will retain a cluster of young last flame. It's the light that lives on, and it's a reminder of youth. Even if you are gray, even how tired, but once faced with the once passionate pursuit of gaming, certainly still like the first love, like love and hate. At least Chen Yang is like this, even if he is already 31 years old, full of scruff, but he still liked to worship those young players in the game. Wonderful operation. In fact, this has nothing to do with age, but a kind of faith in the word competition. Perhaps this is what belongs to a man's heart, the most noble thing. Even the weakest man has his own competition, even if no one understands. Chen Yang thought for a moment, then took out his cell phone and opened WeChat, pulling a group name, 2127 dormitory watching S10 bitch dogs. The second dog has been pulled into this group. The third dog has been pulled into this group. Black ass has been pulled into this group. Cock has been pulled into this group. Mao Shin has been pulled into this group. Just 6 people in the college dormitory. Chen Yang, dogs, don't ing pretend to be dead people, all S10. Chen Yang, don't even pretend to be dead. I know you're all watching. Chen Yang took the lead. After not seeing each other for so long, it seems that a few people are a little embarrassed. The main reason was that back then, when they parted ways in Shanghai High, it was really too much of a loss. Chen Yang did not directly ask them how they were doing or what they were doing now. These words were actually the real useless words. After half a day, no one in the group responded. Chen Yang, well, you guys play dead, right? I sent a circle of friends the other day you did not see? I don't know which stupid hangers give old man also click the like. The second dog, the penny. 3 dogs, so long no see. Mouth is still so fragrant. Finally there are 2 people cannot help it. Send a message in response. The 2 dogs and the 3 dogs also happen to be the 2 that gave him a like. Chen Yang heatedly smiled, still playing dead with me? I don't believe that you guys don't look at it. It is estimated that those 3, also with the dog like guarding in front of the computer. Mao Shun, roll, black ass? Although the chat is not particularly lively, but at least someone spoke. Chen Yang was satisfied. At the same time, the matches finally started with the host's commentary. First match, the second match. A few hours later, LPL lost to LCK. Perhaps, today's ending came as a surprise to those who watched the match, but for Chen Yang and these people in the dormitory group, it was not unfamiliar, because years ago, they had already experienced it. Chen Yang drank up the drink on the table in silence, his mood a little difficult. It was really a great pity that the 3 consecutive championships that were within reach were a step away. What made him even more helpless was that originally he thought that if S10 could win the championship this time, they and their former brothers should be able to take this opportunity to have a good celebration. By the way, forget those lost memories from a few years ago. Only, things are not what they seem, as if getting back the joy of that year can't be solved by a single victory. What's more, this time, LPL hadn't been able to win a long time. Suddenly a message was sent to the group. 3 dogs, crap his mom. What a shame. Mao Shun, your uncle. What the hell BP? How to play in the early stage of this lineup. Easy and the old bull. How to face the line against Ashes plus Pansun. 3 dogs, yes. The second sword G really show a pity this single. Blackass, playing field last a bit confused Nima, I can't ing stand it. 2 dogs, yeah. The back of the 2 plates of this command. A bit of a problem. BP crazy to the home. Not to mention, how the lower road this state is a bit of a slump. Chicken, crap. I just got off work to see. You guys how a situation? The winners and losers? Chen Yang, you say it. Chicken, I rub. Wait for me to go back and watch the replay. I'll review a wave for you guys. Second dog, roll. 3 dogs, you. Chen Yang, 2. Mao Shun, big. Blackass, master. Chicken, why are you guys still the same? Your mouths are like honey? According to my idea, BP will definitely win. Chen Yang, did you watch the game? 2 dogs, stay away. Black donkey, can you all stop being keyboard warriors? SN played well this time. 3 dogs, yes. I'm almost a father. How many more decades do I have? Blackass, wait a minute. 2 dogs, me. Harry God, being a dad? Cocky, 3 dogs you're being careless here. Chen Yang, is it yours? 3 dogs, you guys NN then. Ha ha ha. 666. Nice job. I want to be a godfather. I'll be your son-in-law. All of you. Get lost. I'll charge you next year. I'm out of here. Ha ha ha. Chen Yang happily sent out the group chat. It seemed like a long-lost feeling, once again returning to that summer in college, watching the matches, being the strongest king of the mouth, pointing out the mountains. The few of them had always been like this, trash-talking each other and heckling. But Chen Yang did not expect that it was the defeat of this game that had made the few people who had not been in contact for many years rediscover the feeling of that year. No one said how about these years. No one explained why they didn't dare to contact each other before. There may have been an unspoken agreement, but more than that, there is no need to say this between them. Good and bad are yesterday. What's better must be now and tomorrow. The six of them were high until 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Years of brotherly bonding surely couldn't be vented in one night. In the end, a few people reported their current weight as the end. Chen Yang felt deep malice. He was, without a doubt, the fattest one. Before going to bed, Chen Yang could not hide his mood. The feeling of his brothers had returned, but the only beauty was that the match was lost. After lying flat for a long time, he picked up his cell phone again and sent a friend's circle the accompanying picture. It is a picture of the back of the League of Legends S match. SN after the defeat. Thought about it. Typed a paragraph of text. It's important to be able to win the game, because no one likes to lose. But losing, sometimes has more meaning than winning. Winning is the end. Losing, at least the goal is still there. So whenever the dream is not realized, let the blood be hot. Brothers are in. Big deal. Fight again in the next year. Chapter 25. Just one more time? There are happy things. There will be disturbing things. In the past few days, Chen Yang was happy that he had found the feeling he once had with his brothers in the university dormitory. The disturbing thing is that his short video, so far it is not done yet. The previous grinding finally shot and edited a section, and then uploaded in a hurry. As a result, the system directly came up with a judgment of unqualified. As a result, he now only had one chance left for trial and error. Because of the last time, he had to succeed. Otherwise the penalty of deducting 100 attribute points would really hurt himself. It had to have the theme of getting stronger, but also had to be something that had never been done before. Chen Yang thought about it and eventually returned to himself. For his first video, he chose the fitness route. Just like a lot of fitness gurus, he made a video of himself going from weak to strong. Of course, this certainly isn't something that can be expressed in its entirety in one video, but the theme of fitness was definitely in line with the process of becoming stronger. It's just that after filming, the system doesn't pass, and the reason is odd. No emotion is not grounded, no resonance cannot increase the powder. Shot also in vain, not through. Chen Yang is very speechless, did not expect the system not only to video content, but also ing can predict whether to increase the powder. Under the helplessness, Chen Yang can only continue to think. However, with the reasons for the previous ruling, he felt that he could start from this and complete the task. He captured a few keywords: emotion, grounding, empathy, rising powder. Through these 4 keywords, Chen Yang analyzed a theory. In other words, the content of the video should have emotional resonance, and it needed to be a very grounded story and eventually gain the attention of the public. With this, it would definitely be able to pass the system's task determination. Chen Yang's eyes lit up and he thought of a good idea. He opened his cell phone camera and pointed it at himself. Then he played a current hot inspirational song as the BGM, the brightest star in the night sky. Hello everyone, I come from a distant mountain. My family was poor when I was growing up, with only 2 mountain heads and 4 acres of Longjing tea plantations. My parents are very tired every day in order to support their family. They have to get up from 12 o'clock at noon, and they are busy until 3 o'clock in the afternoon before they can go home. It's very hard. My heart aches for them, so I have to become stronger in order to repay them. It's been 10 years. I've gone up to 200 pounds through hard work. I don't know if I'm strong or not, but I'm really big. Nowadays, my mission is not yet accomplished. I have to work harder. False content. The mission is judged to have failed. Reminder, you only have one chance remaining. Damn. Why don't you have a sense of humor? I'm a hilarious approach. The laughs resonate. The story is grounded. Surely it can increase the powder. Chen Yang was not too convinced and argued with reason. Jitterbug short video. In fact, a lot of this type of copywriting, playing the funny card is also a means, not to be passed. Chen Yang wanted to cry. Until the evening, Chen Yang did not think of any good ideas. It's not that he lacks imagination, just that he only has one last chance left, and he really doesn't dare to use it randomly. Look at the time, 11:30, stomach a little hungry, go out to eat some snacks. The street outside the neighborhood is quiet, but after a street corner intersection, is another scene. A lot of roadside stalls, at this time is in full swing to receive 3 or 2 guests. The rich smell of fireworks, with the aroma of fried and grilled, along with the dim street lamps, gave people a sense of comfort with food and clothing still available. Fried rice, fried noodles, fried tofu, river noodles, barbecue, and guandong boiled. This is almost always the favorite place for young people working in big cities at night. 2 or 3 friends get together at a table and drink fried noodles and beer. In this way, the day's fatigue also cleared up most of the. What's more, the food is delicious and inexpensive. Of course, this kind of comfortable picture, limited to the city management. Do not check the time. Walking to one of the innermost fried rice stalls, since it was too far in, the business didn't appear to be very good, but it was fairly quiet. Chen Yang came here to eat almost every time because he didn't have to wait in line. After a long time, he was too lazy to eat at the other stalls. A man with an arm almost as thick as his thigh was sitting on a stool and smoking heavily. A bearded face, unkempt, so fierce and rude looks. Chen Yang always feel that this big brother body, the whole bad back to people's lives may also say. So, his business is not good. It is always not all about the location. Come on, head to A. When the man saw Chen Yang coming, he greeted him while spitting out the cigarette but in his mouth. The two actions were actually done in one go. Chen Yang had long since seen it all. This big brother had always been so wild in his behavior. To say that the big grin is an exaggeration. He sat on the plastic stool next to him and said, "Same old brother Zhu, fried rice with sausage." The man smiled and got up. His lanky and robust figure was actually 1 point taller than Chen Yang. He rolled up his cuffs, revealing his thick arms. He then started a wok to heat up oil and skillfully made a fried rice. Chen Yang in Galaxy City these days, every now and then came here to eat a snack. After a long time, he became familiar with it. This person's name is quite interesting. Surnamed Zhao, called Zhao de Zhu. Originally, Chen Yang used to call him Brother Zhao, but he was stopped by Zhao de Zhu. According to him, once when he was a big brother in the Jianghu, people called him Zhao. He was nicknamed Hooded. Now that he had seen through the red dust and returned to the field, he didn't want people to call him that anymore. And always brother Zhao Zhao, such a shout, always feel not very auspicious. So, he asked Chen Yang to call him Zhu in the future. Blessed Zhu, how festive it is. Chen Yang didn't care what he shouted. Brother Zhu is brother Zhu. As for Zhao de Zhu, every bragging, said his own those bullish black history. What reigns supreme when the big brother left to capture the dragon right white tiger? He naturally will not believe. Quite a few years old, not even a daughter-in-law, but also as a big brother? In Chen Yang's opinion, at most a bathhouse for people rubbing. I don't know if I can cover it. Anyway, this fried rice hand is quite strong. Upside down spoon that is called a light. A fried rice was Chen Yang ate all. If there is another cigarette at this time, it must be more than a living god. Brother Zhu, have a cigarette. Zhao de Zhu sat on the opposite side, put his hand into his pants, and pulled out half a day. Anyway, I don't know where. Flipped to a child, threw it to Chen Yang. Have you lost weight recently? Zhao de Zhu narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Yang. Chen Yang nodded, and, yes, I've lost weight. Zhao de Zhu was stunned. Then as if he found something new, he actually had a lewd to the core smile on his face. Your kid has a situation is not recently that what went? Bull asterisk. My kind of big handsome, need to go to that kind of place? Zhao de Zhu big mouth a crack, crossed his legs, and, is also, although the big Yangzi you less than a tenth of my year handsome, but also is considered to have a few points of eloquence. Cheat 30-40 years old, or can. Chen Yang had a black line on his face, and for some reason, the image of Professor Qin Kai's wife actually appeared in his mind. Chow, get lost, Chen Yang scolded. Zhao de Zhu took a drag on his cigarette, paying no attention to Chen Yang's angry scolding. His sight actually shifted to a couple across the street. TSK, look at these young ones now, really don't know the importance of time management, not laboring in the bedroom in the middle of the night, come out to eat a fart barbecue Chen Yang was speechless. Zhao de Zhu had a lewd look in his eyes, recklessly glancing at the female, then at the male, and then jumped to conclusions. It's estimated that it won't last long. Why? Chen Yang asked suspiciously. Zhao de Zhu inscrutable dangling a cigarette, big Yangzi. This is all Zhu brother my many years down the Jianghu experience. Now tell you, is also considered to have a legacy. Hurry up and say it. Chen Yang was anxious. Look, Zhao de Zhu pointed, this kid ing asked for 30 strings of roasted leeks, 20 strings of sheep's waist. Think about it, you taste you fine. Why do you have to eat so this way of eating, can it last? Chen Yang's mouth twitched, speechless. Sure enough, Jianghu experience, count yourself as a bully. Zhao de Zhu shook his head and shook his head, his smile full of middle-aged greasy malodorous touch. I tell you big ocean son, really not you brother with you blow. When I Zhao de Zhu reigning 20 years, what kind of pussy have not seen? There is no one who can hold me down. Back then, I was a dragon in a storm. Which bathhouse didn't I go in and out 7 times? I could come and go as I pleased. Chen Yang helpless. This dam began to blow on the bull. The preparations for Silver Sword Culture's short video music festival event were nearing the end. With the handover and coordination of the various groups completed, Chen Yang, as well as the employees up and down the company, all shifted their work to the festival's convention site. There was less than a month left before the start date. Therefore, the construction of the exhibition site, as well as all aspects of the work, became more and more intense. Chen Yang ran around almost every day, looking very hard, but after all, he was a veteran, and his ability to steal time from his busy schedule was still a little bit. Taking advantage of the gaps between going out to make purchases and submitting bills and other work, he was able to give free play. After receiving Chu Mengjie's gracious invitation once again, Chen Yang decided to go to the Galaxy Music Academy to sneak around. Of course, he definitely wouldn't fall for Chu Mengjie's tricks again. What dating and drinking coffee was all bull ********. But even so, it was definitely better than the thankless task of setting up the convention site. Anyway, purchasing on the way. Look at the beauty to feed the eyes. Rest a little is also good. Say hello to the leader. Then secretly went to the conservatory. Chapter 26, The Beginning of the Road to Truly Becoming Stronger. 4,000 word chapter begging for recommendations. Galaxy Music Academy. The familiar music practice room actually did not emanate the sound of any musical instruments. If it was according to the usual situation, there should be guzheng and eru with Western instruments playing. Carrying the milk tea he bought, Chen Yang confirmed the door number outside the door. It was indeed the practice room that Chu Mengjie brought him to last time. Why is it so quiet? Since we parted the other day, it had been a long time since we had contacted each other. I don't know how she has been developing recently. Chen Yang pushed the door and entered, ready to give a small surprise to the beautiful girl that he had not seen for many days. As a result, the surprise didn't reach him, but rather startled him. At this time, the music practice room, slightly empty, Chu Mengjie sat in the corner, her eyes red. Surprisingly, she was crying. Next to her stood the girl from before, who had gone with her to Howie's musical instrument house, seemingly comforting her. The two heard the door open and looked up. When Chu Mengjie saw Chen Yang, it was as if she had touched the sadness within her heart again, and her eyes, which were already almost dry, shed stubborn tears again. Chen Yang was dumbfounded. This is none of my business, right? I am innocent. Did not do anything. What's going on? Did you fall out of love? The scene is a bit awkward. He approached slowly and stiffly, and did not know how to ask. Can only use a puzzled gaze? Looked toward the girl next to Chu Mengjie. The girl understood Chen Yang's doubts. She looked at Chu Mengjie, who was lying on the table sadly, and then pointed outside, signaling to go out and talk. Chen Yang nodded, put down the milk tea, and quietly followed the girl out. Big sister, what's wrong with Chu Mengjie today? Chen Yang asked. The girl was exasperated and laughed. This big brother's ability to express himself was really humorous. My name is Zhou Shanshan. Last time you came, told you the name. Chen Yang was embarrassed. He really didn't remember. Hungry I remember so called. Doesn't it seem close? The girl was full of blush. Who wants to be close to you? Then she continued. Okay, talk about Mengjie's things. She is because of the band's things. A little unacceptable before crying. The band? Chen Yang froze. What happened to your band? I remember the last time I came. Wasn't it quite good? What happened? Zhou Shanshan sighed helplessly. Alas, pretty good is pretty good, but the band can't just let go of the problems in it and keep on being pretty good just because they are in a good relationship. It will just be a farce, and in the end, there won't be any benign results. What does that mean? Chen Yang was puzzled. In fact, Mengjie formed the band because she wanted to try the combination of ethnic and Western instruments. The idea at that time was very simple, but only after it gradually took shape did she realize that the band is a collective. It's not as easy as she thought, and there will always be all sorts of problems, so she can only say that people have their own aspirations. Chen Yang froze, listening to your words. The band won't disband, right? Zhou Shanshan was also a bit lost, even if it doesn't disband, but it's pretty much the same. You should have known the rest of the guys when you came before. In fact, the level of their instruments, they can't keep up with Mengjie's rhythm at all. It can be said to be very strenuous. We have created so many compositions, and they almost can't keep up with it. Mengjie has always been accommodating to them, but it can't be stagnant like this all the time, right? We're going to participate in the short video music festival in a while. It's very important to us, so these past few days of practicing, Mengjie has sped up the tempo to stop accommodating them, so the problem arose all of a sudden. Anyway, without getting into all the unpleasantness of it, this morning, they beat a retreat and applied to quit the band. After listening to Zhou Shanshan's explanation, Chen Yang then understood why Chu Mengjie was so aggrieved and sad. From the energy with which she had approached herself to come over and help before, It was obvious that Chu Mingjie's heart and passion for her band could be felt. On that day, Xiaohua had used that kind of approach, but he hadn't been able to get Chu Mingjie to budge even a little bit. With such high expectations, it was the band's internal problems that led to its disbandment. This was definitely a very big blow to her, so it was no wonder she was sad. It's all because of these few uninspired guys. If they can usually work harder, even if they can't reach Mingjie's level, at least they can keep up. It's not as if they can't play a complete piece. Mingjie's strength is famous throughout the whole school, and by putting a low profile on them like this, the result is such a lack of competitiveness. Zhou Shanshan was heartbroken for her sister Chu Mingjie, and complained in a low voice for a few moments. Chen Yang helplessly scratched his head, not realizing that he came today, but actually stumbled into this mess. For a while, also did not know what to say. Looking at the young girl in the practice room, who was still crying in secret, Chen Yang actually felt a little pity for her. This time, he really wanted to help her. There is no way after all, has reached the age of 30 years old uncle, the most cannot see the little girl's pitiful look. What's the song about? A good uncle won't let a cute girl get hurt a little bit. He'll never be like a gust of wind, wandering in tenderness. A good uncle won't let a cute girl's heart get more and more panicked. Lonely, single, invisible. The direction of the band's future, Chen Yang decided. Since he had already minded his own business one more time before, he naturally had to mind it to the end. This was also the purpose of the behavior he gave himself after he turned 31. Therefore, from now on, it was necessary to find a way to make Chu Mingjie's band the strongest band in the entire school. Wait, the strongest band? To make Chu Mingjie's band stronger? Chen Yang had a flash of light in his head. Crap, it was not easy to find a place to get it. The content of the short video. Isn't this coming? Let Zhou Shanshan go in first to accompany Chu Mingjie. Chen Yang, on the other hand, stood in place for a full 10 minutes in a daze. In his mind, he quickly constructed the content and the material needed for his first short video. A musical story about Chu Mingjie, a failure experience that resonated with many people. A most grounded inspirational process, a final success through positive motivation, hard work and sweat. Also, Chu Mingjie is beautiful, so I guess it can increase the number of fans. Chen Yang seemed to have discovered a new continent. Granted, using someone else's failed heartbreak to accomplish one's own task, it seemed to seem inhumane, but Chen Yang felt that as long as he sought Chu Mingjie's consent and truly helped her, this should be fine. Chen Yang took a deep breath and pushed the door into the music classroom. He picked up a cup of milk tea that still had ice on it and stuck it on Chu Mingjie's delicate face. Chu Mingjie trembled a bit from the cold, then she raised her head with tears in her eyes. Chen Yang touched his plump cheeks and revealed a smile that he thought was warm. Chu Mingjie, he suddenly said loudly. Chu Mingjie, Zhou Shanshan. Chen Yang paid no attention to the two women who were in shock. With a wave of his hand, he stood in front of the duo and started pouring positive chicken soup, as if he was starting a one-on-one personal speech. Look at you now. Do you still remember that day in the magnificent musical instrument house? How you kneeled and licked to ask me for contact information? You kneeling? Chu Mingjie was confused. Where did he? Do you still remember? When you invited me to come, that vision of a bright future for the band? Do you remember when I came to your band that day? You were excited like a little sheep, to introduce me to the band members? I know, you haven't forgotten any of that, but there's good and bad in everything. And how are you going to make a band good if you can only accept the good but won't try to face the bad? Do you know how many people have given up on music because they're not as musically talented as you? Do you know how many people go through life not being able to touch their favorite instrument because their family doesn't have the money? Do you know how many people who have good talent and a good family, but just don't want to face the difficulties, and in the end can only achieve nothing as a rich second generation to inherit the family business? Chu Mingjie's eyes widened. No, you don't know. Chu Mingjie, could it be that you have to give up just because your band members left in the district? Is it just because the band's work has not been able to be picked up that you're going to back off? Is this still the Chu Mingjie I know? Ding. System tip. The current scene, environment, and emotional state to fully enter speech mode conditions. Speech master skill. Passive bonus effect triggered. Emotional rendering doubled. Positive energy doubled. Chicken blood pumping doubled. Double the eloquence. At this moment, Chen Yang's mind, the image of the system skill triggering appeared. While looking at the bonus given by the system, Chen Yang did not stop. Music is something that should flow in our blood, especially these ethnic musical instruments that our great motherland, our great forefathers' ancestors, have left us with the crystallization of their wisdom. Will they be willing to have no one to succeed them? No one can make them flourish, even with the world? This is not how music should be for you. You can't give up. You have to get stronger. Make yourself stronger. Make your band stronger. Chen Yang's words sounded like chicken soup though, but without realizing it, the two of them, Chu Mingjie and Zhou Shanshan, had somehow completely fallen into this positive energy septic tank full of chicken blood. It was even impossible to pull themselves out. Chu Mingjie had completely stopped crying, and a fighting spirit was ignited in her heart. Chen Yang hissed, "Isn't it just the band breaking up? Isn't it just that it's hard to find some teammates who match your musical level? Is that hard? Is this as bad as stopping your forward steps in pain?" Chu Mingjie's eyes sizzled. "Big brother Chen Yang, you shut up. Listen to me. I'll help you become stronger." Chu Mingjie, Zhou Shanshan. After a full hour, Chen Yang, tired and out of breath, finally stopped. The two women on the opposite side, Chu Mingjie and Zhou Shanshan, were also flushed. After listening to Chen Yang's positive energy explanation, they were actually completely adjusted. Chu Mingjie stepped out of the shadow of sadness. Her eyes sizzled as she looked at Chen Yang, and at this time, his image, the taller and more majestic, big brother Chen Yang. "Thank you, I understand. I won't give up," Chu Mingjie said. Chen Yang nodded in relief. That's right, don't worry, I will help you rebuild the band." Speaking here, Chu Mingjie and Zhou Shanshan paused for a moment. Although the positive energy was full, but the reality of the problem still existed. Actually, some of the school's awesome classmates, almost all of them have their own bands. Before Shan and I went to look for them, it's really hard to invite them, Chu Mingjie said. This problem was a very difficult thing to deal with. Chu Mingjie also understood at first that if the level of the band members varied, it definitely wouldn't go far. It was just that many people already had their own bands and basically wouldn't agree to her invitation. In the end, she had to scrape things together to form this band, and was even under a lot of pressure. Chen Yang thought for a moment, then smiled slightly. It was as if the fat had piled up with the word confidence hanging on her face. "Don't worry, the bed to the bridge is naturally straight. Is not just to find a classmate with the same strength as you guys. Talk about it, there will be." The two women were a bit puzzled, not knowing what to say. Chen Yang pulled out his cell phone, and hemmed and hawed. "This, Mingjie, you see there's a matter. Is it by the way you help me too? And, what is it? I this now want to do a short video, content words, because it is the most beginning well. So want to open the door red. I want to go to constantly help people become stronger positive energy road. You see your band is quite suitable. Cannot be my first to become stronger the protagonist of the story?" Chu Mingjie smiled helplessly. "No problem Chen Yang big brother. You have helped me so much. Want to shoot how to shoot. You casually, how all can." Chen Yang froze. How to shoot? Anything? Then lewd eyes online. Chu Mingjie froze, then roared with petulance. "What are you thinking about? Sweat state eek. Account, getting stronger starts at 31. First video. Hello everyone, this is the first video I've made. I'll slowly tell you about my experience later. Let's slowly get to know each other and grow with each other, come what may. But next, I'm going to introduce you to a girl. A beautiful girl who is struggling on the road for the sake of her music dream. Her name is Chu Mingjie. The story starts from the first day she decided to form a band. Contents, several clips of video footage that Chu Mingjie and Zhou Shanshan had Chen Yang shoot. Story narrator, a hard-working musical girl. For her dream, forming a band, after all the efforts and hard work, but still not able to achieve what she wanted. Facing the pressure around her, the taunts of her rivals, her own companion's lack of advancement, the sad tears left by the girl. But do you think this is the end? Chen Yang appears in the movie. A big face. No, with me, brother Changxiang, it will never end like this. In the next installment, I'll find them awesome teammates. And in the next installment, I'll help them not just become the strongest band in the whole school, but I'll also make them shine on top of the short video music festival. Let all of our internet friends across the country recognize such a young band that combines ethnic and Western instruments. I'll do what I say. If you don't believe me, well, please like and follow me, and wait for my subsequent video progress. I'll record and edit them out one by one, so you can see how I made them stronger. I am Brother Changxiang. Brother Changxiang is me. Let's go to the next installment. We won't see each other again. The video ended. System mission reminder, judgment successful. Mission completed. P.S. I'd like to thank Wildfire for the recommendation. Dang dang dang. Chapter 27, there's a big brother at school, seeking favorites. Cooperation with Chu Mingjie. Chen Yang not only passed the system task, but also successfully completed a judgment. First time posting a short jitterbug video, system determination successful. Third time for the system mission passed. Awarded 150 free attribute points. Face value, plus 20. Temperament, plus 20. Bounce, plus 20. Free attribute points, 300. Skill rewards. 1 oboe upgraded to national treasure level. Top song. 100 birds for the phoenix. 2 randomize a song with master level singing. Songs randomized. Money reward, 10,000 yuan. Also, only for use within Shakeology. System task, please make the Shaketone followers reach 2,000 / number of likes for any video 8,000 / comments 1,000. Also, all 3 of the above items need to be completed to be counted as a successful task. Other features, waiting to be explored. Current version, 2.0. Completed. Free attribute points, has accumulated to 300 points. Chen Yang rejoiced in his heart, and he had an immature idea in his mind. He thought to himself, if he accumulated 1,000 points, 10,000 points, and then added them to his face value, or his weight all at once, would he then instantly become thinner or more handsome? Chen Yang unconsciously revealed a smile, a little excited. What's the point of being fit? Wouldn't it be fine to save more attribute points? Tip, that's true in principle, but the upper limit of each attribute is different. The upper limit of your face value attribute is very high. A mere 1,000 attribute points may not change much. Chen Yang wanted to die. Just as he was getting excited, he was splashed with cold water by the system again. This time, the random skill enhancement once again gave him a small surprise, because this was supposed to be the first time he had seen it, the highest national treasure level of skills. His own hot water washing and repairing was at the proficient level, while the oboe was at the master level. This was already enough for him to strut his stuff in front of the many talented students in the conservatory. Even the senior ones like Prof. Shin Kai felt that he was very good at it. But what Chen Yang didn't expect was that Suona even existed in a higher realm, the national treasure level. And this time, the national treasure level also came with a Suona's ultimate piece, 100 birds toward the phoenix. It was as if the way this piece was played did not exist in his once masterful muscle memory. With the muscle memory of the national treasure oboe, after it was completely fused within his body, Chen Yang froze on the spot and was in awe. This was because he realized that the technique used and the amount of breath transitions used to blow this national treasure repertoire was not at all comparable to what he had done before. Obviously this one was even more difficult, and one could guess it based on the name of the track, 100 birds toward the phoenix. Naturally, is the chirping of white birds, and it's not just about the Suona tune, it's also about learning the sounds of different birds chirping. It was a ghostly skill if you played it in a Suona. Chen Yang felt that he was very lucky to be able to master this craft by relying on such a convenience. In addition, this time, he gained another random song to sing. However, compared to the skill of Suona, this singing one was obviously a bit of a chicken. After all, it hadn't been used until now, just like fixing the water heater. After all, you could only sing one random song, plus the last one was only 2 hands. Even when it comes to KTV, it might not be enough to sing, but Chen Yang didn't care about this. He knew that as long as his vocal range attribute reached a certain level, after improving his true vocal cords, the system might, perhaps, directly give him a singing master level skill. Or maybe, of course, what excited him the most this time came. The system had once again given him money, and it wasn't the 500 from before. This time it was a whole $10,000, although the use of this $10,000, unsurprisingly, had a qualifying condition, but it was always in his favor, so it wasn't a loss how he spent it. Limit the use of this $10,000 to within shivering sound. Chen Yang looked at the qualification and his eyes gradually brightened up. This qualification looked like he couldn't just spend it himself, but it actually made no difference. He could use this $10,000 to reward the anchors inside Shaketone, and maybe even add a few ladies on WeChat. Or, he could look for those accounts with goods, click on the connection below them, and buy things from the small store. Isn't this the same as online shopping in disguise? Moreover, this is also considered to use the money in the jitterbug. In addition, if he was a bit smarter, he could also choose to spend $10,000 and put himself on the Shake Plus promotion hit once. Maybe it would directly fulfill the task, and even make his short video catch fire faster. Of course, be shameless. He could also directly open his own live broadcast, and then give himself a reward for swiping gifts. In that case, he could get the money from the gift share. And wouldn't that be something he could just spend? There are many ways to do this. It mainly depends on how one uses this $10,000 to maximize its value. Chen Yang wasn't stupid. Swiping gifts for himself and then splitting it with the platform was definitely the least way to maximize the value of $10,000. Unless he was waiting for the money to be used urgently, it was better to do something else. Currently, the best thing to do is to directly spend $10,000 and go on a platform that promotes 100,000 foot people. This way 100,000 people will be able to swipe their video. As long as a few thousand people were left to follow and like it, one's task would be accomplished. Chen Yang thought carefully and was not in a hurry. For the time being, let's wait a few days and see. This matter is over. Chen Yang still returned to his busy preparations for the convention and exhibition activities. However, every time he was out in the field, He definitely ran towards the music academy as soon as he had the chance. Since he had said that he would help Chu Mingjie rebuild the band, his input was definitely needed. Looking at the short video music festival, it was nearing the end. The time left for Chu Mingjie and the girls was really not too much. This was something that Chen Yang knew better than anyone else, because he was the employee of the company that was preparing the music festival. Moreover, he even knew the exact time when the festival would be scheduled and when the pre-sale of tickets for the festival would start online. So forming manpower as soon as possible was the most crucial. The guzheng has Zhou Shanshan, and on my own, the violin and pipa, as well as the flute are all capable. So I'll just go on whichever instrument is needed for the production at that time, Chu Mingjie said confidently. You're great, Chen Yang sighed, then asked, then what kind of instruments are we still missing? For folk music, it's best to add an arrow as it's the most typical instrument. We also need a drummer. And lastly, it's best to come with an awesome piano or keyboard. So that together with Shanshan's guzheng, and the cooperation of those instruments of mine, we can basically put together a combination of Chinese and Western. And of course, if big brother Chen Yang's oboe of yours can be added as well, then it'll be very comprehensive. Chu Mingjie explained seriously. Only after she finished speaking, she was somewhat helpless and desperate. They want these kinds of, are very difficult to find. Arrow pull good without years of hard work down. Drummers, is a relatively rare position in the school. Better, almost all have been pulled away. There are a lot of piano keyboards, but not many top ones. In fact, it's really quite difficult. Looking at Chu Mingjie's difficult look, Chen Yang said, it's okay, don't be discouraged. If we can't do it together, let's do it one by one. Chu Mingjie faintly smiled, knowing that what Chen Yang said was well-intentioned. Just one by one. It's not all the same. Let's just say arrow this category. Where to find a great one to go? In itself, there are very few students of folk music. Chen Yang stroked his chin, pondering, then he suddenly asked, by the way, if you play arrow, is it possible to do it without finding a student? Chu Mingjie froze. Of course it's possible. It's just that if you don't look for it in the school, where else can you look for it? Chen Yang shook his head. No, of course we have to look in the school. Who? Chu Mingjie was again baffled by the words. Chen Yang, on the other hand, smiled mysteriously. My big brother. Chapter 28, that doesn't sound right. One more. Seeing Qin Kai's wife once again, Chen Yang felt that it was still as charming and attractive. He excitedly shouted sister-in-law. Xu Xuan opened the door and looked at Chen Yang with a smile. Welcome, sister-in-law. Has big brother Qin Kai returned? As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Yang regretted it. I don't know why, but I always felt that there was something wrong with this question. Xu Xuan nodded. Warm and moving. Come in quickly, and then I'm coming in. Your big brother inside waiting for you. Oh. To say that Qin Kai is a professor of a music academy, that could definitely not be underestimated in terms of musical attainments. His arrow could be said to be famous and highly respected in the circle as an old artist. This is also the day and after he met. Qin Kai intentionally or unintentionally, to Chen Yang introduced his title. But Chen Yang which will care about those what music association, that university honorary tutor professor what title. The only thing he knew was that Qin Kai was an arrow master, and very powerful. Therefore, when Chu Mingjie said that she needed an arrow instrument, the first thing Chen Yang thought of was Qin Kai. What? You're asking me to join Mingjie's band? I'm their professor. How can this be possible? After hearing Chen Yang's idea, Qin Kai felt that it was a bit absurd. Anyway, this type of thing had never occurred to him. When it came to his playing, it was only when he played with famous orchestras, or when he was invited to some events. Playing in a band with a group of youngsters, he wasn't quite comfortable with it yet. What's wrong with professors? Can't a professor make music with his students? I really think you are very suitable. Chen Yang persuaded. Qin Kai's face was cold and oily. No way, old brother. To say that I usually play casually, I'll play with them in the music practice room any way I want. But you say that I'm at this age, and I'm still going to that short video music festival with them. If people in the industry see this, they won't laugh at me? No, I'm not going. Seeing Qin Kai's refusal so tough, Chen Yang could only sigh loudly. Alas, Qin Kai old brother, if you don't go, it would really be too much of a pity. What's a pity? Chen Yang bristled, then said, originally, I really want to cooperate with you, with my Swana, plus your arrow, we two together do some interesting music out. I also specifically practiced 100 Birds toward the Phoenix. This thought if we join Chu Mingjie's band, and then not only have our national treasures, but also add the combination of Western music, then certainly can make the most awesome music. I'm sure we can make the most awesome music by then, but now it seems that there may not be much chance. While saying that, Chen Yang turned around and was about to leave. Qin Kai caught the details and then shouted in shock. What? You wait. You just said that you know 100 birds? Really? Yeah, that's right. Shin Kai shook his head. He was sure that he had heard correctly. Chen Yang did say that what he knew was 100 Birds' pilgrimage to the Phoenix. As a musical artist of the older generation, Shin Kai's knowledge of folk musical instruments could be described as very deep, one of the highest techniques of the Suona, and one of the ceiling-like pieces that symbolized the art of this instrument, was this 100 Birds towards the Phoenix. Perhaps many people may not know it and think it is a tune, but Shin Kai knows that the true significance of this 100 Birds Chaophone lies in the reduction and expression of nature by the Suona. One kind of bird is considered a mockery, and so are two. But what about 3, 4, more? How many kinds can you know? This is the expression of how much individual skill can be accumulated after years of precipitation. Most oboists, in their whole life, may only be able to blow with some success. Many years ago, he was once fortunate enough to listen to an old artist's last performance when he was in the Great Northwest. That performance was exactly this 100 Birds toward the Phoenix. He was never able to forget the feeling of being in awe of the scene. He looked at Chen Yang and asked, "How many kinds do you know?" Chen Yang smiled faintly. "You guess." I guess?" Shin Kai was speechless. "Little old brother, we are this much of a rare and forgettable friend. You can't tease brother me." Chen Yang solemnly looked at Shin Kai. "Older brother, I, Chen Yang, will not lie to you. As long as you join the band with me, you can rest assured that my craftsmanship will definitely not let you down." Shin Kai took a deep breath and lowered his head in indecision. This bargaining chip that Chen Yang had thrown out was indeed very attractive to him. After how many years, he just wanted to hear it again. The 100 Birds of Prey that could be called a masterpiece. After some thought, Shin Kai decided to go. "Good, little old brother Chen Yang, don't lie to me." Chen Yang hemmed and hawed. "Don't worry old brother, how can I lie to you? Otherwise my sister-in-law won't even do it." Shin Kai, "Good, this sounds fine. How is it that it feels which is not right?" Xu Mengjie and Zhou Shanshan's minds exploded. The two stood frozen in place, looking at Chen Yang like an oddball. Originally thought that he might just randomly find a brother who was not bad at playing arrow, so that would be considered okay. But who would have thought that Chen Yang would directly look for Professor Shin Kai? This was also too crazy. The two of them were still very uncomfortable at first, and it took them a long time to digest this matter. Finally, they confirmed it again and again before accepting the fact that Professor Shin Kai had joined. Although Prof. Shin Kai was present in person and was very strict about the music. But one good thing was that they no longer had to worry that the arrow could not keep up with the rhythm of their works. After all, one didn't need to worry about anyone but Shin Kai's level, right? In the practice room, the 4 people were sitting around. Other than Shin Kai's half-white hair, the other 3 were dark and thick. Shin Kai held the brewed wolfberry ginseng tea and sipped it carefully before taking the lead. The zither and drums both are the main spins of the song, and without a keyboard and drummer, it definitely won't work. Xu Mengjie and Zhou Shanshan nodded their heads in recognition. "Who in your school has a great keyboard?" Chen Yang sipped his milk tea and casually asked. Shin Kai thought for a moment. As a professor in the school, he naturally knew a lot about this area. To say that apart from the senior students who left the school, the one who feels the best at the moment should still be that Xiaohua kid. "Xiaohua? That's the one I've seen before at the musical instrument store?" Chen Yang asked Xu Mengjie. Yes, Xiaohua is really good. His classmates all nicknamed him Ghost Hand. The main thing is his keyboard. Casually playing it can reach over 300. Oh, that means Xiaohua is fast. He's fast. Xu Mengjie lamented. "He definitely won't be able to come. You know about that day. He has his own band. And he's still trying to do everything he can to get me to join his side." Chen Yang once again had a bright light on his head. "Wait, that's kind of interesting. Why can he only persuade you to go to his band, but not you to persuade him to come to his own band?" Xu Mengjie, Zhou Shanshan, Shin Kai, that makes sense. Looking at the time, Chen Yang got up. "Alright, let's call it a day. I'll take care of Xiaohua's side." "You?" Xu Mengjie couldn't believe it. Chen Yang hemmed and hawed. "Don't worry, it's just a matter of inviting him for a meal." Chapter 29, Xiaohua, Dangerous. Second shift. After class, walking on the way back to the dormitory, Xiaohua frowned seriously all the way, as if he was about to have bad luck. "I don't know why, but lately, I've always been distracted. It seems like this state started right after the last solo with that dead fat guy." Regarding Chen Yang's stereotype, Xiaohua subconsciously had already characterized him as the extremely bad kind. It was already deep in the marrow. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Chen Yang was a complete street sneak, and absolutely had to stay far away from him, so as not to get into trouble. WeChat suddenly sent a message. He looked down, and a rare flabby smile appeared on his serious face. Xu Mengjie actually took the initiative to come to her. This was really the sun rising in the west. "Big handsome Xiaohua, do you have time tonight?" Xiaohua's eyes were stunned. What did the old saying go? The East doesn't shine, the West shines. The recent news of Chu Mengjie's band disbanding had actually spread a long time ago. Xiaohua naturally received the news first, but he didn't immediately go and persuade Chu Mengjie to join him this time. With the previous lesson, he was very patient this time. After all, in the school, there weren't many people with the strength to form a band with her. For so many days, he waited for this kind of opportunity. Instead of taking the initiative to dig up the wall, it was better to wait for them to disintegrate from within. Now the opportunity came. Chu Mengjie could take the initiative to invite herself. That meant that this matter had a chance. Mengjie, recently I've been busy with my band's business, so I haven't been in touch. How have you been? Something wrong? Chu Mengjie replied. My band disbanded. Don't pretend you don't know. Xiaohua, oh, I really don't know. Chu Mengjie, okay, I don't know. Do you have time tonight? Xiaohua, yes, I have time. Do you want to invite me for dinner? Chu Mengjie, sort of, but later, 10 o'clock, see you at the school gate. Xiaohua, good, see you there. He turned off his cell phone. Xiaohua could not hide his excitement. Notice the details? Eat later, if you really want to eat. In fact, there are no classes in the afternoon, so you can go and eat a lot of things. But later, that means that after going out to eat, certainly cannot go back to school. After all, the dormitory lights out time is 10:30. That means you need to bring your ID card. And then, crap, it's exciting to think about it. Isn't this a bit too fast? But I've always been fast. If you're fast at the keyboard, you're not slow at chasing girls. It makes sense. It was 10:30 at night. At the entrance of the Conservatory of Music, a few people were already invisible. Xiaohua has dressed himself carefully, wearing a trendy brand, stepping on AJ under his feet. His hairstyle is tinfoil hot, and his body is fragrant. The handsome will be finished. Inexplicably excited and apprehensive. Did not expect to have such a happy day. Do you want to go to the supermarket first? Put that safety whatsoever. Buy it first? Just thinking. In the distance Chu Mengjie and Zhou Shanshan walked out together. Xiaohua froze, a little surprised. Chu Mengjie did not say it was two together. This himself has not tried. After dinner cannot cope with it is not certain. Come? Chu Mengjie came to what words in front of said. Came. I thought you own it. Xiaohua said. Oh, how can we three? There are people. Go. Xiaohua was confused. Wait a minute. There's something wrong with what he just said. Not only three, there are others? Not knowing what Chu Mengjie was selling, he could only follow them. Then he saw a broken down BYD. Xiaohua didn't feel surprised. Now basically where to go? RN advanced drop call car. Chu Mengjie and Zhou Shanshan went directly to the back row and sat up. Xiaohua naturally had to be the co-pilot. It looked like he was going to the city center for dinner. Pulling open the door of the co-pilot, Xiaohua sat in with his butt, and while buckling his seatbelt, he asked, where is Mengjie going to eat? I look online in advance. Crouching, how is it you? The words are not even finished. Xiaohua only felt that his head was buzzing, and his body was stiff, as if he was struck by lightning. A lewd and fat face was staring at himself with a malodorous smile. Gu, long time no see, little old Xiaohua. When Xiaohua heard this, he was covered in cold sweat as if he was facing an enemy. In a panic, he wanted to jump out of the car and escape, but the seat belt buckle, as if rusted, froze stuck and cannot be unlocked. What kind of car? It's over. This time it's completely over. Xiaohua is very sure that Chu Mengjie and this big bastard colluded. This is to be dark and windy, to do themselves not just play a band? Not so much. Big brother, I didn't do anything. It's fine, you don't have to do anything. I'll treat you to a meal and make friends. Chen Yang laughed. Xiaohua wanted to die. It was really a moment of carelessness, but was deceived by Chu Mengjie's beauty trick. Under the dim streetlights, the vehicles gradually became less and less. Roadside stalls began to come out one after another. Chen Yang parked the car, then took Chu Mengjie, Xiaohua and Zhou Shanshan, three people, to go to their own familiar food stalls. Of course, the beauty is not necessarily, but certainly can eat. Originally, he invited himself to eat such things, certainly to live within their means. Thinking about it, Chen Yang felt that only Zhu's place, the most suitable. After all, the use of the freshest side dishes last month, apart from the occasional accidental fall of cigarette ash into the fried rice, it was still considered very clean and hygienic. Coupled with his fierce enthusiasm, he brought a sense of security to his customers at all times. Such a good place was definitely the best choice for treating guests to dinner and exchanging feelings. Most importantly, he did the math. 4 people eating to death, 200 might not even be used, and the price was fair. At this time, Zhao Dezhu's burnt rice stall hadn't opened yet. He crossed his legs, still looking like the wild pugilist he used to be. He rolled up his sleeves to reveal his thick thighs, then reached into his buried pants and pulled out half a day. Anyway, I don't know where. Pulled out a child half a cigarette, touching the body. Seems to have no fire. Good guy. Directly opened the gas stove. Do not care about the greasy mess by the hair was burned, but also to smoke a mouthful. Hard inhaled a mouthful of smoke, which only greatly grinned and sat back, touching his sexy stubble. He looked towards, with interest, Chun Yang, who was bringing people over. It then quickly locked onto the beautiful woman behind him. In just a few seconds, a conclusion was reached. TSK, too young, which is enough for a fierce tiger to bite. This vision of Tai Yangzi is also too average. Soon, 4 people came. Brother Zhu, we're not coming to the same old 3 today. Add some barbecue and a few bottles of beer. While saying that, Chen Yang signaled the few people to sit first. Only, at this moment, Xiao Hua had stiffened on the spot. His face was green. If he was afraid that Chen Yang was a big gangster, then it was okay. But after seeing Zhao Dezhu, he was completely disheartened. Obviously this person is more dangerous. Do you want to be so unlucky? Chapter 30, Spending the system's money is awesome. 3 shifts, 4 servings of spicy ham and sausage fried rice, potato chips, dried cilantro tofu rolls, meat skewers, chicken wings, and 2 grilled swordfish. It should be called relatively sumptuous. At least that's how Chun Yang felt. Xu Mingjie and Zhou Shanshan's kind of children from wealthy families didn't eat a lot of this kind of cuisine. Without this relationship with Chun Yang, they definitely wouldn't have come here to eat. Although they were very uncomfortable, they did not show any look of disgust. As for Xiao Hua on the other side, the reason why he looked as unconcerned as Chu Mingjie and the others, in fact, it was completely out of respect for Zhao Dezhu, this big brother. The way he ate up, it could be said that he was being cautious. Older brother Xiao Hua, let's both do a toast, as if we're getting to know each other. Chen Yang picked up a beer. Xiao Hua reacted quickly and hurriedly picked up the small cup in front of him. Big brother toasts, take it away if you don't give face. If you don't drink, you have to drink. Xiao Hua trembled. Chen Yang, big brother. Little brother, I'm just a student who hasn't graduated yet. What do you have to know me for? Chen Yang put down the bottle and shook his head slightly. No, you're not an ordinary person. I'm asking you if you're extra fast. Am I fast? Aren't you fast? I'm fast. I'm damn fast. That's right. Chen Yang slapped his thigh. Xiao Hua was confused. What's wrong with being fast? Is it against the law to be fast? Chen Yang looked at Xiao Hua with a smile. This kid should be a little shy. Xu Mingjie's band. Recently there was some situation. You know it. I didn't do it. It has nothing to do with me. Xiao Hua hurriedly defended himself. He thought he had understood it all. No wonder Chu Mingjie was the one who asked herself out. She couldn't have thought that her band members quitting was all his doing, right? Brother, after drinking this cup of wine, you're one of us. Come to Mingjie's band tomorrow and practice together. Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. His whole body was bad. What have I done? Which sentence did I promise you? Where is this kind of overbearing thing? This won't work. I didn't promise. Chen Yang froze, then pointed at Zhao Dezhu. Don't bull ********. Brother Zhu heard it all. At this time, Zhao Dezhu didn't know when he sat at the back, with a cigarette in his mouth and a ha-ha-he. The look in his eyes made people extremely fearful. Heard it. Oh yeah, bring your band's drummer along. Xu Mingjie interjected. Xiao Hua's mind completely collapsed, and he had the urge to die. He was tempted to call his parents. There was nothing else he wanted to say, just to report that he was safe. Tell them that he was in the conservatory and was having a happy time. Since then, the band was considered a success. Xu Mingjie and the others started a brand new music creation, and with Xiao Hua's understanding of pop music, there were soon a lot of sparks. Never mind what kind of nasty methods were used, but Chun Yang was considered to have done what he said he would do. He even got a judgmental reward from the system, increasing a lot of attribute points. Under his strong pull, Xiao Hua and Qin Kai cooperated to complete several video shoots. The follow-up story of Chen Yang's Jitterbug, basically the second segment, followed the editing to completion. The next thing was how to make his own shake sound and quickly gather popularity, then waiting for the opening of the music festival, the moment to help Chu Mingjie's band to be a hit. Basically, it was even the end of the first stage of one's video story content. In the past few days, Chen Yang had paid close attention to the data movement of his own Jian. The first video, he felt to himself that he had done very well, even without any capital operating costs injected. But according to his conception, Xu Mingjie's kind of beautiful girl appearing on camera, there would always be a few fans who would pay attention to the likes. However, to his great disappointment, there was no expected effect. In addition to the 2 unfamiliar concerns, there was not even a single like, and those 2 concerns One was a Manhwa account, and the other seemed to be a certain sales agent. Chen Yang sort of recognized the reality. To make a video instantly become a hit, it would have to be heavenly luck, or hit a particularly explosive point, or it was funny, or the face value was explosive, or something else. All in all, his short video, for the time being, definitely did not have the characteristics of a pop-up. To truly attract fans, it still needed the accumulation of long-term story content. At times like this, people just have to admit their weaknesses. It's not hard to admit your own shortcomings, and to put your foot down. There is a good saying, you and I were not meant to be. It's all about smashing money. Chen Yang said it the meaning behind this sentence, and there was no doubt that it was definitely the crystallization of the wisdom of his predecessors. Therefore, he decided to use the $10,000 of operating expenses that the system had given him. This time, the short video story with Chu Mengjie's band as the main line. Chen Yang was prepared to send it out according to the usual publishing ideas above Shake Shack. The development of the whole thing to the outcome was to be condensed into 3 videos above, middle and below to be released one by one. The first video, as the introduction, had already been sent. Next was the second video, which was the process of helping Chu Mengjie form the band and how they practiced hard in between. Chen Yang had already shot a lot of material these days, and it took him a night. He edited a piece that was still satisfactory. The content was roughly how to overcome all the difficulties and encourage Chu Mengjie to rekindle her fighting spirit. How? After 3 visits, he finally managed to get Professor Qin Kai to join the band for the arrow part. There was how he went out of his way to lower his stature, even begging Xiao Hua without dignity, to disband his own band and join Chu Mengjie, thus achieving a final strong alliance. And then the sight of the band taking shape and everyone starting to practice hard for their compositions. Chen Yang was dubbing in positive BGM, as well as inspiring background subtitles. At this point, the second video cutoff was complete. Clicking upload, he released his second short video. Chen Yang then clicked on the Shake Plus Help on Hot option below the video. Follow the price above. Prepare to kryptonite. 100 yuan can push 1,000 times, 200 yuan can push 5,000 times, and so on. For $2,000, you can help push 100,000 plus views of the video. The maximum is 20,000 yuan. Chen Yang saw that if you spend $20,000 at once, the platform can push more than 10 million visits. But this 10 million people, how many can become your attention and likes? It is impossible to say. As far as he knew, the number of people who took this money and blew it away was also countless. Currently, he only had $10,000 of startup capital on hand, so surely it couldn't all be used up at once. Although the purpose was to complete the task and raise more attention, it was always a fine line. He felt that this package of $2,000 and pushing 100,000 plus people was good. Using this as a benchmark, he wanted to calculate how much 100,000 people could retain by brushing their own videos. The task of the system is 2,000 followers, 8,000 likes, 1,000 comments. According to this ratio, after accumulating a few videos, it might be reached. Subsequently, Chen Yang clicked on payment after choosing the package. The first video, and the second video posted today, each cost $2,000 to promote. Ding dong, China Merchants Bank reminds you that you have paid 2,000 yuan. Payment successful. Current balance, 8,000 yuan. China Merchants Bank, to remind you, you have paid 2,000 yuan. Payment success. Current balance, 6,000 yuan. Looking at the text message received on his cell phone, Chen Yang smacked his lips. Today, he himself was also considered a small kryptonite. There was no telling if in the future, the system would give himself more money to burn. In case he became a big anchor or something in the future, would he give more money for himself to burn? Chen Yang felt that he had become tacky. To say that a few days ago, he was so excited about those bullish skills. But now, it seemed like all he could think about was the image of the system giving out money to himself and then letting him kryptonize as much as he wanted. It was so good to have money. Having money. Chen Yang suddenly thought that he seemed to have never swiped a gift for an anchor. Anyway, there were still $6,000 left, so why not have a small experience? Maybe even complete the system judgment. He then opened Jitterbug, found the beauty live broadcasts that he often watched. Usually always watched them live in the middle of the night. Whoring for so long, the heart is really not happy. But today we have money. How much or spend some? Mean. The beauty of the punch $100. Chen Yang unprecedentedly gave people brush a small gift. Probably a few dollars. $100 so much. Cannot spend all at once. He is ready to save a little brush. After all, the attention of the female anchor is a bit much. Even if it was a tycoon. Then also have to rain on the parade, right? $10 of small gift brush finished. No reaction. Crap. Playing dumb with me? $20, $30, $50. Thank me a little bit is always okay. Thank you this. Stronger 30. N. Thank you this. Ouch. Welcome my family Tao brother. Brother Tao. I sent you WeChat yesterday. How come you didn't get back to me? Chen Yang. Tao. Chen Yang felt like a loser. You big shot. You don't even look at me for $50. I don't know if I'm poor. Chen Yang hatred of the rich heart began. Lemon sour flavor. Covered a quilt. Mind, when I have money, I will open a Netflix company, and let you broadcast in front of me every day. Under the exasperation, he directly cancelled the attention of this female anchor. So, love will disappear. Never swiped a gift for the female anchor. The system ruled it successful. Face value, +1. Temperament, +1. Bounce, +2. Memory, +1. Lung capacity, +2. Skill bonus, none at this time. Other bonuses, none at this time. Over. Chen Yang was speechless. Marred. Messing with my mindset right. Chapter 31, a first look at the reviews, for more. 10,000 requests for recommendations on a daily basis. Chen Yang's state of life these days was probably the busiest few days in the recent year. In addition to the huge workload of the company's music festival preparations nearing its end, he also had to take care of the band's practice on Xu Mengjia's side. Although his muscle memory of the Swana had already reached the level of a national treasure, but even if it was no longer at the peak, after all, he wasn't the only one performing, it was the whole band, and the two of them, Xiaohua and Prof. Qin Kai, had raised the level of difficulty in response to the piece. One wanted to add the more advanced techniques of ethnic instruments, while the other strongly wanted to add the element of electric music. In short, in the end, it was only under their constant revisions that they were able to come up with a more complete piece. After that, it was just a matter of practicing, revising, practicing, and revising again. Galaxy City Convention Center. At this time, the venue of the convention center had already been completely decorated with the elements of a music festival. There were booths for all the major short video netizens, as well as positions for short video bloggers in the music field. In the center of the venue, there was also a huge stage that was not only surrounded by all the small booths, but also had cool lights configured on it. This was for the bands and stars invited to perform on it during the festival. Of course, it was also the stage where all the bands that had entered their music entries went up to perform for the judging. This music festival show gathered a very large number of webcast contestants, and almost every small booth was a mobile broadcasting platform. There were hundreds of such booths, large and small. This was enough to see that on that day. In addition to the audience on the scene, the flow of people watching the live broadcast online would definitely be unprecedentedly grand as well. Chen Yang rarely found a free moment. Somewhere in the convention center, he found a nice spot. He was going to rest for an hour. Right now, he was already almost tired to the point of vomiting blood. Whether it was the company side or Chu Mengjia's practice room, he was not wanting to go to either side anymore, only wanting to rest quietly for a while. While enjoying the rare time of rest, he took out his cell phone and opened Jitterbug. It had been a few days since he had spent money to promote himself to become popular earlier. The effect was still slightly there, but it was just a few more followers and likes. But the comments were very few, and could be said to be almost none. Chen Yang thought that it might not be strong enough, so the next day, he spent another $4,000 and pushed it twice in a row. Maybe it was luck. The effect of the second time, it is obvious that it began to improve, regardless of whether it is the attention of the machine account or not in this. Anyway, the number of his attention has come to 700, but the likes and comments were relatively low. The first video had a higher number of likes, with over 270 likes. According to Chen Yang's understanding, if it wasn't for Chu Mingjia's good looks, there probably wouldn't have been more than 200. The second video, on the other hand, had slightly more comments, more than 80 comments, and already had a tendency to go towards 100. Opening the comments below the video, Chen Yang was ready to interact. Keeping the comments section active was one of the most effective ways to keep viewers, especially in the early stages of making short videos. Maintaining the accounts of those who left comments in the comments section was an important task, because although the number of followers is large, it's hard to guarantee which ones are really waiting for your video updates and which ones are dead accounts. And those who can comment and like, that surely proves that at least it is not a dead number, but an active and precise fan, which needs to be grasped. Chen Yang first clicked on the comments section of the first video. At this time there were already dozens of comments below. I'll go. If it wasn't for that big face coming out at the end, I'd almost follow it. Dog head. Brothers, I want all the information on this woman now. Please give it to me. Band? Thinking too much. Just play casually. Do you have the power of someone else's star? Time to say no. In the end this man is quite positive. Just a bit fat. Dog head. Don't even say it. You guys are the only ones who look good? One by one also don't look in the mirror. A mirror. Lying trough. It's really more handsome than that fat guy. Don't mock. I think it's great. I'm looking forward to the follow-up. Why isn't it updated yet? Must find the band members. Make that big beauty stick around. Getting stronger, brother? Can you get stronger there? Dog's head to save your life. Upstairs. You're not right. Upstairs. You're not right. Looking at the comments, Chen Yang's mindset was well maintained. There was no mind exploding just because of certain words in the comments. After all, he also often went to other people's place to leave comments, and understood these very well. If this point cannot withstand the problem, all day glassy-minded words, then there is no need to do what Jitterbug. Go home and do your homework to forget. After selectively replying to some people, Chen Yang opened the comments section of the second video. Holy, still ing really found it? That old man. Yeah. It's that old man. I've seen him in the newspaper. 666 actually sought help from a university professor. An Eru artist. Amazing. Brother Changxiang. Yes, Brother Changxiang. This old man's arrow and that man's keyboard are really powerful. I don't think so. That keyboard isn't great. How can you call a hand playing 300 fast? My friend can play 400 at random. Upstairs. Jitterbug musician? Upstairs. You're on your way. Upstairs. Jitterbug per capita on 300 hand speed. Really let him find someone. Brother Changxiang, you are the fattest. This band looks good to me. Go for it. We'll wait for the follow-up. You guys are going to the music festival? Really? I'm waiting to see what you guys do at the festival. Brother Stronger 666. At least the band has really gotten better now. It's not a waste of my attention from the last video. Now I'm just waiting for your final performance. Looking forward to the last installment. I want to see you guys make a splash. Brother Changxiang. Right, okay. If you can make me enjoy watching the next installment, I'll follow you. Hurry up and update. If you don't update, I'll report you. Yeah, hurry up and get on the orgasm, or I'll report you. Didn't see the next video for 2 minutes. Reported. Did I do the right thing, brothers? Asterisk. You guys are outrageous. The festival hasn't even started yet. How can the author make a video? Just wait. Looking at the video's messages, Chen Yang didn't know why, but actually had a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Although such data really represented nothing, but at least what he had done, had gotten a response. Even if the number of people was small, it was still an intangible encouragement and touching. For the first time, Chen Yang felt that this path of his would definitely work. It might not be like some very creative videos. Overnight, it instantly burst into flames and became a popular video, but it can be through their own ideas, steady, slowly accumulated. One true story at a time. A process of making yourself stronger and stronger. A challenge to those unattainable difficulties. Chen Yang believed that as long as he persisted and did it, he would definitely be able to make it big. The main thing was that he still had the system to rely on. As long as there were enough natural attributes, he could do more things that he hadn't done before. After replying to a few comments, Chen Yang grabbed a break and went back to work. Busy times always flew by. After all the matters were prepared, all the work for the Galaxy City Short Video Mega Music Festival event was also completed. The online pre-sale tickets, within a week, had also been snatched up. With the closure of the online ticket window, the festival was about to begin. The hotels in Galaxy City were filled with many celebrities, as well as some young and beautiful netizens. When there was nothing to go shopping in the city center, one could clearly feel that the number of people holding their cell phones and doing outdoor live broadcasts around them had increased. This was all the anchors who had come to Galaxy City and were working diligently. The convention site had already been set up. Silver Sword only needed to do a handover with the organizer in the end. Of course, on the day of the event, it would definitely still be necessary for them, as well as the organizer, to cooperate to maintain the operation of the site. But at that time, the whole company would not need to come out. At least more than half of the company's employees could take a break. But it was also exactly this point that made it a bit difficult for Chen Yang, because he was assigned one of the employees who went to the event site that day to maintain operations. This would be difficult to deal with. He also needed to help Chu Mingjie with the performance of the piece he was participating in that day, so it was definitely impossible to do both on that day. His Suona, which was the main attraction of this work, was the very same 100 birds toward the phoenix that he had promised Qin Kai in the beginning, and Chu Mingjie and Xiao Hua. In this, did a combination of Suona and electric music? This live effect was explosive. Looking at his duty roster, Chen Yang fell into deep thought. To be honest, he had saved up his annual leave for almost 2 years now, and almost never used it. Chen Yang's character at one time had always been the softer kind, and a peacemaker. Being naive is the best way to describe his previous appearance. Therefore, The general help others substitute shift cover a lot of time, even the company's normal annual leave. He did not rest much. The annual leave here is not the one for going home on New Year's Day. Rather, it is the company's entire year, giving employees their due vacations, and generally everyone is given a dozen days. However, Chen Yang had already saved up as much as 2 months, not counting the ones to help people cover their shifts. In the past, the company almost all the foreign assignments, they have not fallen. Therefore, it shouldn't be too much for him to take a day off this time. Besides, the most tiring time in front of this event has already passed. On the day of the event, there were still people from the organizer, so it was not much more than one more and not less than one less. Chen Yang decided that it was best to take a day off. In the office, no approval? Boss, I really have something to do that day. You're talking to Mr. Wu. Chen Yang looked at Li Mao and said, alas, said Wu Gong, that old stubborn does not agree. This time the assignment, and damn it is our fourth group to do it. Really damn it is not apparent. Minister Li Mao is also a bellyful of anger. The activity is tired for more than a month. In the end, the whole company rested, but only chose their 4 groups to do the final closing. Thinking about it is irritating. Boss, I have 2 months of annual leave and I can't even change a day? I helped you say. Mr. Wu did not even take care of it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Yang was speechless. Then find someone to help me get off work. Right? Li Mao was helpless. Cover the shift? Who will cover for you? I can't even find anyone to help me. Who can you find? Alas, I really want to quit my job after working this shift. Chen Yang did not know what to say. P.S. asterisk, everyone clothes and food. Wildfire want to ask for a propulsion ticket. Thank you, and if and see here, how not to invest. You can take the starting point of the coin. Chapter 32, Festival Opening. Masters of Stage Performance. The short video music festival is finally here. Perhaps the hottest day of the summer in Galaxy City this year. The convention center was already crowded. Fans and spectators bought tickets to enter the venue. The star bands, the netizens and live streamers, took the other side of the channel to arrive first and get ready for the show. Chen Yang brought his convention employee card and was depressed in the venue, doing operational work. He had personally approached the manager, Wu Gong, before, wanting to take a day off. The result was obvious. The leader froze and did not give approval. For this reason, Chen Yang also made an unprecedented query as to why other group colleagues could rest. Moreover, he has so much annual leave, and he usually works so many overtime shifts, so why can't he give himself a day off? Wu Gong's answer was very official and very cunning. The meaning is very clear. This is the company's rules. The selected group must obey the arrangement. There is no need to feel that it is unfair. When the next time this kind of large-scale activities, there will be no more 4 groups to be sent. And won't this be fair? This explanation made Chen Yang have a huff face. A few years can have an event like this once, and wait until the next time? I'm afraid that it's not certain that you'll be in this company or not by then. Although unhappy, but what can be done? Chen Yang can only obediently come over to continue to work. Until today, he also recognized a reality that he was never willing to admit. That is, at any time, do not allow yourself to act as a dispensable existence. Because once you become that dispensable character, it seems to be harmless, and you feel good to everyone. But in the long run, the only one who suffers and is aggrieved is you. Unwanted, that is, can be replaced. Either you change, or you continue to endure. Bands playing in festival productions have a separate area. Every 4 or 5 people piled up here represented a band. Shumengjie and the others were among them. Chen Yang, what are you up to? What time is it? And you're still working? Shumengjie said as she looked at Chen Yang. Chen Yang took advantage of the convenience of work to find Shumengjie and the others. He had a helpless face. I don't want to. My leave of absence wasn't approved. But it's okay, when we perform, I'll just appear normally. That's fine. But you mustn't drop the chain and not come. Don't worry, definitely won't. Chen Yang made a guarantee. Even how difficult it was, he still had to come. After all, his system still had tasks to accomplish. And the first stage of the short video, it's just short of this clinical opening. In the future, if you can safely eat this self-media meal, it depends on today. In fact, Chen Yang also thought about, is not he also simply get a live broadcast or something? This is certainly more convenient than after the video to come. But the problem was, right now his account had limitations. His fans were only so small. Even if he opened a live broadcast, it was expected that no one would watch. But if it was made into video content, it ensured the coherence of the story, and people in the future could watch it as a work. In addition, the netizens who opened the live broadcast at the event today, there are no less than dozens of them, famous and not famous, hundreds of anchors. His current strength certainly cannot be compared with those millions of fans' big anchor, so there is no need to be so anxious. At the scene of the event, Chen Yang also saw many acquaintances, Lu Yao and Lin Yiliang, as well as some other colleagues. This group of people didn't come to help out, but rather took advantage of the convenience of the company and came over to specifically watch the music festival perform. They were the company that had organized this event, so it was very convenient to get a ticket, and they didn't need to spend any money. In addition to them, Chen Yang also saw the manager, Mr. Wu Gong, as well as a few leaders from the headquarters, chatting leisurely in the VIP seats. This made his already unbalanced heart even more irritated. Although this was his job, he was supposed to abide by the company's arrangements, which was right, but reason and whether he should or should not, this was simply two different things. It was indeed no one else's fault for not giving himself leave, but for you to come over so easily to watch the music festival in front of so many people from our 4 groups, that's unreasonable. Over there, Lu Yao and Lin Yiliang and the others even came to Chen Yang with a smug look on their faces. Not only did they play with selfies, they also ate and drank, happy as hell. Chen Yang mentally greeted the sister-in-laws of all of them, including Lu Yao's sisters or younger sisters, but even so, it seemed like it wasn't a great relief. After having the system, Chen Yang's mindset was undergoing a transformation. Habitually, he was less willing to be the person who used to always suppress his character. Usually when faced with this situation, he would just walk away, out of sight, out of mind. But now it's different. A lot of things, he prefers to hands to realize him. Of course, certainly not those sister-in-laws. Chen Yang went over with big strides, squeezed Lin Yiliang away with his butt, picked up their milk tea and snacks, and started eating them. The crowd froze. They all looked at Chen Yang in shock. Lin Yiliang reprimanded. Chen Yang, what are you doing? I found that you were getting more and more bold now. Can't you see that Mr. Wu over there is still there? Hurry up and go to work, or you'll have to eat your fruit when you go back to the company. Chen Yang didn't think so, and took a pair of fragrant spicy chicken wings and gnawed on them. His favorite thing was fried chicken, only the calories were too high. He could only allow himself to eat it 4 times a week. Chen Yang, that's my chicken wings. Lu Yao was speechless, looking at her chicken wings being put into her mouth by the other party. She could no longer save them and was a bit furious. Do you believe it or not? I'll catch you in the act right now. Turn around and go to General Manager Wu's side, and take you to court. Oh, go ahead. Remember to say hello. Everyone, including Lu Yao and Lin Yiliang, were stunned as they looked at Chen Yang. Before, they felt that this fatty was a little bit off. Today how is this like a different person? In the past, once said leadership, the atmosphere did not dare to breathe. Today even Wu Gong are not afraid? Fatty Chen, you hurry to work to go. Do not pretend with us. Oh, if you really have the ability, will not be here today with the exhaustion. You really don't say. Maybe our Fatty Chen, that is the real person, does not show his face. Wait a moment on stage to give you a song. Debut the whole scene. Just him? Ha ha ha. Colleagues laughed. Hey, dead fatty, talking about you. Don't take my burger. Chen Yang was paying no attention to their ridicule, taking several people's burgers and fries and drinks. He put a brain into a bag and was ready to carry it away. Dead fatso, don't go too far. Chen Yang turned back to them, his eyes cold. This year of yours, how many things did I help you with? How much overtime and field work did you let me help you out with? Count it yourself. Once this was said, the crowd suddenly fell silent. Chen Yang added, can't even count, right? Eating some of your food, and you're still whining? Humph, it's also really daydreaming. Hey, Fatty Chen. Chen Yang, why are you cursing people? What am I cursing? Old man sundog, none of your business? The crowd froze as if they were on the spot. Chen Yang carried a large bag of food and prepared to go to Chu Mengjie and the others. He was in a great mood right now. Screw your big ass job. Wu Gong, right? I'm not going to serve you today. Love what you want. 31 years have never been so strong and bold in disliking a coworker. The system has ruled it successful. I've never treated my job with such style in my 31 years. The system decides it's successful. Face value, plus 20. Temperament, plus 20. Bounce, plus 20. Endurance, plus 20. Physical ability, plus 20. Strength, plus 20. Vocal range, plus 20. Memory, plus 10. Free attribute point bonus, 100 points. Total, 400 points. Skill bonus, masterclass musical stage performance. Also, this skill is only for music stage performance ability, e.g., TV and movie, acting and variety stage, etc. No experience bonus yet. Other rewards, none at this time. Cash reward, none. Other options, none. Over. While walking, Chen Yang saw the system screen and was overjoyed. It was really unexpected that there was an unexpected reward for disliking a colleague. But thinking about it carefully, he really hadn't done anything like this in all these years. It's important to remember this experience and use your brain more in the future. There are a lot of things you haven't done. You can't always limit yourself. Just as he was thinking about it, a shiver ran through his body. A message from his brain, as well as muscle memory, spread throughout his body. After a few seconds passed, Chen Yang returned to normal. This was exactly the new skill he had just obtained. Musical stage expression. Through the message and muscle memory, Chen Yang fully understood the importance of this new skill. The system was really quite good to himself, and this skill came in a very timely manner. It seemed like stage expression, as if it wasn't a particularly powerful skill, but perhaps many people who had sung, or had experience playing an instrument knew that. Practicing music on a daily basis, and going on stage and performing in front of thousands of people, it's a completely different scenario. It's not just a matter of mindset. If you are not in a good state of mind, you will be nervous and this will definitely affect your performance. But many people, even if they have a good mindset, will not necessarily perform better when they go on stage. It's a matter of stage presence. Through years and years of experience, or gifted, innately know how to perform on stage to make the audience more crazy. Only these two types of people were suitable for the real stage. Therefore, this master stage performance skill of Chen Yang's was really superb. It could be said that it was no less than the skill of one Suona. It was all very much a shortcut skill. To be honest, Chen Yang was really quite nervous in his heart, even though he knew that he wouldn't have any problems playing the Suona. It was after all his first time on stage. Later on, he would have to face a large number of audience, netizens, stars and so on. More or less, he was still apprehensive. But after the muscle memory is completely fused, Chen Yang is not only no longer worried, he was even a little excited. He even went on stage later, how to maximize the physicality of playing the Suona, as well as when the piece would reach its climax, and how to use behavior to drive the atmosphere. A detailed outline had already appeared. If the performance went according to this, the scene would definitely blow up during the performance later on. Chen Yang's heart surged with anticipation. Arriving at Chu Mingjie and Prof. Qin Kai, they were here. Chen Yang shook the drinks and burgers in his hands. I guess it will be a long wait until we go on stage. Let's eat something to fill up our stomachs first. I'll go. Really? Xiaohua was the first to be surprised. What, really fake? Chen Yang was puzzled. You're actually so generous today. Buying us KFC? Not quite like your style, brother Chen Yang. Xiaohua finished his words, only to see Chu Mingjie, Zhou Shanshan and the others behind him nodding their heads. It was indeed so. Previously treating guests to dinner, Chen Yang was stingy and only spent more than 100 points on Zhao Dezhu's side. In the end, those who couldn't finish eating were still packed. They couldn't believe that Chen Yang was actually generous today. Chen Yang was thick-skinned enough to look smug. Don't worry about eating it, it's all from when I was day dogging. Everyone instantly lost their appetite. Chapter 33, when the oboe comes out, who will compete with it? 2. Big chapter. The festival was almost like a big concert. With the cool light show after the opening, the first invited celebrity band started the debut of the festival. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly high, with fans shouting at the top of their lungs. At the same time, all the major internet celebrities began their live broadcasts of the festival. The influence of online platforms was very powerful. On the big screen, there were real-time online viewers, and the sum of a few big anchors alone had once exceeded 80 million people. Chen Yang saw some stars and bands that he would not normally see in his life. Among them, there were also a few second and third-tier artists whose songs were hot but not their people. When they were on stage, it could be said that they were very dazzling. This was the first time he had watched the singers sing up close, even though each of them had only sung one song. But it was already enough to make people feel the energy and enthusiasm within these public figures. Usually watching them on TV, Chen Yang had a hard time realizing how outstanding and different those stars that he found to be average were. It was only after this look today that he realized. In fact, there was really no one who could succeed easily, even if you were made to feel that the artist was very average again. But in reality, they were only average in that circle of stars. Once they're put in a more ordinary circle, just about anyone, they can be called a god. Very nice, very shocking. Chen Yang suddenly did not feel that he could be invincible just because he knew a handful of Suona. It seemed like there was so much to improve on, but modesty was certainly not the day. After possessing musical stage presence, a trace of fighting spirit and fervor was also born in his heart. Without realizing it, he was actually eager to go on stage and perform. He felt that it was impossible for anyone to be more explosive than himself today. The stars' performances ended one after another, with a brief reprieve from the host, and after doing some live charity events and thank you commercials, the real grand finale came. That was the short video music festival, where all the participating freshman bands would play their strongest music pieces one by one. Afterwards, an audience favorite will be judged. It will win the only award for the most favorite piece of the festival. This is the best chance for a new band to be recognized. If they could be loved by the live and webcast audience, their future development could be imagined. So whether it's a mule or a horse, It all depends on the work. The bands that participated in the work showcase are starting to take the stage one by one. All of the netizen live self-media in the following booths also stopped their activities and began to live stream their performances. The first band's work that went up directly lit up the room. The heavy metal music shook everyone at the scene. The second one followed, also full of passion and very strong rhythmic works. Immediately after the third, the fourth, Xu Mingjie and Zhou Shanshan and the others watched from the stage, growing more and more nervous and full of apprehension. After seeing the performances of many people, they realized that there were really too many talents in music. Similar to such talents as Xiaohua, Xu Mingjie, in the conservatory is already very famous. But when it comes to today's music festival, they don't seem to be that prominent. Speaking of Xiaohua's proud keyboard alone, they had seen no less than 3 or 4 people who could also play quite fast, and with smacking accuracy. And it wasn't just her who had thought of this kind of band combining East and West, Xu Mingjie. There were also a few similar ones and had performed before them. Perhaps it was because the other party's ethnic instruments appeared to be rather homogeneous, with only the piper and flute ones, and one that merely used the jingdong drum. So it seemed that the ethnic instruments came on with mediocre results. The climax and cheers passed in waves. It had been thought that the audience might all be tired and needed to rest for a while. Instead, they suddenly heard louder shouts than before. SBB, SBB, too handsome. After Chen Yang and the others heard the shouts, they looked over there. They only saw a few handsome boys who were walking in the direction of the stage. What kind of band is this? SBB? It's famous? Chen Yang asked. Professor Qin Kai was the first to shake his head, saying that he wasn't very clear. As the oldest musician, he still knew very little about the youngsters' stuff. However, on the other side, Xiaohua and Xu Mingjie Zhou Shanshan were nodding their heads as if they all knew each other. SBB band. These guys are from the Shanghai Sea Music Academy. They're famous online. Millions of fans. Xu Mingjie said. Xiaohua nodded. That's right. These few people I also understood. They are in the Shanghai Sea Music Academy. Can be said to be the man of the hour. And their respective musical instruments are all very powerful. Even the attainment of the piano, above Xu Mingjie and I. Although it was very reluctant to admit it, but after all, one had to respect the facts. Outside of people, outside of heaven, Xiaohua and Xu Mingjie were already very powerful, but certainly not enough to be proud of all their peers. They weren't arrogant to that extent either. After all, they were still young. SBB already has a lot of awesome works on the net. It's rumored that they've already been bought out by music companies for several songs. It seems like 2 of them have already signed up with artist companies. They'll probably make their debut after graduation. It's very impressive, Zhou Shanshan added. Through a few people's explanations, Chen Yang then realized why the audience's outcry was huge all of a sudden. It turned out that this band was the real protagonist of the day, and their own fans should not be in the minority. SBB then walked onto the stage. After the crazy shouts, they began their performance. After listening to their work, Chen Yang seemed to understand that if there was no Xu Mingjie as a band, it was no surprise that SBB would definitely be the strongest band today. Their works were indeed very good. There was even the lead singer, who sang a very positive, blood-boiling lyrics. But even so, Chen Yang didn't falter in any way. The fusion of his stage performance skills made him even more confident. It was as if the bigger the music stage, the more impulsive he wanted to perform. The horn in his hand was already hungry and thirsty. Today was set to blow his might. Below the stage, Li Mao had been looking for Chen Yang for most of the day. Although it is not something important, lazy is also lazy. He will certainly not care. To his subordinates, turning a blind eye was all normal. But the problem was, experiencing Wu Gong suddenly found himself, said that he needed to arrange a person to help him run errands for the leaders watching the performance at the headquarters at the scene. Then Wu Gong remembered Chen Yang, the fat guy who had been asking himself to give him a vacation. Where is Chen Yang? Haven't you found him yet? Wu Gong asked. After all, he was his superior boss, and Li Mao was helpless as a subordinate. Even if he was no longer heartbroken about his subordinate, he could not violate his boss's wishes, so he could only help Chen Yang shrug it off for a second. Oh, Mr. Wu, today Chen Yang is doing the regional docking operation for the event, and this piece is quite busy, so he is, at this moment, probably running at every Netflix booth. Wu Gong's face sank, his eyes full of disbelief. As the general manager, what the people below him were doing, could he not be clear about it? He naturally understood that Li Mao was helping Chen Yang to be lazy and shirk his duties. However, he definitely couldn't reprimand Li Mao in person, so the entire responsibility was thrown onto Chen Yang's body. Humph, there are also contractors who do regional docking. He is a departmental employee, at best. Follow the backrun. Can be so busy that the phone Weibo are not answered? Mr. Wu, don't be angry. Chen Yang is usually very capable. Today the scene is so chaotic. It's normal that the phone can't be heard. Li Mao explained. Forget it, no need for him to run errands. You are arranging for a person to come. Also, the bonus for this event. You tell him there is no more. Mr. Wu, this is not appropriate, right? Wu Gong's face turned cold. AWOL, what's inappropriate? You think he's going to perform on stage? Can't even hear his cell phone? Poof. Wu Gong had a disdainful look on his face. It's okay if he can go up and perform. It's also considered to give the company a good face. The problem is that just like him, can he? Before that, he actually wanted to use such an outrageous reason to take a vacation. Wu Gong also felt that this fat man had problems with his haunting circuits. Li Mao was speechless at one side. And just at this time, on the stage, the next band to come on was informed. Here we have the band from our Galaxy City Music Academy, presenting their work. This is a very interesting band. They can be said to be a combination of East and West in the purest sense. There are keyboards and electric music, guitars and gushings, and even drums and arrow. And most importantly, they also have the most ethnic swana. I believe that after saying so much, everyone will be curious as to what kind of a piece they will play. Then without further ado, let's hand over the stage to this Chinese and Western combination and Swana Power Distribution Sound Novelty Band. As the host finished his introduction, Chu Mingjie and the others mounted the large central stage. Gorgeous lights flashed around the several of them, and eventually gathered on the several of them. After all, it was a band that had just been formed, and Chu Mingjie hadn't even gotten a name yet. Unlike the previous SBB, after they took the stage, it was obvious that the cheers weren't as high as before. And once they heard that it was a combination of ethnic instruments, a portion of the audience paid less attention. Even a few anchors started to chat with their fans underneath their booths, mounting live views to themselves. Supposedly, they wanted to take a little break during this period of their playing. No one felt that the band's work afterward would have the potential to surpass the previous SBB one, so all could relax a little bit next. However, just when the crowd was thinking that this would be a mediocre piece, an impassioned, loud and clear sound like a phoenix chanting broke through the air. The sound seemed to pierce through the night, spreading out under the spotlight. Swish! It was like scattered people walking on the road, but suddenly hearing spring thunder exploding. Instant silence. The entire audience was attracted by this phoenix sound. Subsequently, there was another sound. If it was a phoenix cry before, then this time it was like a rock spreading its wings and an eagle striking the sky. It was the cry of an eagle? Just as everyone echoed this second sound, the third sound. But it wasn't over yet. The fourth ring, the fifth ring. A swana roars to the heavens, and the white birds return to their nests and the swallows return. 10,000 magpies return to their nests. Hundreds of birds facing the phoenix. It was as if in an instant, the eardrums of everyone present exploded with a bang. The swana's overbearing machine gun-like notes forcefully dominated everyone's bodies. Before this, all the bands, including the SBB track, surprisingly, in an instant, they all went up in smoke. It was as if they had been struck through, and the only sound in front of everyone's eyes was this swana. Clatter. In an instant, the entire audience was abuzz with thunderous applause. In the face of this divine swana, no one was able to resist. Immediately after that, the electric sound surprisingly rang out. The high notes of the swana were no less than the sharp expression of the electric tones. The explosive notes simply made people's scalps tingle and their blood boil. Gradually, someone jumped up, jumping and waving their hands. The shouts began. My God, what the hell is that oboe? It's so high. Crap, that's awesome. It's so good. Who's the oboe player? Kneel down. Handsome. See, I told you, our old ancestors' stuff is awesome. Don't be a horse's ass. Why didn't you say so earlier? Stop arguing. Swana Handsome is finished. Ha, wait. This band, that woman, that fat guyo. I've seen it on Jitterbug. Who? Jitterbug. Crap. Isn't that the changing strength brother? Oops. That's awesome. Crap. This oboe brother has a jitterbug? I want to follow. No, his name isn't Swana. What's his name then? He's called Brother Stronger. At this moment, the whole place exploded. Boisterous shouts rose and fell. Even the competing bands and the celebrity artists all marveled at this. To a certain extent, the Swana really eclipsed other instruments. Coupled with the amazing skills of the Swana master on the stage, it was truly an amazing sight to behold. When the Swana comes out, who can compete with it? Chapter 34, reported if you don't make the last installment. 3:10:000 more begging for all. Of all the instruments, the Swana is king. Either it ascends to heaven or worships the church. 10 years of flute, 100 years of shao, a handful of era to break the waist, 1,000 years of pipa and 1,000 years of zhang. The Swana is the only one that can be used in this life. When I first heard the sound of Swana, I heard it in the coffin. I went all the way to Hades. From now on, I don't deserve to listen to electric music. At this point in the festival, the scene was out of control. With Chen Yang, that stage presence that was like magic, everyone followed his rhythm, swaying their hands together and jumping up and down. When the swana blows, it's either great joy or great sorrow. Chen Yang's swana acted as the role of great joy and great sorrow in this piece, from the great joy in the front, to the great sorrow in the middle, and finally the great joy like a great reunion. It caused the audience to be overwhelmed with sadness and joy. Xu Mingjie and Qin Kai Xiaohua, among others, were even more marveled. No one could have imagined that Chen Yang's stage presence had reached such a level, and due to his influence, it made the rest of them, a few of them, follow suit and go over the top. Prof. Qin Kai was even playing the era with tears in his eyes. He truly didn't expect that in his lifetime, he would still be able to see the 100-Bird Dynasty Phoenix, this masterpiece. With the closing of the last note, the piece came to an end. What was then ushered in was the boiling and roaring of the entire audience. The appreciation for Chen Yang and the band was no longer enough to calm the audience, and on the other side, there were some people who were frozen on the spot with wide eyes in disbelief. Is that Chen Yang, the one playing the swana? I'll go. That's him. Chen Yang? How is this possible? Lu Yao, is that Chen Yang? Lin Yiliang couldn't believe it. Lu Yao stood still, also looking at the stage like she was watching a sci-fi movie. It's him, that body type and clothes. It's Chen Yang. My god, when did this kid know how to play the swana? And this swana is at least at the master level, right? Everyone was silent, but inwardly they were in shock. Who would have thought that the dead fat man who was usually the most unassuming in appearance, who would have thought that the usually unassuming fat guy would all of a sudden become the oboe master that made everyone buzz? This sudden transformation left Lu Yao and Lin Yiliang speechless. Li Mao stood next to Wu Gong and stole a glance. In his heart, he couldn't mention how happy he was, because after realizing that the person playing the swana on the stage was Chen Yang, it was obvious that this brother's face was not right. At this time, General Manager Wu was also in shock and couldn't come back to his senses. He really didn't expect and couldn't figure it out. How is it that this fatty really went to perform on stage, and no one had said that he was a swana master? He suddenly had a trace of regret. It seemed like he really shouldn't have treated Chen Yang so harshly, but as a leader, he definitely couldn't put his face down. If you go back, half of your bonus will be deducted, for the sake of him being a swana master. Wu Gong thought. In the midst of the crowd's marveling, astonishment, admiration, worship, and so on, the music festival also came to an end. It was a very successful event. It made everyone's vote worthwhile. The final best work, without any surprise, Chen Yang and his team won. At the same time, Chen Yang hadn't gone back on his word and did what he said he would do. He let Xu Mingjie's band end their work. It was a hit. After a wild party, Xu Mingjie and Xiaohua and the others, it was really hard to hide their excitement. Xu Mingjie even left behind tears of excitement and snuggled up with Zhou Shanshan. Chen Yang originally wanted to join in as well, but when he was about to open his arms, he was stopped by Xiaohua, the little bastard. The trick didn't work, so he could only give up. Originally, Chen Yang wanted to treat the guests and take everyone out to celebrate. However, once Xiaohua and Xu Mingjie and the others thought of Zhao Dezhu, they together stopped Chen Yang's decision. To say that in here, the one who spoke with the most authority was definitely still Professor Qin Kai. Due to listening to Chen Yang's 100 Birds, Qin Kai was so happy that he had already forgotten about being a professor. In the end, it was him who decided to take the crowd to his home to celebrate. The professor's home was big enough and the environment was definitely better than Zhao Dezhu's roadside stall. The crowd agreed. So, Chen Yang met his sister-in-law again. Xu Shuang opened the door with a smile. Gu, Chen Yang, come in. Chen Yang, oh, sister-in-law, I'm coming in. The crowd entered the house with Chen Yang and Professor Qin Kai. There was a happy celebration. When Chen Yang returned home, it was already very late. Even though he had been tired all day today during the day, he had also followed Xu Mingjie and the others to play the swana on stage desperately. Yet he didn't feel tired at all, because today's surprises were far from being all over. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Yang poured a glass of water and slowly closed his eyes. A picture of the system appeared in his mind. It's finally here. System prompt, current version updated to 2.5. Crap, it's actually updated. Chen Yang froze, then looked down. Never before has the oboe been played on such a grand stage. The system determines success. Never had so many irrelevant people shout for you. System judgment success. Never before have you dazzled those who once despised you. System judgment success. Never before 31 years of age have you been so awesome. System judgment successful. Talent attribute reward. 1. Reward all talent attributes for reaching the standard in the first stage, straight through to the second stage. Each talent up to 1000 points will be upgraded to the next stage. 2. Reward free attribute points, 200 points. Talent attribute panel stage 2 refresh complete. Face value, 0. Temperament, 0. Weight, 0. Bounce, 0. Physical ability, 0. Strength, 0. Endurance, 0. Agility, 0. Hearing, 0. Visual acuity, 0. Lung capacity, 0. Memory, 0. Logical thinking, 0. Vocal range, 0. Free attribute points accumulated, 500. Skill rewards, 1. Song mastery. Any random song, being randomized for you. Random song completion in Japanese version of Duncan Han's theme song Until the End of the World. 2. Sports athletics skill mastery level. Any random items, soccer, basketball, billiards, golf, javelin, skiing, rock climbing, F1 tuck, table tennis. Random completion, congratulations. You have gained the basketball skill proficiency level. System task, please make your Shake Shack followers reach 2,000 / number of likes for any video 8,000 / comments 1,000. Also, all 3 of the above need to be completed to count as a successful task. Money reward, not yet available. Other features, not yet developed. Over. Looking at a large list of updated system layouts, Chen Yang was filled with joy. It was too late to analyze it carefully. The muscle memory perception on his body had already arrived as promised. A song called Until the End of the World in Japanese from Dunking Master came into his mind. This song he would have been able to sing. It was just that it was once too difficult to sing. But this time, he finally sort of fulfilled the wish he once had when he was young. Seriously, this song would be really cool if he sang it. Afterwards, another muscle memory fusion. This time, it was even more of a skill that made Chen Yang excited. Finally, there was one that was a particularly satisfying skill for him. Basketball skill. Proficient level. Although it was the lowest level of the 3 levels of the skill, Chen Yang felt it based on the information from the fusion. Even if that was the case, then he was confident that he could beat up most people in 1v1. Of course, he knew why the system didn't give himself master level, or even national treasure level sports skills. Note that it was a skill that was given here, not some powerful skill. If it was a skill, then Chen Yang might be able to slam dunk in the air right now. But the reality was that he couldn't. What he had was basketball experience, and all the basketball skills he could do under his current body's real conditions. Let's say fast dribbling, changing directions, turning around and back hitting, and so on. However, Chen Yang believed that as long as his body's natural attributes reached a certain level, by the time his body was strong enough to support doing those difficult things, naturally, he would get master-level basketball skills. Moreover, after the talent attribute had risen to the second stage, it would be proof that all of his talents should have been significantly stage upgraded. He could feel that his strength and physical abilities were plummeting. Chen Yang even got up and tried his bouncing. Surprisingly, he was able to touch the ceiling of his room. With excitement, Chen Yang hurriedly took out a mirror and looked at his changes. Taking a closer look, the effort was not enough. It really had changed a bit. Obviously his cheeks had slimmed down a bit, although he still looked fat. And the temperament piece had also changed a lot, taking on a more stable look. Through the changes in the skin, as well as the changes in the eyes, Chen Yang now looked like he actually had a feeling that he couldn't be ignored. It really had changed. Other talents, such as vocal cords, memory, thinking logically and these, it really wasn't good to quantify them, but Chen Yang felt that they must be similar, so he didn't test them anymore. It's always the case that when it reaches a certain level, it will naturally show up. After a frantic research of the system, Chen Yang then took out his cell phone and opened his computer. Ready to strike while the iron is hot. It was time to start his path of self-media entrepreneurship. Happy to be happy. Excitement should also sometimes have jus. Chen Yang always still cannot forget what he should do next. After all, right now is only the first step of the long march, and even not yet open legs. A section of video, imported into the computer editing software. Chen Yang entrusted Chu Mingjia's classmates the whole performance video shot for himself. What he is going to do next, it was to edit his own performance that blew up the entire venue today into an exciting, inspiring video that would make all the readers feel good. To serve as the final chapter of this band story, he did it, formed the band, made the band stronger, and finally the festival was a hit. With 3 short stories in the top, middle and bottom, it should be enough to retain a large portion of the fans. Chen Yang then started editing, then writing a positive copy, designing how to appear in the movie and so on. He doesn't have much experience. Anyway, it's hard to finish things at the beginning. First follow the feeling. How cool how to come. At the same time, Chen Yang probably didn't know that his oboe performance this time had already been recognized by individual netizens. And as it happened, the netizens had also commented under some of the millions of big anchors. Fermentation then began. Many people wanted to get to know this bullish Swana master. Some kind people at Chen Yang's account. At strengthening starts at 30, that's him. No need to thank me. Please call me Lei Feng. So, a lot of visitors then followed the portals in the comments sections of other accounts and came under Chen Yang's account. Overnight, the comments under Chen Yang's first 2 videos increased rapidly. Most of them indicated one meaning. Brother stronger is it? Hurry up. If you don't send out that last installment of you playing the Swana, we'll report it. Right. I want to hear it again so badly. Hurry up and update. It's been an hour. No update. I've already reported you guys. Am I doing the right thing? Dog's head. Save your life. Chapter 35, Naked Quit. Self-publishing venture. For the third segment of the video, Chen Yang had spent several hours editing it. It took several versions to get the desired effect. Positive energy narration, a happy ending, and a heart-pumping band performance. I've also included a full version of my sham at the end, by request in the comments section. The video may be a bit long, but he felt that it was not very tight. This should be what the audience wanted. After posting the video, Chen Yang looked at the time. It was already the middle of the night. He was about to lie down on the bed and sleep tightly. Suddenly, he thought that staying up all night might not be particularly good for the body. So, it's better to simply stay up all night. Open LOL. The first time I saw the game, I was able to get to the bottom of it. 6:30 in the morning. Dragging his tired body, Chen Yang took a shower with cool water. Afterwards, he looked in the mirror and gave himself a good primping, even combing his hair meticulously. Whenever people made some major decisions, they more or less had to have some rituals before doing so. Chen Yang was no exception. Today was probably the day that he, himself, truly decided to move towards change. He was ready to be about to do one of the most popular things among young people nowadays. Naked resignation. In fact, as early as last night, after he had read the WeChat message that Li Mao had sent to him, he had already decided. Most things in life have to follow some reason and logic. But if people want to live a comfortable and free life, sometimes they really don't need any bull **** reasoning and logic to speak of. You can tolerate not giving yourself a vacation. Even if you run to the performance of AWOL, the big deal is to go back to the company to eat. A list is nothing, but you even want to deduct the bonus. This is a little intolerable. What is the principle of work? The principle is money. Money is the ing principle. You even give me the principle of destruction. Why are you still accustomed to you? Chen Yang was afraid before because after losing his job, it was hard to find a new job. After all, people over 30, to some extent, the promotion channel in the workplace has been closed. At the same time, there was a lot of pressure in life, and competition was fierce, making it difficult to find a job. But today, he doesn't have to worry about that, because he has a new hope. So Chen Yang thought that, if a person who had the system still had to wimp out and live like a dog, that is really hopeless. Finish the calf thing. Nothing. Top Sky Mansion. Silver Sword Culture Media Branch. The entire company looked at Chen Yang sitting in Wu Gong's office with surprise. Today's Fatty Chan was really too different. The crowd hadn't even gotten over the surprise of him playing the Swana yesterday. This just came as a brand new shock. No one could have imagined that Chen Yang would dare to confront Wu Gong, and he didn't give any face, directly resigned. This is simply beyond the crowd's imagination. Chen Yang wore a dashing suit and his hairstyle went backwards, wild and unrestrained. It was said that confident men were the most handsome. This was actually not true. Even if Chen Yang had a fat image like this, once the temperament piece was pinned down, it was just as breathtaking. Today, his eyes were sharp and his expression was calm. It was exactly the prettiest boy on that street. Chen Yang, I admit that the punishment might be a bit heavy, so I can let the finance deduct only half of your bonus, Wu Gong said as he looked at Chen Yang. How could he not expect that the first person in the whole company who had the guts to challenge himself with a resignation was Chen Yang? Wu Gong felt that Chen Yang was a talented person, and he should have given in. After all, yesterday's oboe blowing really made him admire. If he had known this, he should have believed his words in the first place and given him leave. But now, it was too late to say anything, both to ensure the face, but also to let Chen Yang to give a step himself down. He decided to have the bonus, or at worst, the bonus would not be deducted. He felt that this way the other party should be satisfied. Half won't do. What should be given to me? Not a penny less. Chen Yang looked at Wu Gong, undaunted. This was what was written in the labor contract. Chen Yang had long ago studied it all. Their bonuses were counted as performance and did not exist within the company's reward and punishment system. Moreover, if he wanted to resign, all the overtime work, including his more than 2 months of annual leave, as well as the paid leave that he had not yet finished, would have to be converted into wages and given to himself. This is all his own hard-earned money. Absolutely not a penny less. You, Wu Gong froze, originally thought Chen Yang would endure the goat, but did not expect Chen Yang to be so resolute. Chen Yang, I'll give you another chance. You reconsider. It's not easy to find a job. I want to resign. Thank you. Wu Gong froze on the spot, went to the department's desk and packed up his things. Say goodbye to the boss Li Mao, as well as other co-workers who are still mixing well. In fact, in the company, Chen Yang felt that the only one who was still good was Li Mao. Li Mao looked at Chen Yang regretfully. Yangzi, really want to go? Chen Yang nodded. Yes boss, didn't I tell you last night? So have you found a new job? Don't worry, I've already found a new direction, Chen Yang said with a smile. Li Mao nodded. After all, they were all adults. There was no need to be sad, since he expressed his concern and it was also his own decision. Then blessings would do. That's fine Yangzi. If there's anything in the future, a word, Li Mao said. Chen Yang nodded. Thanks boss, find time to treat you to dinner. Keep in touch. After saying goodbye, Chen Yang went to the HR personnel department to do a separation, and then went to the finance and totaled his salary. This month's after-tax salary of 6,500, plus paid vacation, as well as other subsidies and whatnot, a total of 12,000 yuan. Soon 12,000 yuan in cash was transferred to his payroll card. Before leaving, Lu Yao and Lin Yiliang both unexpectedly ran over to send himself. This was a big surprise to him. Maybe it wasn't an aggressor. These few days of fighting out of feelings, fondly glancing at Lu Yao Beauty's 36, and lustful sexy professional dress, Chen Yang walked out of Top Sky Mansion. Since then, he was considered to have officially left Silver Sword culture. This was really something he had never dared to think about before. Of course, also from now on, he is going to be a real self-media entrepreneur, another with startup capital, 12,000. Once again, he looked at the white, clean sky of Galaxy City, the same air, the same wind, only inside has been very different. Ding! The system's screen in his mind arrived as expected. Chen Yang had long thought that after making such a major decision in life, there would definitely be a generous reward. For the first time in 31 years, I summoned up the courage to choose to resign naked. The system determines success. Face value, plus 50. Temperament, plus 50. Physical ability, plus 50. Strength, plus 50. Bounce, plus 50. Agility, plus 50. Memory, plus 50. Free attribute point bonus, 100 points. Total accumulation, 600 points. Skill bonus, any one industry technique, master level. Also, techniques are industry-wide randomized. Industry randomized, finance IT manufacturing real estate sales service. Randomized over, new media video industry. Randomized by skill, PR video effects A, PIS, C80 Maya video shooting, C4D. Randomization completed, congratulations. You have obtained PR video software master operation. Money reward, $50. 000. Also, limited to Jitterbug video. New media startup operation use. System task, please make the Jitterbug concern reach 2000/any video likes number 8000/comments 1000. Also, the above 3 items need to be completed in full, counted as a successful task. Other rewards, not yet available. Other features, not yet developed. Over. If Chen Yang had said before that there was still so much anxiety about his decision to quit his job and prepare for a self-media venture, then at this moment, after reading the system's thoughtful rewards, he would no longer need to worry. It was obvious that the system had directionally randomized 2 key rewards for him this time. One was exactly one of the skills he needed most in the self-media industry. That was the video production type of skill. He more or less knew a little bit about this business, and the beginner's introductory video production was usually done with some simple software like Love Edit, Silhouette, and so on. His previous videos were also made with these too. The advantage was that it was simple and easy to learn. And when it comes to the video higher level field, then you need to use the current industry, the most professional video software PR, and the design industry PS software and so on is almost the same. PR technology, novices can naturally use, but want to achieve proficiency and masters, that would require years of material accumulation, as well as constant exploration and enhancement. The gap is hard to describe in words. If you have to give an example or an analogy, it's like the gap between the special effects of a domestic movie and a Hollywood movie back in the day. Of course, now the domestic special effects have caught up, although there is still a gap, but in the near future, I believe that it will be able to surpass. All in all, Chen Yang wanted to engage in the self-media industry. Video production skills, naturally, is to be one of the very important skills, after all, in the future to rely on it to eat. Now there is a PR master muscle memory. Simple editing is definitely not a problem anymore. Chen Yang even felt that he could immediately go to work on movie special effects. In addition, this time, the system finally paid himself again. The previous $10,000 had given him a small treat, and this time, it even gave himself $50,000 directly. Chen Yang seemed to have searched for the system's money reward routine. from the first $500 for the oboe, then to the previous $10,000 for the operating expenses of being a hit on Shake Shack. The system was gradually handing out money to himself based on the progress of his entrepreneurial promotion. This money can't be spent on wine and liquor, but it is real money to start a business. Then in the future, was it true that he only needed to worry about his living expenses, and the rest of the startup costs he didn't need to consider? He had a bold idea. If he opened a real estate company, would the system directly give himself $1 billion to bid for land or something? System, anyone who pees yellow? Quickly let him wake up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Yang had a black line on his face. It looks like it won't work. After returning home, Chen Yang slightly organized, then opened the computer, and the cell phone on the jitterbug. Since the job was also quit, there was no need to think too much. If you say you're going to do it, you're going to do it. The first and foremost thing was to first see how the video posted last night was received. There was also the question of how much of a gap there was between reaching the target for one's own task. Only continuously complete the system judgment and system tasks. This is the long-term solution. Otherwise, without rewards, where can you get stronger? Opening Shake, Chen Yang clicked on the video background of his account, looking to his followers, likes and comments. Then the next second, Chen Yang froze on the spot. Crap. P.S. Thank you all for the recommendation tickets. Wildfire pays tribute. Ask a question. Is it more comfortable to read 3,000 words per chapter? In addition, the Big Brother feel what want to say hungry. You can leave more comments. Wildfire in addition to code words is staring at the background to see. So also please speak more. Request a wave of collection. Chapter 36, Ju is sad about beauty? The number of likes for the video Chen Yang posted last night had increased several times at once. The number of likes for the third video had already reached over 1,000. There was even a trend that continued to rise. Comparatively speaking, the increase in followers and comments was slightly less, but it had completely exceeded his expectations. This seemed to be one step closer to the task that the system had given him. At this moment, he had over 200 followers and over 100 comments. From the data, this was proof of this first installment of his own story. Upper, middle and lower 3 short videos. It was still very productive. Of course, this definitely couldn't be separated from the credit of using the system's money and giving himself kryptonite promotion. But as long as there were people who could stay and watch their subsequent updates, this money was considered worth spending. Comment section. Bro, nice trumpet blowing. Where's that Chu Mingjia's information? I want that beauty's info. It's okay, the last performance was a blast. Just for the oboe, I'll follow it. Brother Changxiang, tell me, are you a Swona seller? Have the guts to hang the link. I wonder what's next in the story of the Changxiang. Looking forward to the next update. Dude, can you get stronger at anything? Let's see if you can make the golden rod bigger. Upstairs, you're not right. Upstairs, you're not right. Ha ha ha. Anyway, whatever. Focus on inserting an eye first and see how the update goes after that. Looking at the responses of so many people below the video, the sense of accomplishment in Chen Yang's heart increased a lot more. At least the effort was not in vain. Choosing some of his favorite comments, he liked and replied below for a while. Then he started racking his brain to think of the copy for the next story. From this experience, Chen Yang found some patterns. Nowadays, when people watch short videos, it's not like 3 or 4 years ago when they watched everything fresh. In the past, when you filmed something fun, or a beautiful piece of scenery, with the hottest music, you could receive a lot of likes and attention, but now it's just too hard to go with the old routines. Nowadays, the audience will be more demanding, and more into things that are professional, or have a story. Either you're sharing a room with a beautiful woman and spreading dog food until the whole world wants to kill you. Either you have a strong enough copywriting team. There are a lot of paragraph masters every day, constantly helping you to write all kinds of areas of the text. Both of the above, Chen Yang currently did not have. If he was reborn, or traveled to a parallel world, he might still be able to achieve his dreams by means of literary copywriting. Embarrassingly, the current him could only rely on his meager talent and go hard. Fortunately, he still had a few talents rewarded by the system that could be used as a transition, but it couldn't always be playing the oboe and singing those 3 songs. According to the current update pace of the Shake Shack short videos, even if it couldn't be 1 update per day, I'm afraid it would take 2 to 3 days. This is the same as reading a web novel. Fans follow you because of your content output. If the time is long, you cannot meet their daily pastime needs, it will soon fade you out. This industry, the elimination rate is quite high. The main reason is that too much short video content will be reproduced and easily imitated. Today's segment or your idea is on fire. It won't take the next day for the same type, or even the exact same video, to follow. If you can't be 1 step ahead, then you'll soon be flooded with marketing accounts. So want to really mix out. Chen Yang feels that it is still the same words that were once spoken. whether it's being a human being, or being a jitterbug, absolutely cannot be dispensable, must be irreplaceable, cannot be copied and imitated, and even more no one can surpass, so that they can only follow their own ass worship. If you can achieve such an effect, you're halfway there. As for the other half, that depends on the system to their own money enough or not. The night has come again. In order to save money, Chen Yang quasi to the dinner and snacks combined together to eat. After all, he was now a real jobless person. From the beginning of next month there will be no income, if one does not save some money to spend. It was estimated that one would soon run out of food. Looking at the time, it was almost time for Zhao Dezhu to leave the stall. Putting on his clothes and shoes, Chen Yang went downstairs. Roadside stalls were opening one after another, and soon crowds of people gathered at the various stalls in twos and threes, waiting for food. Chen Yang still walked to the innermost part of the street and found Zhao Dezhu's stall. At this time, Zhao Dezhu was holding a cigarette in his mouth, his right hand holding a cell phone, cursing and talking on the phone. He looked very impatient and his language was extremely cold. "No, I don't have time. You have to know that being a man is very busy." It seemed like the other end of the phone said something else. Zhao Dezhu's expression suddenly turned strange. His left hand scratched his crotch, which was a bit itchy. Then he took out a second cigarette and put it in his mouth. While lighting the fire, he said vaguely, "What? You're teaching me things? You are wanton. Our men's matters also need you. A woman, to interrupt? Alright, I'm busy now. When I'm free in a couple days, I'll bring a friend to your place. Okay, hang up. It was hard to finish talking on the phone. Zhao Dezhu exhaled smoke. Then he turned around in a dashing manner, very much like a big brother. Just suddenly saw that Chen Yang was sitting on a small stool, staring straight at himself. Instantly became a little embarrassed. Thinking back to the scene just now when he was talking on the phone, it should have been very domineering and majestic. With that, he walked towards Chen Yang with a smug look on his face. "Yo, De Yangzi, when did you come?" Chen Yang looked at Zhao Dezhu with a bad smile. He, when you were on the phone with that woman." Zhao Dezhu raised his eyebrows and sked with his mouth. "Alas, I'm sure you've heard it. Big brother won't hide it from you. As you can see, your brother's you my whole life. It's really hard for heroes to pass by beauty." Zhao Dezhu sighed with a sigh and took a drag on his cigarette. While spitting out the smoke, he said, "There is no way. All is my young when I caused the death of affair. Now no matter where I go have to call me to die. I have told those young women and gold girls, don't fall in love with me, but damn no way just to me this fire pit jump. You say there is God's reason?" Chen Yang listened to a face of black lines. Eyelids jumped straight. Asterisk. Shu brother, this is you have a new paragraph? After blowing the history of your own social big brother for most of the year, how come you're taking the flower picker route today? Zhao Dezhu's expression was solemn as he slanted a glance at Chen Yang and shook his head slightly. "I say that old brother Dayang this you are too young. Can't you still see that your brother Zhu I was also a dream lover of thousands of girls when I was young? Ha, can't really see that." Chen Yang laughed. He was already resistant to the bullishness that brother Zhu bragged about. Zhao Dezhu looked at Chen Yang with a regretful face. Nowadays, you young people really don't know anything. Thinking about my martial art back then, no matter what kind of woman I met, it was a straight shot, one step to the stomach, easy to handle. Ha. Chen Yang's laugh scolded, "Zhu brother, you say you even have a daughter-in-law or not it, but also blow their own outside a bunch of good-looking ghosts believe." Zhao Dezhu sighed, then rolled up his sleeves and turned on the gas stove. "Dayangzi, in a few days, Shu brother I will take you to see the world. How about it?" "Alright, don't blow it off. Give me a portion of fried rice first. I'm starving." Chapter 37, Likes long legs with muscle lines, seeking favorites. The early morning in Galaxy City was starting to get a touch cooler. Chen Yang woke up, looked in the mirror, and furiously brushed his teeth 6 times. Never done the stupid thing of brushing his teeth 6 times in one go. The system ruled it successful. Rewarded free attribute points, +1. Chen Yang looked at the free attribute points rewarded by the system. Although it was pitifully small, it was beautiful. Recently, he began to enjoy doing things that seemed stupid, but had never been done in 31 years. Although it is stupid, but effective. Mosquito no longer small is also meat. This kind of thing is all to accumulate less into more. Was eating breakfast. Chen Yang received a WeChat from his mom. "Sunli, son, this month back not? The thing I told you last time. There is already an eyebrow." Sun Li's voice, also with a funny smiley face. Looking at his mom's WeChat, Chen Yang thought for a moment. The matter of his own resignation. He definitely couldn't tell comrade Sun Li now. In case it exploded on the spot after knowing about it, then he would be unable to take it in his stride. So Chen Yang felt that it was better to hold off and not talk to the family first, waiting for his side of the self-media business things, after stabilizing the position, in looking for an opportunity, and then to confess to them. After thinking about it, Chen Yang replied, "Mom, my company is a bit busy this month. It may be hard enough to go back. Let's see next month." Sun Li replied, "Oh, that's fine. You are busy with you first. I'll arrange things for you. There's no rush. People's side may also have to wait a while before they can come back." Chen Yang helplessly looked at WeChat. He naturally knew that his mom was talking about finding herself a blind date. Seems to be very concerned about the appearance. Seems to have been approached, waiting for themselves and each other when there is time to meet a face. Chen Yang now, because of the naked resignation, relatively weak. He felt that this time certainly cannot refuse comrade Sun Li. Holding off was the best way. "And okay, then first mom, talk to you later when you have time. I still have things to do." Sun Li, "Okay Lu Sun, put down the phone." Chen Yang helplessly sighed. He is not rejecting the blind date. Mainly he is rejecting Sun Li's vision of choosing a daughter-in-law. He likes long legs. She will get a big waist, can give birth to a baby. Although he is not what more excellent conditions more good people. But as a man, a certain aspect of the dream, or to have, in case the realization of it. After breakfast, Chen Yang put into the creation of self-media. At this time, the attention heat of his Jitterbug account, after 2 days, has gradually dissipated. The number of fans that eventually followed Chen Yang stayed at more than 300. It was still 700 short of the task of reaching 1,000 followers. The likes and comments were the same. There was not much room for growth anymore. Chen Yang needed to continue updating the content of his videos in order to do so. But at the moment, there were no new stories for him to shoot material for, so he could only perform a piece of talent first as a transition. Taking advantage of the heat from the previous music festival, Chen Yang was ready to play another Swona. After choosing half a day, he finally chose 3 foreign language songs that had been very hot in the recent Jitterbug brainwashing. It wasn't that he didn't want to play songs in Mandarin, it was just that he felt that only by combining East and West could the audience have a visual impact and contrast. This was more able to attract eyeballs. Electro and heavy metal bands and pure music. Chen Yang chose 3 different types. The melody and rhythm were all very high, and the kind that could very well make people poison to the head. The songs were The Spectre, Natural, Victory. Chen Yang blew 3 songs in a row, and finally skillfully used PR to make 3 videos. He was not preparing to release them together, but to release them one after another, one by one. After all, he was also an old bookworm who often read web novels, and he knew one thing well, that was to have a stockpile. Released the first Swona version of The Spectre. Chen Yang thought about it, then clicked on the Shake plus Hot Push option. Since the system had given himself money, there was really no reason to save. It was obvious that this was the cost of the system giving itself kryptonite. Chen Yang was very self-aware. He felt that he currently wasn't able to reach the level of certain cowboys who were able to frantically increase their fans without relying on money-smashing promotions. This time, Chen Yang decided to go big, tapped the option to promote the popular, chose directed promotion, and customized the amount. He glanced at the highest price bracket. It turned out that the $20,000 and 1 million visits that he thought before was not even the highest slot. Only after Chen Yang customized it a bit did he realize that the highest slot promotion fee, surprisingly, was $200,000. With a kryptonite of $200,000, the number of people in the system's promotion pool could reach an exaggerated attendance of 10 million plus. My goodness, Chen Yang couldn't help but marvel at the fact that this kind of operating fee was also ridiculously high. Obviously, the money he had in his hand right now wasn't enough to invest in a $200,000 most upscale promotion, but he customized it. $20,000 for 1 million plus visits. This he could still accept. Imagine, 1 million views. This pushes a circle down. More dare not say. A few thousand attention can certainly stay. Relying on kryptonite, maybe the task can be completed. Without hesitation, Chen Yang chose to promote $20,000. China Merchants Bank reminds you that you're just now Shake Shack recharged 20,000 yuan. Recharged successfully. Current balance, 30,000 yuan. Looking at the short message reminder, Chen Yang had a burst of relief. The feeling of spending money is indeed addictive. All that was left was to wait for the data results of tomorrow's promotion. He still had the videos of the 2 Swona version of the song. Also forget about having a stockpile. So, for the next few hours, Chen Yang felt that he shouldn't be idle at home. Rather, he needed to go out and find inspiration. By the way, complete as many as he could, as much as he could with the system judgment. The large playground of the Galaxy City Conservatory of Music. Xu Mingjie and the others looked at Chen Yang in surprise, not even able to drink the milk tea in their hands. "Ah, big brother Chen Yang, you resigned at this?" Xu Mingjie asked. "What good is it to me to lie to you guys? Can I go to a small hotel?" Chen Yang lazily lay on the plastic lawn and said indifferently. Xu Meng and Xiao Hua were already familiar with Chen Yang's style and didn't take it too seriously. It was just that people didn't expect that Zhou Shanshan on the side was the most budding one. What's the point of going to a small hotel? Traveling? A few people were silent. Afterwards, Xu Mingjie seemed to have thought of something and looked at Chen Yang with an apologetic face. Big brother, it can't be that you left your job because you were delayed because you helped us with our performance, right? Chen Yang waved his hand. No, it has nothing to do with you guys. I just want to start my own business now. I don't want to work for others. Xu Mingjie sniffed, and only then did she put her heart down. Then if you have any need for us to help, despite looking for us, can help certainly help. Don't worry, I won't be polite, but it's not necessary for now. For Chen Yang, the current short video creation did not need the help of many people yet. From filming to editing, he alone could already handle it completely. If it really came to the point where he needed to form his own startup team, it would also mean that he had already made his first bucket of gold. It was just that for the time being. It would still take some time. Chen Yang thought while looking at the students who were jogging in a circle on the playground for exercise. There were youthful and beautiful female students, drenched in sweat. The sportswear was more able to reflect their tall figures. There was no shortage of girls who could already lurch up and down. Chen Yang was very enamored of this feeling. After all, it is not like you need to punch the VIP to see it. When he was in college, he was also handsome and broke the sky. From his own WeChat avatar, one can prove one or two. At that time, if he could be a bit bolder, maybe the child could even go to elementary school. Big brother, what are you looking at? You don't like this type with muscular lines in his legs, do you? Xiaohua suddenly said with a bad smile. Chen Yang had already been lying on his side on the lawn at this time, his eyes following that long-legged beauty for a few minutes. Hearing this kind of ignorant remarks from Xiaohua, he could only regret that the young people nowadays really don't know how to appreciate. Xiaohua, you're still too young. When you reach 30, you'll know the importance of leg lines. Asterisk. Xiaohua had a black line on his face and looked along with Chen Yang's gaze. Humph, let me tell you, this is our senior schoolmate. I guess you can't pick her up. Chen Yang froze. He couldn't endure this. This was clearly a provocation to his personal charisma. Make it clear. Why can't I? Xiaohua dryly coughed twice, thinking that this big brother was also too unaware of himself. Just in the way of Chen Yang's fierce eyes, Xiaohua could only evade the issue and find a very special reason. This sister is our school's famous cool long-distance running. The gang of juniors and seniors have summarized the experience. Want to chase her? It must also be a long-distance runner who has run a marathon or something, or else people will definitely not look at the eyes. Chen Yang was dumbfounded. Isn't this a music academy? Why do you make it look like a sports academy? People who study music have to increase their exercise, by which is long-distance running, so that they can improve their lung capacity. For singing and blowing, it's a great help. Xu Mingjie interjected. Xiaohua nodded, then looked at Chen Yang and laughed. Ha ha, brother Dayong. I advise you not to think about it. This school sister is too poisoned by long-distance running, and it is said that in a while, she will also participate in what's called road marathon competition held in our galaxy city. Think about it. If you want to pick up a girl like this, you'll have to tire out all of your 200 pounds of flesh, and that would be a pity. Xiaohua finished. Chen Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. He violently sat up straight. That's right. It seemed like he had never tried a marathon before, right? Oh no. To be precise, it seems that he has never tried long-distance running. Once when he was in school, the longest he ever ran was 800 meters once for the field day. He was deeply impressed because he was very uncomfortable with sports that spelled endurance, let alone long-distance running. This was something that could be a challenge. Firstly, he hadn't done it himself and could complete the system's judgment. Secondly, one's natural attributes of physical strength and endurance had increased quite a bit, and if one continued to add attribute points in this area, maybe one could actually run a marathon. In that case, wouldn't one's next video content element be found? Chen Yang definitely did not have any other thoughts about that schoolmate. At best, it was just out of admiration for the lines of her legs. However, this marathon she was going to participate in soon had given Chen Yang inspiration. Maybe it was really possible to mess around with it. Thinking of this, Chen Yang suddenly got up. Big brother, what are you doing? Xu Mingjie and the others were startled. Crap, you can't be. I was just joking with you, brother Dayong. Xiaohua looked at the leaping Chen Yang and seemed to guess what stupid thing he was going to do. Chen Yang turned back and heatedly smiled. You guys rest first. It's been a long time since I've exercised. I'll try my hand at long-distance running too. After saying that, Chen Yang turned around and ran towards that beautiful woman with muscular legs. As he ran, his big butt was still bouncing around. It was very bulky. Xu Mingjie, Xiaohua and Zhou Shanshan froze in place, looking at Chen Yang like a fool. How could this be possible? 200 pounds, all fat, and this? How dare you want to follow someone's ass and play long-distance running? It's okay if he runs down. If it didn't run down, wouldn't that be embarrassing? A few people were tempted to call Chen Yang back, lest they be embarrassed, but it was too late. At this time, Chen Yang had already caught up with that long-legged schoolmate. Then he revealed a greasy smile on his face, his big belly bobbing up and down. A comical batch, but Chen Yang himself does not feel, or that old saying, confident men are the most handsome, let alone a man who is confident and knows how to run in style. At this moment, the girl's face was covered with crystalline sweat beads, and a few willow hairs were held in her mouth. Chen Yang's right eyebrow was raised and the corner of his mouth was tilted towards the left, showing a confident and dashing smile. His voice was magnetic. Hi, beautiful girl, the muscles in your legs are good. Chapter 38, Gone After Getting People. Seeking favorites, Zhang Man had always had a clear perception of her own figure. She admitted that her did belong to the type with long legs, and it was still the type with a more sexy line of beauty. There were usually so many people who complimented her that it was really nothing unusual. Just don't know why. The same as the words of praise. How from the mouth of this fat man in front of her to say, is that she has a kind of impulse to want to kill? Completely unable to feel that Chen Yang's words were compliments. Your leg muscle is good. Is there such a thing as praising a girl? Zhang Man was still very proud, especially when faced with someone like Chen Yang, a fat man with an ugly mouth and a face full of lewdness. After only glancing obliquely, she accelerated her speed and ran forward. Chen Yang had absolutely no intention of leaving the scene in embarrassment. In his eyes, this girl was like a condescending turkey. The meat was a little too firm. Although it was chewy, the genus was not very flavorful. Of course, he could have compared it to some prettier animal, let's say a peacock or something. Just observing Zhang Man's legs from the back, he always felt that only a turkey could be the most apt description. Chen Yang followed behind Zhang Man's but it didn't look tight, nor was it slow. The real purpose of this time was actually not to get to know this senior beauty. He wasn't so bored that he would jump on her when he saw one he liked. In fact, he was nothing more than wanting to try out his current physical fitness level, and by the way, try to complete the system's judgment. According to Chen Yang's vision, he might need to run 500 meters, or stick to a 3,000 meter ultra-long run. That would definitely be a way to obtain a system judgment reward. Ever since the other day, the system talent had reached the second stage. Chen Yang had clearly felt that his physical ability had increased, but to what kind of value? There was no specific measurement of the limit. The most recent one was when he went to the gym earlier and jogged on top of the treadmill for almost 20 minutes. According to the speed of the treadmill at that time, it was estimated that it wasn't much farther, but his current self was definitely a lot stronger than that time. Chen Yang methodically followed Zhang Man while still enjoying the beautiful scenery ahead. At this moment, Chu Mingjie and the others were definitely unaware of Chen Yang's true thoughts. In their eyes, Chen Yang just wanted to show himself in front of Zhang Man. It was just that this kind of behavior was really a bit funny and ridiculous. Zhang Man was notorious for being able to run, at least in the conservatory. Surely no one was her match. She could run 3,000 meters almost every day, and even more than 3,000. The track of this playground was a circular track. A circle was about 400 meters. If one ran 3,000 meters, that would be almost 7.5 laps. The three of them looked at Chen Yang with a face of sympathy and regret. Such a big playground. Could he run 7 laps? For this fatty, that was something completely impossible. However, things did not go as the trio predicted. 1 lap passed. 2 laps actually passed as well. 3 laps were actually still running? How is he still not exhausted after 4 laps? Crap! How many laps has Brother Dayon done? Xiaohua asked in shock. It seems like he's already running the 5th lap. Chu Mingjie replied. Brother Chen Yang has great stamina. Zhou Shanshan suddenly came in. At this moment, Chen Yang was already sweating all over, and was on the verge of physical exhaustion. However, the blank images in his mind told him that he hadn't completed the system's judgment yet. If he had really run a distance that he hadn't run in 30 years, then the system should have appeared a long time ago and given a reward. Seeing that he was about to lose the ability to lift his legs, Chen Yang knew that he was almost at the limit of his current physical ability. Probably this kind of speed that was not fast and not slow would not be able to last for more than 2,000 meters at most. This was still the body that the system had given enhancements to. It could be seen how poor his physical ability was before. If Chen Yang gave up at this time, he definitely wouldn't be able to get the reward judged by the system. So wouldn't these 2,000 meters be a waste of time? There was really no other way, so he had no choice but to choose to use his free attribute points. System, I want to use free attribute points, Chen Yang said in his heart. System prompts you, your current free talent attribute points are 601 points. Do you want to use them? Use 200 points first. May I ask which talent to add? 100 points for physical ability, 50 points for endurance, and 50 points for lung capacity. The system is receiving. Adding talent points for you. Adding completed. Endurance, plus 100. Physical energy, plus 50. Lung capacity, plus 50. Remaining free attribute points, 401. Over. This was the first time Chen Yang had used his free points. Originally, he wanted to accumulate a lot of them and then make himself handsome all at once. It was just that the plan couldn't catch up with the changes. Anyway, no matter which talent he had, he was going to strengthen it in the end. It was just a matter of adding it sooner or later. A talent attribute of 200 points couldn't really change much. After all, each talent attribute rises by one stage and requires 1000 points to fill it up, and it is very likely that more will be needed in the later stages. But for himself at the moment, 100 points of physical energy and 50 endurance 50 lung capacity would be completely sufficient. At a time when a person was touching the limit, if it was possible for him to suddenly put on some energy or take a breather, it would definitely be a huge help. Chen Yang was like that at this moment. He wasn't trying to run and win over anyone at the moment, but to break through his current limit and run at least a few hundred meters more to complete the system judgment. The increase in natural attributes quickly enhanced to Chen Yang's body. Originally, when Chen Yang was on the verge of tiring out, his physical abilities suddenly seemed like an injection of vitality, and he could continue to persevere. The endurance of all aspects of his muscles also increased a lot, and what was originally sore calves and abdomen started to become slightly hot. Without the pain of tearing just now, Chen Yang knew that this was his own limit because of the increase in physical ability and endurance was stretched a lot, and his breathing also slowed down, not like the feeling of about to explode before. According to this situation, it shouldn't be a problem to keep running for another lap and a half. This just happens to be almost 3000 meters. Glancing at Zhang Man, who had already fallen half a lap of the runway to himself, Chen Yang couldn't help but sigh. Indeed a master. Zhang Man was running on her own. According to her calculations, she was almost close to completing today's 3000 meters. It was just that what surprised her was that the fatty behind her was still running after her. She had previously thought that the fatty would soon give up, or tired and lying on the playground. Zhang Man had seen a lot of boys chasing after her that way. Not only was it something she was used to, she liked to see them like that. Maybe it was sort of a little quirk of hers. In any case, she just liked to see men tired down because of her. She felt accomplished and cool. It was just that today's situation was much different. After running 2 laps, she searched for that fat man's figure at the edge of the field. As a result, she froze and didn't see it. Just when it was strange, she accidentally turned around and was seeing Chen Yang actually still following behind her. Zhang Man was greatly surprised. However, she thought that Chen Yang would definitely not be able to last the next lap. As a result, Chen Yang still finished the next lap. This caused Zhang Man's sense of accomplishment to take a big hit, but as long as he could tire out behind himself, another lap would be fine. However, just a moment ago, Zhang Man clearly saw that Chen Yang was on the verge of tiring out, but I don't know what happened. But the man even sped up some more. This completely enraged Zhang Man's good nature. Zhang Man then sped up her pace and took out the vigor of a marathon. She decided that she wouldn't return to the dormitory for a blowjob until she physically drained that fatty today. Then sped up and ran a lap. The more she ran, the more excited she got. Zhang Man went all out again and did another lap. At this time, she had already run 8 laps, completely over 3000 meters. With 2 laps of such dedication, Zhang Man thought, now that person should surrender. Turning back, she was ready to see the look of that person collapsing on the ground in exhaustion and defeat. Result, she was dumbfounded. Where's the person? Yes, the person was long gone. In the eyes of Chu Meng Xiaohua and Zhou Shanshan, the 3 of them were marveling and adoring. Chen Yang waved goodbye to them with the physical strength he still had left. After seeing his little fan brothers and sisters turn around and leave all the time, only then did he hold onto the roof of his car and sat in the car with difficulty. Never ran a 3,000 meter long distance run in school, judged successful. System rewards free attribute points, 50 points. Face value, plus 20. Temperament, plus 20. Physical ability, plus 20. Looking at the system's rewards, Chen Yang didn't even want to use the energy to laugh. Right after he completed 3000 meters, the system had prompted him to complete the judgment. Chen Yang didn't even think about it and directly stopped. Taking Chu Mengjie and the others with him, he left, only leaving Zhang Man alone, foolishly still fighting with himself. Chu Mengjie, Xiaohua and the few of them definitely didn't know what was going on. They just felt that Chen Yang had instantly become tall and powerful. 3000 meters said running, and after running, he didn't even look at the beautiful Zhang Man behind him. Dashing, is this a 30-year-old mature man? In the face of a favorite long legs, surprisingly can say goodbye without leaving any residual feelings. Anyway, no matter what others think, Xiaohua was in admiration at that time. It was not easy to return home. Chen Yang took a bath, almost lying on the bed and fell asleep. The genius was really tired. Until the time he opened his eyes, It was already 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. The stomach grumbled. Almost. It's time to eat dinner and snack together again. Washed his face. As usual, I went downstairs. Go to Zhao Deju's place and listen to him bragging for a while. Chapter 39. A pig without cabbage is too miserable. Requesting favorites and recommendations. After having a midnight snack, after listening to Zhao Deju bragging, Chen Yang went home and continued to fall asleep. It's been years since I've exercised so intensely. Even with the system's enhancement of talent, that was just as much of a need for a good recovery. Early the next morning, Chen Yang woke up early. Surprisingly, he went out for an unprecedented morning exercise. If it wasn't for the fact that when he was a child, he was forced to run by his own father, Comrade Chan Baoguang, maybe he could have completed another system determination. The morning of the fall, not so hot. Chen Yang walked in the park not far from the neighborhood while moving his muscles. Surrounding him were some grandparents. When he went back yesterday, he checked online. In the middle of next month, there was indeed a Galaxy City Road Marathon competition. So Chen Yang thought that if he challenged this marathon competition, and record the process of participating this time, and the daily routine, edit it into a short video with multiple installments, and release it, would it increase the attention of the fans? Naturally, he didn't have any marathon experience, let alone winning the championship. Whether he could keep the whole process up was a question. However, if he had enough free talent attribute points, it would be a different story. He could increase his physical endurance and lung capacity, all to the next stage, or higher. In that case, running down the marathon shouldn't be a problem. But the only difficulty at the moment was that he only had over 400 attribute points, which was definitely not enough. And with the distance of the marathon, there was no way for him to quantitatively distribute his attribute points yet, as he also didn't know how many points of physical talent to increase before it was enough for him to run the marathon. Chen Yang knew that if he really wanted to challenge to participate, then next, there were 2 points that he had to do. The first point, his current limit was 3,000 meters. He had to use 3,000 meters as a base before the marathon competition started, and keep increasing his talent points to raise his physical ability, endurance and lung capacity, to a level that was enough to run a full marathon before he could do so. The second point was also the premise of the first point. He needed more freedom points. There was still more than a month to go before the start of the race, and he had to frantically accumulate freedom points during this period of time. Without a doubt, Chen Yang had chosen an almost crazy content material this time. A 1.5-month challenge of marathon running. Of course, the odds were that this would fail. After all, a person who had never run a marathon, it was simply impossible for him to take down the marathon's ultra-long distance of 195 kilometers in a month and a half. Even if he had the system's shortcuts to take, the free attribute points were not infinite. If by then, he failed to add enough natural attributes, the result would definitely end in failure. But Chen Yang felt that since a person wanted to become stronger, then it was necessary to change completely and utterly. If one only seeks comfort, then one is no different from before. To become stronger, isn't it to challenge those things that are risky and prone to failure? Do those things that others dare not do? More importantly, do what others can't do. Full of challenges and adventures, it will be more exciting and interesting. After having breakfast at the roadside stall, Chen Yang returned to the residence, opened the backstage of the Jitterbug account on his cell phone. Yesterday had cost him $20,000 in operating expenses. It was the right time to see how effective it was. After seeing the backstage, Chen Yang revealed a pleased smile. Surprisingly, more than 3,000 concerns had been added overnight, and there was a big upward trend. In that case, his system task of 2,000 followers had been accomplished. The likes for his Swana version of the Spectre had actually reached over 6,000. The comments were also more than 500. Looking at the surging data, Chen Yang couldn't hide his excitement. It was true that with the addition of kryptonite, it was just too much stronger than the ordinary. According to this trend, in a few more days, he would be able to complete the system mission. Chen Yang struck the iron while it was hot and hurriedly released the second song he had played on his oboe, as well. However, this time, he didn't spend any money to use the Shake Plus operation and promotion. He felt that for the same type of short video, promoting it once was almost enough. The remaining $30,000 would wait until his next content material. Clicking on the comments section, Chen Yang looked at the crowd's comments about himself. Should I say no? This Swana playing is really awesome. This electric Swana version is so cool. I think the account ID is even more awesome. Getting stronger from the age of 31? Ha ha ha, how amusing. Won't he change his name to Swana Brother in a few days? He said in his video that he's Brother Stronger, but it looks like he's just a 31-year-old man who can play the trumpet. Upstairs, UING. Said it well. Ha ha, 666-inch. Brothers, I can't stand it when you guys talk like this. people aren't considered old at 31. He must be strong in other aspects too. Strong in what way? Evil laugh. Upstairs. You're not right. Upstairs. You're not right. Buddy, no one is perfect. The oboe is a skill that requires years of training. Who can be good at all 18 skills? Yeah, and he's 31. What else do you think is possible? I'm in my early 20s and I feel like I'm struggling to stay alive. That's right, playing the oboe well is already very impressive. Not many people can be multi-talented and good at everything. I don't agree with this upstairs. You clearly don't put my singing, dancing, rap and basketball in your eyes. Ha ha ha, upstairs wait for death. Hold on, get ready to fight brothers. Someone cue our idol. Stop it guys, I guess get stronger is just a gimmick. A name? Why are you guys so serious? What's serious? If he can only play the oboe, he should be called Brother Oboe. If he's called Stronger, isn't that cheating the audience? That's what it was. Changshan started when he was 30. Ha ha ha, started what? Did you guys see his first video? It's a little fat guy. What's wrong with a fat guy? How does a fat guy get stronger? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Upstairs is really elementary school students. Does it have to be Don Johnson to become strong? You're trash. You're trash too. Stop arguing. This kid fishes. I know. Looking at the various comments in the comments section, Chen Yang smiled helplessly. Whether they were praising themselves, speculating, or questioning all sorts of excesses, Chen Yang looked at all of them very lightly. This was probably his innate character. Moreover, he instead felt that it was a good thing that there was such controversy in the comment section, because having a controversy only meant that your video content, or your ID account was topical. With controversy and topic, it at least means that someone is paying attention, and someone has an opinion about you. Then they will continue to follow you for their own opinion. The fear is that no one will talk, no one will comment, no one will even question you. That is the real failure. Chen Yang increasingly feels that he is one step closer to the road of real self-media entrepreneurship. Next, Chen Yang needed to write out a copy. The content was about the preview of this matter that he was going to challenge the marathon. He was not in a hurry to shoot a video right now, and then widely publicize the fact that he was going to become physically fit and challenge the marathon. Because firstly, the comments section was just getting hot. It was necessary to let them ferment for a day or two before giving them hard news, so that it would be more effective. Secondly, since it was being used as the main material for the next phase, it definitely couldn't just be posted randomly like this. Sure, the video is for the viewer to see, to make them feel like they are being random, but as the creator himself, he certainly can't be casual. He needed to properly design and plan his language, as well as what kind of waveform to use, in order to make the fans who are paying attention, resonate or not, or a sense of anticipation or not. In short, the preview of this challenge needed to whet everyone's appetite. This will make him have the desire to continue to wait for the update, just like writing a novel. The padding, the process, and finally gradually reach the climax. Tinkering for a morning. Chen Yang thought of a few options, but still hadn't made up his mind. The good thing is that there is still time, so there was no hurry to choose a shooting program right away. He casually ordered a takeaway. Chen Yang lay on the sofa. In his hand, he was holding his own diary from back then. There were a lot of things to do in the past few days, so I hadn't been reading it much. This moment was just the right time to relax. He was going to continue to explore the person he was back then and find inspiration in the meantime. See how to increase the system judgment. Diary, 2003, May 4th, weather exasperating. Failed math, cool fly. Ja old face is green, ha ha ha. Okay, ready not to skip class tomorrow. It's okay to teach him a lesson. May 2003, I forgot the date. I had an embarrassing incident today. I snuck into my mom's dress and got caught. Crap. Took a beating from Sunny. Honestly, I didn't have that in mind. I just wanted to try it out. But I definitely doubt Comrade Sun Lee's reason for beating me up. She probably saw me wearing a skirt and was even prettier than a woman like her. Jealousy. Alas, it can't be helped. What a kawaii existence. June 1st, 2003. Ha ha ha. Children's Day. I love this holiday so damn much. I heard from my dad that he hasn't celebrated June 1st since he was in high school. I think that's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That's because he's in a hurry to grow old. My mom says that when Comrade Chen Boguan was in his 20s, he looked like he was 40 or 50. But can I be the same? I, Chen Yang, hereby swear that I'm going to make my own June 1st Children's Day. I'm going to live until I'm 30. If I don't celebrate Children's Day when I'm 30, I'll be a stupid pig. There's no such thing as a cabbage. Looking at the diary in the book, Chen Yang laughed his ass off. How could there be such a stupid kid? And, the next second, he froze on the spot. Slot. Chen Yang was covered in goosebumps and deleted a slap on his face. Your greatness. This is written by yourself. Chen Yang hurriedly recalled his last year. The first day of June had not passed. Obviously did not pass. He looked in the mirror. Fortunately, he was just a pig. But, shouldn't be stupid. What was he thinking? Why make such a poisonous oath? Being a pig can be, but there is no cabbage to arch the pig. That is really miserable. At this moment, he really wanted to be a time chicken and go back in time. He was not trying to revise his diary. Rather, he was thinking, if he saw such a self, he must tie up and beat him up. How did you become such a when you were a kid? Chen Yang wanted to cry without tears. P.S. Wow. Thank you all for the recommendation tickets and chapter review messages. Yesterday a lot more. In addition, also want to thank the Book Friends reward. Continue to ask for favorites and recommendations, chapter reviews and praise. Wildfire thank you. Knock finish la. Chapter 40, so you're this kind of Zhu, begging for favorites. The night came quietly, urging people's restless hearts. It is not that Chen Yang did not think of trading money for those few seconds of hard-won pleasure. Just looking back, it seems to be a bit worthless. Even the most skillful technique could not withstand the experience of years and years of fighting each other with both hands. It was a mastery of strength and speed of speed. After all, this broken BYDF-3 of his own, he was already very used to it. The steering wheel has already worn out a smooth pulp, proving his deep emotion with it. Not far ahead, the middle-aged man with a stout body walked towards the side, with a cigarette in his mouth. Zhao Dezhu today is even a past day scruffy style. He not only combed a big back hair, but also trimmed his sexy stubble, wearing a fancy shirt, deliberately exposed a few children hard chest hair. It was very unrestrained. Chen Yang looked stunned, waiting for Zhao Dezhu to get into the car. He asked, crap, Zhu brother, you won't really take me to that kind of place, right? I'm telling you, I'm a good citizen. I'm going to be a netizen in the future. I can't have any black history. Zhao Dezhu sat in the car, took his hand out of his pants, didn't know where to find a cigarette, and handed it to Chen Yang. He laughed wildly, bull asterisk. Look at your little guts. Don't worry, said to take you to see the world. So, it's just to see, but not to eat, drink, whore, gamble and fight. What are you panicking about? Chen Yang was speechless. A few days ago, Zhao Dezhu had told him that he wanted to take him out to meet the world. The origin of the matter might be that he felt that this little old brother was questioning his handsome temperament that could charm thousands of young women. So he decided to take Chen Yang out today, so that he could see how strong he was outside. Otherwise, this little brother always thought that he could only cook fried rice and sausage with 2 eggs. Giving Chen Yang an address, Zhao Dezhu proudly said, just go here, walk. Chen Yang took a look and felt that it was not a good sign. This address is a relatively old urban area in Galaxy City. Usually in this kind of place, there were more of those small hair salons. Chen Yang suddenly woke up. Crap, brother Zhu, you wouldn't like to be a cowboy, right? Zhao Dezhu almost ate a mouthful of cigarette ash into his stomach. I also like being an ace. Hurry up and go. Cut the crap. Chen Yang sighed and started the car. If it wasn't for the light box on the opposite side, above it, the words Three Sisters Big Bathhouse were written in big letters. Chen Yang would definitely think that there was a problem with his cell phone navigation. He looked at Zhao Dezhu, who was shaking his head, and asked with a black line on his face, Brother Zhu, are you sure? Didn't you say that you would take me to see the world? Zhao Dezhu wiped a handful of his big back hair, his angular side face, full of complacency. And then, right here, asterisk. You're not mistaken. I thought I was going to see the world, but after half a day, you led me to the bathhouse? Zhao Dezhu laughed, nonsense. See the world. Otherwise you don't know how big it is outside. How big? How big can it be? Zhao Dezhu a smile, that is quite big, and here the rubbing is quite powerful. Very powerful yo. Chen Yang whole person is not good, Zhu brother. Bath home cannot wash? Even if you go to the bathhouse, why run so far? Zhao Dezhu gaze mysterious. Smile obscene, no way. Three sisters want me. Ha ha ha. Walter Falk. Following Zhao Dezhu, he walked into the third sister's large bathhouse. A strong smell of water vapor greeted him. This is the smell. The front desk was not big, but inside was sitting in Chen Yang's opinion, extremely flirtatious woman, hair plait old high, phoenix eyes long and narrow, high nose, red lips, shoe shop point hemorrhoids. A red dress is not a long skirt. Cheongsam is not a Cheongsam dress, wrapped around her delicate curves. Age should be a little older than their own, but flirtatious body posture, simply more than Qin Kai wife Xu Shuang. Oh, to call his sister-in-law, simply more enchanting than his sister-in-law. Through the name of this bathhouse, Chen Yang was roughly able to guess that this woman must be the third sister. Chen Yang skimmed Zhao Dezhu. As a result, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. As soon as Zhao Dezhu came in, the whole person instantly changed. His eyes were soft, His expression was serious, and even when he took a cigarette, he felt it out of his jacket pocket. Crap, this is not the Jew I know. Zhao Dezhu took out a cigarette and personally handed it to the woman's mouth. The woman raised her eyebrows slightly, her gaze written in an indescribable whisper. With that, she opened her vermilion lips and held the cigarette. Chop! Zhao Dezhu lit the lighter and lit it for the woman. This set of actions was so elegant that it was almost like in the movie, the set of James Bond picking up girls. Who would have thought that the tall, powerful and gentlemanly brown man in front of him usually used a gas stove to light his cigarettes? The woman clamped the cigarette in her upper hand, her slender nails painted red. You're here. Zhao Dezhu nodded slightly, his voice surprisingly low as if he was confessing. I'm here, third sister. How have you been lately? Third sister frowned slightly, seeming to have some small temper, and said angrily, Humph, you heartless one, still caring about whether or not my mother is doing well? Third sister, I think you know, as a man, I can't stay by the side of a beloved woman for too long. Why? I'm afraid. Afraid of what? I'm afraid of, are you questioning me? Zhao Dezhu instantly serious. The last call. You still want to teach me to do things? Do I need you to tell you whether to leave or stay? The words came out. Chen Yang in the back thought, it's over. It looks like Brother Zhu failed to flirt. This kind of words that only a straight man would say. How can a woman like it? As a result, this third sister unexpectedly softened instantly. Ah, Zhu, I like this so manly look of yours. Zhao Dezhu hugged his bladder and tilted his head. This is my brother at the back. I'll arrange for him to take a bath. Line up the best scrub master for him. And by the way, pull out a can. On my account. When third sister heard this, her eyes complained. Ah, Zhu, why are you still talking about money with me? Your brother is my brother. What money to spend? If you want, me and this bathhouse. It's all yours. How dare you? Zhao Dezhu was suddenly overbearing. What did you say? Zhao Dezhu, need you to waive the bill? When is it your turn to interfere with a woman's pastime between us men? Third sister's eyes swirled, and she was eager to hug Zhao Dezhu away right now. Fine. I'm wrong. Still not opening the key? Open it now. Chen Yang, my dripping mum. Zhao Dezhu's operation. The back of the Chen Yang looked confused. This is also too much of a show. He simply refreshed his 3 views of humanity at this moment. He felt that he might not know much about the outside world. What kind of operation is this? This is also good? Chen Yang was stunned and could no longer speak. Until this moment, he had only reacquainted himself with Zhao Dezhu. It turned out to be this kind of Zhu. Locker room. Chen Yang's face was blushing and slightly envious as he asked, Brother Zhu, what do you usually eat? Zhao Dezhu swayed and returned to his primitive form, spit a mouthful of smoke, while picking at his feet, said smugly, Hey, what else can I eat? Sausage plus 2 eggs. Rely on it. Chen Yang was definitely not believing his words. Could it be because he was usually stingy and ate fried rice with only 1 egg? Absolutely impossible. The bathhouse was steamy. There were so many big old men yelling from inside. This is quite normal. This kind of small folk bathhouse is usually visited by acquaintances who live around the area. Every time they meet, they have to brag for a few hours in the pool. Chen Yang followed Zhao Dezhu in. I don't know who shouted Brother Zhu. Afterwards, the venue was instantly quiet for a moment. Gu, Brother Zhu, when did you come back? Brother Zhu, come, I'll let you have this seat. Brother Zhu, I'm not in a hurry. Why don't you scrub in first? Brother Zhu is good. The many naked big men inside were surprisingly greeting Zhao Dezhu. The level of enthusiasm was like facing elders, or the leaders from above coming down to inspect. Chen Yang was a bit confused again. I didn't realize that Brother Zhu was so popular. Was it just because of Zhao Dezhu's body, and the fierce look on his face? But it's true. Zhao Dezhu's body and muscles can totally participate in a fitness competition. Following Zhao Dezhu, he went to the steam room to sweat and steam. Then he comfortably soaked in the hot tub. Next was the main event. Chen Yan lay on top, originally waiting for the bathmaster to come over and rub. It turned out to be Zhao Dezhu who was wearing a bath towel. Crap! Brother Zhu, what are you doing? Zhao Dezhu hammed and hawed. Ha, De Yangzi, today I'll let you know how powerful Brother Zhu is. What? You wait. Chen Yang was stripped of a layer of skin. After the two finished, he felt as if his body had been emptied, and he was light as if he was going to heaven. But, rubbing the red body, that kind of fiery pain, surprisingly, it still feels a little cool. No wonder the brothers in the north said that rubbing was addictive. Indeed, it is very addictive. While pulling this fire pot, Chen Yang looked at Zhao Dezhu next to him and asked, Brother Zhu, you used to hang out over here? Zhao Dezhu's body was full of jars and fell into reminiscence. Basically you can also say so. The main boss lady here, is the third sister that I saw at the door before, had such a difficult story with her. He. so it's still quite familiar around here. Thinking of the fact that before, the third sister was actually that infatuated with brother Zhu, Chen Yang was in a trance, and seemed to be a little convinced that what Zhao Dezhu said before was not bragging. Can't it be that nowadays, young women and thousands of gold or whatever, all like this style? Chen Yang thought about it and asked, I see that you and her are quite compatible. Why don't you just follow it? How nice. Zhao Dezhu sighed and shook his head while taking out 2 cigarettes from his pants. He handed one to Chen Yang. He said, it's not that I haven't thought about it, but, I believe that you, Tai Yangzi, can also see that a man of 10,000 people like you, brother Zhu, I really owe too much emotional debt, and if I really get married to third sister, I'm afraid that the other women will jump out of the building. Chen Yang had a black line on his face. You don't know, that group of women are infatuated with me, nearly seems to be crazy, in case they do something stupid for me again, then the trouble can be. Alas, Zhao Dezhu face sad, no way brother, your brother I am destined to be a wild and lonely man. Chen Yang was speechless. I don't know why, as long as I see Zhao Dezhu bragging, I want to go over and use urine to pour him awake. After taking a shower, Chen Yang felt refreshed. It's true, Zhao Dezhu brought him here, just a little far away, but the other really can't be faulted. No wonder the bathhouse was so small, but the business was so good. Taking out the car keys, he was ready to drive back. Suddenly, he sighed. It's so awesome, more envy. Shu brother really operates the show of pulling full. Bathing does not cost money not to mention, but also can stay overnight. Let yourself go back alone. Too much. Subsequently, cursing, drive away. Chapter 41, Hot to the Tears Sister, 10,000 shifts, seeking favorites, getting up in the morning. The first thing Chen Yang did was to open the backstage of the Jitterbug account, take a look to see if his data had grown. The number of fan followers had already reached more than 3,000. The likes and comments were also a little more than yesterday, but it was still less than the number of tasks reached. Currently the attention has been reached. There was one video left with over 8,000 likes and 1,000 comments. Chen Yang felt that he might not be able to break through with these short videos that he had released so far. Of course, if that video with the best data is then followed by continuing to kryptonite another 20,000 shakes plus promotion, it should be able to be accomplished. But Chen Yang did not want to do this. A good knife is used on a steel blade, and his next challenge of marathon content was his short-term priority. Therefore, he still decided that he couldn't lose out on a small amount of money. In case the system didn't reward him with cash afterward, it would be more than worth it. Looking at the comments section, with the netizens leaving messages for each other over the past 2 days, telling each other what they thought about this video ID. Gradually, the comments section began to ferment. In addition to those comments that mocked Chen Yang, there were also many more that countered them, but most of the viewers, probably even more so, wanted the owner of this ID to personally come out and explain. After all, the ID getting stronger from 31 was too confusing. Many people were eager to know how Chen Yang had become stronger from the age of 31, and also, what exactly had become stronger. This was a very interesting question for the audience. It was also probably because it felt relatively fresh. Anyway, they felt that, this brother's stronger. He can't really be playing the oboe until he's black, right? That way, he should really be called Oboe Brother to be the most appropriate. The crowd began to speculate on Chen Yang's ID. Chen Yang looked at the content of the comments section with satisfaction. This was exactly the result he wanted to get. As long as someone questioned him, then it was also time to release the content of his next challenge. Subsequently, Chen Yang wrote a few new copywriters. Finally, he was able to finalize a copy form that he felt was better. What followed was the recording and editing process. After being busy until the afternoon, Chen Yang finished making this video. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yang clicked publish. He knew that with the issuance of this video, his own challenge for the marathon had become an imperative. If he failed in the middle of the race, then all of his previous accumulations would be lost. He didn't want to change his account and start all over again, so he could only make every effort to charge forward. After sending it, Chen Yang did what he always did, and clicked on that shake plus on top operation push. Clicked on the 20,000 option and pushed 1 million plus people. Ding dang, Merchants Bank, you just spent 20,000 yuan has been successfully paid. Current balance, 10,000 yuan. Everything was done. Chen Yang breathed a long sigh of relief, hoping that the results would be better this time. At the other end of the network, countless people who had just turned on Jitterbug, or were brushing Jitterbug in boredom, unintentionally swiping the screen. Some people then swiped to one such short video. After a swana shook the sky, a strange fat man appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Hello, I'm Brother Changxiang. In the past few days, I've seen everyone discussing my ID and what kind of direction I'll take with my future works. I believe you've all seen my previous videos. and I said at the time that I would choose different and challenging stories from my life to film for everyone to see in the future. I saw some highly liked comments in the comment section. I've intercepted a few of them for you. Of course, I'll erase the names and won't intentionally target them. The blogger is a big fat guy. Ha ha ha. How can I get stronger when Brother Stronger is 31? Being so fat, the body is bad enough. Is getting stronger just Don Johnson? If you were thinner, I'd still think there's hope for you. At this age, physical fitness is a problem. You should get stronger first. You don't know anything else except oboe playing? You're really good at playing the swona. I want to follow you, but I suggest you change your name to Brother Swona. It doesn't matter, blogger. You play oboe well. I'll follow you just the same. It's just a name. So today, if you still don't understand the theme and direction of my video, then it's okay. Please pay attention and keep looking down. Since you all find it boring to play the oboe all the time, then next, I'm going to take you on a fun challenge. Do you guys know about marathons? At the moment, the content of the above video seemed mediocre, but the crowd somehow seemed to have the feeling of an imminent call in their heads. But they didn't know that the fat man in the video at this moment also had a thing in his head. System tip: the current scenario meets the conditions for speech. Master speech skill passive trigger. Positive energy doubled. Passion doubled. Emotional rendering doubled. Brainwashing is doubled. After that, the fat man in the video is flying. Showtime began. Do you guys think that a marathon is a particularly difficult thing to do? Are you afraid to touch your physical limits for some reason? If you guys weighed 200 pounds, hadn't exercised in a few years, and were in suboptimal health, do you think you could run the full 42 plus kilometers of a marathon in a month and a half? Maybe you think it might be a pipe dream, or maybe you're looking at me like I'm stupid. But what I'm telling you is that if you're curious, you guys don't believe it, you think it's impossible, well, then I'm going to take care of this right under your noses. Brother Get Stronger, will show you how to take on a marathon in half a month. Yes, no need to think this is fake. This is the official race, the Galaxy City Road Marathon. You can all check it out, middle of next month. Me, Brother Changing Strength, 200 pounds of fat, will challenge the marathon for you guys. Follow me and wait to see how I get stronger. See you next issue. This is a funny anchor? Brother Stronger? This fat guy is so funny. Take a look at his homepage. Just 4 or 5 videos? Take a look from the first one. The woman called Chu Mingjie is nice. This Xiaohua is too stupid, right? One meal? Crap. This Swona is awesome. Oh, my god. An electric version of the Swona? That's too much. Wait, he's done with the Swona. Now what? He's running a marathon? Oh my god. Can you run a marathon when you're this fat? It's interesting. You can follow it. Let's follow it and see what happens. Well, just for the oboe and the marathon. Like it, comment on it, insert an I, follow it. At this moment on the other side of the internet in countless corners, some people had watched a few more videos in a row. The desire to catch up with Brother Stronger began to arise. The video had also been posted, and everything that needed to be said had been said. Chen Yang knew that he needed to start getting stronger in the true sense of the word next. This matter of the marathon was not something that could be fixed just by thinking about it. According to the 2 priorities he had set before, he needed to start testing his physical abilities, and to rapidly increase his talent, quantifying the attribute points and gradually increasing the points until he was able to persist in running the marathon. Looking at the time still early, Chen Yang took out his cell phone and flipped out the group chat of Chu Mingjie's band. Group name, Mingjie Band. Chen Yang, musicians. What about it? Chu Mingjie, class. Zhou Shanshan, class. Xiaohua, dormitory. Qin Kai, eat. Chen Yang, ha, it's okay, they're all busy people. Chu Mingjie, what's wrong big brother Chen Yang? Chen Yang, oh, nothing, it's just that I want to go to your school for a run in a while. If you guys don't have classes, come over and find me, and bring a few bottles of water. Zhou Shanshan, what, still running? Xiaohua, I'm going. Brother Yang, are you addicted to running? Or do you really want to chase after Sister Zhangman? Qin Kai? Chen Yang, how could that be? I just want to lose weight. Chen Yang, oh yeah, I'm going to participate in the marathon next month. Chu Mingjie, Zhou Shanshan, Xiaohua, holy, you're crazy. Qin Kai? The playground of the music academy was still bustling. A lot of talented musicians were sitting on the lawn in 2s and 3s. Some were in love. Some were dating. Some were dating. Some, on a ing run. Chen Yang felt as if he had chosen the wrong time today. But come all the way here. It's better to start. After all, one's own improvement is the important thing. Currently his limit was 3,000 meters, which he had already run last time, and the free attribute points that he had accumulated so far. There were still 450 points left. So next, Chen Yang just needed to run 3,000 meters first. Once he reached his limit, he would add the number of points to his natural attributes and then calculate the new limit. This was what he would be doing non-stop for this month and a half afterward. In addition, the free attribute points were, for sure, not enough. After that, he would need to take some time to frantically complete some determinations. When all was said and done, Chen Yang started running laps. Meanwhile, somewhere in the playground, a pair of beautiful eyes were watching Chen Yang. Zhang Man didn't know what kind of mood she was in. Anyway, ever since that time, after being molested by that lewd fat guy, she had been holding a grudge. This person was really unqualified, leaving without saying a word when he was done with himself, letting herself run around the playground for several laps stupidly. She had no sense of accomplishment at all that day. It was probably OCD at work. Zhang Man was very paranoid and wanted to make this dead fat guy get exhausted in front of her. There were no other thoughts. She understood her heart very well, and it was absolutely impossible for her to develop any boring emotions towards this kind of person. It really was just OCD being competitive, because there was no man that she, Zhang Man, couldn't tire out. She took a step towards the playground track. At this moment, Chen Yang didn't realize that someone was trying to tire himself out. He just pouted his big buttocks with difficulty, so that his belly pouch in front of him, while running, tried to shake not too violently. Otherwise, the gas was uneven in the stomach, and it would be easy to leak. For this gas with a very unstable flavor, Chen Yang did not want them to pollute this romantic playground. After all, a pair of small couples on the roadside. It is not easy to come out for a date, but things are unpredictable. There is always a time when it can't be suppressed. Chow, get the hell back, you stinking bastards, Duong, quietly released. And at this moment, behind him, came a woman's voice. Hey, you, ouch I go. Zhang Man almost fainted. With tears streaming down her face, she desperately ran forward. She hated to immediately strangle Chen Yang, but now was not the time to talk. Some passers-by saw Zhang Man shedding tears. Some exaggerated ones thought that Chen Yang had broken Zhang Man's heart. How can this fatty be so virtuous? I don't know. It's because of the spicy eyes. Chen Yang didn't care why Zhang Man was at the back and continued his run. He had now run 3 laps, and with this 400-meter track, he needed 7.5 laps to reach his limit. Soon Chen Yang felt that he was starting to have difficulty breathing. The muscles in his body began to appear sore and weak, and he was struggling to lift his legs. He knew that he was almost at his limit. 6 laps, 7 laps, 7.5 laps. Chen Yang silently calculated in his mind and finally reached 3,000 meters. He was almost about to collapse from exhaustion. Right at this moment, in his mind, he selected the system to add free attribute points. Physical fitness, endurance, and lung capacity, add 100 attribute points each. System prompt, adding free attribute points is complete. Physical energy, plus 100. Endurance, plus 100. Lung capacity, plus 100. Chen Yang should have collapsed from exhaustion, but once again, the length of the limit was increased. After 7.5 laps, he didn't stop, but continued to run like he was going forward. In the distance, Zhang Man looked at Chen Yang with surprised eyes. How is this possible? He can still run? And now, it wasn't just Zhang Man anymore. A lot of people in the playground had already paid attention to this fatty. He had already run an unknown number of laps. How did he still have the stamina? What kind of person was he? A madman? Chapter 42. Where does a woman smell like a brother? Seeking favorites and recommendations, Chen Yang's frantic running laps drew the attention of the crowd in the playground, but he was already too tired to care much about that. Even though the attribute points had increased the upper limit for the talent, the perception of the exertion of those bodily functions was still his own. Chen Yang felt that his mouth was salty and his back teeth were starting to ache slightly. He had experienced this feeling before, but anyone who often didn't exercise might react like this after a sudden strenuous exercise, because at this time the blood pressure will have a certain magnitude of elevation, and the nerves in the pulp cavity are more sensitive to the elevation of blood pressure, so it is possible that the posterior groove teeth will experience discomfort. Chen Yang's previous physical examination, it seems that he also damn well happens to be a 3-high person. From the previous 7.5 laps, after increasing his talent points, Chen Yang ran almost 2 more laps in the crowd's astonished gazes. Zhang Man looked at the faltering Chen Yang, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. One had to admit that this fatty was even more capable of running than he had imagined. However, it could be seen that it should be 9.5 laps at most. This number of laps, in the eyes of other students, would definitely be very impressive, but for Zhang Man, who often ran marathons, it surely will not be considered particularly impressive. It should almost be down. Zhang Man estimated Chen Yang's strength and silently chanted in his heart, but as a result, things were once again out of her expectation. Not only did Chen Yang not collapse, he even ran another lap. Zhang Man stared wide-eyed with a puzzled expression. What was the situation with this fatty? Obviously, he had already reached his limit. How could he continue to persevere every time? Doesn't he want to die? It wasn't just Jiangman. The people who had paid attention to Chen Yang on the playground were all thinking the same thing. This uncle is 80% because he lost his love and wants to train his body down. At this time, Chu Mingjie and Xiaohua Zhou Shanshan several people had already arrived long ago. Although they were prepared, they still looked dumbfounded. Originally thought Chen Yang to participate in the marathon. Seems to be just in the group to talk about it. Just a joke. But Chu Mingjie and others came on the way and saw the new video of Chen Yang's Jitterbug account. Plus at this time, seeing him running wildly like he was desperate, a few people completely believed it. Chen Yang's comment about participating in a marathon was surprisingly not just a joke. Mingjie, when you knew brother Daong back then, you really didn't see any clues? Xiaohua suddenly asked. Chu Mingjie shook her head dully. I really didn't see it. I thought that big brother Chen Yang should just be a quiet fat guy. Zhou Shanshan on the side followed with a nod, adding, but who would have thought that he would be an unabashed madman? In the end, after Chen Yang used up his only remaining 150 free attribute points, he ran 11 laps. In other words, according to the playground's 400 meters per lap, his current limit was 4 kilometers. Of course, there was definitely still a long gap from completing a marathon. Wanting to continue to increase his limit, he definitely had to frantically look for opportunities to acquire more free attribute points before he could do so. He had done the math before. The full length of the marathon was 195 kilometers. 1 kilometer was equal to 1,000 meters, so converted into kilometers, the full marathon was about 43 kilometers. His current limit was 4 kilometers. This was just fine. Only 1/10 of the marathon had been completed. However, Chen Yang was not discouraged. After all, there was still a month left. It should be enough for himself to toss around. Walked out of the playground. Found Chu Mingjie and Xiaohua who had been waiting for a long time. A few people found a small restaurant and prepared to eat while chatting. Chen Yang had long been ready to rub Xiaohua a dinner. Anyway, his face was thick enough. It didn't matter if he was despised. As a mature 30-year-old man, it is most important to know when to forget to bring money. Cell phone? Oh, I forgot it too. Xiaohua was in the way of Chu Mingjie's presence, so naturally he couldn't show too much pettiness. Can only let Chen Yang have his way. Dragging his tired body back home, Chen Yang took a shower. At this time, he was incomparably nostalgic for the three sisters' big bathhouse that he went to with Zhao Dezhu yesterday. If this time he could have a painful scrub, and by the way, get a set of horse-killing chicken, it would definitely be comfortable to death. Time was still early. Chen Yang didn't fall asleep like before. Through the 2 times of grinding, other aspects of one's own endurance also followed the adaptation. After all, as long as a person exercises, they can actually become stronger without system attribute points. There was only the issue of speed and ceiling. Ding bell. The cell phone WeChat rang. Chen Yang lay on the sofa and glanced at the cell phone alert. Surprisingly, it was the dogs of dormitory 2127. Since the last time, because of watching the LOL finals, they started to gradually find their way back. During this recent period of time, when there was something going on, they would chat for a few days. But today seems to be exceptionally lively. Chen Yang clicked on the group chat. Dog, you guys take a look at this jittery video. A link to a jitterbug video, brother Chun Xiang. Swona. 3 dogs, well, you damn well wait. Black ass, crap, why does this fat guy look so much like Daangzi? Chicken, you guys click on his latest installment and look at his fat face. Mao Shin, goddamn Chen Yang? At Chen Yang, come out. Is that you? Chen Yang. The expression says it all. 2 dogs, crap, Chen Yang. When the hell did you learn how to play the trumpet? 3 dogs, cannot Chen Yang. School that, will you know? It's not interesting that you didn't play the trumpet for us back then. Chicken, what? Black donkey? Mao Shen, haha 666. But Chen Yang, are you doing self-media? Chen Yang, I resigned. Crap, the group exploded. Dog, Chen Yang, have you been kidnapped? If you really are, send us a nude photo to tell us. We can go and save you. 3 dogs, really ing quit? How did you do that? Black donkey, bro, do you have any savings then? Self-media isn't easy to do. Chicken cock, but you this self-media direction. Seriously bro, I suggest you still blow your horn. Mao Shun, yeah, I see your latest video. You're ing going to the marathon? Chen Yang, yeah. 2 dogs, you're not crazy bro. You college that will not be able to run down 1,000 meters. You are now fat as such. You play marathon? 3 dogs, Dai Yangzi, if you can't run down, your fans of Jitterbug will not fall out? Chicken, I don't know, but I'll probably be sprayed to death. Black donkey, can you guys say something nice? It's good to give people a boost. I just think Shen Yang can do it. Come on, you are the fattest. Chen Yang, Mao Shen, seriously bro, you're too bold for this. The marathon is a small thing. You dare to resign? 2 dogs, yeah. Don't you have to pay off your credit card? 3 dogs, or have you forgotten what kind of life we had when we were in Shanghai Sea? Chicken, I think it's better to stabilize, and then save up for a down payment on a house. Blackass, yes, really did not see. Are this age, do not think of starting a family, but also want to toss. Harry God, alas, really convinced him. Okay, everyone, this kid ing job resigned, all resigned to say that those useless brothers since it is done. On the charge, the group was silent for a while. Then, the second dog, Chen Yang, since you do not give up. 3 dogs, Yangzi, our 2127 last courage, may be in you. Chicken, even if it is you on our behalf, to fulfill the last dream. Remember when we were in the shared room, drinking said? Blackass, I remember, to do something of my own. Mao Shen, although I don't want to admit it, but it is true that we failed in the beginning, walking all unwillingly, even now, but today I feel relieved. At least Oyoko's heart is not ing dead. 2 dogs, brother, come on, if you want to use money, talk. Mao Shen, Yoko, if you run out of money and can't support yourself, let me know. 3 dogs, I have a little private money, need me into your shares, say a word. Chen Yang, blackass, no money to talk. Chicken, yes, more no. Meal money tube enough. Looking at the messages in the group, Chen Yang heart a burst of warmth. It is true that what beautiful young women, which is not as fragrant as the brothers but touched words certainly do not need to say, between men, may not need this. After thinking about it, Chen Yang sent the message. Chen Yang, OJBK, I'm not polite with you guys, ha ha ha, but for now I can still hold out. Chen Yang, brothers, I know that when we fled Shanghai, we were all quite upset, but it doesn't matter, at least we are still here. Chen Yang, have you never thought of going back one day? Silence in the group. A long time. The second dog, thought of it. 3 dogs, although the reality does not allow, but I also thought about it. Blackass, yeah. Chicken, yeah. Mao Shen, but it's too hard to drop everything and chase your dreams. Chen Yang thought about it. Chen Yang, it's okay, as long as the heart is not dead, everything is possible. I'll go first. Chen Yang, you guys just watch me. How to kill back to Shanghai Sea in the future. P.S. Thanks to the Big Brothers for the recommendation ticket chapter review. Wildfire thanks you. Chapter 43, System Reward Playing Tricks? 2. When people reach their climax, it is often just a matter of one night. Chen Yang ate breakfast as usual and then entered the work state. He opened the backstage of his Shake Shack account and was instantly stunned. At this moment, he only wanted to say 4 words, Kryptonite Invincible. The number of his fans following him had unexpectedly reached 10,000 people. Clearly the word 1W was displayed behind his followers. How could Chen Yang not believe that it had grown so fast? Before and after, he had released a total of 5 videos, and had spent nearly $40,000 on operation and promotion. He felt that at least Kryptonite accounted for a large portion of the credit. Otherwise, there probably wouldn't be so many people that could brush their videos. In fact, Chen Yang was a little less confident. If you watch Jitterbug more, in fact, many people will know, there still exists in this, the kind of overnight popularity of the bull account. There are even some special bulls. The work may only send 1 or 2, and then overnight on the million or 10 million popular topics. All of the above were a large number of people. It was probably because Chen Yang was new to the field of new media, so he was still a budding artist and cared a lot about the growth of his achievements. Generally the teen with rich experience, when cultivating an account, operated the growth in units of 10,000. In fact, a rise of 10,000 or even tens of thousands of followers in a single night. That was all over the place. As long as the content is done well enough, there can be hope of getting ahead. Of course, none of this really mattered to Chen Yang. After all, he is not competing with others to compete with what speed. As long as the purpose of self-media entrepreneurship has been reached, forward and forward, even if successful. Chen Yang's latest short video has more than 10,000 likes. The comments are even more than 2,000. Enough to see, Chen Yang's previous text has begun to show the effect. Choosing to challenge a marathon by himself had already whetted the appetite of the fans. The comments section began a frantic discussion. Of course, there were still a lot of mocking, but this was normal. It was afraid that the comment section wouldn't be humorous enough, and in turn, it would be dead. This was good. The more people didn't believe it, or questioned it, the better. When they really did it, they could in turn suck up the fans like crazy. Ding! The system in his mind arrived as expected, and the panel surfaced. System task, fan attention 2000. Completed. System task, 8,000 likes. Completed. System task, 1,000 in the comment section. Completed. System talent reward, Free talent attribute points, 500 points. Face value, plus 50. Temperament, plus 50. Weight, plus 50. Bounce, plus 50. Physical ability, plus 50. Strength, plus 50. Endurance, plus 50. Agility, plus 50. Hearing, plus 50. Sight, plus 50. Eloquence, plus 50. Lung capacity, plus 50. Memory, plus 50. Logical thinking, plus 50. Vocal range, plus 50. Free attribute points accumulation, 500 points. Skill rewards. 1. Knowledge of any book proficiency level. Also, books randomized. 2. Singing of any song master level. Also, songs randomized. 3. Any one health skill master level. Also, skills randomized. Money prize, $50,000. Also, this 50,000 RMB is designated for behavioral spending, and is limited to use within the Shakesound self-publishing platform. System task, Jitterbug fans reach 100,000 people. Current progress, 1W/10W. Other features, yet to be updated. Over. Ding dong. Merchants remind you, your 50,000 RMB has arrived successfully. Current balance, 60,000 RMB. Chen Yang was very happy as he looked at the 50,000 yuan cash reward he received once again. There was nothing more exciting than getting money. It was obvious. The system was letting itself be upwardly mobile with kryptonite. It was too good. He had gradually felt that as the difficulty of the system's missions increased, the richness of the rewards slowly increased as well. This had given himself quite a bit of motivation. The free attribute points had gained another 500, as well as adding the 50 increase in full attributes. When the next time he went to the conservatory to run laps, the number of limit laps should increase quite a bit again. In the end, Chen Yang looked at the skill rewards. This time, the system was very generous and rewarded 3 skills at once. Perhaps it was because of the increased difficulty of the mission. In fact, Chen Yang had analyzed that the skills given by the system, if looked at carefully, were all very detailed and specific skills. It was refined to each field, each profession, each specific branch, and it won't be a particularly generalized, or particularly exaggerated kind. Even the singing, it's all given one song at a time. So, this is going to face a problem. Touching fish in the vast ocean. It may be a small pathetic dollfish, or it may come to a shark that is so big that it will make people marvel. This was really like shaking the lottery, and it was all up to luck as to what skills you got. System reminder, is the skill randomized? Yes, Chen Yang replied. Song randomization in progress, all eras, all languages, all genres, all are being randomized for you. Congratulations, you have obtained the song Cantonese Love Story Master Sing. Chen Yang took a look and was filled with relief. The Chinese song was definitely the best, and the song, Cantonese Love Story, was very hot above Jitterbug. The original author, Rain God singing, was also very deep. Chen Yang loved this song, because some of the lyrics and melodies in it made a lot of some men in their 30s. Very immersive. Let's just take that line, people have been drifting in Guangdong for 10 years. System reminder, is it possible to immediately randomize the knowledge of a book? Chen Yang paused for a moment. This was surprisingly a new skill reward now. He definitely hadn't thought that random rewards could still be played like this. If you randomize any book in the world, Chen Yang started to YY. Seriously, if a foreign language dictionary, advanced mathematics and science or something was randomized, it would definitely be a huge profit. Thinking of this, Chen Yang was a bit impatient. Yes, book randomization in progress, all books, all fields, all languages, all genres, all are being randomized for you. Congratulations! You have obtained the author's Eagle Eats Chicken's book Global High Martial Arts Proficiency Level. Asterisk. This, Chen Yang froze on the spot. He suddenly realized how stupid he was just now when he got a foreign language dictionary advanced math and science. Almost forgot. In the vast sea of books, what else is better than the 4 oceans of our Chinese web novels? If it's really random, then surely the probability is that web novels are easier. He came to his senses from the shock. Chen Yang didn't feel sad at all, because through the muscle memory of the whole body fusion, he suddenly realized something. That is that subscription money was surprisingly saved. Originally he was going to find the time and subscribe to the second half of the book, but now he knew all about it for s sake, and it's like he knows all the details of each chapter. In that case, there's no need to charge money to read it later. Ahem, nonsense, or more support genuine subscription. System tip, is it a random health skill? Another new fancy skill. Yes, Chen Yang replied. Being randomized for you, healthcare field, healthcare direction, healthcare part. Randomizing in progress. Congratulations, you will receive the anal and intestinal healthcare mastery level. Also, the specific targeting direction is, after the anal intestines are blocked by excreta, how to use external healthcare. Smooth and smooth. Smooth gas intestines. roll your grandpa. Chen Yang almost spit out yesterday's meal. Originally, he was still waiting excitedly, thinking it was some useful skill. But what kind of mess is this? Use a foreign object to smooth out? Not just squeeze a soap. I'm not going to be able to get a good deal on this one. Chen Yang had a busy morning. In addition to releasing the last of the oboe playing stock footage, he had also recorded a theme song for Dunk the Basketball Player. After all, the account couldn't be broken, and the way to maintain the heat was to have a video streak to do so. Before the marathon, some of the vlogs of the Transitions Talent Showcase, life training, etc. still needed to be filmed and released. Some more. Summarized the morning's takeaways, except for the two skills behind the system that were a bit disappointing. Everything else was very good. Looking at the time, it was about time, since he got another 500 free attribute points. Then it was natural to continue running laps and increase the number of laps in the limit. After sending a Weibo in Xu Mengjie's band group, Chen Yang drove to the music academy. The playground was still in 2s and 3s. Some were in love, some were dating, and some were dating. There were also, I'll go. Isn't this the fat guy from yesterday? Why are you here again? Still running? This person is 80% crazy. P.S. Wow. Thank you all for your recommendation votes. And thank you to the two of you, Bailey Shanchio and Xingyun Painting, for your rewards. Wildfire Worship thanks. Kneeling Begging Collection Propulsion Ticket Chapter Comment Praise Comment All kinds of begging all. I've been working on this for a while now, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do it again. Pants rubbing good. It's all muddy. Chapter 44, I really don't like crabs. 3. Please collect. The students of the Galaxy Conservatory of Music did not expect the big fat man from yesterday to come back. While admiring Chen Yang's incredible physical strength, they were also very surprised. What kind of stimulation could motivate a fat man to train himself like this insanely? Was it just to become thinner and more handsome and good looking? Many people are really puzzled. After all, many fat people are only more desperate after they are thin, because they will realize that they are ugly not because they are fat, but really ugly. So don't be naive and think that the face hidden under the fat is definitely a good-looking face. It's not likely that your fat is your best blindfold and umbrella. Isn't having a chubby mask much cuter than a long bamboo pole? Of course, these people didn't know Chen Yang's real purpose. Moreover, as a fat man, Chen Yang had absolute confidence, as he had gone from being very thin and handsome and good-looking to what he was now. He knew too well what his bottom was like. The WeChat avatar was the proof. He had always believed in his saying that he felt was meant for himself. Truly handsome people are casually fat for fun, so don't ever talk to him about face value or anything. In case he slims down one day, wouldn't he charm your sister-in-law in minutes? Today, after Chen Yang continued to increase his natural attribute points, from yesterday's 11 laps to 14 laps, he had planned to look for Xu Mengjie and the others, but he didn't expect that the one who gave him water today was his old brother, Professor Qin Kai. Qin Kai was holding a bottle of mineral water and waiting for Chen Yang at the edge of the playground. Chen Yang, old brother, this you work out. It's a bit scary. Chen Yang took fiercely drank a mouthful, then laughed. Haha, nothing. This is not resign idle at home, nothing to do. Participate in the marathon, lose weight and so on. Qin Kai looked at Chen Yang, only to feel that this little old brother always does something that he can't understand. Swana blowing well, obviously can be a master, but preferred to mess around a little bit in the east and west. He was ready to talk to Chen Yang today, not let him waste his oboe skills. After all, Chen Yang was still young, and if he concentrated on continuing to study ethnic musical instruments, his future achievements would definitely be higher. Chen Yang, go to my house for dinner today. Let's have a drink. Qin Kai said. No way, Qin Kai, old brother. I drove here today. I can't drink. Why don't I find another time? Chen Yang was trying to refuse. After running 14 laps of long-distance running, he was too tired. Where was he still in the mood to drink? He just wanted to go back and hurry to take a shower and sleep. Hey no, I must go today. Qin Kai insisted. Your sister-in-law is at home today. I'll ask her to steam 2 sticks of crab for us brothers. Make a few more seafood. It's okay to drink too much, but if you want to sleep at my house, it's just me and your sister-in-law. There are no outsiders. Chen Yang really do not want to go. And running sweaty, how to go to your home to see your sister-in-law in this appearance? Is your sister-in-law at home? Yeah, at it. Qin Kai nodded his head. Oh, then go. He really wasn't craving the seafood his sister-in-law made. It wasn't just crabs. It's not like he hasn't eaten it before. Teo, hey, sister-in-law, come on in. I'm coming in. Xu Shuang opened the door and warmly welcomed Chen Yang and Qin Kai home. Hubby, the crabs are all steamed for you, Xu Shuang said. Qin Kai nodded, then told Chen Yang to go sit down first, while he went to his study and took a bottle of good wine. Chen Yang, let's brother and sister have a good drink today. After 3 rounds of wine, It was a bit on the nose. Qin Kai was probably drunk, and nagged Chen Yang to talk a lot. From the south to the north, talking about their own home. Anyway, Chen Yang did not remember too much. He only remembered that Qin Kai said that his daughter was very beautiful. When she comes back in a while, she will introduce him to her. It is a pity that the daughter has already married. Otherwise, he could really consider letting him call himself his father-in-law. Chen Yang stunned on the spot. I treat you as a brother. You actually want me to call you father. Why don't we talk about each other in the future? Chen Yang helpless, all his drunken words. I'm just going to go with it. But I didn't expect that my sister-in-law Xu Shuang on the side did not do it. No, Chen Yang, Qin Kai, 31 years of never being looked at by the old husband, adjudicated successful. 31 years have never slept over at his sister-in-law's house, judgment successful. System reward, 100 free attribute points. Holy, what the hell is all this? Chen Yang's short video was considered to be officially on track. The fans were following more than 10,000 people, and the likes and comments could be several thousand each time. Such fan stickiness was actually very good. However, Chen Yang also tried to film something new every day, and would intersperse a bit of his talent skills. The essence of a daily VOLG video was to highlight a casual and authenticity, to take your strengths and mold them into the highlights of your life. That's what a professional self-published creator should do. But there was something more important on his immediate agenda. It was the issue of free attribute points. As of now, it was only by completing a judgment that one could gain free attribute points. Ever since the system was updated to version 2.5, free attribute points had become the mainstay of the current version's rewards. He went online, picking and choosing a lot of things and putting them in his shopping cart. In the end, he spent almost $2,000 on the purchase. Chen Yang had a meat-ache. Together with the fact that he had used some of it a few days ago, he now only had $9,000 in savings in his hand. There was no way. For the sake of attribute points, one still had to put up a fight. After finishing his online shopping, Chen Yang put on his clothes and went out of the neighborhood. The front is coming an old man. Chen Yang a flash of light, go up and said enthusiastically, "Egu, back grandpa." The old man on crutches, dentures almost did not fall out. Little guy smash. You see clearly, who is your grandpa? The old man is also confused. He does not seem to have a daughter. When appeared a grandson. Chen Yang smiled profoundly, then turned around and left. 30 years old has never had dealings with this old man. The judgment is successful. System rewards free attribute points, plus 5 points. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. This path is feasible. Then, he greeted everyone. From the 4th ring where he lives, he has been playing to the 2nd ring center pedestrian street in Galaxy City. Can be described as heartless. Chen Yang, oh hey, isn't this Xiao Linzi? Sorry, my last name is Go. Chen Yang, I go. Big brother, why are you here with your sister-in-law? Asterisk 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 off. This is my own sister. Chen Yang, holy, Mr. Jia, you're not a teacher anymore? Uncle, I haven't graduated yet. Chen Yang, hey, you're not the last who? That who? Yes, I'm Xiao Zhang. You said you want to buy the house I introduced. Chen Yang, auntie, asterisk 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 off. Who's your aunt? I'm not as old as you. Chen Yang, sister Zhang, is that you? You know me? Chen Yang, this is all right? Chen Yang greeted all the way, recognizing the 7 great aunts and 8 great aunts of every person. Anyway, they are all 31 years, never recognized people. It is also a new thing. In this way, all the way down the accumulation, there were no less than 100 or so people. By all rights, it should have been rewarded a long time ago when Chen Yang socialized with strangers, but it seemed like it hadn't. Chen Yang had asked the system halfway through if it should be reimbursed. The result was that the answer given was that the system had not developed the free attribute point function at that time. Chen Yang is too lazy to argue with the system. Anyway, you have the final say. Counting the free attribute points rewarded along the way, it surprisingly increased by 570 points. This, together with the 100 points from yesterday at Qin Kai's place, made it 670. Of course, this is definitely still not enough. It needed to continue working hard. But at this point, Chen Yang's mouth was already dry. I'm afraid he would throw up if he was allowed to go and greet people again. Moreover, it was time for the evening meal, and his stomach was hungry. Since he had arrived at the central pedestrian street, there was no hurry to go back. It would be better to just stroll around and eat. As a treat for myself, the most lively snack street in Galaxy City. Not only is there a barbecue stall, but there is also a big joint bar that is bustling with activity. Chen Yang found one with the cheapest price and sat at the roadside position of the big stall, surrounded by people gathering for dinner. Hip-hopping, beer and barbecue filled the sky. Not far away, there were also many street performers with guitars singing. This Chen Yang knew, the resident singer of the bar, can order songs for $100 apiece, and those who sang on the street, it was $20 a song. P.S. Thank you for all the recommendation votes and message comments suggestions. Wildfire will refer to the adoption. Thanks for the thanks. Thank you for the Raider Emperor's reward. Continue to ask for collections. Wildfire worship thanks. Chapter 45, one song for you, one song for me, 10,000 more. Begging for favorites and recommendations. Go to the table and order the food. The waiter ran to Chen Yang with a small book. Hello sir, what would you like to eat? Chen Yang looked at the menu and thought for half a day. Suddenly, he rushed at the waiter and shouted fondly, Lian Di, is that you? The waiter was dumbfounded. Brother, you're mistaken. I don't learn the Sunflower Treasure Dictionary. Chen Yang scratched his head and acted clumsily. Oh, sorry, order food, order food. Never called this unfamiliar waiter a brother or sister, adjudged successful. Reward, plus 5 freedom points. Taking the reward, Chen Yang then looked at the menu. Seriously, he had always had extremely big doubts about this kind of central location's big stalls. Which excellent economist had set this price? The ing price design was just outrageous. As the 30-year-old stalwarts of contemporary society, who were about to take over, Chen Yang felt the need to give them some guiding advice. Dude, you guys have a cold patted cucumber for $18? Ah right. And a serving of stir-fried cucumber slices for $28? Yes. These two dishes use different cucumbers? Then see if this is okay. Help me use $18 of that cucumber that was cold and stir-fry a cucumber slice for me, okay? The clerk had a black line on his face and froze on the spot. Heart speechless. This is also the first time in a big year. Where is the psychopath? Really ing logic ghosts. Half a day. N. Line it, then you still come to what? And then 2 bottles of beer, 2 sheep waist, 10 meat skewers, a bowl of rice. No more? N. No more. The waiter's eyes became disgusted. So fat. How can you eat so little? With a cold snort in his heart, he turned around and walked away. Chen Yang did not care about the waiter's attitude and waited leisurely. Because the order was small, it was served quickly. Chen Yang quickly ate. The flavor was not bad. It was at this time, not far away, there came a beautiful prelude, which seemed to ease the surrounding noisy atmosphere a little. Then a street singer played the guitar and sang a song to a table of people across the street. After the song was finished, someone paid him $20. Chen Yang silently observed for a while, then his heart was appalled. This $20 a song seems to be really not much, and seems to be not as high as the resident singer in the bar next to the child. After all, there was a band and reverb inside, and a song would start at $100. But why did he feel as if this kind of street income wasn't too bad? He calculated that this snack street on Pedestrian Street was filled with only 4, 5 or 6 such street performers. But the number of people who eat every night, even by the table, it must be more than 500 tables. And this night market snack street are open until the middle of the night, a table a night at least to turn over 3 or 4 times the table. So it doesn't take much. 20 songs a night. $400. Crap. $12,000 a month? Sour. Chen Yang is sour. This is much higher than his previous salary. Of course, although this business looks easy, not everyone can do it. First of all, you have to be able to sing and play the guitar. Secondly, you also need to be able to sell yourself. Otherwise not everyone who holds a guitar and sings will be willing to spend $20 to order you. For example, the one in the front looks a little ugly. Singing is not good. Probably no one would order for $10. Chen Yang mouth holding a skewer bamboo stick. Greedy look at these people singing. To say that singing, he himself can do it now. And he happens to be facing financial constraints right now. Self-media business, that requires a process. You have to wait until the fans reach a certain amount of foundation. In order to be able to these fans traffic, slowly realize into economy. After more fans reach a certain level, you can only live broadcast, bring goods, or use the traffic to receive advertising, take commercials, participate in public activities, and so on. According to Chen Yang's current conditions, he was definitely still far from it. Therefore, if you cannot delay their own creation of self-media, and time freedom and also money work, Chen Yang really felt that coming here to sing at night would be quite appropriate. Sometimes inspiration came from fate. If it was the Chen Yang of old, he definitely wouldn't have had this idea. Even if he came here for dinner and saw them, he couldn't possibly think about whether or not he could also try it out. But now it was different. To speak of singing, it seemed like he would now know a few songs, and it was still a system-rewarded master-level singing, definitely at the level of a star singer. Bayong Sea and Sky, Dunkers Until the End of the World, Hotel California in English, and Rain God's Cantonese Love Story. Seems to be a little less Chen Yang helpless, for songs even if the singing is good, enough to do what? It cannot be a big night, in front of the crowd dinner time to play Swana, right? If you don't want to go to heaven, then you can go to church. This is a bit exaggerated, but the system now determines the reward. In addition to free attribute points, skills are given randomly, and the current version hadn't been updated to the point where skills could be redeemed. For songs really weren't quite enough. Handsome guy, want to order a song? While thinking about it, a young man holding a guitar stood in front of Chen Yang. Chen Yang instinctively had to shake his head. There was no way around it. This was a conditioned reflex developed over the years. For all claims from the outside world, the first time was say no. Snap. With a crisp sound, Chen Yang slapped his face, which was already halfway shaken. Back. Shake what head? You've ordered songs at the night market before? What a great opportunity for the system to adjudicate. You're so fat that you don't even have a ing neck, and you deserve to shake your head? Chin shells do not wear panic, Chen Yang rebuked in his heart. What kind of operation is this? The street singer was shivering as he watched. Crap, this dude isn't sick, right? Only to see Chen Yang with a naive smile on his face, happily looking at him. Let's have a song then. Okay, what song do you order? Sing any song. The man understood and then sang a masterpiece. It wasn't too bad. The guitar was played skillfully. After a song was sung, Chen Yang asked, handsome man, how much do you charge for this song? 20 ah, a bit expensive. Oh, the man was helpless. You only asked after I finished singing. On purpose. Hey, this night market street singing? Not all this price. Chen Yang stroked his chin, then nodded. Why is it 20? The man skimmed his mouth. Normally normal people don't ask this. He wouldn't want to give money to whore himself out for nothing, would he? He had seen this kind of person quite a lot. Then the man's tone was not very patient. You see my guitar, speakers and so on, plus I give you hard to sing. Charge a 20 really not expensive. Opposite the small bar inside 100 a song it. The man was speechless. He felt that Chen Yang may be a little bit of a brain problem. And not you come out to sing, ask so many why. But then, the fat man in front of him, unexpectedly pulled out $40. Sir, shall I have another song? Chen Yang shook his head. No, you've sung one, I'll do one too. Ha, the man froze. He was not expecting that the other party would want to sing a song as well, only to see Chen Yang searching through the man's small cards for a while. Eventually, he selected a song. You play, I'll sing. The man looked down and saw, good lord, Cantonese love story. The harmony of the guitar wasn't difficult, but would this fat guy be able to do it? Usually two people who had never worked together before, and were amateurs, were basically hard to work with, mainly unfamiliar with each other's rhythms. It's easy to steal the beat or something, and with so many people around, it was actually quite embarrassing to act badly. It's just that you can't have money and not earn it, right? Man helpless, took the money. Alright, starting now? Chapter 46, A Stubborn Little Grass, one more. Perhaps, it's fate that you can't see each other, but you can pass by each other. Galaxy is the second largest city after Shanghai. The night is full of neon. Underneath the splendor, there was a slender and tall figure standing at the intersection of the pedestrian street opposite the night market. On her side was a flat-bottomed cargo trolley piled with large bags. It should be some of the goods that had gotten in from the clothing traders on the pedestrian street. This was a very pretty young girl. Signature features, clear eyes, no need for any expensive cosmetics to reflect her fair and polished skin. Wiping the stubborn beads of sweat from her forehead, the girl looked at the milk tea store next to her that was doing brisk business. The Pudding Duo milk tea cost $35 a cup. The girl decisively bought a bottle of her favorite Coke at the Family Mart on the other side. She sat on the cart filled with large bags and took a big sip of it in excess. Ha! The standard Coke sound. Such a big-headed behavior. Yet it still attracted the gazes of many boys, all of whom did not hide their admiration for her looks. After drinking the cola, the energy was full. The girl patted her delicate cheeks and regained her composure, ready to get a head start on the new shipment she had picked out to take back to her place. But suddenly, she stopped again. Then she looked across the street to the night market snack street. It wasn't the fragrant barbecue that attracted her, but the fact that someone was singing across the street. Quiet departure and loneliness together. Crowded memories time to erase. People in Guangdong has been drifting for 10 years. Gone clouds of the sky is still capricious. Whether it believes that care instead of easy to give up. Have to end up with nothing. Only fearless. Laugh more. Change to be thorough. Face up to this world. The game of true and false. People drifting in Guangdong for 10 years. Believe in you. Even if strong is pretending to be a brave mask. And no less. The courage to live a wonderful life. Guangdong Love Story, a song that had been a hit on the internet not so long ago. The song was like a thick and soft coffee, refreshing the heart, silky smooth to the heart of every person who heard it. It is not only the content of the lyrics that attracts the listener. More importantly, the person who sang the song. that emotional and can hook the heart of the ability to express the voice. In an instant, it gradually quieted down the surrounding area of the snack street, until after listening to the entire song, only slowly back to God. But the hands of the kebabs are already cold. It was followed by the applause of the surrounding people. Singing is really too beautiful, and even empathy to some people's eyes moist. It can be said that after so many years in the snack street, this is the first time someone could make so many customers applaud at the same time. Even the resident singers in the bar probably didn't have this kind of treatment. 30 years have never paid to order a song on the street, the system ruled it successful. 30 years never sang under the public, system ruled successful. Rewarded free attribute points, 300 points. Cumulative total, 975 points. Other attribute points, no increase for now. Skill rewards. 1. Mastery of any song. Also, songs are randomized. 2. Any one book mastery level. Also, books randomized. 3. Any one instrument master level. Also, random musical instruments. Money reward, none at this time. Other options, none. Ends. Chen Yang was under the gaze of the crowd in awe. Returning the microphone of the small speaker, he returned it to the man who was already stunned. Chen Yang smiled slightly towards the surroundings and nodded his head. He then turned around and left in a dashing manner. The crowd didn't even have time to let him sing another song. And what he left everyone with, it was only that naive and solid back, and the deeply heartfelt singing just now. Seriously, if they could hear this kind of singing every night, they would gladly come over here for dinner every night. Many of the guests who had already gotten hooked on Chen Yang's singing hurriedly asked the waiter and the owner of the stall, "Is this man a street singer here? Will he come tomorrow? If he could come and sing, they would reserve a table for dinner tomorrow. What time does he come out every day?" Wait. The owners of the stalls are confused, but they want him to come tomorrow. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about their business. For a moment, Chen Yang, the mysterious singer, it actually caused a flurry of discussion in the snack street. And Chen Yang, who was walking home, he had a look of triumph on his face. This force, installed simply perfect. Come and never look back at explosions. This should be the effect. As long as there was a padding this time, taking the time to come over and make a little money on his own should just be a matter of time. Chen Yang felt great. Not only had he completed 2 system judgments and gotten attribute points and 3 skill rewards, even the money he spent on his own meal just now, the chop shop even gave him a 20% discount. This made the little waiter from before very unhappy. But this was what the boss had explained, so he could only do as he was told. In addition, what Chen Yang didn't know was that his performance of this song had already been filmed on his cell phone. It was also sent to Jitterbug. Yi Xiaoyu was still standing in place. This song, Cantonese Love Story, seemed to have touched her stubborn heart. The reason was definitely not because of the vulgar love affair. It was because ever since her family's accident and she was left to live alone, it seemed like all these years, there was not much free time to think about these boring things, even though the song was an expression of love. But in Yi Xiaoyu's mind, it seemed to mean something else. Maybe it was because of those lyrics. People wandering outside for 10 years, together with loneliness, difficult memories to be erased with time. Life is the same. To smile more. Change should be thorough. Always face the world's true and false games. She was really tired these years, but she knew she couldn't fall down. No matter how hard it was, always had to have the courage to live a great life. So she changed her name for herself. Whether it's her online store, or WeChat microblogging, Jittery Voice and all the other accounts, it's called another name. Yi Xiaoqiao. She felt that she should be grass. Stubborn and tenacious grass. She also liked it when people called her grass, because she hoped that the innocent and happy Yi Xiaoyu would just stay in that happy time she once had. Took a deep breath. Took a few more big gulps of cola. Ha! Cola sound. Energy restored. Positive energy full. Yi Xiaoyu. Oh no. Yi Xiaoqiao regrouped and hauled the large bag of goods with force, transporting it towards her place. On the way, many men wanted to come over to help and threw in more olive branches. Such a beautiful girl inspired their desire to protect. But Yi Xiaoqiao refused their help one by one. Because which kind-hearted people to help you? Come up the first sentence. Actually want to add WeChat first? Perhaps this is the reason why pretty girls, in the eyes of outsiders, are really hard to put right. Yi Xiaograss does not care about other people's eyes. Pretty is not her fault, and she is very grateful to her parents. Maybe this was one of the few things they had left for themselves. So, she had to protect her prettiness, and even more so, she had to protect herself. It didn't matter about the gossip. If the road of hard work was not seen by anyone, then it must be a lonely and full of hard road. Yi Xiaoqiao always knew. Chen Yang returned home. Today's mood was still good. Since leaving the house, it seemed like a new world had opened up. It could be said to be the kind of thatch that opens up. It turned out that completing the system judgment could still be done in such a way. His free attribute points had accumulated to 975. one could increase the number of running laps a lot more. Before going to bed at night, Chen Yang had just randomized his skill rewards, mainly due to the shadows from before. Chen Yang felt that the songs and musical instruments were fine. It was that randomizing a book that was a bit outrageous. Anyway, these types of ones that were all based on luck were really hard to grasp. While calling out the system screen in his mind, Chen Yang mouthed, "Come up with something useful. Come up with something useful. Even if I use 2 trashy skills for a guitar, it's okay, so I can at least go sell on the streets to make money. Please please please." Followed by, random book, diaper usage instructions for infant babies proficient level. Random song, meteor shower sung by F4 master level. Random musical instrument, gong master level. Chen Yang was speechless. Meteor shower even. What the hell with his diaper instructions and gongs? Letting himself use the gong as a baby daddy? I don't know what to do. Early the next morning, Chen Yang opened the backstage of Jitterbug and was shocked. How did the comments section blow up? P.S. Thank you for all the recommendation votes. Chapter reviews. Wow. A lot more. Wildfire thanks you. Chapter 47. Better be able to sing and wave. 2 more. The comments section of Chen Yang's Shake Shack account exploded. He realized that the people commenting below were frantically at 8 themselves. Originally, he thought that it was caused by himself, who had changed his account ID to the words stronger brother overnight yesterday. But it turned out that he realized that it wasn't at all. And no one cared. It was because the nickname brother changing strength had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Chen Yang, who was unsure of the reason, directly clicked on a portal that someone had opened in his comments section. Then it went directly to the bottom of an ordinary passerby's account. Chen Yang then clicked on that person's latest video to see what was going on. After watching it, Chen Yang came to a realization. It turned out that he was singing on the pedestrian street last night, and was actually captured on video and posted online. And he saw that the number of people who liked it at the bottom of this was still super high. Surprisingly, it was pushed up to a small hit. The title was, The Street Singer of the Big Stall, Little Fatty Child. Then there were a lot of people who swiped to this video, and among them were viewers who knew brother Changxiang. Just like that after a night of fermentation, those fans who were following Chen Yang quit and left crazy messages in the comments section. Chen Yang returned to his account, started going over the comments of the most recent installment of the video. Crap, everyone. Look at this guy's video at da-da-da. Does that singing video this guy posted look like brother changing? I watched it. That fat guy singing on the side of the road. It seems like it's really brother Changxiang. Brothers upstairs. Be confident and remove the seeming. It's him. Dude, what's going on here? The horn isn't blowing and he's out on the waves? I'm protesting. Guys, I'm going to report him for singing outside and not taking a video for us. Upstairs, you did the right thing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Changxiang. You wanker, singing and blowing up the street in such a lively place. Why don't you post such a cool video? You're a self-publisher. Why don't you record a video? Can you make a good street singing video? I want to hear it. I should say no. Brother Changxiang's singing is actually good too. Anyway, I don't care. If you play the Swana at home, I won't listen or watch it from now on. Right, brother Changxiang. You have to go out and make waves. The marathon is still a month away. You can't play the oboe every day. Agreed. Wait, is this Galaxy Walk? Holy, I was there yesterday. I missed it. I didn't hear it live. Bro, I'm in Galaxy City too. Is he still going tomorrow? I can go hear Fatty live. Brother Changxiang, flip me over. Quickly flip me. When else are you going to sing and blow up the streets? Looking at the lively comments section, Chen Yang smiled helplessly. He had just sung a song yesterday. How did he somehow catch fire? This attention increment, even without using any promotional kryptonite, grew by as much as 2 to 3,000. Now the number of concerns has almost reached 15,000 people. In fact, it wasn't that Chen Yang hadn't recorded a singing video. It was just that through this matter, he seemed to have discovered where the audience's fans' cool points were. Firstly, they didn't like to sing at home. They just wanted to go outside and wave. Secondly, it was best to be able to wave and sing at the same time. And lastly, the sense of generation should be strong. As for how to enhance the sense of immersion, Chen Yang felt that as long as it was pretentious enough, it seemed like the sense of immersion would be strong. Just like what he did in the video yesterday. He sang the song in a dashing manner and then walked away. The first view of the video gave himself a close-up of his back. Quite a bullish look. Which, I have to say, is really an easier way to increase your fan base. After noon, Chen Yang drove to the Galaxy Music Academy. He was going to go run laps again. Since he had already accumulated more than 900 free attribute points yesterday, it was only natural that he would continue to increase his extreme number of laps. After all, the full 44 laps of the marathon, one hadn't even completed one half of it yet. Just the next second Chen Yang stepped into the academy playground. A good number of students, both male and female, really did look his way instantly. Crap, this big brother is here again? Holy, bullish ah, this damn really wants to practice his to death? Really is a madman. He didn't show up yesterday. I thought he'd given up. Gave up. My ass. You guys don't watch Jitterbug? Jitterbug? What Jitterbug? Brother Strong. You guys have 2G internet in your dorm? You don't even know that. Maybe he's not hot. I haven't even swiped it. Okay, so if you don't know Brother Changxiang, you always know about the band that Chumingjie and Xiaohua formed before, right? No also invited a Swana master. Once also with Professor Qin Kai together in our school practice room solo to come. Right, the Swana master you mentioned. That's him. What? Wait a damn minute. Are you saying that this crazy guy is the oboe playing master? No way. The oboe god at the festival. That's him? Yes, it's true. If you don't believe me, go watch the video. The Swana god standing next to Chumingjie at the festival. That's him. Crap. 666. What did you say the jitterbug was called? Let's see. You'll know if you search for Brother Changxiang. Good guy. Look, the Swana god is starting to run laps. At this time, the people on the playground, surprisingly, all started discussing Chen Yang. In fact, the name of his Sona god had long been in the Conservatory of Music, and it wasn't a new thing. After that weekend solo competition in the big practice room, where he made so many students' minds explode, he was already famous, but very few people had just seen him. After that, Chumingjie and Xiaohua reorganized their band and made a big splash at the music festival. The name of his oboe god was considered to have completely made a name for himself in the school. After all, Chen Yang is not a student here, and does not often walk around the school. Even if someone has seen him, it is not very recognizable. So when he ran laps in those previous days, no one had recognized him yet. However, he had been running for so many days in a row, and every time he ran so many laps like crazy, this had to attract the attention of those who were interested. Soon they all knew that Chen Yang was the oboe god. Chen Yang, who was running laps, was completely unaware that he was famous in the school. If he had known, he would have immediately tried to find a way to make a big splash on campus. Otherwise wouldn't it be a waste of the prestigious name of the four-word Swana god? Running for a long time, Chen Yang had already run 13 laps furiously. There was less than 1 lap away from the current limit of 4 laps. Chen Yang opened the system panel in his mind in advance. Is it time to use free attribute points? Your current free points, 975. Yes, please select the talent to increase, and the number of points to increase. Physical fitness 300, endurance 300, lung capacity 300. System note, points have been successfully added for you. Remaining points, 75 free points. Physical energy, plus 300. Endurance, plus 300. Lung capacity, plus 300. Over. Soon the increase in talent attributes merged into Chen Yang's body. This time, each attribute increased by 300, more than ever before. The perceived effect of the body's limit elongation and instant organism recovery was remarkable. Originally, his legs were so weak that he was about to be unable to stand, but suddenly he had strength and endurance. Chen Yang once again increased his speed, and today's goal was 18 laps. On the runway on the outer lap from Chen Yang, a familiar muscular line with long legs ran silently. Every now and then, he glanced at Chen Yang. Ever since the first time Chen Yang had greeted her, he had never spoken to her again. This center operation made Zhang Man's teeth itch. The most crucial thing was that her OCD had reached an advanced stage, but the problem was that every time Chen Yang just managed to run to his limit, he immediately stopped and left. Zhang Man had observed this for a long time, and she even found it unbelievable. It was fine to accurately grasp the body's limit every time, but to increase the limit and the number of laps every time he came, this was terrifying. Could it be that it was really an athletic genius? But being fat like this, was it possible? You have to know that Zhang Man didn't complete the full marathon every time. Every time this kind of race, it is necessary to prepare much time in advance, and start to slowly improve the amount of running. In the end, when the race was approaching, it was just the best condition. However, this is extremely difficult to control, and requires years of very systematic training experience. Zhang Man was puzzled. She very much wanted to go over and ask Chen Yang, and then compete with him in the meantime. Chapter 48, System 3. 0 is coming. 3 more. While preparing to leave the playground to go back, Zhang Man found Chen Yang, glancing at the beautiful legs with still good lines. Chen Yang raised his eyebrows. Hello, beautiful girl. Zhang Man subconsciously tugged down her shorts, but it seemed like it was really too short. Her own legs had a long length, so it couldn't cover anything at all. She was rarely shy enough to put her hands under her stomach. It was just that she felt sure that the lewd older man in front of her was thinking of some sort of nasty shape in his head. Let's say, little buns and camel hooves or something. Ah, you disgusting lewd. Zhang Man actually became annoyed. Me? Chen Yang had a question mark on his face. What is this situation? What did he say? Wasn't it just a glance at your shoes? Is there a need to talk about yourself like this? Beauty. Although my looks fat a little, but we also a little logic line? What did I do to you? Zhang Man gasped up and down, his chest floating. After all, he had just finished a strenuous exercise. You want to participate in the marathon? Chen Yang nodded. And yes. Why? Zhang Man was a bit surprised, at the same time feeling that the fat man in front of him was out of his depth. With your current level, you won't be able to run it. I know. So isn't this practicing? You want to run a marathon and chase me? Zhang Man asked again. Chen Yang froze. It seems that his last move made this sister a bit misunderstood. Not necessarily. Maybe you'll chase me then. But chasing me isn't easy. It's easy to shed tears. You know. Zhang Man was speechless. Suddenly, she thought of following him a few days ago and being smoked by that hot fart to the point of shedding tears. Thinking of that image, Zhang Man's body instantly went cold. All of a sudden, any interest was gone. She directly turned around and left, not wanting to look at Chen Yang. Chen Yang hemmed and hawed. Humph, little girl, still want to pick me up? Think beautiful. Chen Yang returned home and took a shower to rest. As the number of laps increased, the amount of his exercise, followed by a substantial increase, all the other functions of the body, were also forced to follow along to be exercised, but the intensity endured, naturally, was not the same, which led to Chen Yang's seemingly limit being raised every day, but it would still be particularly tiring and grueling. But this was not without its benefits. Muscle strength grows when it's hard work, and fat would definitely burn if it was hard work. Chen Yang went on the electronic scale once. It then surprised him greatly. Through this period of time of running laps, as well as under the continuous improvement of the natural attributes, his own weight had plummeted. He was now only 195 pounds. This is absolutely unprecedented news. Falling below the 200 pressure level. This is. There is such a theory of inertia in stocks. Generally, the trend of a stock, up and down, within a certain range, there will be a pressure level. Up cannot go up, down cannot come down, but once it is a breakthrough of this point, whether it is up or down, certainly hit the probability will continue to go for a period of time, until it meets the next pressure level. In Chen Yang's opinion, the pressure level of their own weight, is the 200 pounds barrier. Perennial obstruction, simply cannot come down, but today is finally down. In the face of such great significance as 195 pounds, Chen Yang hurriedly took out his cell phone and sent a circle of friends. Lyric about their inner joy. Friends circle title. Successfully lost 5 pounds. You must not underestimate this 5 pounds of fat. If and into the dumpling filling dumplings are enough for you to eat 3 plates. Picture, a picture of dumplings stuffed with meat. This is a good thing that he sent. Directly ing disgusted people in the circle of friends enough. The first to start spraying is the 2127 college dormitory. A few. After all, they are old classmates, so they must have said all the dirty words, but the most seriously injured is not them but Shin Kai. Shin Kai message, I said little old brother you cannot change a time to send? Do you have to wait for me to finish eating your sister-in-law's celery and meat dumplings? I've thrown up. Chen Yang was laughing, and right at this moment, the voice of the system unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. System update completed. Current version, 3.0 official version. Another damn quiet update. Chen Yang looked at the image in his mind and was startled. His eyes became serious. He knew that the system's 3.0 was not the same as the previous 2.5. 3.0 was definitely a big version change. As for what it had been changed to, he needed to hurry up and study it. System prompt, version 3.0 update details are as follows. Optimized the way and channels of obtaining free points, and deeply refined the points for specific character matters, thus allowing the host to have a better experience of obtaining them. Modified the acquisition mode of talent attribute. In order to avoid inflation of talent attribute points, the system will control the upper limit of talent attribute at each stage. Added a new function. Free points can not only increase talent, but also be used to exchange random skills. Every 500 free points can be exchanged once. Also, the above is the introduction of the changes in this 3.0 major version. System prompt, current free points balance, 75 points. Over. Chen Yang stared blankly at the system introduction. I didn't expect that this system update had optimized so many things. The last 2 items were actually quite understandable. One was the fear that if the talent attribute points were increased too much, the value would grow larger and larger when one's talent was upgraded in the future. So the system intentionally altered the upper limit of each talent. The other was the addition of the exchange function. In other words, he would not need to painstakingly wait for a new quest or judgment to be completed before he could obtain a skill in the future. He could now also accumulate free points for redemption. This was still very good. This way, he could raise the probability of randomly shaking the prize, or at least the frequency was raised. It wouldn't be like before, when it was so hard to reward a skill, only to randomly get a diaper instruction manual or something like that. The above two were very understandable. The optimization that most puzzled Chen Yang was this first one. The way and channels of acquiring free attribute points had been fine-tuned, which should be literal. And this sentence, for the character matter depth refinement. What does this mean? Did it mean that in the future, when one did or didn't do something, the system's judgment would be refined to break down the matter and then gradually determine it? Or does it have some other understanding? Chen Yang hadn't experienced it firsthand, so he really didn't understand it very well. But it doesn't matter. No theory is as real as practice. So Chen Yang thought to himself, try it out tomorrow, and then he would know the way of the new version. The next day, Chen Yang woke up. The first thing is to rush to the electronic scale to weigh. After all, it fell below the 200 pressure level. Even if he didn't eat in the morning, he wanted to see the picture of a continued low. Just Chen Yang absolutely did not expect. He forgot another specialized term among stocks, and it's also sort of the same module as breaking through the pressure level. Breaking through the pressure level will of course continue to move higher or lower, but there was also a huge possibility that it would bottom out. For example, now Chen Yang, inexplicably how 201 pounds? I slept on it and it's like this. I'm not going to be able to do that. Just when he was annoyed, Chen Yang's phone rang. Hello? Your courier has arrived. Please go downstairs to the doorman to pick up your package. Chen Yang hung up the phone. The package that he had purchased the day before on the way up had arrived. His eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. It had finally arrived. He had waited for a long time. Chen Yang then hurriedly put on his clothes and went downstairs. He also purposely carried a bag on his back. After all, it was a bit much to buy 20 or so things. Chapter 49. It's just kinda sudden anyway. For more, please. Chen Yang arrived downstairs in a flurry of excitement. Large and small couriers piled up at the door. After hugging back a large pile of couriers, Chen Yang began to prepare to unwrap them. Sometimes Chen Yang felt that this completion of the system judgment really need a certain amount of imagination. Otherwise it was really hard to think of anything that hadn't been done before. Something that he could do right now and that was reasonable and legal and wouldn't cause him to get hurt. Ever since he was a child, he had felt that his brain hole wasn't big enough. But luckily, it was fine when it was big where it should be. If it was the same as his own brain hole, which had stopped developing in elementary school, then he would really be dead in the water. It was thanks to the diary he had written when he was young. That's how he got a hint of inspiration. Anyway, no one at home to see. Do some new attempts. After all, they are not used. If you can't throw them away afterward, then give them away. With that, he began to open the courier. Started to play. 31 years have never worn stockings. The system determines success. Freedom points, plus 10. 31 years have never worn an omen. System judgment successful. Freedom points, plus 10. 31 years have never used a vibrating toy. Judgment successful. Freedom points, plus 10. 31 years. Freedom points, plus 10. 31 years have never used oil from the sky. Ruled successful. Freedom points, plus 10. Throughout the morning, Chen Yang played with himself, and tired himself out. If you don't say that this 36 lines of work, the line of work is the best of the best. Usually it was in the computer, watching other people displaying these designs, and it felt like they were all very skillful when they operated themselves. And with ease, they can also smile and pose for the camera. But when it comes to my own turn, I don't feel very comfortable with how to play. But regardless of whether it was good or not, this free points were earned quite a lot. 20 items, tried one by one. In one morning, 200 free points had been added. However, I don't know if it was due to the system upgrade, but surprisingly, there wasn't a single judgment that was able to get a skill reward. It was almost all small free attribute points. Chen Yang analyzed. It was likely that in the future, if you wanted to get a skill or cash reward, you would need to complete a system task to be able to do so. The system ruled that it might only be able to get free points. After all, if the system is upgraded, the degree of requirement for rewards will definitely follow. By the time the evening came to go out for a snack, Chen Yang hesitated. Having known Brother Zhu for so long, usually when he eats, he adds a large amount to himself and doesn't charge more. Even the other day, he generously invited himself to rub himself at the third sister's big bathhouse. This friendship touched Chen Yang, so since he had bought some good things for himself, he definitely wanted to share them with his good brother. Carefully picked out a few things that Zhao Zhu could use. Chen Yang was ready to give Zhu as a gift. It was the same old place at the roadside stall, with a cigarette in his mouth. Zhao Zhu boasted to the boss's wife who fried stinky tofu next to him with a big grin. Sister Wu, this stinky tofu of yours is also a masterpiece, but compared to a woman I met back then who also made tofu, it's still a bit worse. The one whose name was Sister Wu was actually already an old lady who was nearing dusk age. Chen Yang had always called her Dame Wu anyway, but even though Dame Wu was this old, the way she looked at Zhao Deju's eyes, it was still youthful and infinite, and the night color was provocative and eager to try. Gu, are you going to talk about the tofu beauty you used to know? What's the point of mentioning her in the past? Azu, Sister Wu's cooking is much hotter than those youngsters. My old man's not here tonight. Why don't you come to my place after closing? Sister Wu will cook you a good meal. Zhao Deju's hand shook, and the ashes of the cigarette fell glumly, but years of experience still made him look as steady as an old dog. Sister Wu, my health isn't very good lately. I might have a cold. Let's talk about it in a few days. Ha ha ha. Dame Wu pursed her lips to express her dissatisfaction. She definitely didn't believe Zhao Deju's excuses. Deju, look at you. I know you've been craving for my tofu for a long time. Go to my place tonight. I'll make it for you. My old man doesn't have this fortune. You have to seize the opportunity. As she finished speaking, Sister Wu stared at him with shiny eyes. Zhao Deju finally couldn't cover it. If he could fall into her hands, his life would have been in vain. Suddenly saw Chen Yang standing at the back, as if he was his long-lost father. Sister Wu, today really cannot. You see, I still have things. Do not believe that you asked the big Yangzi, the two of us today, to go out a trip. Sister Wu turned around and looked at this dead fat man who had spoiled her good deed with a grudging face. You two really have something to do? Chen Yang was dumbfounded. This could even lie down. Glancing at Zhao Deju, who was making eyes at the back, he said, Ihaha, yes, Auntie Wu, we're going to drive out tonight to do something. Sister Wu bristled and muttered, Humph, what can be the point of two big men going out? Seeing that the good thing was fruitless, this went to the stinky tofu business. Chen Yang looked at Zhao Deju with a gloating face, then gave a thumbs up. Brother Zhu, without saying anything else, I admire you for this. You can eat both young and old, and you're not picky about what you eat. Strong. Get lost. What pot is not boiling? Zhao Deju bared his teeth and was furious. The two returned to his stall. Zhao Deju pulled out 2 cigarettes from his pants and handed one to Chen Yang. Come on, don't eat fried rice today. What should we eat? Zhao Deju he smile. You each had not say. You engaged in what long distance running in the past few days is not light? Go, take you to the third sister that rubbing cupping to go. Relieve the sore muscles. Chen Yang heard, that dare good In fact, he has long been thinking about when to go again. Do not know why. Maybe by Zhao Deju influence. He now always feels that bathing at home is not as comfortable as scrubbing in a bathhouse. The two said to leave. Hurry to close the stall, so as not to next door woo big sister again to hospitality. Road. Sending me? Zhao Deju held a few things in his hand. Chen Yang hemmed and hawed. Brother Zhu, or else it's all fate. All for you. Use it tonight. After all, they were all old drivers. Zhao Deju quickly got the hang of it and skillfully used it. Still, old brother is generous. Wow. Then take a look. The two discussed their respective skills in driving all the way. In short, each had their own strengths and each had their own specialties. 30 years have never given a friend the oil of a guinea pig, adjudged successful. Rewarded freedom points, +2. 30 years have never given a friend a vibrating toy, ruling successful. Bonus freedom points, +2. 30 years. What? While driving the car, a system screen suddenly appeared in Chen Yang's mind. This made Chen Yang somewhat surprised, but then he seemed to understand. This was most likely after the system was optimized. The system had expanded the scale of the judgment. This was also the first item that was introduced at that time, a more refined judgment for what one had done. In that case, it would indeed be more favorable for one to complete the judgment. Just like this time, it was surprising to get free points for using it yourself, and for giving it to someone else. According to the previous logic, these toys would definitely be counted as reused, so the judgment wouldn't be successful. Suddenly, he thought of something. Zhu. Ha? What? Quick, you lift your ass. Oh, Zhao Deju thought he was looking for something, so he tiptoed and lifted his buttocks that was sitting on the passenger side. Chen Yang then stretched out his hand and didn't look for anything. Surprisingly, he touched him on his butt. Zhao Deju. Anyway, it was quite sudden. The car was quiet. 31 years have never touched Zhao Deju's, but the system determined success. Free attribute points, +20. Seeing the system screen, Chen Yang's eyes lit up, followed by excitement in his heart. So the judgment scale had been updated to this. He remembered that when he once touched Lin Yi Liang, the system still broadly ruled that men were not allowed. Now it had been updated and refined to every man. Ha ha, I get it. Chen Yang suddenly laughed out loud. Zhao Deju was stunned as if he was struck by lightning. He then pulled out a cigarette and lit it with slight labor. So many things really happened today. There was always some balls of sadness. A long time. Zhao Deju slowly said, Dayanga, you think about it? Some things actually reluctant not to come. Moreover, this is not very like in the following. Chapter 50, The Mysterious Zone That Male Students Aspire to, one more. Recently, there was a strange phenomenon at the Galaxy City Conservatory of Music. Many students go to the school's playground to squat when they don't have classes in the afternoon. In the past, it was the mecca for dating couples in the school, but nowadays there are more people who like to do it comfortably here, listening to music and drinking milk tea, and then, just for the hell of it, to see a fat guy running laps like crazy over there. Ever since Chun Yang appeared at the conservatory playground running wildly all the way through this period of time, many people seem to have developed some kind of strange subconscious. Every afternoon want to come over to see that obese oboe god is not over to run laps again. After a long time, it's strange to miss it. If you don't come, you feel like something is missing. If you happen to pass by and see Chen Yang, then you will unconsciously sit down to rest for a while and watch him run a few laps. Then it will somehow relieve the pressure. Don't say, there really is a school bully really went to the library to check the psychological information. Indeed, there is such a statement. That is, in watching other people's strenuous exercise or break through the physical limit, is going to bring pleasure and excitement to their hearts, and really have the effect of releasing pressure. Of course, a lot of boys decompression way, also in the dormitory to watch the violent sports. Only the project is different, so there was no telling how many days Chen Yang had been running. But coming to run laps every afternoon seemed to have gradually become some sort of habit. A lot of the academy students, too, slowly went from watching his jokes to eventually seeing it as a habit. And then from habit, slowly and surprisingly had a sense of agency, and began to look forward to, tomorrow's Chen Yang is not able to run one more lap again? The students searched for Chen Yang's jittery voice and joined the followers, and some actually became fans. There was even the occasional shy brother who brought him a few bottles of mineral water and said cheers. Perhaps this is the hot blood in the hearts of straight men. They will always worship those who are radical and crazy. If not always enough crazy men are the most handsome. Chen Yang didn't feel how hard and crazy he really was. He was really just accumulating enough free points and came over to run a little, just in the eyes of others. Chen Yang is a ruthless person who can insist on madness. It was well worth powdering. This half a month or so, Chen Yang went to run laps after acquiring free points, then accumulated and ran laps again. In the end, through the efforts of this half a month or so, he was now at his limit and could already run a full 23 laps. It was already half the distance of a marathon. Congratulatable. But at the same time, his free points were really consumed very quickly, basically just used up when they arrived. There was no possibility of accumulating them at all. Therefore, that 500-point exchange function that the system had recently updated, he hadn't used it until now. In addition, after the system made adjustments to the upper limit of each of his talent values, Chen Yang realized that the upper limit of some of his talents had been pulled higher. Let's say the piece of face value. Ever since the last time he changed a tiny bit, up until now, Chen Yang's mirror had to shine through, but he still looked the same. Of course, he wasn't dissatisfied with his current looks. At most, he just disliked it. Chen Yang did not apply with the system. Want to let the system realistic about their own upper limit value of each talent is how much. He couldn't just charge forward with his eyes in the dark without knowing how far his destination was. Could he? Even if it didn't display it, it would be fine to let him take a look. This way, he could at least know how much effort he would have to put in, and how many talent points he would have to accumulate to make a decisive change in certain aspects of himself. The system then turned out to be really merciful, letting him take a look at the upper limit of his face talent. Crap! Emotionless. After Chen Yang had taken a look at it, his entire being was bad, and he pointed at the system and cursed. Damn you! Is this ing humanly achievable? How is it possible to reach this number? System, anything is possible. Asterisk 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 off you. If lousy could really reach such a value, wouldn't that still blow up the earth in a handsome way? System, dreams are still necessary. Just in case, my ass. Just in case of what? System, just in case it's not a handsome explosion. It could also be an ugly explosion. Your upper limit is difficult, but your lower limit is easy. Why don't you give it a try? Chen Yang's mind collapsed. He can only curse and engage in self-media entrepreneurship to go. These days his jitterbug followers had reached the 20,000 follower mark. This had a lot to do with him running circles at the conservatory, as well as going to Walking Street to sing that day had a lot to do with it, because it didn't just reap the attention of a large number of students from the school, as well as those eating spectators on Walking Street. At the same time, since someone had filmed it and posted it online, more or less, it would attract some traffic, coupled with the fact that Chen Yang had filmed a lot of video segments of himself going out on waves these days. There were also videos of him running laps and training like crazy every day, and some of his carefully planned daily vlogs. The rate of fan increase was still very stable, but there seemed to be a troublesome point that the comments just couldn't get past. That is, A lot of fans were still frantically commenting on his singing in the snack street that day. A lot of fans strongly request that he continue to go outdoors as a street singer to sing, and should open a live broadcast. Chen Yang's self-media idea. The next stage was definitely to open a live broadcast, but not right now. Although he opened a live broadcast now, utilizing his talent to perform every day, he could certainly also open powder and make money, but a little impatience is a big plan. Chen Yang knew that opening a live broadcast blindly without a certain base of fans, unless you are a beautiful woman with long legs and a thin waist, sitting there selling a cute expression and twisting your waist can make the big brother brush gifts. Otherwise, without the operation of the big guild, it is very difficult to develop. And if the number of live online is not much, want to realize the fan economy directly is not so easy. Fans are not fools. 1 or 2 times of impulse spending can be. If you want to operate for a long time, it requires a lot of effort. Therefore, Chen Yang is not in a hurry, and occasionally replies to them at the top of the comment area, or flip the cards. There was no intention of opening a live broadcast right away. His current focus? He still felt that the need to prepare richer video content was the right thing to do. After all, the work is what lasts forever. After lunch, the courier arrived downstairs at Chen Yang's house. Chen Yang took a parcel and walked down. Then his cell phone filled out the list and sent the parcel out. Watching the courier drift away, Chen Yang silently repented in his heart. I hope he can forgive himself and bring him some surprises just fine. It was at this time that the cell phone's WeChat rang. It was from Chu Mingjie. Big brother Chen Yang. I was in music class earlier. I didn't have time to look at WeChat. You're looking for me? Chen Yang replied. And yeah, something is going to trouble you this time. Hey, what trouble or not trouble? My band performance in the future. Do not still have to let you help me play Swana well. We're all friends now, so if there's anything you want to do, just tell me. Chen Yang chirped his mouth, then his voice was low. Mingjie, if you want me to say it, I'll say it. Say it, I'll help you if I can. Chu Mingxin replied. Chen Yang raised his eyebrows, cleared his throat, prepared himself, and then said very seriously, I've recently encountered a bottleneck in my self-media creation. As you know, I also have to prepare for the marathon running laps every day, and I'm already very tired. So sometimes the content creation may need something more novel, purely outdoor, not too good to shoot, but if it's indoors it's kind of pointless. So I've been thinking for a long time, is there any kind of good scene that's outdoors and counts as indoors for me to shoot and explore or something like that? And to be clear, haha, I'm doing this out of the noble spirit of creativity, as well as on behalf of the 20,000 majority of my Shakeology fans, hoping to bring them a new life experience. Before I decided to discuss it with you, Chu Mingjie, what does it mean? Chen Yang, inside. You see if you can take me to visit your girl's dorm room? Chu Meng, asterisk. Chen Yang, big brother you. Sweating state Chen Yang sent a cute smiley face. Mengjie's sister, look, just help me. The fans of my video now don't even like it much, and I've already blown the teaser out at the end of yesterday's video. Conservatory girls dormitory. This is the damn most desirable and mysterious area for male students in the country. Chu Mingjie, Chen Yang, don't worry, you don't know me well? We are serious people. Will not be so obscene. What I'll see is to visit your dormitory, to ensure that it is outside to see. Certainly not in. Stay a while to shoot it. Chu Mingjie, but my dormitory sisters are in awe. Chen Yang's eyes are glittering. Crap, there are sisters? Manjie, hurry up and convince them. I'm driving over. You still have an hour and a half. See you in a while. Chu Mingjie. P.S. Thank you all for the recommendation votes. Thanks to 100 Mile Hill Retro FB Zhang Dedet for their rewards. Chapter 51, Anti-Killer covered. 2 more. Chen Yang has never been to the girls' dormitory. When he was in college, he was in the prime of his life, and he was a scholarly man. He didn't care to explore those boring mystery zones, because there was no need for that. It was the girls who ran to his dormitory. They not only asked for warmth, but also a fear of their own cold, said to warm the blanket and so on. Chen Yang then felt that this girl is really sick. What the hell era? Winter quilt cold. Do not know online to buy an electric blanket? Have to personally come over to warm themselves. That damn first 2 hours is warm. How about the second half of the night? The electric blanket is plugged in 24 hours. Chen Yang also do not know how many of these girls to drive away. Anyway, later bowels are damn repentant. Since then, he has never slept under an electric blanket in winter. Damn high-tech, hindering the development of human emotions. Mar Debbie. Chen Yang made a phone call. Hey, Zhu, where are you? At home, primping up. Come with me to the conservatory. Ha, a wild 30-mile drive. Directly drove to the gate of the conservatory. Zhao Dezhu changed into the look he wore when he first went to the third sister's bathhouse. Big back hair, flowery shirt, tight-ass jeans, and a pair of shiny crocodile shoes. Chen Yang once complained about Zhao Dezhu and asked him if he could change his outfit. Don't every time the whole with the 60s and 70s like, and not black will do the talker. If you don't know, you'll think you're the one who ate the gongfu yaki. But Zhao Dezhu's answer was impeccable. Can see people's clothes on this set, or you give out money to buy. Chen Yang suddenly felt that this retro look is very fashionable. After all, fashion is a circle. Zhao Dezhu got off the car and touched his angular sexy chin, his eyes fluttering. Not good Yangzi. How to say you Zhu brother, I am also a river dragon under the mountain tiger. You suddenly let me do not eat wild game. Come to eat poultry with you. This I may be a little bit unappetizing. Chen Yang had a black line on his face and glanced at Zhao Dezhu obliquely. Brother Zhu, can we still have some face? Open your eyes. This is the music university. It's a music university. If you look at them, they won't look at you. Zhao Dezhu scratched his big, thick chest with a disdainful face. TSK, little brother, you're too young. When you're practicing you'll know. This artificially bred and nature bred is completely two levels. What level? That is a level of experience from the labor summed up by the development of agricultural pod land to the reform of industrial technology. Until now information technology. UING speak human. This is the age of young technology cannot. A good number of posture knowledge will not. With the outside of the simply cannot be compared. Zhao Dezhu he happy, think about it. You immediately with the ball to shoot the goal. The front is an empty door. You're so close to the goal. But the coach suddenly called a timeout and said he wanted to study the tactics. Can you stand it? Yes, it makes sense. Chen Yang listened to a blank stare. Zhao Dezhu gave Chen Yang finish the lesson, and then interested in looking around. Anyway, it's all this big within a small. The feeling of 1001. Less than half of my bathhouse Three Sisters posture. The female dormitory downstairs. Chen Yang brought Zhao Dezhu to meet Xu Mingjie. It was obvious that this little nymph was a little worried. How is it? Is it done? Chen Yang asked. Xu Mingjie nodded. I told them that it was the Swana master who wanted to come over to sit and guide me on how to play the Swana, which they reluctantly agreed to. But right now there is a problem. Xu Mingjie finished looking back at the dormitory door is sunning quilt ant. You must first get past our dormitory ants, otherwise you'll never get in. Chen Yang looked away and then smiled slightly. Brother Zhu, I'm counting on you for the next thing. Zhao Dezhu suddenly realized. Good you dead fatty, so you were waiting for me here. Chen Yang hemmed and hawed. Brother Zhu, you can't be unrighteous. I helped you before, but this time you have to help me. Zhao Dezhu sighed. Alas, okay. While saying that, Zhao Dezhu walked over. Xu Mingjie was full of worry. Brother Dayang, Uncle Zhao, can he do it? Xu Mingjie but no. They this dormitory ant, notorious oil and salt. Every semester there are male students who want to sneak in, and one by one they are all driven out by her chicken feather duster, and none of them can succeed. Not to mention this Zhao Dezhu, who seems to be an off-campus social uncle. It was definitely impossible to go in. Alright, let's go in. Zhao Dezhu came back and casually said. Xu Mingjie was in awe. This was all over? She hurriedly turned back to look at the dormitory ant, only to see that the dormitory ant had a blushing face at the moment, and her eyes were rippling with love. Zhao Dezhu waved at her and pursed her lips. Under the rigid angles, the sexy stubble moved slightly, and his gaze was deep and wild. The dormitory ants covered their chests, as if they instantly returned to the glorious years when labor was the most glorious. A cool Zhao Dezhu man, also liked to wear tight jeans, but times craggy. I still remember that it was in a late fall bud field. Let's go. When Chen Yang entered the girls' dormitory building, the system in his mind issued a judgment. Never entered a university girls' dormitory building before, judgment successful. Freedom point reward, plus 300. Take the optimized talent attribute panel, second order. Face value, plus 20/no upper limit. Temperament, plus 20/no upper limit. Physical strength, plus 20/LV3. Endurance, plus 20/LV3. Bounce, plus 20/LV2. Physical, plus 20/LV2. Strength, plus 20/LV2. Lung capacity, plus 20/LV3. Free attribute points accumulation, 500 points. Skill rewards. 1. Knowledge of any book proficiency level. Also, books randomized. 2. Singing of any song master level. Also, songs randomized. Money reward, none at the moment. Balance, $60. 000. System task, shake fans reach 100. 000. Current progress, 2W plus/10W+. Other features, none at the moment. Over. Chen Yang watched as he went upstairs while hurriedly looking at the optimization system panel in his mind. The talent panel had indeed been optimized, although the upper limit value was not given. However, the speed of each talent's advancement was clearly known. The system had given a reminder when he himself ran laps a few days ago. Because of this period of time of frantically brushing and adding points, his 3 talents, physical fitness, endurance and lung capacity, had already broken through the second stage and advanced to the third. Therefore, the level displayed behind this talent was LV3. As for the other talents, they were still growing steadily. Of course, there was no upper limit for the piece of face value and temperament. And the weight. Chen Yang didn't know why. It seemed like this attribute hadn't appeared for a long time. Chen Yang analyzed that it was most likely because he was now constantly exercising, so the system didn't feel the need for any more attribute additions. But the problem was that he was so damn bouncy. If he didn't add to the natural attributes, when would he be able to have a somewhat significant effect? Sighing inwardly, he didn't want to think about this at the moment. Let's get the video material done first. Thinking of this, Chen Yang hurriedly took out his cell phone, which was about to start shooting. On the way up the stairs, met a number of female students. All of them were looking at Chen Yang very strangely. Then a girl was surprised. Yikes, isn't this the oboe god from the playground running laps? Some girls recognized Chen Yang. Girls who liked to gossip then swarmed around. Chen Yang, on the other hand, did not shy away from the scene. There was such a good thing. Surely he had to grasp it. After all, this was all fodder. He hurriedly aimed his cell phone lens and hammed and hawed. Brothers, the installment of Exploring the Mysterious Zone is exactly the beginning, so that you guys can feel it first, the charm of my changing strength brother. While saying that, the cell phone shot over towards the girls who were watching. Obviously, this was certainly not any of Chen Yang's charms, but it didn't matter. After editing and processing in the later stages, Chen Yang had the confidence to make the effect he wanted. Chu Mingjie opened the door to her dormitory. P.S. The results of the tentative report, 300 collected law. Congratulations. Thank you for your support. Chapter 52, Why Can't I Get In? 3 more. The oboe god is going to play the trumpet in the girls' dormitory? Why does it sound so damn wrong? The news traveled fast. The students in the playground who were waiting for Fatty to show up to run laps came to a realization. No wonder he was stood up today. Surprisingly, he ran to the girls' dormitory. Sure enough, he is a tough guy. That kind of place is also said to enter? At this time, below the dormitory, certain boys were indignant in their hearts. Every time they sent their female friends back, they were almost always stopped at the dormitory entrance. It's been 2 semesters now, and half a step hasn't even been crossed. But what the hell were those 2 just now? They went in just like that. It's not fair. Auntie, I want in too. You can't. They can go in and I can't? Why? You're too young. The corner of the boy's mouth twitched. I'm big. Another boy came over. Hey, I'm a year above him. I'm a junior. Auntie sidled up, slanted a glance at the boys, and looked them up and down, then said disdainfully, look at your little body. Go back and practice. The boy had a question mark on his face. This has nothing to do with my body. At this time, on the other side, Chen Yang and Zhao Dezhu pushed the door along with Chu Mingjie. It was as if they had entered a jungle filled with the flavor of nature. Close your eyes and quietly feel. There was actually a gust of breeze that was fragrant. The aroma of jasmine slowly surged up along the soles of his feet until it moistened his entire cheeks. To the left is the crisp running water of the creek. Clattering. Gulp. A free fall of a stone dropping into a deep pool. Oops. Manga. Is that you? I dropped my shower soap in the toilet. You're helping me get a bar. Chen Yang. Want some help? Zhao Dezhu. Scram. Just a broken interlude. Continue to feel. In a haze, light appeared ahead. Wow. It's really colorful. Chen Yang said inadvertently. There seemed to be many blooming flowers ahead. Cool moon trilliums. There were white ones. There were pink ones. There are black ones. And a leopard print one? This one I like. Zhao Dezhu said. Me too. Chen Yang nodded. Chu Mingjie. Suddenly, a long, white snake slid down the hill. It was wobbly and slippery as it dangled. If you looked upwards along the white snake's tail, it was a small black goo hole with a hidden pink color. Second sister. You napped to cover the quilt up. Chu Mingjie ran over and hurriedly tucked her roommate's legs under the covers. It was so close. It was so damn close. 30 years have never seen. Freedom points, plus 20. 30 years have never seen. Freedom points, plus 20. 30 years have never seen. Free points, plus 20. Chen Yang was frantically harvesting talent points in his mind. The cell phone dropped right angle. The camera to prepare 4 small desks. Thick books were built up high. The girls loved to study. This Chen Yang still knew. My brother and eyes. Hunting forbidden zone. Don't look blindly. Chu Mingjie suddenly blushed to her earlobes and hurriedly covered the thick stack of comics. What hasn't Chen Yang seen before? Instantaneous second understanding. Cosmetics. Computer snacks. Messy. East touched the west to see. 10 minutes later, Chen Yang was launched out of the dormitory by Chu Mingjie. Chen Yang is helpless. After all, did not wait for the bathing one to come out. It was really a bit of a pity. Before leaving, Chen Yang gave Chu Mingjie a small gift. knowing each other for so long, there's nothing to give. I see that you guys don't have a toy here to relieve your boredom. It's just right to give it to you. Chun Yang took a brand new not yet open toy. Chu Mingjie was pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect Brother Daeon to send her a gift. That must be a happy acceptance. She wanted to unwrap it right away, but was stopped by Qin Yang. Wait for us to leave and you'll look at it. Okay. Chu Mingjie nodded her head. After the material was shot, Chen Yang and Zhao Deju went downstairs and walked out of the conservatory and were about to drive back. Suddenly the system lit up. Never sent Chu Mingjie a vibrating toy, judged successful. Freedom points, plus 50. Never sent a vibrating toy that could make 4 girls rush to use it, successful. Freedom points, plus 50. Ha! This. Chen Yang was stunned. The registration of runners for the online marathon was finally open. Chen Yang logged on to the website and filled out the required data and information. Although it was a popular race program, Chen Yang found that there was even a prize for this race, and it seemed to be quite a lot. The first place even has 100,000 yuan of prize money. Maybe compared to other competitions, $100,000 is really nothing, but in Chen Yang's opinion, this $100,000 is already very attractive. Before, he hadn't thought about the idea of taking the first place in the competition. He just thought that as long as he could insist on running the whole marathon, it would be a success. But now the situation was a bit different. If it was just a trophy or something, then he didn't care. It was just a false name. But if there is a bonus, that is absolutely to fight a little. After all, wasn't the core of doing this for money? Sooner or later, he himself will have to become a godly hero. Chen Yang thought in his heart. It seemed like the pace of completing the marathon laps needed to be accelerated. If he wanted to take first place, then it wasn't just as simple as getting the limit number of laps up to the mark. He would need to shorten the length of time to finish on top of the original in order to do so. Fortunately, this wasn't a sprint. After all, sprinting required the talent of explosive power, and both strength and agility had to be improved at the same time in order to do so. And Chen Yang currently hadn't obtained the explosive power talent option yet. He thought for a moment. If he wanted to shorten the length of his long-distance run, in addition to his physical strength, endurance, and lung capacity, it seemed like he should also increase his strength. It might help a lot if the leg strength was increased. In addition, he had to raise the limit to 43 laps as soon as possible, and then continue to extend it on top of that. Only then would he have the capital to obtain victory. After filling out the enrollment form, Chen Yang began to work on his self-publishing. He took the material from visiting the girls' dormitory and edited it into a short video. With the right benefits, some good things were edited in. Anyway, everything that should be there was there, so it was guaranteed to tickle the fans. Of course, some of the privacy he also used the technology very well and covered it up. After all, a work is a work. It can't be too real. Doing a good job of releasing it, the great work was done. Just at this moment, his phone rang. A look at the call. Chen Yang hesitated to pick it up or not. He was afraid that the person on the other side of the phone would rush out and kill himself. First time sending Lin Yeliang women's clothing, judgment successful. Freedom points, plus 20. First delivery of Lin Yeliang's omen, judgment success. Freedom points, plus 30. It hadn't even been picked up yet, and the reward came. Chun Yang took a deep breath and still answered it. In the next second, Lin Yeliang's roar came from the other side of the phone. Fatty Chan, are you deliberately trying to disgust me? Lousy doesn't wear women's clothes. P.S. 3 more today. Chapter 53, it's finally done. The following days, Chen Yang was going through his daily routine. In the morning, he produced short video self-media and studied the knowledge related to jitterbug operation. Then using his spare time, he looked for various opportunities to complete judgments to accumulate free attribute points. Since deeply refining the scale of judgments, his success rate increased substantially. For example, every time he went to the supermarket to buy a drink, he would choose those very strange drink brands. Anyway, as long as they hadn't been drank as well as eaten, they could almost always get some free points. It was just that these types of behavioral operations gained very few points, but Chun Yang liked this feeling of milking the cow. It was fun. After acquiring the points, he would go to the conservatory to run laps in the afternoon as usual, almost rain or shine, and every time, the limit was constantly increasing. Without realizing it, in a month's time, his was already able to run 40 laps. There were still 3 laps to go, even after completing the full marathon kilometers. Calculating, it was only a matter of 1 or 2 kilometers. However, this was only a completion, and if he wanted to achieve results, he would still need to continue to increase his talent points. Nowadays at the Conservatory of Music, after the oboe god, he was given another nickname, the lap running god. Now almost the entire school knew that Chun Yang would come to the playground every afternoon to run wildly, and the number of laps run was quite exaggerated. So, Whether it was in school or on the Jitterbug account, there were more and more people who followed Chen Yang to watch him update his lap running videos. There were even fans from the same city in Galaxy City who purposely went to the playground of the conservatory in the afternoon to squat, just to see the footage of Chen Yang running wildly. Chen Yang also did not expect that running like this would bring him another wave of attention. His Jain fans had risen from 20,000 to 60,000 people, and it was the case that he didn't use the $60,000 of operating fees. This made him realize that more people still liked to see some people doing some crazy things. However, Chen Yang wouldn't think that all of these people were really fans who embraced him just because. In fact, the vast majority of them were just following the trend and were ready to see the results and have fun. Either you succeed, so they feel very cool, very inspirational, follow the moving a bit. Either you fail, they will laugh in the hall, and then eat melon to see the fun. After all, it's only been a month. It was always not going to be that just because you challenged yourself to a marathon, you would make your fans die. Chen Yang didn't daydream like this, and he didn't want to. In addition, his daily VOLG shots were also very good. Videos like exploring Chu Mengje's dormitory. At one point, it broke his previous likes record, directly reaching 15,000 likes. The playback even reached 100,000 times. He was now qualified and could open a Shake Shack, as well as a shopping window to open a connection to plant grass and bring goods. However, Chen Yang did not have much time and energy to study doing e-commerce bandwagons for the time being. He hadn't even started live broadcasting yet. If he really goes live, opens an online store to bring goods or something, then at least wait until after hundreds of thousands of fans. The beginning of the month is always the beginning of troubles. Chen Yang thinks this is the vicious cycle belonging to the poor. After paying the rent and paying off the credit card and chanting a whole lot, there are only a few $1,000s left for living expenses. Being so down in the dumps, it didn't look like a person who was about to go on the road to becoming stronger. Right now one really had to count on the marathon. If one could really try to come in first place and win $100,000, one could really milk themselves for a large amount of money. In the afternoon Chen Yang went to the conservatory as usual. At this time, there were already a lot of people on the playground. In addition to the students who often came to watch him run wild, there are also some, at a glance is outside the school. The number of people, although not large, but at a glance to know is not a student. It should be idle and bored. Just happened to be in the same city. Came over to take a look at what kind of madman brother Chen Xiang is. Chen Yang did not care about this. Maybe after he became hot, there would be even more people. Taking out a bottle of strange drink from his pants pocket, he took a sip. Afterwards touching his pants, he was slightly pleased in his heart. The last time his weight bounced back made him panic, but it didn't seem to have happened since that time. After a month of his own frantic long-distance running, his weight had started to drop again, and it was even more than last time. If he didn't eat or drink for a whole day, Chen Yang lost weight to 194 pounds at one point. His stomach was also thinner than before, so his pants, which were no longer that particularly tight, were actually slightly left loose. After a brief activity, Chen Yang started running laps. He is now maintaining an even speed to run, not particularly fast, only to be able to evenly distribute physical energy, so that he can complete the laps. Students who often came to watch Chen Yang run laps were already not surprised, but those who came to see Chen Yang's running for the first time would be dumbfounded and especially shocked. What was the concept of 40 laps at once in a huge playground? It was when you watched a very inept fat man, who was very bad at sports, keep using the same speed, passing in front of your eyes again and again like a machine. I go, so strong? How many laps has it been? Yeah, 20 or 30 laps. Right, and you're still not tired? I'm tired of watching. Brother Chen Xiang is really bullish. The onlookers couldn't help but sigh. I watched his jittery voice before and thought that he participated in the marathon and was just talking about it. Me too. You say so fat. How can he run down? But how do I feel that this Chen Xiang brother might be able to take first place? Brother, the first is too much. Can run the whole race? It's already very perverted. No, on the day of the marathon, I'm going to watch it live. Yeah, I'll be there too. Chen Yang didn't know how long he had run, but the number of laps was remembered accurately inside, and soon the 40th lap would be over. Chen Yang was ready to use his free attribute points to complete the last 3 laps of the marathon. System tip: the current free attribute points total 900 points. Do you want to use them? Use. System prompt: please select the talent, and the number of points to add to the talent. Physical fitness 300, endurance 300, lung capacity 300. System prompt: the current free attribute additions are complete. System prompt: your endurance, physical energy, and lung capacity have all reached their upper limits in the 3rd rank, and will enter the 4th rank. Physical energy, plus 300/LV4. Endurance, plus 300/LV4. Lung capacity, plus 300/LV4. Over. Chen Yang felt the limit of his body's endurance continue to stretch, and after the 3 attributes were raised to LV4, it was obviously more fluid. The legs that had already been unable to hold on to slowing down began to increase their strength again, raising the running speed back to the previous even speed state. Then he continued to move towards the 41st lap, 42 laps, 43 laps, 44 laps. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the crowd in the playground, Chen Yang ran 3 more laps. At this moment, in the eyes of the crowd, Chen Yang was like a pervert. This was too exaggerated. It was simply too outrageous to be believed, but Chen Yang really did it. The marathon was 195 kilometers long. It was finally completed. Chapter 54, Going to War is Going to War. Early the next morning, Chen Yang woke up from his dream. He dreamt that his sister-in-law Xu Shuang had left the door open for him last night, and then he happily broke in. He was about to eat the dumplings that his sister-in-law had made for him. As a result, Professor Qin Kai returned with his daughter and aunt. Of course, to say that this scene wasn't the most embarrassing, what really gave him the creeps was actually Professor Qin Kai's daughter. Chen Yang was eating his sister-in-law's dumplings while preparing to take a look at Qin Kai's daughter. As a result, a familiar face appeared head-on. Professor Qin Kai's daughter was actually Dane Wu? Chen Yang was so scared that he wet his pants. And the aunt who was following Dane Wu was actually Zhao Dezhu the dam. Crap! Chen Yang directly sat up from the bed. What the hell is this dream all messed up? Chen Yang hurriedly washed his face. Can be regarded as a reprieve. Feeling this dream is not a good sign. After eating breakfast, Chen Yang habitually opened Jitterbug and briefly scanned the data in the background, then smiled with satisfaction. Yesterday, he had completed the full marathon distance, and Chen Yang had edited the video of his running laps yesterday into a work and posted it. And since it was a milestone achievement, Chen Yang felt that he should spend money to operate a little, so he directly spent $20,000, came a wave of shaking plus popular push, and ran a big operation. Video title, 195 kilometers in a month to complete the marathon. Simple and clear, very dominant. It was indeed enough to get strangers interested, all wanting to see how he accomplished it. So overnight, Chen Yang's fan following rose to 80,000, and the airplay of this short video, due to the promotional operation that was done, also got 3 million plus airplay, 40,000 plus likes and 10,000 comments. It could be said that this was Chen Yang's best piece of data so far, with more than 24 large and small works in a month. It was finally considered a hit, but before Chen Yang could be happy for long, he realized that there seemed to be a bit of a problem with the comment section. Because he was browsing through the content of the comments, he realized that several waves of people seemed to have appeared in the comment section, spamming each other furiously, and frantically ate an account called Marathon Daredevil Zhang Hao. Chen Yang was uncertain, then first carefully looked at the contents of his comment section for a while. It was roughly divided into 3 categories. One category was those who were watching the fun, which needed no introduction. Another category was the ones who were madly mocking and questioning and criticizing themselves. The last category, on the other hand, was more genuine love. Some fans who were defending themselves, but they were probably limited in number and were almost drowned out by the mocking and questioning comments. Chen Yang frowned. He realized that the mocking and questioning this time, it was different from the previous messages with a flirtatious tone when the video was first posted. This time, the mocking and questioning seemed to be very sharp and hard to hear. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of fools who like to look at fools. Such a fake video, and there are still people who believe it. Editing you guys don't understand? This ING runs a half lap and then edits it to look like 40 laps. How can anyone fan this? Obviously the video content is fake. Fools, think about it. He's so fat. It's hard to lose 10 pounds a month. How can he run a full marathon? This is obviously made up to try to increase the number of fans. Become strong, brother? Ahaha, really ING funny. Come on, you guys don't believe it, right? At Marathon Lord Zhang Hao. This is a professional marathon. Let him fight the fake. At Marathon Lord Zhang Hao. Brother, how come and take a look? A 1-month marathon. At Marathon Lord Zhang Hao. Quickly look. This is too insulting to the marathon. This title is blowing a lot of bull. At Marathon Lord Zhang Hao. At Marathon Lord Zhang Hao. Chen Yang looked at the comment section and was speechless for a long time. He then closed the comment section, tapped on the message alert in the background of the account. Message, Marathon expert Zhang Hao has posted his work and it you. This was a system push. As long as someone jitterbugged at your account, there would be such a reminder. Chen Yang saw the ID. He knew it was the person who was spoken about in the comment section. Obviously, this person was moved by what they said. Chen Yang clicked over. This was surprisingly also a self-media account with as many as 200,000 followers. The works were almost all videos about long-distance running. In the introduction, it was written that he was a marathon professional. Chen Yang suddenly realized that it was no wonder the ID took that name and that those people had asked him to come out and identify himself. He played that top video of it himself. The time of posting, just half an hour ago. In the video, a young man with tanned and robust skin appeared. The video didn't have any special effects, just a paragraph from him. Fans, I watched your at me video. Originally I didn't want to say anything. After all, how to do what you do. It's someone else's right. But, marathon is a noble sport. It's more a kind of spirit and faith. So when watching that video yesterday, I thought about it for a night and still decided to help you guys say something. This Changxiang brother right. I think your starting point is good. Marathon should indeed be well popularized in our country. But your behavior of deceiving your fans and insulting the marathon, I think it's shameful. You're shameless. First of all, as a professional long-distance runner, I think that in your condition, 1 month, it is simply impossible to complete, let alone as you did in the previous videos. You completed the limit every day and had a breakthrough the next day. Seriously, I have a question mark on my face. It's really outrageous. Even if you're cheating, you have to act like it, right? Normal athletes, I'm afraid they can't even impact high intensity like this insanely every day. Isn't this too unscientific of you? And, so, I'm sure you're cheating. Even if you use getting stronger as a gimmick, please don't choose the honorable sport of marathon. I ask you to delete the video. Also, if you don't agree with me, then fine. I'll go to the Galaxy City competition in half a month. If you dare to come then let's compare. And at that time, we will also broadcast live for everyone to see with their own eyes. How you, a stronger brother, became stronger and ran the marathon. Words, just say it. Do you really dare to come on the day of the race? Do you have the face to come? The video ended, said in a fairly civilized manner, but rubbing himself the wrong way no doubt. Because of his last paragraph, it was obvious that he was luring a huge wave of traffic that would deliberately pay attention to his live broadcast by the time of the match. What a scheming boy. Chen Yang didn't even need to look at the comments below him. It must have been to supporters who thought that everyone was drunk and I was alone. Chen Yang sighed helplessly. It's really true that people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. No wonder last night's dream was unlucky. There was this mess when I opened my eyes. It can't be helped. The other party had already come out with a video questioning and criticizing himself. Moreover, in his opinion, it was more of a mockery. If one didn't respond at such a time, wouldn't that make people think that he was weak-minded or had acquiesced? Chen Yang raised his eyebrows. Since there was a big account with more fans than his own, who took the initiative to help him clamor for heat, then there was no reason to refuse. Seriously, the current Chen Yang, aside from spending money, there was nothing that could make him cower anymore. Moreover, as a mature man, he felt that he should be more of a gentleman and politely retaliate. That's what reflects the quality and upper-class compulsion of one self-publisher. As the first battle of engaging in self-media, Chen Yang had long been ready. It wasn't the first day of reading the self-media, and there were a lot of things that he understood. There is no need to make a draft. Chen Yang opened Jitterbug and directly recorded and released. Title: at Marathon Lord Zhang Hao. Marathon Lord Zhang Hao, right? I love to smash and run. None of your business? I can be as fast as I want to be, as slow as I want to be, and I even jumped big. Hey, I even turned smoothly. I've got your Nicholas Joussi dream footwork. What's wrong? Bite me. I'm really participating in the race. In case I not only run down, but also accidentally take first place. Do you think you're still a marathoner? I'm telling you, it's not too late to regret. There's still half a month left. Think about it and reorganize your language before you talk to me. Finished calf thing. Nothing. The video was released successfully. Chen Yang put down his cell phone and was in a soothing mood. It's really getting funnier and funnier. I remember when I was a child, I was a militant. Then somehow, his personality changed. But today, I seem to have regained some of my feelings. Let's go to war. I've never argued with anyone on Jitterbug. Successful judgment. Freedom points, plus 500. Chapter 55, must sit on my ass. As soon as Chen Yang's video was released, the comments sections on both sides exploded. Regardless of whether it was on Chen Yang's Jitterbug account or marathoner Zhang Hao's side, after watching Chen Yang's unflinching dislike, it began to gradually ferment and intensify. Who would have thought that the naive fat man of the Changxiang brother was actually a person with the attribute of a god of war? Not only did he not wimp out, he even fought Zhang Hao. For a while, everyone actually developed a very cool feeling. A good show was about to unfold. Obviously, this changing strength brother, as a newcomer, he is not afraid of tigers, and he is not afraid of life and death, so he will do it if he doesn't want to. And Zhang Hao, who has a certain fan base, is a marathon professional, originally stood in a position of reasoning, as well as more fans to support. If Chen Yang slightly goaded even a little bit, on his use of self-media, that has a very benign effect. Imagine if Chen Yang really wimped out and didn't respond. That is the default is fake, or because of the fear of being exposed to admit defeat. Then Zhang Hao only needed to go down the slope, continue to consolidate his sportsmanship, and amplify his brave and forthright style of fighting fakes. Then basically, he would be able to quickly enlist a large number of new fans. However, all of the above was just envisioning. After all, Chen Yang didn't give him a chance to respond immediately. There wasn't even time for Zhang Hao to have breakfast. In a room in a neighborhood in a certain city, the man with dark and robust skin was looking at his cell phone with furrowed brows. It was that marathon man Zhang Hao. He was truly surprised that the other party had come out with a video response to himself so quickly, and the response was so rigid. After watching Chen Yang's video, Zhang Hao sneered disdainfully. As a consistent marathon participant for many years, it was not too much to say that he was a professional marathoner. To have him sparring with a small character who wasn't even an athlete, it must have been very degrading. And that fat guy was, by the looks of it, as dumb as can be. Can't even brag about adding several laps to the extreme distance every day? This kind of outrageous thing, and really think the audience is stupid. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to rely on this wave of fake maneuvers to be able to get more fans, Zhang Hao wouldn't bother with this kind of trash. In his eyes, not to mention those unimpressive marathon enthusiasts, even if a few marathon runners of the same level as him appeared on the day of the race, he didn't even put them in his eyes. After all, his performance was still very acceptable in the country. After thinking for a while, Zhang Hao organized his language and made a draft. This was a response specifically for brother changing strength, and he was going to make another video. The content was simple anyway. It must just go back and then launch a challenge. After all, the fans were watching, and this time couldn't be soft. But he also knew that too much with others on Jain face cursing and spraying each other, this didn't make any sense. It can only make the audience look at the joke. Therefore, as long as this Changshan Brother Marathon Day dare to come to the scene to participate, then the opportunity to really show their own. Zhang Hao took out his cell phone and recorded another video. Changing strength brother. Right, if you can really become stronger like you said, then please, on the day of the marathon, please come and compete, or else I'll look down on you. I repeat, please do come on the day of the race, whether it's a mule or a marathon. Let's see you on the marathon course. Chen Yang had long since turned off the jitterbug background. Fighting this kind of thing, to come once a powerful enough, if often come, to see my cue is not very good. Since his words were so obvious, then surely I'll see you at the tournament. And along with that, these videos of him and Zhang Hao had slowly spread. In Chen Yang's WeChat group, the people from Chu Mingzhe's band, and the brothers from University 2127. At this time, it had already exploded. Even Zhao Dezhu, who hadn't been brushing Jain much, sent an unprecedented message of greeting. Dayangzi, if there's something you can tell me, do you need me to go and take down that Zhang Hao's wife? That way he'll definitely be unmotivated to compete, and then you'll just ride on the victory. Won't that make his mind explode on the spot? Chen Yang was watching with a black line on his face. Only Zhao Dezhu could say such words, right? Chen Yang simply pacified the crowd in the group. Regarding their surprise, as well as their shouts of support, Chen Yang turned a blind eye to it. What to really give Zhang Hao this kind of pretentious professionals, head a stick heavy ass sit dead. That also has to have stronger results than him as a prerequisite. Chen Yang went online to check the information record of this called Zhang Hao, mainly for his wife. Not right, for his marathon achievement record. The current global men's marathon world record is 2 hours 03 minutes 59 seconds. The top domestic marathon is just a little slower than this length of time. A little slower. Of course, the above are said to be those very top world-class players. Most of the domestic runners, whether they are folk enthusiasts or professionals like Zhang Hao, are able to run in 2 hours and 40 minutes. As long as they can run within 2 hours and 40 minutes, they are considered very good. The reason why Zhang Hao was so arrogant, the main reason why Zhang Hao was so arrogant was that he also had enough achievements that he was confident about. His marathon results were almost always able to run within 2 hours and 30 minutes. One year when he was in the best shape, he even ran into 2 hours and 15 minutes. It could be said to be relatively impressive. After reading it, Chen Yang began to think. The marathon was actually a technical task that emphasized on distribution. How to reasonably allocate physical energy and time to this distance of more than 40 kilometers. When to even out the pace, when to slow down, and when to speed up. And one needs to speed up to grab time at certain distance segments according to one's situation, and so on. This all required tactical experience. All of the above, Chen Yang did not possess. But the good thing was, he still had time and could continue to increase his free points. There was a saying, in the face of absolute power, any techniques and tactics were all for naught. It was simple. As long as the physical ability was strong enough, there was no need to care about anything else. just run and be done with it. In the morning, because he responded to Zhang Hao, he got 500 free points. It was obvious that his behavior this time would have a great impact on his future. So the reward points, too, were doubled along with it. Driving to the Galaxy City Conservatory of Music. Yesterday had already completed the full marathon. Then from now on, Chun Yang would have to start counting his time. Although he was not arrogant enough to exaggerate such a feat as breaking the marathon record. But at the very least, he absolutely could not lose to Zhang Hao. This battle would determine the Jianghu status of his account brother stronger in the future. Chen Yang arrived at the playground, originally thinking that he would start after moving around a bit, but the sight that followed stunned him. At this time, the playground was unexpectedly full of people. Chapter 56, The Whole School Backs You Up. The playground of the Conservatory of Music seemed to have never been so lively. More than half of the people who came were students of the Conservatory of Music. There were also some people from outside the school, as well as those from the neighboring universities who came to watch the fun. Chen Yang did not know why. Could it be that the Music Academy is going to organize some school activities today? When he was thinking about whether to go back first today, Chen Yang saw Chu Mingjie and the others waving at him, and Professor Qin Kai was actually there. Chen Yang was a little apprehensive. What the hell is this situation? He walked over. You guys today you this is? Asked Chen Yang. Chu Mingjie looked at Chen Yang with a smile, then waved her small fist. Came to cheer you up. Ah, Chen Yang was dumbfounded. Cheer up? Don't. I've got a big enough belly. If I beat it again it'll explode. It was obvious. The people present did not get his humor. Qin Kai said, older brother, those things you do online, Manhwa have shown me. Old brother absolutely support you. No matter if it's blowing the oboe or running a marathon. We are practical people, but definitely not letting other people chew on their tongues so much, although still do not understand why they are so excited and hot-blooded. However, Chen Yang was completely able to feel Qin Kai's peace of mind. This couldn't help but make him feel guilty in his heart. Professor Qin Kai is so good to him, but he even had that dream yesterday. I'm really sorry old brother Qin Kai. Professor Qin, I'm sorry. Qin Kai rushed to stop Chen Yang. Hey, what are you saying little old brother? Brother I understand. Not just temporarily put down the oboe. It's okay, since the temporary choice of the marathon, it should be done well. It's okay, turn around and go to my house. I'll let your sister-in-law make you dumplings to eat. Could it be that he knows something? Chen Yang shivered. Big brother, you go for it. We all support you. Xiao Hua came over and said, and just as he finished speaking, shouts from many people came from behind him. Brother Changqiang, go for it. Swana God, we'll give you proof that this is all true for you. Brother Changqiang, when you get to the marathon, make sure you finish off that Zhang Hao. Right, we, the entire Music Academy, are your cheerleaders. Trumpet trumpet, blow it up. Asterisk 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 you. Dad, we support you. Never before have I been cheered on live by so many people. Judgment is successful. Free points, plus 300. Current free points accumulation, 1,300 points. Chen Yang looked dumbfounded at the people who were cheering him on. He truly did not know when he had become such a beloved person. Boss, there's no need to be surprised. In fact, the one that can best prove the authenticity of your video is definitely our Music Academy. Xiao Hua said. You come to our school every day to run laps, rain or shine during this period of time. A person can see it, and there are more and more people who like to watch you run. If this is going to be said to be fake by outsiders, wouldn't that mean that all of the students in our Music Academy are blind? We organized our classmates and went to your comment section to leave a message, but we couldn't do Zhang Hao's water army, so we just came over to support you. When the day of your marathon comes, we'll all go cheer you on and take out Zhang Hao's Yakuza thing. Chen Yang sweated coldly. I really didn't expect that the young people nowadays were all this hot-blooded. Chen Yang did his preparatory activities. Today, what he had to do was the same as before. After running 44 laps, calculate one's elapsed time. Look at the difference in time between himself and Zhang Hao. Zhang Man walked over at an unknown time. She looked at Chen Yang and wanted to say something. During this recent period of time, Zhang Man's understanding of Chen Yang had deepened. After knowing that Chen Yang's participation in the marathon was actually serious, it seemed that she looked at him somewhat differently. Of course, it was only limited to Chen Yang's extraordinary staying power that allowed him to keep running laps. Chen Yang's eyes that had been looking downwards, just by looking at those legs alone, he knew who it was. Do you have anything to say to me? You can say whatever you want to say, Chen Yang said. Zhang Man came back to her senses and was a bit angry. Don't you know that when you talk to someone, you have to look at the other person's eyes? Chen Yang's gaze did not move away, and squarely continued to look. Love to talk or not? You, Zhang Man was infuriated. Never seen such a person before. I've been paying attention to your running style these past few days, and I admit that your perseverance is amazing, and that you are truly able to push the limits every day. But I'm going to be honest with you. With your current hours, it is simply impossible to win against Zhang Hao. Oh, is that so? Chen Yang raised his eyebrows. Zhang Man slightly grunted coldly at the corner of her mouth. Although I am not a professional marathon runner, I know the professionals in this circle very well. I have to say that Zhang Hao's performance is quite good. He can run into 2 hours and 10 minutes at the highest. While according to your kind of running without any technique or tactics, it will be at least 3 hours or more. Chen Yang nodded. Okay, I know. You. Zhang Man looked surprised. Shouldn't the answer be, what should I do? Can you guide me or something like that? Zhang Man felt that Chen Yang was too capable of pretending. Of course it was justifiable. So many people were looking at him on the spot. He always wanted to save face. But what she said is the truth. She just want to let Chen Yang understand. Although he is very hard, also got his own recognition. But there are some gaps that definitely can't be made up in a short time. She had secretly helped Chen Yang calculate the time in the past few days. Completing 44 laps took Chen Yang a full 3 hours or so. This was still in the school playground without any resistance. If it was replaced with a marathon city highway, the difficulty would increase. By then, his time would only be longer. With your more than 3 hours duration, it's impossible for you to be faster than Zhang Hao in half a month. Chen Yang froze. How do you know I'm more than 3 hours? Did you try? Zhang Man nodded. I tried. When? Yesterday. Yesterday? Chen Yang was surprised. Why didn't I know? Zhang Man felt that this day's chat was out of place. Then she seemed to understand something and blushed slightly. Why are you so obscene? Chen Yang hemmed and hawed. What did I say? Zhang Man huffed and walked away. What a good heart for a pig's liver lung. Chen Yang no longer cared about the rest. Although it was a happy thing that so many people were supporting him, but the competition hadn't even started yet, and if he really wanted to keep these people's expectations of him, the only way to do so was to be even stronger. If he didn't win against Zhang Hao, he really had no words to face Zhang Dong's parents. System, use free points. System tip, please choose a talent, and the number of points to add. Current free points, 1,300. Strength, 1,300 points all added. System prompt, to add it all. System prompt, current strength talent, has reached the second order ceiling, promoted to the third order LV3. Strength, plus 1,300/LV3. Over. Feeling the changes and additions to his body's strength fiber, Chen Yang's eyes lit up. He then ran out furiously. P.S. Thank you for all the recommendation votes. And thank you for the reward from Bookfriend, 1610121821313924. Thanks to, Chapter 57, being asked for that in the street? One more. Woke up early in the morning. Chen Yang shook off a large pile of congealed toilet paper. Running laps yesterday was really exhausting, causing him to be hindered from breaking through his physiological limits, and he ended up sleeping with chagrin and regret. After all, the last action movie was his favorite, including the one move inside. It's just a pity that there's not enough energy left, but that's okay. After he acquired his own talent in this area, everything will get better. When that time comes, it's only fair to get him at least 3 bottles of Nutrient Express every day. Anyway, another sultry day. After quitting his job for almost a month or so, Chen Yang looked in the mirror and summarized himself while brushing his teeth. It seemed that apart from the fact that he hadn't earned any money yet, everything was moving towards a good place. More importantly, he was really thin now, even though the system's weight talent had been hidden for too long without adding to himself. But Chen Yang's inhumanly crazy long-distance running during this period of time had truly driven all aspects of his body's functions. If a normal person marathon long-distance running every day, I'm afraid that it would be hard not to lose a few pounds. Chen Yang got on the electronic scale, and now he was already 185 pounds. This was compared to a few days ago. Surprisingly, he had lost almost another 8 or 9 pounds. Those who were familiar with Chen Yang could almost always tell that his entire person had very obviously lost a circle of weight. The face that was wrapped in fat had already started to gradually show the lines of the cheekbones. Chen Yang was slightly relieved and took out his hand to look at his WeChat avatar. Old tears. Big handsome. Must wait for me. I will be back. Ding bell. WeChat message. Chen Yang took a look. It turned out to be Zhao Dezhu looking for their own breakfast. The two live relatively close. Zhao Dezhu live in the opposite street of the old neighborhood, so occasionally get up early. Then we'll eat a breakfast together. Chatting. Zhao Dezhu today as usual sloppy. A clothes scribbled completely cannot be seen wearing what things, according to his words, in any case, should be covered up all covered up on the line, other are floating clouds. Chen Yang is not very understand why he looks like this, but also able to let so many life experience women crazy. Zhao Dezhu he smile, answered very mysterious. Everyone's life, there should be an unknown skill. In this field, you are the monkey king who can do anything in heaven and earth. The front is not very understandable. but when it comes to the Monkey King, Chen Yang seems to understand. Sure enough, Zhu is still your Zhu. There are many types of breakfast. Buns, noodles, wontons, rice noodles and so on. But to say that Chen Yang and Zhao de Zhu's favorite, there is nothing more than the distance is not far from this North and South tofu store. In addition to the big meat buns are quite delicious, there are also North and South kinds of tofu brain. The main reason is that after eating for so many years, this is the only store that can differentiate between the tofu brain of the North and the tofu flour of the South. Zhao de Zhu asked for 2 bowls, 1 bowl of tofu flour, put shrimp soy sauce and sugar. The other bowl was tofu brain in northern marinade soup, sprinkled with chili peppers. Chen Yang also likes to drink tofu brain. He does not like to eat sweet. It was just that Zhao de Zhu's way of eating the two together had always struck him as a bit wild. But just like the person he was, he didn't feel strange when he did anything. While eating the buns, Chen Yang sighed and farted and said, "Brother Zhu, in case I don't get the prize money from the competition this month, I'm going to run out of food, and then I'll mix with you to make fried rice." Zhao de Zhu took a bite from one side of the 2 spoons and ate very well. He said, "How much is missing? I still have some on hand. You take it first, mainly your skin is tender. You can't do this job of burning rice." Chen Yang skimmed his lips. "It's just fried rice." Zhao de Zhu stretched out his arm. "Look, are you as thick as me?" "You are thick." "Good to know." Chen Yang speechless. Zhao de Zhu picked up the 4th bun. "Don't worry, Zhu brother, I can still pour you a mouthful of full meal. Although you do your go, perhaps you this self-media up. I will mix with you." "But seriously," Zhang Hao sighed in the end, "how do you think? You really don't need me to take down his wife?" Chen Yang shook his head helplessly. He himself had the help of the system. How could he still do this kind of behavior? "Here, what? I was on top of Weibo, looking at the picture he posted of his wife." Chen Yang had his usual daily routine day. In the morning, he was doing self-publishing jitterbugs, while in the afternoon, he went for a long run in the academy playground. Yesterday, he upgraded his strength talent, and it was a crazy pokey 3 points, hardening his strength level to LV3. The change in strength was quite obvious, accompanied by the gradual strengthening of the contours of his leg muscles. Moreover, yesterday's results had made Chen Yang very satisfied. What's more, it left Zhang Man dumbfounded, looking at Chen Yang like a monster. After all, Zhang Man had previously given Chen Yang a sneaky calculation of the length of time, and it took him more than 3 hours to run the full 44 laps. But yesterday's Chen Yang unexpectedly ran directly for 2 hours and 45 minutes. The concept was that his performance could be considered among the top in the circle of marathon enthusiasts in the country. At least Zhang Man had been out of reach. This was awkward. After all, Zhang Man had just finished talking to Chen Yang that he might not be able to do it, but was immediately slapped in the face. This was too much for Zhang Man to accept. With a blushing face, she ran away. Chen Yang was naturally too lazy to care about you all this. After all, a score of 2 hours and 45 minutes was definitely still not enough. When he went back, he did a whole bunch of rare things again, accumulated not many free points. Today's score, the improvement wasn't as obvious as yesterday's. It only improved by like 2 or 3 minutes. After all, there was no way around the limited number of attribute points. It could only be done slowly. After running laps, he was preparing to go back. Chen Yang also thought, today is not the night with Zhao de Zhu to go to the third sister bathhouse rubbing bath to relax. Chu Mingjie, Zhou Shanshan and 2 other girls, but ran to find Chen Yang. The 4 beauties stood in front of Chen Yang. Chen Yang lowered his head and swept their legs, and through keen observation, he recognized one of the girls as Chu Mingjie's roommate. It was the same little white snake from that day when she visited the dormitory. At this time, Chen Yang guessed in his heart that this last one, could it be the one who bathed in the bathroom that day? After a brief introduction, it was still true. Brother Dayong, give us a ride, we're going downtown to shop, Chu Mingjie said. After half a day, it turned out to be the one who wanted a ride. Chen Yang nodded. No problem, where to go shopping? I'll drive you guys there. Let's go to the pedestrian street first. Okay, let's go. Chen Yang then took the 4 of them and went to the downtown pedestrian street. After putting them down, he was about to leave, but was stopped by Chu Mingjie again. Why are you going? I'm going home, Chen Yang said. Go home to what? When we are done shopping, you still have to send us back to school. Chen Yang had a black line on his face. Good guy, this is really treating himself as a drop driver? Then you have to shop until when? Not necessarily, but don't worry, I'll treat you to dinner at night as a treat. When he said treat for dinner, Chen Yang then nodded his head and agreed. It was more or less the same. That's fine, but I'm looking for a place to take a nap. You guys call me when you're done shopping. I'm not going to wander around blindly with you guys. Chen Yang understands very well, if this is shopping with him, it is definitely more tiring than running a marathon. Chu Mingjie pouted. How can it work with one less drudge to carry things? Brother Chen Yang, you just go with us. Chu Mingjie began to pout, and then also made eyes at the sisters behind her. The few girls behind instantly understood. Afterwards, they swarmed up, tugging on Chen Yang's arm clothes, and began to pamper themselves. Brother, please come. Brother God. 30 years have never been pampered by 4 beautiful women in the street at the same time. Judgment successful. Freedom points, plus 200. This scene could be said to be enviable. It drew the envious, jealous and contemptuous gazes of many men on the pedestrian street. In broad daylight, it's fine if you want one. You're messing with 4. It's too much. The ratio of men and women in the country. All ing let you such a dead fat man made unbalanced. Looked at Chu Mingjie and other 4 beautiful young girls. The male onlookers came to a conclusion. This fat man should be a billion watches of people's wealth. Flat billion into the people of the Lord. You few are unbridled. Chen Yang's expression was serious. Learning from Zhao Deju's masterpiece of pretending to be a pussy, pulling and tugging. What kind? Unlike words. Chu Mingjie's few people froze. It was not expected that Chen Yang would not eat this. The great god was really so special. The angry look is even cute. Shopping is just shopping. Just go with you guys. Don't pull and tug. What's the decency? After saying this, Chen Yang took the lead and walked away, leaving the men in the same place speechless. This damn pussy let you pretend. Chapter 58, it's marathon day, 2 more. First time helping a girl choose the color of an omen, judged successful. Freedom points plus 200. Never used lipstick before, ruled successful. Free points, plus 100. Never tried. Free points, plus 100. Chen Yang shopping along the way accompanying Chu Mingjie and the girls was not without rewards, although it seemed strange. But the free points were harvested quite a bit. As long as it was a store he hadn't been to before, he would more or less get a ruling. Pedestrian street, night market, snack street. Chen Yang took a big bag and followed the 4 girls who decided to have a barbecue here. By coincidence, Chu Mingjie and the girls actually chose the one that Chen Yang came to eat it last time. It was still the same waiter chap from last time. He recognized Chen Yang at a glance. It was the man who ate a fried cucumber slice for the price of a slapped cucumber last time. But after seeing Chen Yang surrounded by 4 beautiful women, it made him wonder, how could such a stingy person be treated like this? Taking the menu, he walked up. What would you like to eat, ladies and gentlemen? 1 order of the fried cucumber from last time. Oh yeah, and fry it with that cucumber from $18. Chen Yang said. The waiter was speechless. After ordering the dishes, a few people leisurely chatted. Chu Mingjie's roommate Big White Snake sat next to Chen Yang, shaking her long legs and holding her cell phone with a sad face. She sighed and suddenly asked Wan Chu Mingjie and Zhou Shanshan several people. Sisters, I feel like my boyfriend isn't giving it a go lately. The words were shocking. Big White Snake continued. It always seems like he's been a bit cold to me lately. Ha ha ha, you're being paranoid. Your boyfriend is treating you well, Zhou Shanshan said. Big White Snake shook his head helplessly. But I feel that his time and energy is always useless on me. Chen Yang listened helplessly from the side. It was difficult for a man to interject in this kind of topic between women. Even if you want to interject, you can only gently interject, or find a time to stealthily interject. After all, other people's emotional problems, if you interject heavily, it is likely to hurt people. Originally, he wanted to choose silence like this, but suddenly the great white snake looked at Chen Yang. Trumpet God, you're a male. Why don't you tell us how to know a man's center of gravity, whether it's on you or not? This question caught Chen Yang off guard. He thought for a while. It's not difficult. Find an opportunity. When your boyfriend eats chicken, when he enters the final round, you wear a sexy point, and then hold and kiss him, at that time to see him eat chicken or eat you. God, you're great. I'll remember. I'll use your method. You're welcome. Soon the barbecue was served and a few people started eating. The surrounding clamor gradually rose. The snack street was quite spectacular at its most red-hot time period. Today's street singing artists came 5 or 6. Chen Yang remembered that the last time he sang, it had been quite a while since today. Originally, he had thought about whether or not he would sing here to earn some money, but the songs he knew were too few, so he could only regretfully give up for the time being. Sir, would you like to order a song for the 4 ladies? At this time, a voice came over and asked Chen Yang. Chen Yang was not happy in his heart at that time, asking like that in front of the 4 girls, so it's not a good idea to order. Really damn no eyesight. Chen Yang turned around and looked. Ouch, it's you again. The man holding the guitar was the same street singer who helped him with his accompaniment that day. Big brother, you're here again. Are you still singing today? The street singer asked. Sing your sister ah. Do you give money? Not money to earn things. Chen Yang enthusiasm is a little less, but this conversation between the two actually attracted the interest of Chu Mingjie and others. 1 to 2, and eventually learned that Chen Yang actually sang over here. Then today definitely couldn't let go of this good opportunity. The the four girls began another sticky attack. The big white snake even used its own long snake swinging tail. Chen Yang, a chicken move. Cannot fight, can only surrender. After thinking about it, just sing. Anyway, his own Jitterbug fans have been yelling for many days, saying that they want to see a video of themselves singing outdoors. It is just right that this time, I will record a material to go back and edit, and see the effect. Chen Yang thought about it. He had sung Guangdong Love Story last time. This time he should just change something else. Sea and Sky, Until the End of the World, Hotel California, Meteor Shower. These were his remaining 4 songs. In the end, he decided to sing Beyond Sea and Sky. The song's Woohyun was still relatively simple. At least those who could play the guitar should be able to manage it easily enough. Also not wriggling, Chen Yang gave the dude $20, then picked up the microphone and sang it himself. The prelude soon drew the attention of many people around the dinner gathering. After all, this song, in the hearts of many older young people, has a very heavy weight, especially boys. It was a must-order track at KTVs. So in the snack street, when you hear someone singing it, whether it's reminiscing or liking it, in short, we'll look back to listen to a listen. Of course, the main thing still depends on the level of the moment the singer opens his mouth. The voice of the original singer of this song is full of magnetism and vicissitudes, and has a strong intensity. There are many imitators, but very few are able to express this kind of sea and sky feeling. Not because the song is difficult, it is just that the original singer, the impression is just too deep. Today I watched the snow drift by on a cold night, drifting far away with a cooled heart nest, catching up in the wind and rain. Can't tell the shadow from the fog, the sky and the sea are wide. You and I can change. It's the familiar pedestrian street crossing again, still across the street from each other. Yi Xiaoqiao once again dragged a large bag of goods and stood beside the street. On her pretty face, not a trace of fatigue could be seen. The recent good business of the online store gave her some light. Putting down her things, she moved her slender waist, then took out a cola and drank it in a big gulp. Ha, it's refreshing. The song once again came from across the room. How many times have I faced cold eyes and ridicule? Never gave up the ideal in my heart. Yi Xiaoqiao looked across the street. It seemed to be a familiar voice. Remembering last time, this person sang Cantonese Love Story. This time, she liked Good White Sky just as much. I also wonder what kind of person is singing so beautifully. Listening to the voice, it was probably a middle-aged uncle. In Yi Xiaoqiao's mind, several images of middle-aged singers emerged. Then a cheeky smile. Decided to listen before leaving. There was no doubt. Chen Yang's masterful singing. Once again, he conquered the entire snack street. There were even people who recognized him and shouted brother, changing strength in a loud voice. There were also people who took out their cell phones and photographed to send a friend circle. Xu Mingjie and the others had faces of adoration. Although they were students of the conservatory, there were many people who sang well in school, but for some reason, they always felt that when Chen Yang sang, he was actually particularly charming. The great white snake sighed helplessly. Great God, you said that if you were thinner and younger, we might really have a bit of a chance. Chen Yang had a black line on his face. No, I thank you. I don't want to be Su Xian. The days pass like this day by day. Chen Yang's preparation for the marathon. In this small half-month afterward, it could be described as doing everything. There was no way around it. There really weren't enough free points. If you wanted to improve quickly, you could only use some idiotic means. But fortunately, at least from the results, it was still relatively satisfactory. The operation of the short video also progressed quickly. There were already over 90,000 fans. It is still a little bit short of breaking through the 100,000 mark and completing the system mission. Chen Yang was looking forward to it. This time the task is difficult, and with such a long interval, surely the rewards will be very generous. According to his estimation, as long as this marathon ended perfectly, then the breakthrough would be a piece of cake. The sun shone brightly on Sunday morning. Galaxy City ushered in the day when the marathon was held. Outside the circular highway in Galaxy's new city center, a large number of people gathered early. Marathon Day was a grand event. P.S. Thank you all for the recommendation tickets. Thanks to the book friend Leaning Legend for the reward. Wildfire pays tribute. Chapter 59, Awesome and Wavy Opening, 3 more chapters. The marathon is another important event of the year in Galaxy City. Naturally, there is no shortage of excellent organizers, as well as the planning company that hosts the event. The best event planning team in Galaxy City. It must be the Silver Sword Culture Media that is now in the ascendant. So the planning and execution of this large marathon event was precisely the team of Silver Sword Culture. The two teams, Li Mao and Lin Yiliang, were fully mobilized. For this event, they had been busy for more than a month, looking slightly tired and haggard. It was mainly because Chen Yang, the right-hand man, was missing, and a lot of things were more troublesome to do. The two of them hung up their work permits and operated the guardianship of the site. Lin Yeliang sighed and looked like he was having a hard time. Li Mao, do you think it's because that previous event at the music festival wore me out? How come I feel like I'm burnt out on whatever orders I take since then? Li Mao bristled. Humph. In the past, you didn't let Chen Yang help you out with the hard work every time before you had an easy time. This time it's good. Chen Yang doesn't do it anymore, so you realize that you're tired. Mentioning Chen Yang, Lin Yiliang did not look too good. Originally, he thought that after Chen Yang left, he was completely safe. As a result, some time ago, he received a courier, which made his originally put down heart hang up again. Damn. It was a set of very kawaii sailor suit women's clothing, or sent to the company. For the sake of this matter, Lin Yeliang angry also specially called Chen Yang curse to pass, but the other party didn't seem to have a problem with it. What's that kid doing lately? Looking for a new job? Lin Yiliang asked. Li Mao shook his head. I don't know. Said he's engaged in some new media venture. Ha ha, just him? Still new media? At this time, Lu Yao's voice came from behind him. Let's cut down that meat of his first. Lu Yao brought over 2 cups of milk tea and handed them over to the two. Lin Yeliang thought deeply. How he thought about it. He felt that a naive fool like Chen Yang was not quite like a self-publisher. The main conditions he did not allow. Nowadays, most of the self-media, most of them are handsome men and women. If Lu Yao goes like this, he believes in it. Li Mao shook his head. Look at these two people bloating. Sooner or later there will be a day to hit the face. There were a lot of people attending the game, and even more people watching. A lot of sports reporters also followed to the scene, although the marathon is considered a relatively cold project. But for such a big event, there is still a need for some coverage and interviews. At this moment, a young female reporter was interviewing this dark and robust man. Hello Zhang Hao. As a professional marathon athlete and the favorite to win this marathon, do you have anything to say about this race? Zhang Hao looked at the camera and said, this time, I participated in this competition. In fact, according to my understanding, the professional athletes, in addition to me, there are a few other participants, so I will do my best to win the championship. Some time ago, I heard that you were on Jitterbug and had a verbal appointment with a marathon enthusiast. Is it true that we will also see the two of you compete? Zhang Hao smiled faintly, his eyes sharp at the camera. Indeed, this is what I said, but I don't know if the other party dares to come. In fact, it's mainly a fake. As for the contest in the marathon, I think with that person's strength, he may not even be considered as an amateur, and he really doesn't have any qualifications to compare with our professional yet. Zhang Hao in front of the crowd. The language is sharp. A little bit of face does not give Chen Yang. In fact, according to his strength, he could really say so. Soon the reporter's visit ended. Zhang Hao walked to the side of a woman. At this time, the woman and he were wearing a couple's sportswear, holding a cell phone shooting stick in his hand, and was doing a live broadcast with his cell phone. The pop-up screen in the room was scrolling quickly, and the number of people had surprisingly reached 20,000 people watching online. Zhang Hao walked up to the woman, wrapped his arms around her waist, and looked into the live streaming camera. Brothers, the match is about to start. I need to prepare for the warm-up, and for the live broadcast during the match in a while. Let my wife do the live broadcast. You guys will just watch me play and be done with it. What? That changing strength brother? Ha ha ha, I didn't see that? Seriously brothers, I think he definitely doesn't dare to come. What's there to think about? That video is a fake. If he really comes today, count him as having the balls. Don't even need me to abuse him much. Brothers, if he can run the whole way, I'll count him as a bully. Ha ha ha. Zhang Hao said as he changed into his running shoes and put on his race number plate. Brothers, I need to go over to the organizer's side to hand in my urine test. I'll talk to you guys later. Don't worry, as long as that kid dares to come, let him see what a real marathon is today. After saying that, Zhang Hao turned around and left in style, going to hand in the urine test, and at the same time, on the other side, a small, slightly loud team walked into the waiting area of the racecourse. To say whether this man is great or not, it mainly depends on whether he is wavy or not. If you want to say that you can be Tai and wavy, then it is definitely him, Chen Daon. At this time Chen Yang wearing a fancy pink sweatpants, hair learned Zhao Deju touch, back to back, behind him, followed by Zhao Deju with the same wild and rough hairstyle. There was also a group of students from the Conservatory of Music who came to cheer. This group of students was not simple, led by Chu Mingjie and Xiao Hua, forming a powerful cheerleading team. Trombones, trumpets, saxophones, and snare drums. What's even more outrageous is that the cheerleaders composed of many girls. There are also made several cheering boards, written on them, "Go Stronger Brother." This is simply star-like treatment. Chen Yang was initially very uncomfortable, but when he arrived at the scene, he felt like a cheerleader. He chose to accept it, and the free attribute points, they increased like crazy. This kind of thing had never been felt before, and naturally completed so many judgments. His free points remaining now was already as high as 1500. Not far away, Zhang Hao's wife was live streaming. Suddenly, she saw that the pop-up screen was crazily brushing the screen, and surprisingly, all the words brushed were the 5 words, "Brother Stronger is here." The woman wasn't very bright at first, and when her husband Zhang Hao came back, she then told Zhang Hao that it seemed like someone was leading the rhythm. Zhang Hao took a look and was filled with disdain. "Is it useful for you guys to brush the screen? Does he dare to come? Stop brushing." After Zhang Hao swiped, there were a few words swiped on the live broadcast. "Look behind you." "What? Look behind me?" Zhang Hao was puzzled. He then inadvertently looked back and was instantly stunned on the spot. "You big shot. I won the national championship 2 years ago, but I'm not even as exaggerated as you are. And with a cheerleader? It's too arrogant, isn't it?" Zhang Hao at first did not know as Chun Yang, at most as his own sense of superiority was hit a little. But the next second, after seeing the people surrounded by the crowd, at once, he recognized Chun Yang. He actually came. Zhang Hao frowned, then the corner of his mouth skimmed with disdain. "Brothers, I didn't expect him to come. Count him as having the balls, but it doesn't matter. Wait for the race. Let him see what a marathon is." Zhang Hao finished, sneering in his heart. The momentum was quite big. What was the use? 2 hours and 40 minutes. With this kind of duration, one couldn't even see one's ass. Chen Yang's duration was surprisingly clear to him. Zhang Hao was a smart man, and with the habit of competing, he would go and study his opponents. Even for an amateur like Chen Yang, Zhang Hao had spent some time to understand, because ever since that time when he posted a video sparring match, many of Zhang Hao's fans secretly chatted with him privately and sent him some videos. It was exactly when Chen Yang was training. At first, he didn't believe it. He let his friends in Galaxy City specially find a day to go to Galaxy Conservatory to watch Chen Yang's running laps, and on the days adjacent to the competition, when Chen Yang trained, this friend of his recorded the hours. After seeing this 2 hours and 40-something minutes duration, Zhang Hao smiled, although it was true that he was wrong and misunderstood Chen Yang's authenticity. But it didn't matter. At least the competition would be able to abuse him as usual. This was not something he was worried about. Chen Yang had already seen Zhang Hao on the opposite side. However, he didn't go over to greet him. Naturally, there was no reason to go over first. How embarrassing would that be? Anyway, we all knew everything, and it was unspoken, so we would see you on the field of play. While moving his body, he chatted with a large number of people who came to cheer. Xin Kai even brought the damn arrow. Behind her sister-in-law Xu Xuan was dressed in a cloud-moving outfit, looking much more sexy and charming. "Chen Yang, cheer up. Look at all these people cheering you on. Our music academy doesn't even have this treatment for professors." Chen Yang nodded solemnly and smiled in thanks. "Ha ha, I didn't expect all of you to be here today." Xu Xuan suddenly said, "Big Yangzi, you cheer. If you win, turn around and sister-in-law will give you food below." Good. Chen Yang was slightly energized. Xu Mingjie and Xiao Hua and the others were on the sidelines labeling Chen Yang with her competition number. The cheerleaders were a few of her roommates. Chen Yang glanced at the long legs of various colors. Not to mention, they were all pretty good. Big White Snake was also among them, but she didn't look very happy today. Chen Yang wondered, "Hey, why aren't you happy? It doesn't look like you're in high spirits. You should be excited when your great god I finished the competition." Big God, don't blame her. She's still upset because of what happened to her boyfriend last time. Zhou Shanshan said. Chen Yang froze. "Last time? Didn't I tell you the method last time? When you eat chicken final round, don't you just watch him eat you or eat chicken?" Big White Snake had a grumbling face. "Humph, you still say it. I am following your words. But what? But damn, I was next to my boyfriend to watch him eat chicken for a whole day. He did not enter the final circle. How do I let him eat? This." Chen Yang was speechless. "Sister, can't eat chicken boys have the potential? Very forgiving to quit internet addiction. You're enduring on the line." Zhao Dezhu said. "Don't look at his age, but is also often go to the internet cafe older players. What LOL chicken, Sword 3, Warcraft, have played anyway." Chen Yang glanced at him and suddenly remembered a thing. Chen Yang pulled Zhao Dezhu, sneakily pointed to the opposite side. Zhao Dezhu inexplicably looked along and then asked, What's going on?" Chen Yang smiled lewdly. "Brother Zhu, see that person? The one who is quite dark. He is Zhang Hao." Zhao Dezhu's eyes lit up. "If you don't say that they share the same odor, the snakes and rats are in the same nest." Chen Yang hadn't even said what was going on down there. He instantly understood his brother's feelings. Ha, I understand. Next to him that quite charming woman. Is not it his wife?" Chen Yang compared a thumbs up. "Brother Zhu is mighty." Zhao Dezhu stroked his sexy scruff. His eyes narrowed slightly and his mouth sked. "The figure is well maintained." often exercise, front and back, can be. Chen Yang thought for a moment. Brother Zhu, we are decent people. We can't do things that flatly destroy other people's beautiful families. Zhao Dezhu thought deeply. He nodded. That's for sure. Zhao Dezhu is also a dragon in the river and a tiger in the mountain. How could I possibly do those things? You just rest assured that the match, after I'm done, I'll tell his wife. Have confidence in your marriage. Chen Yang nodded silently. Zhu, just do what you want. I believe in you. Far away. Ouch, Zhang Hao was jolted for some reason. What's wrong, hubby? No, nothing. Zhang Hao touched his hair. Wife, can you see if there is something flying on my head? Let me see. The woman helped Zhang Hao to check. Oh, just now the opening release of the ribbon floated on your head. While speaking, she took down a green ribbon that wasn't long. Zhang Hao's eyes were serious. I don't know why. It always felt like it was not a good omen. P.S. Thank you for all the Big Brother recommendation ticket. Wildfire worship thank. Chapter 60, Showing Love is Green Fast. One more. The race was about to start. All the spectators stood on both sides of the race highway, waiting for their cheering runners to pass by. This time, the marathon needed to go around the Milky Way highway, then run through a section of the long bridge over the approach river, and finally go back to the starting place from the wetland park. According to the professional race routines, many of the runners were in need of another assistant to cooperate. Because the entire run is so long, it's hard to calculate your time and how much distance you've completed, when to slow down to save energy, when to speed up, when you need to even out on the way to replenish water, and so on. This was all done with the help of another assistant, riding a battery-operated bike on the sidelines, giving some signals and hints. On the way to the race, at every distance, there will be a hydration station. The runners were free to grab as much as they wanted and refill. At this time, in addition to the audience on the scene, there were also a lot of people watching the live broadcast. To say that the most lively one was definitely the one who was ready to watch the duel between brother Chang Qian and marathoner Zhang Hao. Chen Yang was not opening a live broadcast. He was just preparing to make video footage of today's match. It was not time to open a live broadcast yet. So if you want to see Chen Yang and Zhang Hao, the only way is to go to Zhang Hao's wife's live broadcasting room and watch this competition. At this time, the number of people in Zhang Hao's live broadcast room was already as high as 50,000 people. Zhang Hao and his wife were happy enough. There had never been a time when the popularity was this high, and it seemed that as long as he won the championship today, it would be an opportunity for the fans to skyrocket. Zhang Hao hugged his wife, then his eyes were firm. Wife, I'm going to go, so you just follow me live on the battery bike and count the time to give me the signal. Hubby will definitely win the championship today. Good. Husband cheers. I love you. Red heart. After Zhang Hao had spread his love to the 50,000 people in the live broadcast room, he turned around in a very pretentious manner and went to the competition arena. There was a lot of cursing in the live broadcast room. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Humph. There really should be an old king next door to come out and fix this guy. Hurry up and start. Ciao. Show love and die fast. In the crowd of competitors, Chen Yang passed through the gap and looked at Zhang Hao, then smiled slightly, making it seem as if What didn't have an assistant. He turned his head to look at the field. The wild tricycle was ready. It was also the kind that had been modified by the second grandpa next door. Usually it was used to collect scrap, but this time Zhao Dezhu took it over and used it as a means of transportation. Zhao Dezhu heatedly smiled with a meaningful expression and gave a thumbs up, indicating that everything is assured. Brother, I never miss. Then started the motor. With a piercing ring, he drove behind a live woman, and again, taking advantage of his surprise, he skillfully got out of the car. Instantly the whole person switches styles. Zhao Dezhu's looks were actually very European and American, angular and wild, high beauty. The competition started. Hooting and hollering almost 100 participants. The race officially started from the starting point. Marathon is a sport that competes with physical endurance after all, so it's definitely not a rush. After the start, as long as to maintain an even speed, not with the head of the runners fell behind, that is very successful. The pros, all of them, conserve their fitness and start to power up when they get to the middle of the race. Most runners are not slow to mix in the crowd and slowly pull away again. All of the above were normal marathon routines. Even professional runners like Zhang Hao, at the beginning, it was enough to stay in the first few places, not needing to take the first lead. After all, if one ran first at the beginning and became the leader, the psychological pressure would be great. Once the mentality was unstable, it would lead to changes in physical fitness and misplay. If they were overtaken by the person behind them, it would be even easier for their mind to explode and give up directly. Zhang Hao looked around at the few people around him, and there were a few professional players participating, but according to their strength, they were probably all inferior to himself. It seemed that this time, he was set to take the prize money. with a slight joy in his heart. He thought of that changing strength brother again. He didn't see him when he started running just now, probably mixed in the crowd. It's really funny, just that look. Still dared to flaunt through the city. Let him stay behind his but today. And just at this moment, a sultry pink big ass, from the corner of the eyesight swept past, as if it was intentional. It even pressed the road and pressed in front of itself. Zhang Hao looked up and instantly his face twitched. Chen Yang was looking at him with a smile on his face, and then raised his eyebrows, not knowing what it meant. Zhang Hao was amused. Your Majesty, is this provoking me? This is my domain. Is he really not afraid of losing face? You're not afraid of losing, are you? With your turtle like ours, you're comparing yourself to me? After all, you are a professional player with a mature mind. Zhang Hao didn't mess up his tactical stance just because of such a provocation from Chen Yang. He lowered his head and silently adjusted his frequency and rhythm. Anyway, out of sight, out of mind. Let this kid be arrogant for a while, and when he ran out of stamina and was overtaken by himself, he would have him to look at. 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed, 30 minutes have passed. Chow, you can't stand it anymore. Zhang Hao had a black line on his face, and the whole person was bad. After more than half an hour, he saw a big pink ass in front of him, swaying around, every now and then. He even farted a few times. He could too generous, not polite with himself at all, not even with a muffler. Obviously this kid was doing it on purpose. Zhang Hao coldly looked at the fatty in front of him. Changqiang brother, right, let you lose today. Forget about the time almost. Between 40 and 50 minutes, it was a period of acceleration. His marathon tactic was to accelerate at this time and become the leader. His second half was stronger, so the first 60-minute end became the first leader. Then, with his endurance in the second half, he could stay first and become the champion. Glancing at Chen Yang, Zhang Hao coldly grunted. Brother, to be able to hold on for so long counts as you're good, but you're still far from it. Marathon is not as simple as you think, Zhang Hao suddenly said behind him. Then without giving Chen Yang a chance to say anything, he directly accelerated and passed Chen Yang. It was time to start leading the race. The time should be about right. While overtaking, Zhang Hao was ready to look up to see his wife's signal. In fact, based on his experience, this time was well controlled, and he himself knew when to accelerate. But habitually, he was still prepared to take a look. After all, he was about to accelerate, and it must be very bullish and handsome for the live camera to capture him at this time. Zhang Hao looked to the side of the field, looking for his wife who was riding the tram live. Riding a tricycle. Which one are you? Zhang Hao's expression instantly froze. At this moment, his wife was actually sitting on a man's tricycle, holding a cell phone. She was live streaming herself. However, it is obvious that the mind is not on himself, even chatting with the man. Although this live broadcast is much more convenient, you can free your hands to shoot better. But your sister, that riding a tricycle man, how to see are damn not like good people. Mouth with a cigarette, eyes are hard to look back. Big brother, look at the road. There's a corner ahead. Zhang Hao had a black face. He wanted to rush over and pull his ignorant wife down, but the game was too close to call. At this moment, his wife seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly looked at the time, then waved her hand at him and gave an OK sign. This was the signal that he could start leading the race. Zhang Hao had a black line on his face and glared at her very unhappily, forcing down his heart. He had no time to care about that much at this time. The race was important. He then increased his speed and directly rushed to the first leading position. Zhao Dezhu rode a tricycle and spoke in a gentlemanly and elegant manner. The first one is your husband? The woman nodded her head. Yes, my husband often marathons and has very good results. Zhao Dezhu nodded. He then wanted to say something. His exaggerated expression was full of pity. His mouth tsk sighing. He then seemed to be unable to hold back and still opened his mouth to ask. Then every time he competes, he makes you alone, riding an electric bicycle. So hard and dangerous to hold a cell phone to give him a live broadcast? Chapter 61, Human Green Tea. Zhao Dezhu, 2 more. To say that the most man is none other than the green tea man, and the king of green tea, should be middle-aged green tea. They have rich experience, all the time exudes a mysterious flavor, so that women cannot help themselves, always thinking of the intense sweetness. Zhao Dezhu has clearly reached the peak. Every time he competes, he is letting you be alone, riding a battery bike. So hard and dangerous to hold a cell phone to give him a live broadcast? This question was asked with an emphasis on the lone hard and dangerous keywords. Subconsciously, it instantly gave Zhang Hao's daughter-in-law a feeling that she had indeed labored hard, but after all, the person in front of her was an outsider, so it was not good to say anything more. It's not too tiring a job, and my husband is okay with me. Zhao Dezhu shook his head. Alas, to a woman as beautiful as you, if it's me, I definitely won't bear to let you bask under the sun. and hold up the cell phone so hard to give me a live broadcast. The woman smiled, and unconsciously the shooting stick held in her hand tightened, as if she had spoken to her heart. It did look very hard. Zhao Dezhu captured the details. He continued to want to escape. Just now I saw him seem to stare at you. How so not heartbreaking you? Alas, forget it. I am an outsider. It may be that I am overthinking it, and your husband's match may be more excited only. The woman looked at the back of the Zhang Hao in silence, but the ears of the words of Zhao Dezhu for a long time. Thinking back to the past, it seemed as if her husband hadn't lost his temper at her because she hadn't shot properly, although he later admitted that he was wrong. But at that time he was shooting really hard, and he really didn't seem to have a word of concern. Zhao Dezhu lit a cigarette and continued to say deeply, "Sister, if it's me, even if I'm tired or the competition and how tense it is, I won't lose my temper at my own wife. After all, a wife is for pain. Many times, there is no harm without comparison." The woman's heart was stabbed, feeling as if she had lost something. "Big brother, do you have a wife?" Zhao Dezhu shook his head. "Not yet. I'm a person of very serious about feelings. If I can't meet the love of my life, I'd rather end up alone." "Big brother, you are really a good person." The woman's eyes changed. Originally is a brief encounter. Their battery car tires inexplicably out of gas. When she was in a hurry, she was relieved by brother Zhao in front of her. Otherwise, if she couldn't follow Zhang Hao, he would definitely lose his temper again. Thinking of this, the woman's eyes changed slightly, looked back at her husband. "It's not just running a marathon. Is it really more important than yourself?" She fell into chagrin. "Every day training. Do not know to care about me. I'm the one who does all the housework. Sis, don't think too much. I don't mean anything else. Alas, count me more mouth. In fact, big brother, I am good intentions. But seriously, if I am your husband, I would rather not train, but also to hold you in the palm of your hand, every day with you to do." Ouch. Red light. Zhao Dezhu's car stopped. It didn't take long for Zhang Hao to catch up from behind. It was supposed to be a chat, and the woman wanted to clean up her mood and refuel her husband. But just as she was about to shout out, she saw Zhang Hao with a smelly face, glaring at himself, and passed directly. "Husband." The woman froze. "Sister, maybe it's all my fault. It's all my bad. I feel that your husband is angry. Seeing us talk, you sit in my tricycle. May not be too willing. Why don't you just come down? I don't want you to have a conflict. I wish you well." The woman frowned. Her heart was very upset with her husband. "Big brother, it's fine. You just carry me." The woman reached out surprisingly the owner's Zhao Dezhu's waist. "Good. So hard. Good stony abs. Bigger than hubby's." Zhao Dezhu sneaked a smile, then continued, "Alas, married to a woman as good as you. What else is there to be angry about? Your husband is really in a blessed state and doesn't know what's good for him. If it were me, I would definitely believe in my woman, much less let my wife down in front of other men, because I love her. I don't know what happened. Maybe the heat? Anyway." She was completely shattered and was a bit speechless. Zhao Dezhu's words, sentence by sentence, struck through her fragile heart. The next second, "Big brother, let's go. It's fine. I'll follow you today. Don't worry about him." Zhao Dezhu stole a glance and the corner of his mouth pulled up in an arc. He proudly gave Chen Yang, who was catching up head-on, a triumphant look. "Big Yangzi, why don't you say that you, brother Zhu? I'm the earthly green tea cover?" Chen Yang glanced at Zhao Dezhu, just in time to see the woman with one hand on his waist, her face blushing. He wondered in his heart, "This ing also line?" The competition entered the next hour. At this time, the distance between everyone had already widened. The first position was none other than Zhang Hao. It wasn't too pleasant before, but as a professional runner, he was able to control his emotions. Any unpleasantness would wait until the end of the race. Right now, he only wanted to win. It had been a while since he had led the race, and before that, he had looked behind him. It seemed like he couldn't see the dead fat guy at all, and the second and third place finishers were all professional runners he knew, but there was definitely a gap between their strength and his own. Zhang Hao was pleased with himself at this time, and estimated that he would be able to win the championship this time. As long as he continued to run like this, don't mess up the rhythm, and keep the first place, he would win. Passing by the water station, he took a cup of water and simply replenished himself. Served, without waiting to drink his fill, a pink-colored figure passed by. There was no need to think about it to know who it was. Zhang Hao froze. He looked at the big ass in front of him with a confused look. This wasn't right. According to his previous results, there was no way he would still have the physical ability to sprint like this at this time. Had the can been broken? Was he in such a hurry to use up his stamina? Zhang Hao wasn't in too much of a hurry when the lead was taken away. And then he sneered. "If you want to take the lead, then take the lead. You are in the second position." Constantly giving this fat man pressure, and then directly play him until his mind explodes. A treacherous idea rose in Zhang Hao's mind. After that, without following his own tactics, he decided to mess with Chen Yang's mentality until it collapsed. However, how did he know that Chen Yang was leisurely counting his money at this moment? Never participated in a marathon before. System judgment successful. Free attribute points reward, plus 1000/total, 2500 points. Chen Yang looked at his abundant attribute points and was overjoyed. With these it was basically a sure win. Chen Yang looked at Zhang Hao behind him. Then little by little, he accelerated his speed. Without realizing it, he made Zhang Hao catch up with him. Of course he knew what Zhang Hao was trying to do, pushing himself so hard to put pressure on him. But how could Chen Yang not be setting him up? As early as a few days ago, his lap time at the Galaxy Conservatory had actually broken through 2 hours and 15 minutes. This performance was already on the verge of catching up with Zhang Hao's best performance. However, Chen Yang hadn't broken through this length of time since then. He had already guessed that someone would secretly take pictures of his lap records and give them to Zhang Hao, so he deliberately slowed down the last few days. Moreover, his attribute points hadn't increased to the top yet. Now his physical lung capacity and endurance would soon break through the LV4 rank. He knew that as long as he filled up his attribute points and let these 3 attributes continue to upgrade the LV5 stage, it would definitely be a sure win. But if he saved himself, he might still be able to save some points to go back and extract skills. After all, this new item of the system, he hadn't even come to try it yet. An hour and a half passed. Chen Yang was still leading the race. Zhang Hao followed behind and finally realized that something was wrong, because his physical fitness was unexpectedly messed up, and he hadn't even gotten to the preset location yet. How could he feel that he didn't have enough breath? This kind of situation should normally occur after 2 hours. The more he ran, the more wrong he felt. Zhang Hao suddenly realized that he hadn't deviated from his rhythm, but he clearly didn't use his full strength either. He was just following the dead fat guy in front of him. Wait a moment. Zhang Hao's eyes widened, completely confused. When did this fatty run so fast? He had also brought himself along to speed up his pace. Could it be that he did it on purpose? Zhang Hao suddenly realized. Oh no, it's a trick. His face turned pale. At this point, he had already used up more than half of his stamina behind him. Moreover, he now realized something. That is, he wanted to accelerate and reclaim the first leading position, but he could no longer do so, because the pink pants in front of him had no intention of slowing down. He was going faster and faster. How could this be possible? Zhang Hao was dumbfounded, and he wasn't the only one who was surprised. The few professional runners behind him, as well as Zhang Man, who was a dozen places away, were all filled with disbelief. When he was in school, he wasn't as powerful as he is today. Chapter 62, Crossing the Finish Line Calmly. 3 more. Zhang Hao was already getting anxious. He knew that if he couldn't catch up with Chen Yang at this point, it would be in the last 20 minutes of almost reaching the finish line. Unless this fat guy in front of him fell down and passed out. Otherwise, he didn't have the slightest chance. But the problem now was that no matter how desperately he chased, he just couldn't overtake Chen Yang. As long as he speeds up, the dead fat guy in front of him will follow suit. But when he slowed down, he also slowed down. Zhang Hao's mindset gradually became a bit unbalanced. He knew that Chen Yang was doing this on purpose, but after all, he was a professional marathoner. For the first time in his life, he was being fooled by a person who was not even an amateur. This was too unreasonable. And the most crucial thing is that he and this man in front of him, there is a grudge above his own jitterbug. He had already blocked the road. If he lost today with the second best score, wouldn't he be laughed at by the entire circle in the future? I don't even have the face to participate in competitions anymore. Not to mention opening a live broadcast to do their own self-media. Zhang Hao from the previous face white, to now hold the face red. The more he thought about it, the more he felt there was no way out. Anxious mood, slowly on the verge of the edge. And Chen Yang at this moment. System, physical ability increased by 10 points. Tip, the increase is complete. Physical energy, plus 10. System, add 20 to strength. The butt is a bit weak. Hint, increase complete. Strength, plus 20. System, can't catch my breath a bit. Add 100 points to lung capacity. Hint, increase complete. Lung capacity, plus 100. Chen Yang started the chicken pecking tactic. He didn't add it all at once, but added it little by little. Previously, it was for the sake of completing the marathon as well as the length of time, so that was why he added the points in a big way. But now, since the level was about the same as Zhang Hao, it was the time to compete for a slight advantage. It didn't need to be too much, as long as it was better than the one in the back. A little more stamina, a little faster speed, a little more power, then you can definitely win. Chen Yang is not in a hurry. See Zhang Hao accelerate. He also accelerated. When Zhang Hao got tired and slowed down, he followed the slowdown, and then slightly added a little bit of talent ceiling. Chen Yang's physical cap was pulled up by a fraction of a second. and the degree of recovery would also be added. At least this kind of recovery speed was something that Zhang Hao could not even imagine. 10 minutes later, Zhang Hao was completely mad. His eyes were filled with that damn pink ass. He decided to put up a fight, no matter what. Even if he was allowed to lose sight of that pink pants for a second, he felt that his breathing would be smooth. Punch it. Even if he used up all his physical energy, he had to rush ahead of this damn beast. Zhang Hao lost his mind and started sprinting like crazy. A minute passed. He surpassed Chen Yang and ran into first place. And as he sprinted, the on-air commentary of the race followed suit and shouted, "Look, Zhang Hao has sprinted." Subsequently, the runners could even hear the shouts of the spectators. It was indeed very passionate. Zhang Hao surpassed Chen Yang as if he had accomplished an achievement in feat. His face was full of intoxication and his expression was soothing. He could be considered the first. He could be considered to have breathed in the freshest air. Ah, it was so comfortable. Zhang Hao felt energized again, and in a flash, his physical fitness unexpectedly came up. His eyes lit up. That's right. Surprisingly, it had really come. The tipping point. As anyone who was involved in sports probably knew, there was a tipping point in the limit of physical fitness. This was a realm that many athletes pursued. When they reach the limit, if they can push through, it will be another level of the body. Not only will the body improve afterward, but it will be a period of time in which no exertion is felt. This was what every sports member said. The state after punching through the limit. Zhang Hao had obviously reached this realm by mistake. He was incomparably excited at this moment. He knew that he could sprint with all his might, and the championship was not far away. He desperately accelerated his pace. At the same time, he looked up and prepared to glance at his wife's live broadcast. Let her share her joy in passing as well. Then, holy, like a thermometer, the red line, which was originally 40 degrees hot, was instantly put into ice water. Zhang Hao stiff on the spot, only to see his wife, sitting behind the broken modified electric tricycle, with the demeanor intimate, smiling brightly, one hand wrapped around the thick waist of a brown man, one hand of the live broadcast. Do not know where to shoot. This is not yet finished. The two of them even talked and laughed at the side of the field. The touch like a romantic love story between a man and a woman in a Korean rom-com. KAMU mother. Zhang Hao couldn't stand it anymore. How long has this been going on? His wife is playing rotten house with this wild man? Instant anger attacked his heart. The critical point that had already been reached was directly muted. Exhaustion, agitation, anger, all these emotions came rushing up in a brain. A voice that made his mind completely explode was then heard. Chen Yang's dog-like fire added fuel to the fire. Ouch. I'll go first, huh? Minotaur. This sentence, Minotaur, completely made Zhang Hao's mind explode. All of them were people who had mixed in the secondary world, who didn't know what a Minotaur was. Zhang Hao completely despaired. This game, he had lost. He had lost his wife and his army. The starting point of the race was also the end point. Only the direction was different. At this time, a large number of people had already gathered and waited here. The red tape at the finish line had already been pulled up, and it was just waiting for the first person to arrive to see who exactly it was. Many people guessed that it should be Zhang Hao, but just now, during the commentary, it seemed like I heard that Zhang Hao had been overtaken. Could it be that there was really a dark horse? Everyone in the audience speculated. Zhao Dezhu brought Zhang Hao's wife back here. Then the gentleman gave her a big hug. Go back and properly tell your husband to give up the marathon. That's the right way to go. The woman nodded firmly. Don't worry, big brother. I know what to do. Good guy. Not only whoring out someone's daughter-in-law for nothing, but also cutting off someone's wealth. At this time, in the live broadcast room, there were already as many as 70,000 people watching. The pop-ups were frantically brushing the subtitles. Most of them were in favor of Zhang Hao. It was roughly similar to what was said in the comment section under the video. Basically, they were all madly mocking and watching the fun. Anyway, just wait until a little while later, when Zhang Hao ran across the finish line, and they would go and bombard even more furiously at the changing brothers Sheikh, Lin Yiliang and Li Mao Lu Yao. The three of them stood not far away. When the event came to an end, it was finally time to take a break. Counting the time, 2 hours and 10 minutes. It was estimated that there would be results in a few more minutes. Lin Yiliang took a sip of milk tea and suddenly thought of a funny flirtation. He laughed and said, "Ha ha, if that kid Chen Yan wants to do self-media, I think why doesn't he come to the marathon and try? There might be a turnaround." Lu Yao, wearing a sexy little undershirt, followed suit and was happy. "Ha ha ha, Minister Lin is so funny. He's fat like that. Wouldn't he just abstain from coming here, taking the funny route of self-publishing?" Li Mao shook his head helplessly and was about to say a few words about the two of them, but suddenly his eyes froze. He directly stood up. "Crap, isn't that Chen Yang? Chen Yang? Ha ha ha, are you dreaming?" Lin Yiliang laughed dementedly. That figure in front was the one who was about to run first. How could it be Chen Yang? One could think with their heels. It definitely couldn't be him. Minister Li Mao. Are you looking at it wrong? Is Chen Yang that skinny? This person's body type is obviously 1 or 2 laps thinner than Chen Yang. Lu Yao spoke. She was looking farther away. So the person who came face to face was definitely not the obese look Chen Yang had 2 months ago. Maybe it was some kind of feeling. After the 3 of them finished speaking, no one sat down and just stood waiting for this person to come closer. Subsequently getting closer and closer. Lu Yao, Lin Yiliang and Li Mao's 3 people's mouth, already open, can be stuffed into a leather ball. The 3 of them were shocked and froze on the spot. This is really Chen Yang. How did he lose weight? How can he run a marathon? How is this possible? But the facts are in front of us. Chen Yang, who was wearing tie pink pants, under the astonished gazes of countless people, he ran his ass off. Then just like that, he sprinted through the finish line. Chen Yang was very calm. That's first place. Time, 2 hours, 11 minutes and 24 seconds. Immediately after that, a loud and clear trumpet. The Chumingjie cheerleaders started playing music. The race is over. The entire arena boiled over. Zhang Hao's live broadcast room, however, exploded. Never won a marathon before. Judged successful. P.S. The results of the provisional report has been 600 collection, thanks to the support of all the big brothers. Wildfire thanks. Chapter 63, Another New Field? For more, people who live ordinary days have extraordinary aspirations. In fact, people love miracles and are even more keen to see those who are able to create miracles. Grassroots Rise, Superman, Hero and so on. These indelible title in people's minds, view their experiences, are extremely similar. They have done some seemingly impossible things, or others simply do not dare to do things. It was also because of this that they satisfied everyone's hearts that they were given these titles. Chen Yang, at this moment, was doing just such a thing. A fat man who had never run a marathon before had really accomplished what everyone dared not think about in a little over a month's time, and got the first place in this marathon, breaking the record held by the province. The scene is boiling. The various live broadcast rooms were also boiling. The name of Brother Stronger was being frantically swiped on the screen. No sound is better than sound here. Facts speak louder than words, and there is no falsehood in Brother Changxiang's Shakeology video. Brother Changxiang really made his long run stronger. There wasn't even a need for fans to run under Zhang Hao's live stream to comment or flaunt his strength. There were many things that people wouldn't remember the loser, but rather follow the torrent and rush into the winner's territory in a brainwave, becoming his fans and loyal supporters. The scene of the championship, naturally, did not need to be talked about. Reporters from Galaxy City interviewed Chen Yang. Chen Yang was slightly shy as he was being interviewed for the first time, and he clutched the $100,000 prize money very tightly in his hands. He constantly reminded himself, if in case the other side which asked, will he donate this prize money? Then the answer must be no. Mr. Chen Yang, this time, you, as an amateur marathoner, have defeated a professional like Zhang Hao. Do you have anything to say? Chen Yang's face was calm as he froze. Zhang Hao? Who's that? Don't recognize. The reporter's mouth twitched. Do you really think that we, the general public, don't play jitterbug? The two of you are ing video disliking each other, and you're still following the pretense. Oh haha. So Mr. Chen Yang doesn't know. That's fine. Then please tell us, you're most this time winning the championship. Chen Yang nodded. Oh, also nothing, casually run and win. If I have to say, then thanks you. Not he hooked, not he helped. It's hard for me to win, but also thank the brothers and sisters of the Music Academy. They have been supporting me. Reporter, oh, so Mr. Chen Yang, so many supporters. Ah, yes, my JNID stronger brother, everyone can search me to follow. He. The reporter was speechless, a black line on his face. Did I ask you? Then, Mr. Chen Yang, is he going to continue to challenge for a higher goal in the marathon in the future? Let's say next year's national marathon competition? Chen Yang, oh no, I've had my marathon. I might pick something else. Reporter, choose something else's? Chen Yang, have not thought about it. Anyway, have not done to try. This person really can't be interviewed. The reporter is helpless. Interviewed by a reporter for the first time, judged successful. Freedom points, plus 500. The marathon race officially came to an end. Zhang Hao had long since turned off the live broadcast and left in a hurry with his wife. He wasn't really in the mood to care about winning or losing the race. There were still mainly some family issues that he needed to ask about. Chen Yang and the crowd celebrated happily. It was also very late before he returned home. Sitting on his butt on the sofa, Chen Yang lost a long breath. This marathon challenge had finally come to a successful end and come to an end. All that was left was to see the fruits of his victory. Chen Yang then opened the jitterbug background and took a look at his data. He was then almost ecstatic. because the effect was even better than he had imagined. At this time, the number of his fans following him had skyrocketed to 120,000 people. The comment section was even 20,000 likes in comments. Due to the video footage of Chun Yang winning the championship today, it was too late to edit it, so these fans could only comment on one of his recent videos. It was good that Zhang Hao was broadcasting live there, and the crowd had seen the whole process. Almost half of the fans in traffic were brought over from Zhang Hao's place. Ding! A voice sounded in his head. The system arrived as expected. It continued with the rewards that had not been sent out during the day. Never won the first place in a marathon, adjudged successful. Your current system task of 10W fans has been reached. Rewarded free attribute points, 1000 points. Current accumulation, 2900 points. Skill rewards. 1. Knowledge of any book proficiency level. Also, books randomized. 2. Singing of any song master level. Also, songs randomized. 3. Any trade skill mastery level. Also, skills randomized. Money prize, $50,000. Also, this 50,000 RMB is designated for behavioral spending, and is limited to use within the Shake Sound self-publishing platform. System task, Shake Tone fans reach 500,000 people. Current progress, 12W/50W. Other features, yet to be updated. Over. Ding dong, China Merchants Bank, your 50,000 RMB has arrived. Current balance, 90,000 RMB. Ding dong, Construction Bank, your bonus check remittance has arrived. Current balance, 100,000 yuan. Chen Yang happily paralyzed on the sofa. Your grandpa's old man also has today. The operating funds came in at another 50,000 this time, and with the 40,000 that he had left over from before, this made it $90,000. Although it still limited the scope of one's use, but it was also a direction that was favorable to oneself, and it actually didn't matter how one spent it. Of course, what excited Chun Yang the most was that he finally had a crushing amount of money to cross the river. This $100,000 was considered timely rain. Not only solved his burning credit card problem, even more so, he didn't need to worry about his livelihood for the next 2 months of the year. Currently, his freedom points, plus the rewarded ones totaled 2,900 points. Chen Yang decided to go the same way as before and save up first. However, after that, he could try out the newly opened 500 free points exchange. It might be possible to exchange it for a nice new skill, or something surprising. Chen Yang then looked at the skill rewards. It was the familiar trifecta again. The old rules, 1 by 1. Song randomization finished. You have obtained the song New Noble Princess Drunken Wine master level singing. Actually, not bad. Chen Yang convinced himself. Books randomized. Books randomized, philosophy, science, literature, science fiction, suspense. Randomization complete. Congratulations, you have obtained a cultural book. Literary appreciation, proficient level reading. Cultural games appreciation? Seeing that he had randomized to this reward, Chen Yang's heart was sort of relieved. Finally, it wasn't those useless manuals. Even though a book like Cultural Games Appreciation might still not be of much use to him, but at least it was a kind of experience. It was much better than a toilet manual. However, if he could replace this cultural curiosity with antique curiosity, Chen Yang felt that it would definitely be a profit. If he was able to master the doorway inside the antiques, he might even be able to make some extra money, finding time to pick up a leak in the antique market or something. But it was a pity that there was a difference of one word, and that wasn't quite the same. Feeling the muscle memory, Chen Yang's brain passed on the various singing techniques and knowledge of New Noble Princess Drunk as well as the appreciation of literary curiosities. Afterwards, he didn't think too much about it. Chen Yang turned his attention and handed over to the final randomized skill. Skill randomization in progress. All professions, all fields. Skill randomization complete. Geology major, or mining field. Congratulations, you have obtained the ore detection master level. Chen Yang looked at this new skill with a hint of surprise. It could be said that this field, it seemed like something he had never touched before. Geology, ore detection mining. Anyway, Chen Yang's first reaction was that very familiar name. Coal boss. It's hard to believe that he will go to mine in the future and make a lot of money as a coal boss, and then take his sister-in-law. Oh my god, exciting, just as YY. The muscle memory instantly surged in. After 10 minutes had passed, Chen Yang opened his eyes with a golden light. It was as if he knew a way to come up with money. This skill is simply fantastic. The night was rushed. Chen Yang woke up from his excitement. The exuberance of yesterday's harvest still not dissipated, but even if it drifted any further, it was still important to stick to what needed to be done. Chen Yang spent the morning to make a short video of his marathon race material and released it on Shake Tone. After all, more than 100,000 fans are waiting to see it. Chen Yang also struck while the iron was hot. spending $20,000 on Shake plus operating fees to push his content this time to the top. According to his prediction, this event, together with the money spent on operation, could at least rise another 20,000 to 30,000 fans' attention, maybe 150,000 fans in a few days, and it wouldn't be a problem. There was no need to run in circles anymore. Finally, a leisurely and free afternoon. Chen Yang thought for a moment. P.S. Thank you for the recommendation of the collection of votes, but also please comment more praise. Wildfire, thank you. Chapter 64, Wicked Chen Yang, one more. Begging for recommendation. Although it was a small achievement, Chen Yang knew this was only the beginning of his journey towards a life of human bullishness. If one wanted to progress, one could never stop and think. Chen Yang thought for a while. He still needed to complete more determinations next before he could do so. In fact, after familiarizing himself with the system for such a long time, he realized that the system seemed to have an internal logic, and it was very rigorous. First of all, one needed to do things one hadn't done in order to complete the judgments. Secondly, after completing the judgment, one could obtain attribute points and skills. Then, with free attribute points and new skills, one could then go on to accomplish more things that hadn't been done. From there, you can continue to earn more judgment rewards and skills. This 1, 2, 3 steps above. It was like a circular nesting ring. Of course, according to reality, there were actually some accidents. Let's say that certain skills that were randomized were not useful at all for the time being or something like that. However, Chen Yang believed that as long as he continued to improve, he would soon be on the right track. If you suddenly had $100,000 in your hand, what would you do? Although $100,000 might not be much. Thinking about it, Chen Yang felt that he should treat himself better. At the very least, he should have a big meal. However, he still first gave his mom, Comrade Sun Li, transferred $10,000 and sent a Weibo message. Mom, this is my bonus for this month. I'm afraid I can't save it, so I'll put it at your place first. Ding, the transfer has been received. Egu, son, keep it for yourself. You're on your own over there. Buy more food and use it. Chen Yang's eyelids picked up, a black line on his face. Money you receive in seconds. Only say this to me when you're done. Mom, don't worry, I have enough for myself. You and old man Chen Bodwang pay more attention to your health. Sun Li replied. And don't worry. By the way, son, I've talked about the blind date. Mom, inside A. I've been really busy lately, so I don't have time off. It's okay, I've talked to them all. When you guys come back in the new year, we'll meet together, all without delay. Sun Li replied. Chen Yang was helpless. Good guy, the road is blocked for himself. Mom, in fact, I am in the rising period of my career. I don't really want to look for it. Do you think we should just forget about it for now? Don't want to find Ugh, forget it then. It's still an exceptionally beautiful long-legged beauty, and it's said to be a down-to-earth good girl. It's a pity, Sun Li replied. Mom, New Year's is it? It's okay to meet. Chen Yang had a brainwave to pay off the letter pass card chanting in one go. After subtracting the 10,000 that he gave to his mom, his marathon's 100,000 prize money instantly shrunk to half. Only 55,000 yuan is left. However, it is still worth celebrating to be debt-free. He called on Zhao Dezhu, ready to find a good place to rub a meal. Particularly high-grade cannot afford to eat for the time being, but let go of the stomach pain to eat a submarine salvage. $1,000 Japanese restaurant, skewers and what is not too much right. In fact, not particularly want to eat. Just want to find the feeling of spending money. As the #1 contributor to his marathon victory, Zhao Dezhu wore his best set of clothes today. Yes, a fancy shirt, jeans so tight they could catch his balls, and clanky pointy-toed leather shoes. Brother Zhu, it's just a dinner out. No need to make it so formal, right? Zhao Dezhu pulled out his crotch. Don't know where to take out 2 cigarettes. Handing one to Qingyang. Must be formal. Today by the way the third sister also about out. Eat hot pot without a woman how to line. Chen Yang suddenly realized. No wonder the stingy big man so primping. The original preparation about the good-looking. He really doesn't mind if the third sister eats with him. After going to the bathhouse several times to rub. In fact, has been more familiar. And every time you go to say is to remember Zhao Dezhu's account. But Chen Yang understand. People 3 sister is simply white let them both bath. Did not want to collect money. So to invite the third sister out for a meal is really not too much. Launched his worn BYDF-3. The 2 people toward the third sister bathhouse drive. During the daytime, the guests of the third sister's big bathhouse were not bad. There was a young little sister in the store who helped watch the tables. The third sister is still in a fiery red, sexy lips, graceful waist, exuding a strong impact of beauty. To be honest, it is indeed very beautiful, but the average person is also really covered. Chen Yang estimated that it was also Zhao Dezhu, such a young woman killer, who could top it. However, this is also likely to be the reason why he did not do fried rice in this neighborhood, but ran all the way over to his side to open a stall. This average person's body and bones certainly cannot eat. Zhao Dezhu took out cigarettes from his pocket and gave the third sister a gentleman's light. Follow me. Third sister froze. Now? Where to? To a secular place, to see the human world. But you always have to tell me why. I can't leave people here. Zhao Dezhu's eyes were serious. Do I need a reason to take you away? I'm going to take you away today. Let's see who can stop me. The little sister at the front desk was scared enough. Good. I'll go upstairs and change. The third sister's eyes were full of fall water as she excitedly went up to change her clothes. Chen Yang was dumbstruck. Really damn, every time he came. Watching this kind of pretentious divine operation by Zhao Dezhu was a new growth. Isn't it just a hot pot? Where else do you want to take people? Make it like making a movie, tired or not. Third sister changed into a casual disguise and quickly went down to the attic. Her hair was warmly scattered, and her previous heavy makeup and red lips were much lighter, but still enchanting. Zhao Dezhu smiled and nodded, then turned back and raised an eyebrow with Chen Yang. Big Yangzi, see? Learn from your brother Zhumi. Can't learn? You're awesome. The three of them finally chose to go to eat Hai Di Lao. Mainly Chen Yang and Zhao Dezhu were fine as long as there was meat, and as women, the resistance to hot pot wasn't very strong, so the goals were all pretty much the same. Not far from the center of the city is a large shopping plaza, surrounded by Wanxiang City, Wanda Shopping District, so it's not just shopping, it's also a food city. The biggest Haidaleo in Galaxy City is also here. Chen Yang booked the location on his cell phone, just after noon at this time of the day. It was a time when there were more people eating, so there was a need to wait in line. Taking a look at the number, at least it would take more than half an hour to wait. The three simply wandered around the mall. To say that this woman is actually similar, shopping and whatnot, that is a store, are going to look at the kind. Three sisters spending power. Chen Yang has heard. Listen to Zhao Dezhu said. Don't look at the three sisters open is not eye-catching bathhouse business, but the monthly income can be really quite a lot, not worse than those beauty parlors and whatnot, so spending money is even less care. Otherwise, how to say every time to maintain Zhao Dezhu it. After all, it is the person who has this strength. In a more upscale cosmetics counter stopped, above the crystal counter, there are all kinds of big brand lipsticks, all kinds of color numbers, all kinds of brands. The clerk inside was a young woman. Seeing the trio come over, her eyebrows hit, and some indifference surfaced in her eyes. Completely did not do should have the service attitude. What brand is this lipstick? Third sister asked. The female sales clerk swept a glance and said coldly, Chanel 1500 apiece. And this one? Dior 1600. The shopgirl quoted the price for each one, but seemed impatient, wanting the prices to dissuade third sister. Third sister pointed again. Is this one for a whole set of SKII skincare hydration? The female sales clerk turned around indifferently. This one is more expensive. At this time next to a fashionable woman, the female clerk took a look, eyebrows fluttered and walked over. It was instantly a different person from her previous attitude. Crap. Chen Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. I really haven't seen such a snob. Chen Yang walked over. Miss, what is this? Chen Yang pointed. The female sales clerk who was greeting others pursed her lips and held back her impatience to explain. That's SKP's hand cream. Hand cream? What's it for? Chen Yang asked. The woman was speechless. Hand cream is of course to wipe your hands off. Oh, what about this? Face cream, to wipe your face. The female sales clerk didn't want to bull asterisk, but with other customers around, it wasn't good to have a fit. Chen Yang raised his eyebrows, his eyes weird. Oh, that means this hand cream is for wiping hands, and face cream is for wiping face. Yes, then this BB cream is? Ouch. Of course it's AB wipe. You. The female sales clerk was shocked. The surrounding guests froze on the spot. Everyone looked straight at her. The woman's face was red with shame, and her whole body was bad. What kind of evil person is this? Almost cried out. Never molested a female shopkeeper before. Judgment successful. Freedom points, plus 100. Chen Yang turned around and walked away after asking. Zhao Dezhu smiled wickedly and gave a thumbs up. The third sister also shook her head helplessly and hurriedly left with these two stinks. P.S. Thank you all for your recommendation votes collection last week. Much more. Wildfire pays thanks. Chapter 65, surprisingly. You know this? 2 more. Ordered a mandarin duck pot. All kinds of beef and mutton. Shrimp slip. Meatballs. Yellow throat. Tripe. 100 leaves. Duck intestines. Seafood platter, a whole lot. We'll have a favorite food on the same 3. 3 people will eat while chatting. Chen Yang did not know until today. The 3 sisters originally surnamed Su, called Su Jiao. This name has a lot of origin. After all, Su Jianyang well, he knows. Presumably, she didn't like people calling her Su Jianyang too much, so she gave herself the name Third Sister. Tai Yanzi is actually the #1 marathoner? Third Sister was surprised because looking at Chen Yang, it was not at all obvious that he was a sportsman. Zhao Dezhu hammed and hawed. Yes, I didn't even expect him to win, but it's a pity that I didn't go that day because I had something to do. Otherwise I would have been able to see it with my own eyes. Chen Yang looked at Zhao Dezhu scowling with himself and roughly understood what he meant in his heart. After all, that day he sacrificed his life for justice. In case this would have been known by Third Sister, there would definitely be suffering. Oh yeah, I practiced for a long time. The whole person has lost a circle of weight, and I didn't suffer much, Chen Yang said. Third Sister took a closer look at Chen Yang. Indeed, she was much thinner than when she first saw him. You are also impressive enough. A marathon is not something you can run casually. It's not bad, just thought of trying. I didn't expect to win, and I even made some money on the way. Ha ha, Chen Yang said modestly. Zhao Dezhu gave a thumbs up. His eyes lewd. Big Yangzi, should not say, this perseverance of yours makes me admire. But in terms of staying power, you certainly can't compare with your brother Zhumi. Your third sister knows best. He. Ah, Zhu, you're annoying. Seeing Zhao Dezhu about to drive, third sister reached out and pressed his arm, but she wasn't shy. Her mouth complained, but her eyes were full of sexual happiness. Zhao Dezhu even stared back at him. The two of them seemed to be a little bit about to leap into action. Chow! Chen Yang was the first time he ate such a flavor of dog food. For a while, it was a bit hard to accept. Your grandfather, driving on a good drive. The gas pedal stepped on half directly abused the dog. This immoral. Chen Yang often go out to eat to be treated as a light bulb, but with his thick skin, he is almost fearless. Anyway, his purpose is, if you want to spread dog food, I will AAB with you. The so-called AAB is, Neil Money Couple each AA. He licked the bee face to rub food and drink, but really did not expect. Today was Zhao Dezhu and third sister hit. The most critical thing is, this meal is still their own money. This is not spending money to find a crime? Chen Yang was helpless. It is better to eat more meat. When he was about to clip a piece of lunch meat, he accidentally saw the wrist of the third sister pressing on Zhao Dezhu's arm. A milky white bracelet, glowing with a crystal clear luster. After seeing it, Chen Yang's gaze unconsciously paused for a few seconds. If it was before, Chen Yang probably wouldn't even pay attention to these things, but it seemed to be because of the extra muscle memory. He habitually observed it. A lot of information about the ore surfaced in his mind. Chen Yang knew that this was the ore detection skill that he had just acquired. This skill not only covered some aspects of detection such as geographic or mining, it even had some relevance to the identification of jade. So after Chen Yang saw this jade bracelet of his third sister, he immediately noticed the problem. This bracelet, the color is very white, the light looks delicate, but has a lot of sparse cotton wool. He knew that white jade mostly belongs to the broad definition of Haitian jade, but this broadly defined Haitian jade, it covers a very wide range, and the price of water, very deep, because, in different geographical locations under the riverbed, dug out the ore, texture difference is very big. Without in-depth research, it's hard to tell which riverbed the stone came from, whether it is seed material, or mountain material, or other kinds of jade, etc. Most people who don't know how to do this will most likely be able to tell. Most people who didn't know anything about it would most likely fall for it. Sensing Chen Yang's strange gaze, Zhao Dezhu and third sister looked at Chen Yang. De Yangzi, what's wrong with you? Chen Yang came back to his senses and pointed at third sister's wrist. Third sister, how much did you spend on this bracelet? Third sister took down the bracelet and handed it to Chen Yang. This was bought during a trip out. It's said to be authentic Haitian jade seed material. It cost more than 20,000. 20,000? Chen Yang's eyelids twitched. If not say that women's money is the best to cheat. This third sister was really daring to spend money casually spending $20,000 like this. What's wrong? This bracelet has a problem? Third sister asked. Chen Yang took the bracelet, put it under the light and looked at it, then had that on his hand and carefully touched it. The muscle memory of the ore testing gave him some perception of the jade on his hands. In fact, his own heart was stealing. It was really just a glance to see that this bracelet was not a Haitian jade seed material. Third sister, you may have spent money in vain. What? This is fake Haitian jade? Zhao Dezhu asked. Chen Yang shook his head. Brother Zhu, Haitian jade is definitely Haitian jade, but it's Haitian jade in the broader sense of the word, and it's not seed material either. Zhao Dezhu scratched his head and couldn't understand. Just make it simple. Chen Yang nodded. The real Haitian jade seed material. The flesh is delicate, and the shell most of the craftsmen will leave a yellow skin color. You look at this bracelet. Look through the light. There is a lot of cotton wool inside. The flesh is sparse, and the color is miserable white. and it is not the kind of Hitan seed material that is yellow in the oil with the texture. And then look at the surface of the bracelet. Authentic Hitan jade can be seen subtle pores, and this above the artificial polishing. Almost all cannot be seen, although the stone is very translucent. There is no cracks, but this is not seed material, but the production of a large number of Russian material. The first thing I'd like to say is that I don't want to be a part of it. Zhao Dezhu was said to be frozen. Can Daeong, you still know about this? Third sister, Daeong. Then did I spend a lot more money in vain on this one? Chen Yang smiled helplessly. Yeah, this one of yours, it's probably around $1,000 at most. The two froze, their hearts dripping blood. Ding. Never helped third sister appraise a jade bracelet before, ruling successful. Freedom points, plus 200. Looking at the system, Chen Yang's heart was happy. The three of them had a great meal at a hot pot. Chen Yang drove third sister and Zhao Dezhu back to the third sister bathhouse. He and Zhao Dezhu then went along to rub a bath. The two of them comfortably sprawled on the fluffy bed, their backs full of fire pots. This was considered to be enjoying a restful afternoon. Originally, Chen Yang thought that the third sister who had spent an unreasonable amount of money would be unhappy because of this matter. As a result, the third sister even smiled greatly and passed it off. This makes Chen Yang very admirable. She felt that this character, but also really in Zhao Dezhu quite match. As soon as she was idle, Chen Yang habitually began to think about life. After all, a mere $100,000 may not even be considered the first bucket of gold for starting a business. At most, it can be regarded as the sudden arrival of foreign wealth. Although it made one feel very exciting. But the marathon was over since the challenge was over. Then the next phase of video material would have to be thought of in a hurry. Most of the videos nowadays were doing things in vertical areas. Let's say singing. They'll just keep posting singing videos over and over again. Painting, then they will keep posting paintings, or movie clips, funny creations, or whatever. In short, it was all the same. Chen Yang felt that he was not suitable for the vertical field. Although, he was very confident that relying on free attribute points, he could definitely be at the top of a certain field. But after posting more videos of the same kind, there would eventually be some upper limit. So what Chen Yang wanted was to develop his video content in multiple dimensions. With the experience of the marathon this time, Chen Yang was confident about the next challenge text. Chapter 66, Skill Quest New Set? 3 more. Maybe yesterday to eat hot pot, rubbing bath cupping too comfortable. Chen Yang went home and slept soundly, and did not dream of his sister-in-law or anything like that. Wake up early in the morning, the spirit of doubly refreshing. Do not do anything, first on a weighing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yesterday's hot pot ate too much? 186. An ing rebound 2 pounds. Chen Yang speechless. Wash and eat breakfast. After everything is done, Chen Yang opened the backstage of his Jitterbug account. Yesterday, he released the video of himself winning the championship, and spent $20,000 to operate it, so it should have an effect today. As expected, the fans rose to 16W already. Although from the system's big task 50W fans, there is still a certain gap. But according to this growth rate, as long as one continues to update and keep the content fresh, everything is not a problem. Looking at the comments and messages, in addition to the ones that were madly praising themselves and giving themselves a bullseye, there were also some more provocative voices. Brother stronger. If you're bullish, you give me let's soccer to be stronger. Even if you're bullish in the marathon, let's leave it aside for now. I'm just asking if you dare to challenge the 110-meter hurdles. Brother Changxiang, dare to practice martial arts and challenge this at Master Ma, the head of martial arts. Upstairs, you don't talk about martial arts. Young man, you don't speak martial arts virtue. Looking at these mocking, provocative, messing things up messages and comments, Chen Yang smiled indifferently. The appearance of such fans was also completely within his consideration. Moreover, he was sure that there were not a few people who liked to read these. This was also something that couldn't be helped. After all, one's own route of jitterbugging was all sorts of challenges. It was just the awkward point, the disciplines that these people were talking about. With the exception of hurdling where one could continue to use free points to improve and become stronger. The others didn't seem to be purely physical talents, but some skill techniques. This was something he couldn't do for the time being. After all, he hadn't been able to acquire these skills yet, but it didn't matter. For the time being, write these down. When he was lucky and the system randomized these, then don't blame him for not speaking martial arts. There was one counting one. All of them were killed. After doing the background organization of Jitterbug, Chen Yang opened the system panel. It was time to see what kind of program this newly developed free point exchange was. Current free points total, 3,500 points. System version 3.0. Free points can only be exchanged for skill classes. Need 500 free points to redeem once. Do you want to redeem? Looking at the system's explanation, Chen Yang was able to understand the meaning. In other words, in the future, if the system is upgraded to version 3, 5 or 4.0, the system's redemption categories will follow suit. The system's redemption categories would also increase. It might be possible that apart from skills, it was likely that they could also redeem random rewards, random money, or redeem random quests or something like that. Those were all he could guess at the moment. Then let's redeem random ones first. System prompt, redemption successful. Deduct free points, 500 points. Skill level randomized, proficient, master, national treasure. Skill exchange randomized, finance, IT, research, sports, education, entertainment. Random success, artistic, carving, jade carving, master. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill Jade Carving Master. Jade carving? Chen Yang stared blankly at this new skill. 2 days ago, he had just harvested an or detection skill. This moment directly came with a jade carving. This is just too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Chen Yang now had every reason to doubt the authenticity of this system randomization. There are so many industry skills randomized all over the world. How come they can be randomized to deal with stones twice? Can't it be that the next stage is to let oneself carry on with the stone? Chen Yang spat in his heart. However, questioning is questioning. But this jade carving skill, it was definitely quite a powerful and practical skill. He felt that it should be on par with the utilization of his Swana skill. Just as Chen Yang was thinking whether to draw it again, the system once again displayed a message. You have a new system mission. New task? Chen Yang's eyes lit up and he hurriedly tapped on the mission bar. System tasks. 1. Jitterbug fans reach 500,000 people. Current progress, 16W/50W. 2. Purchase a piece of jade that is worth a lot of money. Current progress, 0/1. Do you accept the new purchase task? Also, accept the mission. The system will optimize the range of money usage. Looking at the system's question, Chen Yang directly clicked accept. Just kidding. Such a simple task is the same as buying a Swana for $500 in the first place. Only a fool would not accept it. Accept the mission, Chen Yang said. System tip, task accepted. Start modifying the scope of use of system bonuses. Modification complete. Current amount, 70,000 yuan. Also, this cash can only be used for the Jitterbug platform, as well as for the purchase of jade used. Yes? Wait a minute. Isn't it just sending me more money? Chen Yang froze. With regards to jade, he already had a great understanding through his skill memory. A valuable piece of jade. How the hell was $70,000 enough? Moreover, this was the money he would use to run his Shake Shack account in the future. Chen Yang wanted to cry without tears. In fact, it wasn't like tens of thousands of dollars couldn't buy good stones. Some of the good Hutian jade seed material, block size smaller, good luck may be able to take. Or some of the glutinous ice seed jadeite, smaller, probably also can be dealt with. Even if the seed water is better, or glass seed jadeite. If there is a doorway, it is also no problem. But the only problem is, these tens of thousands of dollars of stone, as if and worth a lot of money will not go together. What if it was bought and the system decided that it wasn't a valuable jade? That would be a big loss. Chen Yang secretly calculated in his heart and felt that it was still necessary to be cautious. There was no way around it. Since he had taken it, he could only just try to fulfill it. Let's go to the jade store first and explore the bottom. Searched online for the Jade Circle in Galaxy City. Galaxy Jade City. This was the higher-end jade mall in Galaxy City. It's different from the fake stuff in those tourist malls. The things here were all genuine and sharp goods. Of course, there were also a lot of wool remnants, but this was something that required a personal eye. Can find what kind of good stone, talk about what kind of goods. All depends on personal experience and experience. There is also your understanding of the channel and the relationship with the jade dealer. Chen Yang naturally will not pay money to buy on the first day. He is also the first to see the market reality. But the only thing that made him feel somewhat comforted was that the video footage he would use afterward seemed to already be available. He thought about it. Since he was definitely going to spend time on buying these stones, then why not simply make a few short videos like Jade Treasure Hunt? It just so happened that he had now gained the relevant skills himself. If the pre-video was played well, it might have a good effect. As for how to present it, Chen Yang hadn't thought about it yet, but it didn't matter. He could film the process first, then turn around and slowly write the copy. In the end, according to the story of the written copy, the editing process can be done. All in all, it must just make the audience feel great. Chen Yang ate his lunch and drove there. More than an hour later, after finding a free place to park, he walked into Jade City. This place looked like a big 5-story shopping mall from the outside. And once inside, booming and noisy voices rose and fell. At a glance, the large interior was almost like a food market. Each jade merchant had their own stall and counter. Each stall or counter was densely packed with stones. Chen Yang had a black line on his face. How the hell can you do this? Is it hard to look over one by yourself? Whatever. Let's take a look first. Chen Yang took out his cell phone, opened the camera, and walked towards the first jade counter. 30 years have never been to the Jade Mall. Determination successful. Freedom points, plus 100. P.S. Is there any industry or other that people want to YA? You can chapter review here for me and I can use it at my discretion. Wildfire thanks. Chapter 67. Business is too deep. One more. For the muscle memory of the ore. Chen Yang had already completely fused it into his body. After a tedious process of interweaving cellular information, he then had a set of his own unique insights regarding the selection of ores. This might have something to do with personality. After all, knowledge was all the same, depending on what person read it, and how they read it. Chen Yang thought, looking at a stone, that's like looking at a woman. If she attracts you, then you need to find out where the attraction is. For example, in front of this piece of gelatin white Hatian jade, you need to look closely. Follow the lines of her smooth body, her oily skin, until you zoom in on the pores. Then comes the stroking. Yes, getting your hands on it and touching it, this is critical. Pinch it in your hand. How does it feel? Is the skin delicate and white as sheep's fat? The general hardness of white jade is 6.0 to 6.5. Jadeite will be a little higher, can be up to 7.0. This can be measured by precision instruments. If the above are no problem, whether looking or touching, are very comfortable, then you can directly negotiate the price. Remember, always cut the price. Never let people know that you are the first time, otherwise you will be bullied. Uncle, are you really buying jade? A pretty little girl said. Yes, I'm not touching it here. Then why don't you touch the jade? What can you tell by touching my hand? Chen Yang dared to receive back his hand. Ouch. Sorry. Focused on thinking about the theory. I didn't pay attention to it, but I actually held a girl's hand. Ahem. Chen Yang organized himself. How much do you pay for this Hatian jade? Chen Yang pointed at a grayish-white, fist-sized jade and asked. 17,000. The girl replied. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. You're a anmode material from Hotan, aren't you? This was one of the types of Hatian jade. There were many categories of Hatian jade. Top quality seed material, mountain material, and Mars, sand date green, Hatian jasper, and so on. And this kind of glowing grayish-white is commonly known as Anmao material. The girl nodded unexpectedly. Did not expect this uncle really know a little. Uncle, you want to sincerely want. Give you a real price? 15,000. Cannot be less. Chen Yang muttered in his heart. This water is also too damn deep. If not for the fact that he had long had jade-related skills, he would have definitely been ripped off. That piece, although it was real Hatian jade in end material, the problem was that there were too many cracks on it, and there was a deep black pit. With this kind of material, it was easy to cut it open and it was full of glutinous and cracks. It is easy to become waste material and spend money for nothing. So the general understanding of the people, basically will not bid such a jade, because after buying it, even if you look for a famous Sugong jade carving master, it will be difficult to carve. He himself now had master jade carving skills. What kind of jade can be used? What kind of jade cannot become a weapon? A glance can see. Chen Yang shook his head and stopped bargaining. The woman bristled, knowing that Chen Yang was not interested in her anymore. This person is really unqualified. See also see, touch also touch, and finally not even pay back the price to go. Chen Yang, where to care so much? Cannot see naturally go. The layman can see that it is not worth money. He does not have so much time to spend here. Continuing to sweep the goods, Chen Yang went down. Although every jade merchant's counter is stacked with a wide variety of goods, but for a veteran stonewatcher, there were actually very few that could be looked at. After all, if you want to buy a stone that is worth a lot of money, it's definitely not one of these tens of thousands of pieces of mountain material, perhaps even the best Hatian jade seed material. If the pieces were too small, would not be enough to fulfill the task, but if there really was a particularly large one, it seemed like he couldn't really afford it with that take of a mere $70,000. While walking around, he took a look at the east and touched the west. Chen Yang finally stopped at a counter that specialized in jadeite business. Behind the counter sat a woman covered in jewelry, exquisite makeup, charming temperament, is a typical charming young woman. At this time, the woman's hand is fiddling with a finger-length handle. Above a few emerald green color, inside also mixed with black ink-like structure, is a very good jadeite handle pieces. Above the counter, unlike the other merchants, there weren't many stones, but they weren't small, and they were all raw stones that hadn't been processed yet, and there were even ones that hadn't been opened with a skylight with a skin shell. Boss lady, the raw stones of your emerald, are they all this size? Chen Yang asked. When the young woman saw the visitor, she spread a smile and got up to come. Brother, like to see jadeite? If you don't want the original stone, how about this one of mine? the young woman asked, casually pulling out the pendant. It was said that pretty women were good at using their own weapons. It was obvious that this boss lady was a man-eater. Chen Yang was wary and fixed his eyes for several minutes, mainly observing that Guanin's emerald pendant child. There was absolutely nothing else to it. This jadeite work is still okay. The Guanin's open face is also very good, but it still feels like it's a little less interesting. After the woman heard this, her eyes flashed. It was obvious that this was a connoisseur. Pendant child words. Now the store is not really. Mainly this time I have this store. Basically all the jadeite of the original stone. Chen Yang nodded. Oh, no pendant child are not small head of the original stone. The woman approached Chen Yang's arm, revealing the snow white, then touched Chen Yang. In fact, it's not all raw stones mainly like the big ones. Crap, who can stand this Nima? Chen Yang marveled in his heart. Is business so hard to do now? Chen Yang, who was attacked by a wave of strong sales, hurriedly turned his head and turned away from the sight. After all, the blood was fresh, and he felt that it was better not to act rashly. Otherwise, once he raised his gun, he would be looked at as a joke. The young woman saw that Chen Yang's expression was indifferent and surprisingly did not have a little bit of exuberance. A little disappointed. She looked down at Chen Yang with contempt. Humph, don't know how to appreciate. The big one you have at the top. How much is it? Chen Yang suddenly reached out and pointed to the top of the counter behind her. It was a 4-fist-sized jadeite raw stone. According to Chen Yang's experience, this should be a moxisha pit mouth jadeite. Imo-shisha was a pit origin of jadeite. The jadeite there was abundant in top quality goods, but nowadays, with the mining, it was getting rarer and rarer. The woman laughed. That's Imo-shisha. It's possible to open an imperial green O. This is the original stone, starting at 350,000, but there are several people who have raised the price. So brother, if you really want it, you'll still have to bid a bit. 350,000. Chen Yang sighed in his heart. It was really as thought. He didn't have enough money. 2 hours later, Chen Yang walked out of Jade City with a tired face. He was a little depressed in his heart. For $70,000, a better stone could be bought, but the standard of being worth a lot of money was definitely a little bit worse. It was hard not to really let himself take his chances by gambling on stones and picking up leaks. This was no different from the difficulty of buying a lottery ticket. Helplessly, he shook his head. After all, this is only the first day. Many stores have not finished shopping. Tomorrow will continue. How about familiarizing yourself with it for a few more days? Chen Yang drove back. The following days, Chen Yang had 2 points in one line. In the morning, he produced the jitterbug and organized the material and video clips for the Jade treasure hunt. Then in the afternoon, he went to Jade City to look for stones. The main system's mission this time was given too broadly. The reason why Chen Yang was very hesitant, he was really just very afraid, in case he went out for tens of thousands of dollars to get a block. As a result, the system ruled it unqualified. Then the money would have been spent in vain. At that time, when he wanted to get a second block, he had no money left. This would be embarrassing. For several days in a row, Chen Yang did not find a suitable one in Jade City. It's not that he can't see it. It was that the ones he saw were too expensive and he simply couldn't afford them. Chen Yang fell into resistance. He was not expecting that this mission would be this difficult. But the good consolation was that the first installment of the Treasure Hunt Jade short video, the effect was quite good. It seemed that the viewers were looking forward to the challenge of himself, trying to buy valuable jade stones with a small amount of money. Many of the messages were asking themselves to update quickly. It would be best to find some valuable stone, make a lot of money overnight, and get the first bucket of money in life. Or they wanted him to go directly to the gambling stones, picking up leaks or whatever, wanting to see that kind of unexpected big surprise. Chen Yang understood the fans' pleasure point very well. In fact, he also wanted this. But luck, it seemed to be really bad. In the evening, Chen Yang received a WeChat from Qin Kai. Qin Kai, Chen Yang old brother, go to my house tomorrow weekend. Chen Yang, something's up? Qin Kai, didn't I tell you a long time ago when I was drinking, that I would take you to join the Folk Music Artists Association? Chen Yang was stunned. Holy, this old brother even remembered this. He thought it was just wine talk for fun. Chapter 68, Association of Folk Music Artists, 2 more. Chen Yang had no idea what kind of organization that Folk Music Artists Association was. However, it seemed that the leaders in various fields were all very keen on forming an association, whether it was official or folk. Anyway, if you were a member of the association, it sounded awesome. In fact, Chen Yang felt that it was the same as frequently rushing VIP to watch small movies, posting pop-ups with color, talking all along with hardness, just a very confident feeling. Had a meal early in the morning. Chen Yang spent some time editing a video of himself looking for jade. Due to what happened in the marathon competition before, it actually brought Chen Yang quite a bit of traffic. Some time ago, Many of the jitterbugs from the long-distance running circle even tried to interact with Chen Yang. They guessed that the next step for this marathon's dark horse was most likely to participate in a larger-scale marathon, continue to expand the influence of this aspect. Therefore, Zhang Hao, who had fled home in ashes, as well as many of his friends in the circle, were beginning to wait for an opportunity, preparing to revitalize themselves and take out this brother-changing strength at the next marathon competition. But what everyone didn't expect was Chen Yang, also known as Changxiang brother. People do not play marathon. Do you think this matter is angry? In the last couple of videos, he directly changed his route. He announced that he wouldn't play long-distance running anymore, and instead, he was taking on a new challenge, claiming to spend the least amount of money to buy the most expensive jade. People are now playing Happy Treasure Hunt. This caught everyone by surprise and pounced. But the fans were the opposite. They loved to see something new. Judging from the wind direction of the messages in the comment section, there was a strong feeling that if Brother Stronger didn't get back an awesome stone this time, he would directly count his challenge as a failure and take it off. Looking at those comments, Chen Yang had a hint of pressure. I should have known that when I took the mission. I should have asked the system if it would send more money to myself first. Having done the daily work of the self-media, Chen Yang simply organized himself. In a while, he was going to go to old brother Qin Kai's house, which he had already agreed to yesterday. He was going to recommend himself to that Folk Music Artists Association to register to join. Chen Yang checked online last night. Not to mention, this check didn't matter. It really startled Chen Yang, because he had thought that this Folk Music Artists Association should be such as Qin Kai, such as the old professor of folk music, old artists, composed of a small club. There is something to get together, and then play a game of musical instruments and art, exchange a little. But in reality, it seems to be really not so simple. This Folk Music Artists Association is actually affiliated with the branch of the National Artists Association. It has quite an authoritative role. Obviously, folk music is for the field of folk musical instruments. But in fact, this is just a name. In fact, in the circle of these old artists in the country, really is no distinction as music, painting, performance or something. This is almost an authoritative artists association. The association opened registration. In many big cities have. On the one hand, it is to supply some local artists to communicate. On the other hand, it would be easier to find someone when many places needed an authoritative judgment. Anyway, Chen Yang really didn't expect that Qin Kai would recommend him to join, not to mention whether or not he has that qualification. Just look at the age alone is actually very disparate. After all, he is only 31 years old, estimated. As far as Qin Kai this age, in the inside are considered young it. He looked at a few online. The association's artists' collective performance photos. Chen Yang felt that he had gone in the past, and should have gone as a grandson. Qin Kai's house. Where is sister-in-law? Chen Yang asked as he came in. Qin Kai greeted this Chen Yang and then said with a smile, went to Shanghai to look for her daughter, saying that she is staying over there for a few days. Chen Yang nodded, then asked, this association is very difficult to enter. Old brother, you really want to recommend me? I feel like I might not have the qualifications. Why not? Qin Kai negated Chen Yang's words and said while putting on his shoes, just with your 100 birds you're qualified enough. Moreover, these old guys, they are all waiting to hear the types of your 100 birds. Ha ha ha, I'm really afraid that if you blow 100 types, you'll scare them out of their heart attack. Chen Yang was a bit helpless with a LOL face. How can there be hundreds of species? Just a few dozen like that. This time it is Qin Kai's turn to be speechless. Little old brother, this pussy is really modest. Chen Yang drove with Qin Kai, according to the address he gave, to the western suburbs of Galaxy City. There is a place where the really rich people of Galaxy City like to relax. The mountains were beautiful, and the farm estates. There were also some ancient tea house clubs. Unlike the young ones, some of the older upper-class people liked to gather here. Chen Yang was not very surprised that the Folk Music Artists Association opened here. It was just that he didn't expect that he would be able to join it one day. This is the place? Chen Yang got off the car and looked at the gate of the antique building in front of him. There were two official signs on it that read Artist Association Galaxy City Chapter and Folk Music Artist Association. That's right, let's go. Qin Kai led Chen Yang inside. It was said to be an association, but after going inside, Chen Yang felt that this place was like an ethnic museum. Inside, there were artistic creations everywhere. Chinese paintings and oil paintings, calligraphy and carvings, ethnic musical instruments, pianos and gushings, and so on. There are also some people who come here to play. Visiting inside. Inside a few old people, writing on the table on the brush character, surrounded by some people, from time to time better praise, probably marveling at the calligraphy of those old artists. Chen Yang walked while guessing in his mind. For the first time, I came to the Galaxy City Art Festival Association. Judgment successful. Freedom points, plus 200. following Qin Kai to the inner hall. The inside of the association was made to look like a tea house. Non-members or family members of the association would definitely not be able to enter. At this moment, the tea pavilion inside was filled with people. At a glance, most of them were half 100 years old, and behind them, there were 4 or 5 young men and women. Chen Yang saw a familiar figure. Surprisingly, it was Chu Mingjie. Thinking carefully, it seemed like Chu Mingjie had once mentioned that their family was originally a folk music family. In that case, it would not be strange for her to be able to attend to come to the Folk Music Art Association. Chen Yang waved his hand towards Chu Mingjie in greeting. Chu Mingjie also responded with a smile, then spat out her tongue. The tongue wasn't pink enough. It might need to be patched up. Yo, old Qin is here. Suddenly an old man said. Ha ha, Qin Kai. Why did you just come? Us old guys, we've been waiting for half a day. Yeah, your recommendation letters can be approved. Almost thought you dropped the ball. Someone saw Qin Kai bring Chen Yang, then followed with a jocular and flirtatious remark. Qin Kai laughed. Which can this isn't coming. Come. Let me introduce to you guys. This is what I told you. The Swana Master. Chen Yang's senior brother. Hello seniors, I'm Chen Yang. First time meeting, please take care of me. Chen Yang was very spontaneous as he reached out and made a bow. As a greeting, the few young people behind him, other than Chu Mingjie, were all stunned. This was too casual, right? It didn't look like the age was any older than them. When the few of them came here and saw these artist seniors, then at worst they would have to nervously bend over at 90 degrees and bow. But look at Chen Yang, this even stood there and stretched his hands to make a bow. This is also too unreasonable. Mingjie, who the hell is this person? Do you know? A boy asked in a low voice, his eyes full of disdain. On the other side, the pretty girl who was next to Chu Mang also had a displeased face and said condescendingly, Humph, this is the oboe god that Mingjie just said. She knows, right? I don't think it's any good. Just him? Ha ha, it's also really strange. Why did Uncle Qin Kai recommend him to join? He's just a bit older than us. Is he really qualified? It's fine to have a letter of recommendation from the association members, but this person that Uncle Qin Kai found, how can I say it, posing in front of all the old arts, is also too able to pretend. A few people felt a hint of displeasure at Chen Yang's mere casual bowing and greeting. Chu Mingjie didn't say anything on the side. She naturally knew Chen Yang's character and really didn't feel anything wrong. If they saw how Chen Yang messed around with Professor Qin Kai on a regular basis, they would probably be even more surprised. Moreover, it was mainly because Chen Yang himself didn't think that much. Now that he was a self-media entrepreneur, he had no leaders at the top and no worries at the bottom. He didn't care about all the red tape. In his eyes, this place was no different from that nursing home. At this time, Chen Yang was following Qin Kai and met the president of the association, Catalyst Gung. Afterwards, there was a simple recognition and pleasantries. It didn't take long to get straight to the point. Chen Yang, today, no matter what, let us see this 100 birds of phoenix of yours, Catalyst Gung said. Chapter 69, give you a pair of characters? 3 bigger chapters, saying that it is to see. In fact, it is nothing more than a test for Chen Yang. After all, you don't have a name, and you don't have a background. If you want to become a member of the Folk Music and Arts Association just like that, you definitely need to have something that you can hold up to the crowd's approval. As the president of the branch, the reason why Catalyst Gung approved Qin Kai's letter of recommendation, it was simply because Chen Yang knew that one-handed stunt 100 birds toward the phoenix. Intangible cultural heritage, folk art treasure. This kind of reason is always impossible to reject the door. Naturally is also qualified to enter into the ranks of the association members. However, Chen Yang's age was a bit young, not to mention that the few family members that they brought in were questionable. Even a few of their old artists might slightly feel that it wasn't a bit inappropriate. Of course, they would certainly not find any reason to make things difficult for Chen Yang, but there was always a need to see what was going on. Qin Kai patted Chen Yang's shoulder and laughed. Chen Yang, old brother, show these old guys a hand today. Chen Yang smiled coyly, then took out the prepared swana and simply warmed up his hands. Blowing was fine. In fact, he wasn't repulsed by such a thing. At least after joining the association, he could fulfill the system judgment. Moreover, after he joined the association, he was also a person with a title. No matter what, he was also a swana artist recognized by the association. Right? This is to say out loud. That feels pretty awesome. While thinking about it, Chen Yang gradually became excited. Subsequently, a swana sounded. Everyone was startled. After all, the sound of the swana was too penetrating, and the 100 birds toward the phoenix technique was too powerful. Chen Yang had raised his lung capacity to a very strong point because of his previous marathon. So now, he was playing the 100 birds toward the phoenix with even more ease and ease. How many kinds of birds are these chirping? 10, 20, 30? until Chen Yang finished blowing. These people didn't seem to count clearly, immediately followed by a round of applause. After all, they were all old artists of folk music, and the depth of Chen Yang's suona no longer needed to be said. Older brothers, how about it? The person I recommended is not bad, right? Qin Kai was full of pride, as if Chen Yang was his aunt. The surrounding crowd also nodded their heads in praise. There was no mincing words. To have such suona kung fu at such a young age. Our Galaxy City has also produced a suona master, Catalyst Gung said with satisfaction. For a moment, Chen Yang felt as if he was being praised to the heavens. After all, the people here were all master-level figures, and they were all respected and worshipped by the people. This caused him to feel a bit fluttery. He couldn't help but think in his mind, according to the routine, next should not send their respective daughters, granddaughters, sisters, sister-in-laws and so on, introduced to their own acquaintance? In that case, it seems a bit difficult to pick them. Of course, I am not greedy for their family background. This is mainly for the sake of art dedication. Chen Yang's thinking was quite beautiful. As a result, there is no such thing. The old artists of the association recognized Chen Yang's oboe, and then things just went away. Then they began to taste paintings. Right, drink tea and chat. Chen Yang sighed in his heart. They were really all masters of art, and they looked like they had seen the world before. I'm afraid that my own hand oboe, not enough to let them pull out the pearl to lick. Oh no, to their own recognition. Chen Yang's heart is not willing, even if it means something, it will be okay. They are all systematic people. Why others just met an old man have granddaughter. Meet a business kingpin will have 1,000 gold sisters. To their own here, met Qin Kai, daughter married, and then I met Qin Kai, and my sister-in-law is out of town. I'm not convinced. On the other side, the few young people from before, except Xu Mingjie, they were all speechless by Chen Yang's suona. It was only the white-looking arrogant young girl from before. It seemed that she was still unconvinced. Xu Mingjie looked at her and said with a smile, catalyzing Lanlan, how is it? Isn't Big Brother Chen Yang very powerful? Catalytic Lanlan was the granddaughter of President Catalytic Gung. Her music literacy was naturally not bad. She could hear that Chen Yang was indeed awesome. It was just that the haughty one just didn't want to admit it like that. Humph, just a suona. You're just tough talking. Xu Mingjie smiled helplessly. She was also accompanying her grandfather Chu Jianghe to come today, and she didn't expect to meet Chen Yang. At this moment, a professor of Chinese painting was taking out a painting for the crowd to appreciate. He was painting the scene of a tiger, lying on the ground. I just painted this recently. I don't know which old brother will give a poetic mention. This statement drew everyone's interest. People such as Catalyst Gung Qin Kai also went over to join in the fun. Most of the artists of folk music naturally more or less understand some words in paintings, but they are all at the level of appreciation. But for the level of this professor of Chinese painting, or a very good understanding, therefore, to mention words to him can be very delicate. What words to mention can meet the meaning of the painting? This is one. More critical is, you write the word, also have to be worthy of the painting. This national painting master, but the National Academy of Fine Arts professor. Usually the price of a painting for sale is more than $100,000 to start with. Although the old guys present usually practice calligraphy, but that is their own lonely, bored at home to play, take on stage, then, certainly are not too confident. But when it comes to calligraphy, damn, I will. Chen Yang's eyes lit up as he watched from the back. He himself had gained a master-level calligraphy skill. It was time for him to brush up on his system judgments again. Chen Yang understood that many times. One wanted to complete the judgment, then one could not passively wait. Sometimes one had to take the initiative to pretend, so that one could complete more system judgments. I'll do it, Chen Yang spoke out. Everyone looked at him and froze speechless. This was not knowing what to say. Although you are an oboe master at a young age, but this is the field of calligraphy and painting. It doesn't match with your musical instrument, right? It is hard not to believe that this kid still wants to join the calligraphy association. Chen Yang did not care about the eyes of the people around him. At this kind of time, nonsense cannot be more dry to finish. He glanced at the scene of the tiger. Just now, the cell phone has already Baidu. There is no poem describing a tiger lying in the barren grass. A little bit of domineering, and then searched a whole bunch of results. Chen Yang took a glance at a poem from Watermargin or some hero's journal. It seemed to be called West River Moon, and the whole poem was like this. Since I was young, I have studied history and economics, but when I grew up, I also had power and strategy. Just like a tiger lying on a barren hill, he dives back and endures with his claws and teeth. Unfortunately, I was stabbed on both cheeks by Wen Tai, so I was worthy of being in Jiangzhou. If I am able to avenge my wrongdoing in the future, I will bleed at the mouth of the Shuanyang River. Chen Yang took a fancy to the second sentence. He went up and directly dipped his pen into the ink, but wasn't foolish enough to write directly on the painting. Instead, on the blank rice paper next to him, he wrote the second line with a big stroke of the brush in a dashing manner, just like a fierce tiger lying on a barren hill, diving back to ambush its claws and teeth to endure. West River Moon. The moment the words were completed, the entire room was silent. Everyone stared blankly at that pair of characters. Atmospheric and calm, sharp and powerful, not decades of kung fu. After the shock, some people only reacted. This person Swona a great. Writing is also a great. Catalyzing Gung froze and said, Chen Yang little old brother, why don't I recommend you again to go to the Calligraphy Association to get a membership card? First time getting a member of the Galaxy City Artists Association. Judgment successful. Freedom points, plus 300. Never written calligraphy that has wowed many artists. Judgment success. Freedom points, plus 200. Chen Yang held the Folk Music Association membership card in his hand. He smiled with satisfaction. He had played for a whole day in the western suburb of Idle Court. His Swona and calligraphy had naturally managed to attract the attention of all the masters. To have such internal cultivation at such a young age, ordinary people definitely couldn't do it. Many people teaching masters big brothers and whatnot started coming over to befriend Chen Yang, adding each other's WeChat and expressing friendship. But the daughters, granddaughters, sisters, sisters-in-laws and whatnot that he wanted remained none of them. It's true that the old eyes are dim. The old man is so good, but I'm not allowed to be an aunt? Can't it be that all these old guys, all of them gave birth to sons, and then the son has a son? Patriarchy. Chen Yang is a bit upset. Of course, Xu Mingjie and that arrogant little girl next to her don't count. Xu Mingjie he was not interested in. As for the girl who had been treating herself with contempt from the beginning, Chen Yang naturally guessed why. It was just a common problem of a bunch of gated children. To be honest, for this arrogant type, it was useless to be pretty. Chen Yang, as a mature man, never spoiled. But just at this moment, Xu Mingjie actually walked over with Catalyst Lanlan. Brother Daong. Ha, I really didn't think that you were still that good at writing, Xu Mingjie said. Hey, average, just practicing. Chen Yang smiled faintly, rather modestly. Catalyzing Lanlan stood behind Xu Mingjie, coldly disdainful. Not just writing a few words to blow a trumpet. What's there? Hurry up and go, Mingjie. I'm hungry. Chen Yang raised his eyebrows. Hey provocation? You are the granddaughter of Mr. Hypnotic Gung, right? Chen Yang asked. Yeah, what's up? Catalyst Lanlan replied arrogantly. Chen Yang smiled slightly and looked around to see no one. Let me give you a pair of characters. Catalyst Lanlan, Without waiting for a reaction, Chen Yang ran to the tea table not far away, picked up the 4 treasures of literature, and wrote. Soon after writing, Chen Yang folded the pair of characters. Here, for you. Aren't you hungry? Let's see if it's useful to you. I'll leave first. After saying that, Chen Yang took Professor Qin back. Catalyzing Lanlan was dumbfounded. Only when Chen Yang's people were gone did he open it resentfully. Couplets. First couplet, small steamed buns, camel hooves, scallops and abalone jellyfish skin. Bottom line, thick cigar, big sausage, cucumber eggplant and elephant muscle. Crosstalk, pick the big ones to eat. This, Chen Yang, Khan stayed eek. Chapter 70, The Final 3 Stones. The task of purchasing jade was not going well for Chen Yang. During this period of time, he had run through all the big and small jade cities and jade stores in Galaxy City. Almost all of the sharp goods were already finished products that had been carved, so price-wise, they were all quite expensive. With $70,000 on hand, Chen Yang definitely couldn't take down any good goods. In this case, he can only change his stone purchase plan. To say this right now can think of the only thing that can make a big difference with a small amount of money. Using a small amount of money to exchange a few times, or even a dozen times the value of the opportunity. It might just be left to gambling on stones. Unless, of course, one day one went out to play and then accidentally tripped over a stone. Fixed his eyes. Crikey, Emperor Green. But that scenario that would be a stretch. There were bad things, and then there were happy things. Other than the mission not going too well, everything else seemed to be fine. Chen Yang's free points had now accumulated to as much as 4,000 points. He now had the feeling of being a tycoon, but for the time being, he still wasn't prepared to spend them frivolously. After all, after the system was upgraded, it was likely that more exchange items would be added, so save it first and use it when necessary. Going online, he checked the largest few gambling quarries in Bank City. Of course, it can't be compared to those super venues in Vietnam and Burma's jadeite public markets. After all, that's where people's jadeite originated from. But on a national scale, the gambling stoneyards in Galaxy City are still considered okay. After sending a Weibo message to Zhao Dezhu, Chen Yang is ready to move forward. It was better to simply gamble and fail. Half an hour later, Zhao Dezhu had a cigarette in his mouth and sat on the passenger side with his butt touching the crotch of his pants. He didn't know where he got another one from and handed it to Chen Yang. Big Yangzi, I say you kid is not a bit of money on the ING float? You also want to play gambling? Not afraid of the money going down the drain? Ah. Chen Yang lit a cigarette, took a drag, and bristled. Did you forget? I know Jade. Zhao Dezhu face suspicious. Carefully look at the brother is not fever. Where do you ing confidence? Ah, when I was a powerful man, there are many bosses looking for me to gamble for fun. Although I do not understand, but I know that thing basically not much to live. Chen Yang smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I know in my heart. After saying that, he started the car. Galaxy City Raw Stone Distribution Center. Chen Yang and Zhao Dezhu got out of the car, and what met their eyes were large and small piles of ores. Some of them were even piled up as high as small mountains. From the looks of it, it was all rough stones that had been chiseled out, and it was impossible to tell if the stones were good or bad. Of course, it was because of this that a gambling value about the stones was developed. Not knowing, that's why it's exciting. Going inside, gradually there were some large stones that were placed individually and had labels attached to them. Chen Yang knew that these would be some of the jade stones that had a more obvious color. Most of the stones that can be sold at a good price, or can be sold at a gambling price, the merchants will list them separately based on their experience. Of course, the price is also more expensive. Measuring its value. Are using a ruler to measure the area, and then measure the stone. Roughly how many bracelets can be cut, how many plaques, how many egg face rings, then add them together and roughly estimate a price. After all, the price of the stone, there is no standard measurement. It is all based on the market at the time. Open the cell phone camera. Let Zhao Dezhu help shoot. Chen Yang began the journey of gambling stone. In fact, the rules here, not as complicated as imagined. Surrounded by all the stones, in addition to the outside of those who look to be the waste of the original stone, the rest, whether it is labeled, or those on the countertop of the original stone, as long as you fancy, you can talk to the boss about the price, then they can cut it for you on the spot. Of course, it's all by sure. If you cut it out and it's just a piece of junk stone inside, then you can only admit it. Chen Yang gained skills, not the kind of golden pupil that can see through everything on TV. He knows that, after all, his skills are knowledge and experience, not supernormal capabilities, that's all. So even if he was proficient in jade detection, that couldn't be a 100% success rate. Choosing carefully and being cautious was the best policy. There are a lot of people inside the distribution center. Almost all of them are people with flashlights and magnifying glasses, carrying small satchels, and they seem to be veterans in the jade business. Gambling on raw stones is to win big with small. With experience, if the success rate can be increased, the profit is still very lucrative. $10,000 of raw stone. It is likely to cut out good material. Then make 2 or 3 emerald bracelets. Change hands can be sold for 30,000 or 40,000, which can be several times the profit. Chen Yang took Zhao Dezhu, one by one screening, then to the camera. Chen Yang began to analyze the various pieces of jade. This piece is not an old pit species at a glance. The material of the new pit. In fact, the jadeite cut out. The chances of appearing green are not very high. Everyone look. This piece of words, according to my guess, it should be the original stone of the Moxisha pit. Very good. Is the price as expensive? 200,000. This piece of stone, the effect of hitting the light is very good. The fluorescence around the color penetrates. It is likely that the seed water is good. In case it is ice, seed will earn. Ouch. This piece, although the price is very cheap, but you see, there is a color band here. The color seems to have seeped in. This piece is actually very much the value of gambling. In case everything comes out, the color is very deep, and keep this outside of the deep green. It is likely to be a knife rich. Chen Yang was like this, selecting the stone while recording the material. In the end, he focused his eyes on 3 stones. One was a stone with color bands on the skin. Just like what was said earlier, it was likely to excise a large area of sunny green. One was from the Moxie sand pit, and according to the light, it was probably an icy emerald. The last piece, on the other hand, was not jadeite, but an authentic Hetian jade seed material with a thick, sugar-colored yellow skin. None of the 3 stones were very big. After all, too big for him to afford. Almost all less than the size of a fist. The price of the original stone, the boss all opened about $60,000. In fact, according to the market price, this kind of stone can ask for higher. But these 3 pieces, in fact, more or less, there are some small problems. These can only be seen by connoisseurs. For example, the last piece of Hetian jade seed, although very rare, but the outer skin sugar color has a black glutinous pit. This small pit may seem like nothing if you just dig it out, but in fact, the fissure under the pit is deeper, and it's likely that after it's cut out, there won't be much of a usable part of the white jade hidden under the yellow skin. That's why the boss gave a lower price. Of course, these Chun Yang has not yet begun to cut the price, but also can be a little lower. Carefully selected. The final is these 3 pieces, and also the most cost-effective and gambling 3 pieces. The remaining problem is that Chun Yang decided, in the end, which one of these 3 pieces of stone to choose to cut. Chapter 71, Why haven't you come back yet? How to choose between the 3 stones. Chun Yang was momentarily indecisive. The advantages and disadvantages of the main 3 stones were pretty much the same. Just like some people, both like lowly, long legs, and white clean sky a reason. Sometimes it's really hard to let go of the obsession. It is said that adults do not make choices. All ing want. Yes, Chun Yang also want. But the bag is shy. A night you can only get a cough, can only buy a stone. In that case, it is going to be all based on experience and prejudgment of the gambling stone. A lot of problems need to be taken into account. Chun Yang knows that. The more it comes to this kind of time, the more patience is needed. Absolutely not unilaterally listen to the Jade boss's misguidance. When you look at a stone, the boss, in order to make a deal as soon as possible, he will definitely say that this piece of other people also fancy. If you do not bid today, then tomorrow to come, certainly no such words. This kind of nonsense. Anyway, Chun Yang certainly do not believe. Taking 3 photos of the stone with his cell phone, he decided to go back and reconsider. On the road, Zhao Dezhu smoked a cigarette and suddenly gave his opinion. Yangzi, to say these 3 stones, my favorite is still the greenest one. Chun Yang froze and asked while driving. Why? As the saying goes, if you want to live well, your hair looks like it's falling back, and if you live well, you always have to bring some green. Chun Yang speechless, the whole half of the day. Zhao Dezhu's basis of choice is actually this. But then again, regardless of other factors for the time being, assuming that all 3 stones could be cut to produce the desired effect, then, it was indeed the piece of moissy sand or with the thin green band that would command the highest price, because it is very likely that it will cut a piece of emperor green color. If a piece of imperial green could be made, then the price would likely soar to hundreds of thousands. Even millions were not impossible. After all, in today's market, people's pursuit of jadeite is really to a very high degree. After going back, Chun Yang will today's mine selection stone video material, edited into a short video. Subsequently, he directly added more, and released it to Shake Tone. After just a few hours, the video's likes as well as comments reached over 10,000. Mainly Chun Yang's video at the end of this installment put up his own selected 3 stones. This then caused the fans to start a frantic discussion. Based on my understanding, surely the one from the mouth of the Moxie Sandyard is the best. Nope, I like Hatian Jade. Brother Changxiang, bully, you picked the one with the pit. One cut is poor, one cut is rich. Brother Changxiang doesn't really want to rely on gambling to make his first bucket of gold, right? If he's really right, then, won't be so cool, right? Don't tell me, if we take a chance, we can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. It's also very likely that the bike will turn into flip-flops. Ha ha ha. Let's not talk about those useless things. This time if the challenge to become stronger fails, what to do? I think, if Brother Changxiang fails, let him live broadcast the challenge to eat upside down. Dog head, upstairs, can't you hope for something good? You're really disgusting. Why do you have to eat? Why not drink urine? 666. Drink juice. I think so. Ha ha ha. Crazy messages in the comments section. Chun Yang was in the background and could no longer read them. One could only look at the ones with higher likes, or the accounts of the same self-media, running to their own comments. Lying in bed at night, Chun Yang silently thought for a while. Indeed, as the comments said, if he chose the right one this time, it would be at least 100,000, hundreds of thousands of growth. That would be another real fortune. At least it was more than a few times more than the marathon's $100,000, which could be more than a few times more. If he could really get millions of dollars, then he could even just rent a bigger place and open a self-media live studio. The house he rented now was fine for doing short videos and whatnot, but for live broadcasting, it was definitely not very convenient. If you make it too loud, it's easy to annoy the neighbors. Chun Yang would have to go live sooner or later, and he had a clear purpose and direction regarding this. The next day, Chun Yang didn't rush to run to the gambling boss, but instead went to find Shin Kai. After all, Shin Kai was a university professor, and in some of the cultural circles in Galaxy City, he was considered to be highly respected and well-connected. To say that these old guys don't play with some cultural antiques, jade and porcelain or whatever, surely no one would believe it. Sister-in-law hasn't come back yet? Chun Yang asked. Yes, she had fun in Shanghai and said that she wants to stay for a few more days. Shin Kai poured tea. Chun Yang nodded and didn't care too much. Older brother, the old people in our association, don't they all play with jadeite and emerald or something? Of course play This group of people, basically every family has one or two pieces of good things. On the catalytic gung, that old guy, you do not look at him on the surface as a folk music. In fact, privately, he is playing jade connoisseur, but also jade carving good hand. Upon hearing this, Chun Yang hurriedly took out the 3 pictures he had taken yesterday. Then can you help me look at these 3? Do you think that one is good? Or find some time, you can let Professor Catalyst Gung give me a look? Shinkai froze. What's the situation? Your kid is playing with jade again? Oh haha, nothing, just itchy hands. Want to get one? Chen Yang laughed. Shinkai looked at Chun Yang suspiciously. Recently this kid gave him more and more surprise. Not only is he great at playing the swana, but he even has a handful of master-level calligraphy. And recently the people inside the association have been clamoring every day for them to ask Chen Yang to come over and let him write a pair. There are even people who want to spend money to buy. Just this matter has not yet had time to say to Chen Yang, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, there are plenty of opportunities in the future. Let those old guys hold back. One can't help but to pay a high price, and then let the little old brother to write for them. Shinkai thought in his heart and said, okay Chen Yang, then don't look for time. Let's go now to urge President Gung's side. While drinking tea, while talking about it, Chen Yang did not expect Shinkai to be so thunderous. Then certainly no opinion Shinkai made a call to Catalyst Gung, and then brought Chen Yang over. 1 hour later, a certain villa area in Galaxy City. Wow, what a big house. Shinkai smiled slightly. Catalyst Gung, this old boy. Other can't. Earning money is a handful. This villa is okay. Wait a while you see the good things in his house. That is more. Chen Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If this is the case, then a few days ago, he really shouldn't be so rude to Catalyze Lan Lan. The seafood couplet that he gave her last time was really hasty. Why don't you wait a bit and give it to her below yourself? Just as an atonement for her sins. Chen Yang followed Shinkai into Catalyst Gung's villa. As soon as he opened the door, Catalyst Gung then came out to welcome him. Old Chin, little Chen, the tea is all brewed. Come in and sit. Catalyst Gung was very enthusiastic. Shinkai and Chen Yang were led to the villa's spacious living room, and just as Chen Yang was about to sit down, he happened to see a cold beam of gaze above his head. He looked up and saw that Catalyst Lan Lan was glaring at him with a blushing face. P.S. Wildfire needs to adjust the rhythm of the plot behind the control. So today less, only 2 more. I'm sorry, the results of the temporary report, already 1,000 collections. Thank you for your recommendations. I'd like to thank you all for your support. Chapter 72, I'll bet there's green on the head here. 1 more. Chen Yang didn't like to be underneath the hypnotizing Lan Lan. Always feel a little bit like not being able to use the energy. No longer pay attention. Anyway, out of sight, out of mind. President quickly poured tea. The 3 simply chatted for a few sentences, and then went straight to the subject. This does not know without understanding. Chen Yang is how to not expect. After obtaining the skill of jade inspection himself, he was a proficient level, so any related issues, almost no obstacles, and Catalyst Gung was surprisingly no less than him, enough to see his knowledge reserves. Speaking of this aspect, Catalyst Gung was just like the day he listened to his oboe. His eyes were glowing and full of complacency. He even showed Chun Yang some of his jade handles. Almost every piece was of fine quality and worth a lot of money. But according to Qin Kai, this seems to be just the tip of the iceberg of his family. Chen Yang sighed in his heart. Indeed, people are more angry than people are. He was worried about a few tens of thousands of dollars. But catalyzing Gung is casually take out the same. Are better than the ones he wants? Catalyst Gung looked at the photos and videos taken by Qin Yang and gave Chun Yang a little advice. Since you want to bet, then simply bet on a piece with the highest ceiling. Anyway, it is possible to lose money or make money when you cut it out. So choosing that piece of moxa that has the potential to cut out an imperial green color is the most appropriate. Chun Yang thought about it for a while and felt that what Hyung Gung said made sense. In fact, doing something like choosing, just look at your starting point is enough. Since you want to choose the most valuable piece, it is natural to pick the one with the highest ceiling to take a shot. Chen Yang didn't want to wait any longer. Since he had decided, he had to do it immediately. Completing the mission was important. He got up and wanted to go straight to the gambling quarry and take that stone first. The two of them, Qin Kai and Catalyst Gung, didn't stop him, but since they had caught up, they definitely wanted to follow and join in the fun. Chen Yang then drove Qin Kai and Catalyst Gung, and went to the gambling quarry. Midway, he also picked up Zhao Dezhu. Hearing that Chen Yang had decided to cut stones, he definitely didn't want to miss it, so he also followed him over. Gambling stone quarry. Ding bell. SMS prompts. Merchant's Bank. You have successfully spent and paid 60,000 yuan. Current balance, 10,000 yuan. Chen Yang swiped his card and paid $60,000 in cash. Holding the stone in his hand that was not yet as big as his fist, he felt a wave of relief. Not to mention, This feeling of swiping a card was much more enjoyable than paying with a cell phone on Jitterbug. Spending money was painful for Chunyang, but spending the money given by the system was not for an important life experience. Anyway, the current brush might not be enough. Chunyang thought that after getting a larger amount of money later, he must brush more. After all, spending money is also a kind of practice. Never spent $60,000 to buy a jadeite raw stone, judgment successful. Never gambled before the age of 31, successful. Reward free points, plus 200 points. Ding! Congratulations, purchase a valuable piece of jade stone task, 1/1, completed. Reward for new talent, flexibility. Reward free points, 500. What? Chen Yang stared blankly at the system screen. This was completed? How could he not expect that the system had already given its verdict even before the stone was cut? Could it be that he had completely overestimated the difficulty of the mission for so many days before? Chen Yang was puzzled in his mind. After thinking for half a day, he suddenly thought of another possibility. Unconsciously, he got a little excited. He had just bought it himself and it prompted the completion of the mission. That most likely means that there must be something inside this stone in his hand. Otherwise, it was impossible for the system to directly determine that his mission had passed. It is hard to believe that this can cut out a very rare imperial green. Chun Yang could not hide his excitement. Even a slightly thicker piece of imperial green pendant. At least a few $100,000 to start with. Will you cut it at my place now, Boss Chen? The owner of the gambling parlor asked with a smile. At this time, this side of the transaction was successful and had already attracted a lot of attention. But whenever stones were cut, there were many people who liked to gather around. After all, such a sense of surprise was actually very capable of satisfying the curiosity of the public. Chen Yang nodded and replied very dryly. Cut it now. A side catalyst gun patted Chen Yang. Chen Yang, you this stone or a certain risk. In fact, if you just want to earn some money, you can first let the master to open a sunroof. Look at the inside of the meat. If it is not bad, you can increase the price to sell. There is no need to take risks. Catalyzing gung, this is the voice of experience now. The meaning of opening a skylight is to use the drilling tool of an electric drill to make a small opening in the skin of the original stone, before it is cut. This allows you to see the texture of the stone inside the outer skin shell without harming the jade itself. Of course, this can only be said to further increase the judgment of the jade, but it is not an absolute certainty of the condition of the interior. There are a lot of people who open the skylight after opening, feel that the stone is very good, and then cut to see, but it is a waste. Therefore, a lot of stone players are to buy back. First open the skylight to try. Once the sunroof open good, feel the internal can, then simply do not cut, but increase the price directly sold. Of course, there is certainly confusion, so everything is up to the gambler himself. The main reason why Catalyst Gung advised Chen Yang is that he feels that the risk of the piece in front of him is a little big. So after opening the skylight, as long as the opening is good, and then increase the price to 70,000 or 80,000 out, make a small fortune or no problem. Chen Yang knows that urging Gung is well-intentioned. However, he was more confident in his interpretation of the system's determination. At least, if this stone was determined by the system to be valuable, then it definitely had its value. Thank you, President Catalyst Gung, for pointing it out, but I still decided to cut it directly, so that it hurts a bit. Catalyst Gung smiled and nodded. Ha, it's true that you are a young man. You have a fierce spirit. Okay, let's see your little Chen's eye power today. Qin Kai, on the other hand, had a worried look on his face as he asked in a low voice, older brother Dayang, are you sure? Chen Yang then smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, old brother, I bet that in this stone, there is green. Yes, it must green him. Zhao Dezhu laughed out loud. Chen Yang took the stone to the front of the stone cutting machine. Taking a pen himself, he drew a cutting line on top of the stone, and he gave the stone cutting master at the gambling parlor a look. Cut according to this line. The master nodded. Seeing that cut stone first, he knew that the young man in front of him was a connoisseur. He then started the motor. After a shrill cutting sound, the cutting knife of the motor stopped rotating. At this time, there were already so many people gathered, paying attention to the result of Chen Yang's cutting this time. This was the usual practice of the gambling quarry. Every time the cutting machine went off, people would come over to watch the fun. Most people were actually more interested in watching the jokes. Chen Yang's stone. Most of the people here had gotten their hands on it at the owner's place. The reason why no one had ever made a bid was because this stone had as many disadvantages as advantages. According to experience, even one or two faults that do not feel right, no one would dare to bet. After all, this was all experience paid for in big tuition fees. Even if it is the material of the mouth of the Moksha field, there are a lot of problems. The good point is that the cutout does not rise or fall. Nothing interesting. Bad point, that is, $60,000 can only get back a T-money. To be cut or completely stopped. The master reached out and picked up the 2 whetstones after cutting. Chapter 73, How It's For. 0. Galaxy City Gambling Stones. When everyone present saw that flash of positive green color, and it was the kind of green that bubbled with the luster of oil, a burst of marveling came. $60,000 for the line of stone gambling. It's really not much, but this is only 60,000 yuan. Actually really cut out the emperor green. Back home, Chen Yang quietly sat on the sofa in silence for a long time. The mood at this time, it hadn't been able to come out of the excitement. He ignored the idea that the owner of the gambling parlor wanted to offer 3 times, or even a higher price to buy back the stone. Even more so, he rejected the requests of the many stone gamblers who had invited those who wanted to bid for it. Chen Yang, with a calm expression, put the stone into his pants pocket, then took Xiao de Zhuqing Kai and Catalyze Gung to leave. A dashing batch. After having the 2 skills of jade inspection and jade carving mastery, Chen Yang understood the value of this piece of imperial green too well. The area of pure green color was almost the size of 2 thumbs put together, and the thickness was just enough to make a plaque pendant. According to the pure degree of this piece of green, in fact, do not need any too strong knowledge reserves, just need to go online to check. A piece of imperial green pure pendant child is probably what price to know. According to Chen Yang's estimation, if this stone is made into a guanyin or Buddha head, the price would be at least $300,000 to start with. If the jade carving process is quite outstanding, then I am afraid that it will double. This money also came a little too fast. It's not that he hasn't seen the world, but anyone who has been hit by a lottery ticket, more or less, will be excited for a while. Of course, excitement to excitement, but not to the point of forgetting what they should do, their own goals and plans, or must be implemented step by step. Chen Yang knows that he is still a long way from real wealth. There is still a great distance. Want to really live that kind of life, driving a luxury yacht, a large number of young ladies for you to dance square dance, still need to continue to work hard. Anyway, the goal is very ambitious. In the YY he is about to earn hundreds of thousands of cash, such as the use and distribution. Chen Yang then cared about the system rewards. The free points had accumulated to 4,700 points. In addition, another flexibility talent had been added. Chen Yang looked at his own body. It seemed to be really stiff. If he could improve his flexibility in the future, he should be able to unlock a lot of poses. This was quite a practical talent. However, since the system was updated and the function of free point exchange was opened, it seems like the number of times the system rewards random skills for judging and completing quests is much less. Seriously, he was really afraid that in case the next update, the system would come straight to the point that from now on, only free points would be rewarded, and everything else would need to be obtained by free point exchange. Then he would really be speechless. After all, the completion judgment was really a bit difficult to get, and he had only saved up 4,700 points for so long. He would need to exchange skills, talent points, and possibly other things later on. According to this rhythm, is not really enough. So, it was the same as before. There are happy things, there will be bad things. It's true that what you think comes to you. Ding! System alert. The current version has been updated to version 3.5. Please wait, continue updating and optimizing. Ding! System prompt. The current version has been updated to the 4.0 major version. The update modifications are as follows. 1. Adjusted the content of the rewards. From this moment onwards, it is judged that only free points are rewarded, and skills need to be exchanged for free points to be obtained randomly. 2. Future system cash rewards will be issued along with the tasks and set the scope of use. 3. New exchange items have been added. 500 free points can be exchanged for random talents in addition to skills. Also, the type of talent is randomized. 4. From this moment onwards, the upper limit value and level of talent attributes are optimized. The current level will remain unchanged, and the points will be measured by the system. If there is any error, it will be returned in free points. Also, the system will cancel the 2 talents of weight/body hair, so you can rely on yourself. Also, the upper limit of the talent will follow the current human physique, so reach the limit of the terminal. Tip over. Refresh panel. Talents levels points current level upper limit. Temperament, LV, 777/ Face, LV, 777/ Physical strength, LV5, 4396/5000. Endurance, LV5, 4396/5000. Strength, LV3, 2200/3000. Bounce, LV2, 1500/2000. Flexibility, LV1, 0/1000. Agility, LV2, 1500/2000. Hearing, LV2, 1500/2000. Sight, LV2, 1500/2000. Eloquence, LV2, 1500/2000. Lung capacity, LV5, 4396/5000. Memory, LV2, 1500/2000. Logical thinking, LV2, 1500/2000. Vocal range, LV2, 1500/2000. System return error, 300 free points. Total free attribute points, 5000. System cash balance, 10,000 yuan. System task, shake fans reach 500,000 people. Current progress, 18W/50W. System exchange, skill class/talent class, also, 500 free points at a time. System other, waiting for update in progress. Over. Holy. Looking at the densely packed system panel, Chen Yang had the feeling of wanting to vomit blood. Moreover, this 4.0 major version change was just like what he had just thought. And surprisingly, it really only rewarded free points. Everything after that would require free points to be redeemed in order to obtain them. This rather seemed relatively simple and clear, but it seemed like for himself, there wasn't much benefit. Of course, to say that there was an absolute disadvantage, there was actually nothing. It was only that one would have to work harder to obtain points in the future, and then not only use it to exchange skills, but also to increase their natural attributes at the same time. Otherwise, if one only focused on exchanging it without increasing their talent ceiling, then a lot of awesome skills might not be usable. This amount of tasks in the future really was even greater. But what really made Chen Yang want to curse was this attribute panel after the finer details. Your ass. All the other attributes have levels and caps. But what the hell is that face value and temperament piece of yours? No upper limit? It's hard to believe that in the future, you really want to be handsome throughout the universe? The next morning, the sun shone brightly. The weather was already slightly cold. After all, Galaxy City is a southern city. Otherwise this season, in the north I'm afraid it's already almost snowing. Chen Yang hadn't seen a few snowfalls, but he was yearning for it. If he could have the opportunity, he wanted to go and feel the scenery of the north. He shrank under the blanket and thought, when he earned more money, he should go to the north to experience it himself. By then, he would surely have completed a lot of system judgments. Never built a snowman, never had a snowball fight, never skied, never played with an ice truck, and never saw the ice light world in Ha City. Oh yeah, in Shakeology, he seemed to have seen a fruit called frozen pear. Never ate it. Anyway, one day when he really couldn't finish his judgment, he decided to just go to the northeast to have a good time. Or buy a house over there. It was rumored that there was a place called Hugon where one could buy a set for $20,000. One could get several sets now. Wrapping the covers up. He didn't really want to get up that quickly. It wasn't really that he was afraid of the cold or lazy. Mainly he was holding his pee right now, counting the time. It's been almost 20 hours since last night. How come the system hasn't moved yet? After another hour. Chow. It's going to crack. After washing up, Chen Yang edited the material from the last installment of his stone gambling into a video. It included the entire process of him finally selecting the stone and then cutting it. The final piece of tempting imperial green was shown at the end of the video. Everything is completed. Click to publish. P.S. Thank you all for your recommendations and favorites and chapter reviews. Wildfire thanks you. Chapter 74. What do you care what I do? Chen Yang now had only $10,000 of operating expenses left in his hand. So this last installment of the video of gambling on stones, he didn't have kryptonite to promote it. After all, there were already 180,000 fans now. After the work was released, there was still a certain reaction. Without letting his fans down, he succeeded in the challenge again this time. Granted, unlike the marathon, this time it was all about luck. But no matter what, from the initial band, to the marathon, to the gambling stone challenge, Chen Yang had never failed. And this gradually allowed the fans to form a mentality. It was as if but whatever brother Changsheng challenged, no matter what it was, it would never fail. Of course, in addition to some marvels and likes in the comment section, the questioning and trolling remained. And the number of people was even higher compared to when he had filmed the marathon before. The comments section was full of people who thought they saw through everything. This time it's a real tease for fools. I believe all of the previous ones, but this one about gambling on stones is fake at first glance. I think brother Chang Chang and the gambling stone boss conspired, right? The stones were prepared long ago, just like those outdoor treasures, burying and digging by themselves. Don't get into this nonsense. Why don't you dare to broadcast live? Brother Chang Xiang, I'm asking you if you dare to sell this stone? If you have the ability to find a fool who is willing to pay $300,000, we will say that you are awesome. Chen Yang could understand that some people did not believe in the authenticity of the video. After all, no one stipulated that the content of a video had to be true. It was true that there were a lot of such jittery accounts where the video content was acted out according to the text story. But Chen Yang knew that he was different from them. From the very beginning of formulating the direction of the Shake voice style, he knew that he would definitely embark on a path full of challenges. So, even if some people sour themselves now, it didn't matter. time would prove everything, and when the time was right, everything would be solved once he started his own live broadcast. In addition, for the current hand of this stone, Chen Yang is not in a hurry to make the first bucket of gold. This matter, he asked to Qin Kai and catalyze Gung Tu old brother. After all, they have a wide range of contacts and know many powerful players. He had two options to choose from. One is to directly sell the cutout small pieces of Emperor Green, maybe $200,000 or $300,000, or you can personally carve it into a nice Buddha head pendant, probably at a higher price. However, the problem is that in the jade carving business, it is necessary to have a certain reputation. What kind of work? What kind of jade carvers work? What kind of place? It's all a different price. If it's one of those top jade carvers who has won the National Jade Carving Heavenly Work Award, then the $300,000 stone, after they've been through the process, will be the best jade carver in the world. That $300,000 stone, through their hands, could probably be bought for $600,000. Chen Yang purposely searched the internet for the Jade Carving Heavenly Work Award works in recent years. Indeed, they were all quite impressive. These works were not only amazing in terms of technique, but were even more impeccable from an artistic perspective. Chen Yang based on his muscle memory. He felt that from a technical point of view, as long as he had the same jade material, he would also be perfectly capable of carving these works from the Heavenly Works Award. But from an artistic level, it might not be possible if he allowed himself to be original. This was because he only had the skills of a master jade carver in terms of techniques and tricks, but had no skills for the creative aspect of artistic painting. So right now, Chen Yang wanted to personally carve this piece of imperial green into a piece that could be sold for an awesome price. It may still need some time to settle down, at least until he made a name for himself in the jade carving business, or participated in some jade carving competitions, before he could realize his own carving value. And it also depended on whether or not one had the luck to draw a hair about painting or art creation type skills. Right now, at most, the hands work well without fame. According to the Meow drawing tiger, no problem. So Chen Yang decided, since he has no fame, carving things are not worth money, then it is better not to carve for the time being. Directly sell the good villa area. The second time I came to the residence of the catalyst Gung, Chen Yang still sighed in his heart. Rich is really damn good. In fact, as a single dog, for the living environment, there is really no high demand. As long as there is a more independent space, go to the toilet to bathe and play with a pistol to throw the plane, do not be disturbed on the line. Chen Yang once thought so, but in the end, which man's heart? There is no dream of an awesome villa? Pockets with imperial green stones. Chen Yang into the villa. Please catalyze the Gung president to help himself out of the jade thing. In fact, according to Catalyze, the Gung social circle is not difficult to find, so simply send the stone directly over. Put Catalyst Gung here, let those who want to buy directly on the hand to see on the line. This is more convenient. Once the transaction, then let the Catalyst Gung directly notify himself on the OK. After all, he is now a newcomer to the Artists Association, and it is right to take care of him. The one who opened the door was Catalyst Lan Lan. Still white and proud little face, small mouth pursed as if smeared with honey. How come it's you again? What else are you doing here? Chen Yang hemmed and hawed. What do you care what I do? It's not like I'm doing it with you anyway. Catalyst Lan Lan seemed to sneer. Humph, if you really do it with me. You pervert. The little ninja just realized that this is not right. What a lewd dead fat man. Catalyzing Lan Lan's face reddened. She turned around and went inside. Chen Yang came to the hall and met. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Chen Yang was ready to hand over the jade to him. Catalyst Gung seemed to be in the mood, wanting to show Chen Yang the jade collection in his study, as well as some of the ornaments he had carved himself. Go to my study, put your jade in my display cabinet, and by the way, I'll show you my treasures again. Oh, good, Chen Yang replied. Lan, Catalyst Gung shouted towards the upstairs room. Bring a plate of fruits and snacks to my study, and by the way, help Chen Yang put the jade into the display cabinet. After Catalyst Gung finished speaking, he looked at Chen Yang with a smile. You go up with Lan first, I'll go and get a jar of good tea. It's a rare day today, let's talk more. Since the hospitality was hard to resist, Chen Yang had to agree. He went up to the second floor. He is seeing Catalyzing Lan glaring at himself. The little girl is really holding a grudge. However, this white face and slim body type is quite rare. What are you looking at? Catalyzing Lan stopped Chen Yang's lewd eyes. Take the fruit and follow me. Chen Yang was speechless. Just now, your grandfather clearly asked you to serve it. Good men don't fight with women, right? Chen Yang was helpless. Walking to the front, picking up the fruits and snacks with both hands, he followed her to Catalyst Gung's study. Pushing open the luxurious wooden door, Chen Yang froze. Which is the study in here? Is simply a jade exhibition pavilion. Both sides were full of all kinds of beautiful cabinets, which contained a wide array of jade works. Such a beautiful exhibition cabinet that he could not bear to put the plate in his hand on it. All in all, it was quite shocking. It was true that his own understanding of rich people was still too superficial. Where are your things? Catalyzing Lon Lon asked. Chen Yang responded, just holding the plate with both hands, unable to vacate. It's down there, please. While saying this, Chen Yang raised his head. Catalyst Lanlan's eyes were disgusted and full of reluctance, but still squatted down and stretched out her hand. Where is it? Oh, here, open it. This? Hypnotizing Lanlan, she crouched down and unzipped the bag. Right here, pull it out. Catalyst Lanlan extended her jade hand, reached inside, and pulled something out. So small? Chen Yang was embarrassed. Aha, it's a little small, but it's enough. Please help me with it. A little faster. I'm quite tired of this end. Che catalyzed Lanlan with a contemptuous grunt. Subsequently, she took out Chen Yang's Emperor Green Stone, found an empty spot and placed it in. After doing so, Catalyst Lanlan pushed the door out, just as Catalyst Gung walked in with the tea. Ha ha, how about it, little old brother Chen Yang? This collection of mine is not bad, right? The corner of Chen Yang's eyes jumped. It was true that Ginger was still old and hot. This pretending kung fu was much better than himself. What the hell is this, okay? It's clearly too good, okay? One side of the cabinet. I'm afraid it can be exchanged for a suite of rooms in Shanghai City. Chapter 75, A Literary Barbershop. The night breeze was slightly cool. Chen Yang drove his car on the way back. The smoke exhaled from his mouth drifted into the distance along the half-open car window. The Galaxy City at night was even more fascinating than during the day. He had chatted with Catalyst Gung all afternoon and had told him the price level he expected in his mind. Catalyst Gung smiled and said that this price was no problem, and he should be able to find a buyer soon. For his help, Chen Yang was very grateful. Eventually, at the request of Catalyst Gung, he wrote 2 calligraphy posters. According to the words of Catalyst Gung, this belongs to the expected collection. He concluded that Chen Yang would sooner or later reach the top of the road in calligraphy, or art, so collecting a few pieces of work in advance before he became famous, that was something else. Chen Yang certainly will not be stingy, all as a thank you to the other party to give his help, but also have to admire the vision of the Catalyst Gung. Although Chen Yang's name is not known, but it is true that his calligraphy is not baked by fame. Rather, it was a solid master level. Returned to the neighborhood where he lived and put the car quite well. Chen Yang looked at his cell phone. It should not be time for Zhao Dezhu to come out of the stall. He did not go upstairs, but walked out of the neighborhood. In the neighborhood of Zhao Dezhu's night stall, he wandered around for a while. Finally, he found a barber store. It was a proper hair salon, the kind that really cut hair. The barber store is very small, mainly opened in the old district of the street side. The environment would like to good is also quite difficult. You can see the small space inside through the window. There is only one seat for haircutting, and a pool for washing hair. Business is not good, Chen Yang do not know, but the price is absolutely cheap. It is posted on the window glass. Washing, cutting and blowing 15 yuan. With this kind of barber store, you shouldn't be forced to get a card or anything. Took a look at the rotating colorful light box. Chen Yang felt that this sign could be a remnant from a previous era. The cheesy store named Chong Fei Barbershop. Opening the door of the store that wasn't shoulder width wide, Chen Yang walked in. As soon as he probed, he was greeted with a smell of burnt hair. Fixed eyes to see. Good guy. Around the wall, fancy plastered full of postmodernism on the hair art of unique photos. Chen Yang also vaguely remember their names, which is from the Renaissance countryside non-mainstream. Yo ho, handsome man, please come in. That washing, cutting and blow drying? An extremely magnetic voice came out. Unlike Zhao Dezhu's kind of brash voice, this voice, sultry and low. Chen Yang froze on the spot. No matter how one thought about the owner of this voice, he should be a mature and stable normal male. But this super scion in front of him right now, what the hell is he? Opposite, a tall, thin man was using an ironing board, ironing down his flailing hair. The long hairline covered half of his face. He was styling himself while looking at Chen Yang. At this moment, a hint of withdrawal sprang up inside Chen Yang. It was true that when one was greedy for cheapness, such unexpected things would happen. After all, you still have to go out and meet people. This damn if you give yourself a renaissance as well, wouldn't that be? And so on. Chen Yang's eyes stared. If that was the case, it seemed like the judgment could be completed. He had really never possessed such a literary look before. But he touched his hair, struggling internally. All fat like this. Do you think you have the right to choose a normal person's hairstyle? Do you deserve it? Look at your hair now. It climbs down like, you've got to get it up. Chen Yang sat his ass down on the stool. Cut your hair. The tall, thin man put down the perm board and walked behind Chen Yang. Looking at Chen Yang's hair, he asked, how do I cut it? Shorter, or just trim it? Although he himself was a non-mainstream, he still treated his guests in a moderate manner. Having been engaged in barbering for so many years, he had suffered from a handful of discrimination and lack of understanding. Similar to Chen Yang's strange eyes, he had seen a lot, but he didn't even care too much. He always did what he liked and pursued, never looking at the eyes of outsiders. And as long as the guests want a good haircut, can make a living on the line, maintaining individuality, that was the #1 priority. After all, his motto was, "A man who cries, true love is invincible." Only, before he was ready to move his clippers, he saw the fat man in front of him shake his head, then stretched out his hand, pointed to his head. The thin man froze, completely unsure of what the other party meant. "You, what do you mean? Give me one just like this one of yours." "Ha!" The man completely froze. This request, it seemed like the first time he had heard it since the time he got his hair cut. He fixed his eyes on Chen Yang. This man wasn't sick, was he? Surprisingly wanting one just like himself? "I'm afraid he's not a fool, right, handsome boy? Are you sure?" Chen Yang nodded. "Of course I'm sure. I want you to have this one. It has to make my hair branch out." The man stayed for a while, then his eyes moistened. "The heavens are above. I really didn't expect to meet a noble brother in this life." Although too many years had passed, but he still couldn't forget the glorious moment when he was the 13 young men of the first district. If it wasn't for the fact that the internet cafe at the east end of the village had been converted into an internet cafe, the internet fee was too damn expensive. It wouldn't have caused his family to fall apart. In the end, he was the only one left, fighting the enemy's entire noble guild alone. Still remember that was his last battle. Although he lost, he was still honored. This is the exclusive memory of being an upper-class noble. Good. Today, we must give this dude the most handsome burial hairstyle ever. Then it started to get busy. Chen Yang, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and started recording in front of the mirror. What a great video clip. Can't let it go. 1 hour later. Ding. Never dented the Renaissance country non-mainstream look, judged successful. Freedom point reward, 250 points. Chen Yang looked at the mirror and saw the cool, hanging hairstyle. He nodded his head in satisfaction. The appreciation was over. Chen Yang pulled out $15. "Bro, should have said no. There are 2 tricks." The tall thin man lifted his hair, his eyes excited. "No, big brother, no need to pay. Count this time as a gift from me." Chen Yang was confused. There was such a good thing? He hurriedly took back the money. "Ouch, how can that be good? Big brother, just because you like this hairstyle, from now on, if you come to my place, I will only charge you $10. Chen Yang felt guilty in his heart. He was going to shave it all off tomorrow. "That's fine, brother. I live nearby. I will come often in the future. Get to know each other. My name is Chen Yang." The man shook Chen Yang's hand and hemmed and hawed. "Big brother, my last name is Sure. This store name is my name opened." And Chen Yang was stunned. It was as if he had thought of something. "Brother, so your name is..." "That's right, Sure Shangfei. Ha ha ha. Crap, good name." The roadside stalls began to open one after another. Zhao Dezhu was still the same wild and lazy look. He was about to take out a cigarette to wake up. A man, who seemed to have been hit by a lightning bolt, walked slowly. Chapter 76, Crazy Redemption, one more. The newly created statue was insanely ridiculed by Zhao Dezhu. Chen Yang had a face of contempt and disbelief. In his opinion, Zhao Dezhu's usual image was no better than his current one, but what he didn't expect was that he had seen the origin of his look at a glance. It came from the Renaissance flying on there, enough to see that this barber store must be famous in this area. According to Zhao Dezhu's words, it would be hard not to know about his styling when he walks back and forth every day. Afterward, Chen Yang and Zhao Dezhu talk about serious things. According to his estimation, Catalyzing Gun should soon be able to sell his piece of Imperial Green. The price he had in mind for Catalyst Gun was that it would be best to sell it for more than $400,000. Since he was able to pat his chest and agree, that proved that it must be a sure thing. Chen Yang now has $50,000 in cash on hand, and when added together, it's almost $400,000 to $500,000. Although it is not much, but this money is really enough to start the first bucket of gold. If there is no money in hand before, there is no need for any plan for the time being. But now that you have it in your hand, you definitely need Chen Yang to think about how to reasonably dispose of it and let yourself go further. Not only was it to improve his own self-media, he was thinking about how he could make his wealth continue to climb before he could do so. Right now, it wouldn't be too far from the time when he would start his own live broadcast. He might need to rent a place first, one that was in good enough condition to allow him to broadcast live without fear. A place where you can broadcast live? Zhao Dezhu pondered and touched his head. That's fine. I'll let third sister ask for you later. Chen Yang nodded. Okay, talk to third sister. It's best to be cheaper. That's no problem. Don't worry, this matter is wrapped up in me. After all, Yuzhu brother, I was also a reigning lesser milk killer back in the day, and I know a lot of chartered women. That's not a few, Zhao Dezhu said proudly. Chen Yang sighed in his heart. For the first time, he felt that knowing rich women is not without its benefits. The next day early in the morning, Chen Yang went to Shi Shangfei's place and shaved off his non-mainstream. Shi Shangfei had a puzzled look on his face. Could it be that he was unsatisfied with his burial aristocrat look? Brother Yang, why shave it off? You believe me, as long as you go out with this set of cockles, absolutely genuine aristocratic lineage. Chen Yang had a black line on his face. In his heart, don't be aristocratic. This morning in the elevator, just happened to run into a woman with a child. As a result, the child saw himself. Wow, a cry. Said he saw Godzilla monster. Alas, shave it. I'm not very convenient for this job. After all, I have to eat. Moving out the excuse of work, Shi Shangfei then nodded his head full of understanding. Indeed, it was like this. In real life, it was too hard to Renaissance. Brother Daon must have had a hard time disguising himself. While thinking, Shi Shangfei held the scissors in his hand as if they were dancing in his hand, swishing and spinning. That technique was as magnificent as Little Lee's flying dagger in the movie. Chen Yang watched in awe. This Shi Shangfei playing with scissors seems to have something. 3 times, Chen Yang's hair was cut refreshing. Chen Yang wanted to give money. Shi Shangfei once again refused. Brother Daong, knowing that you usually disguise yourself as hard, how can little brother accept this money from you? Chen Yang was dumbfounded. How to scold someone? What am I pretending? Am I hypocritical? While tucking the dozen or so dollars away, he sighed. Alas, Shangfei, add a friend. I'll treat you to dinner tonight sometime. Okay, I'll be free tonight. Hungry. Chen Yang was helpless. This is also too damn honest. This person is worth deep friendship. Back home, Chen Yang started making a new installment of short videos. He posted his latest challenge of non-mainstream hairstyle from last night. Content always needed some excess and flavorings. It was still okay to edit a few of these funny videos up before the next intense and exciting challenge arrived. Of course, this was also to give him some time to procrastinate, so that he could think about the content material for the next challenge to get stronger as soon as possible. Now that his own fans were growing exceptionally fast, he gradually no longer needed a large amount of kryptonite. Hundreds and thousands of new students were following every day. At this pace, Chen Yang felt that he only needed to be in the process of recording the next marathon like explosive video content. One should be able to move towards 300,000 followers. After drumming for the whole morning, Chen Yang finally did decide to take a break. He glanced at his current free points. The current number of free points had accumulated 250 points. Chen Yang wanted to exchange skills a few times today to take a random look. The system ruled that it no longer rewarded skills, so if he wanted to do more, he could only rely on point extraction. System tip: skills and talents are redeemed randomly. Need to consume 500 free points. Is it a draw? Redeem random skills once. The system is randomizing skills for you. Randomization complete. Congratulations, you have obtained the bicycle repair skill. Proficient level. Bicycle? Chen Yang sighed. It would have been better if it was a motorcycle. At the very least, motorcycle repair felt a bit more forced. After feeling the muscle memory for a moment, Chen Yang continued to extracting. Redeeming random skill. Once. System tip: received. Have consumed 500 free points and are in the process of randomizing skills for you. Congratulations, you have obtained a language skill. French, proficient level. I'll go. This one works. Chen Yang finally showed a happy face. It was true that the more times one draws, the higher the probability of drawing a good one. This time, it was finally a more satisfying and practical one that could be pretentious. Language was a skill that he had always wanted to have, not to mention French, which was difficult to learn. English, in today's society, basically can put on 2 sentences. Well, speak actually not too rare, but if you can know a few more languages, then you will be able to go out and get a better look. Chen Yang felt the muscle memory information of French proficiency pouring into his mind. He felt that he could be a French teacher now, or it wouldn't be a problem to be a translator. Of course, he couldn't do it except for the top national level translator. At that level, probably not at the proficient level. It would have to be at least a master level or a national treasure level of French skills. However, Chen Yang definitely wasn't prepared to be a translator, so the language was already completely sufficient at the proficient level. Bang in. A class sleepy sunshine. Imiko wow stockings? Buy is save. Chen Yang tried speaking a few sentences in French. Crap. It felt like a fluke. Feeling like I'm bursting with luck today. Then surely he had to draw a few more times while he had the chance. Anyway, there were still over 4,000 free points, so there was no problem drawing 2 more. Keep redeeming once, Chen Yang said. System tip: 500 free points have been deducted, and are randomizing skills for you. Congratulations, You have obtained the service industry skill, hotel service management, master level. Chen Yang was dumbfounded. I didn't expect to draw a service industry, or hotel management. If one wanted to apply for a job as a lobby manager in a 5-star hotel or something, it would be useful. Muscle memory information was madly input into his mind. He instantly gained a new understanding of the glamorous hotel industry, including all aspects of the hotel's operations, between departments and divisions, and so on. Not to mention, it seemed like he had never stayed in a 5-star hotel before. Find a chance to definitely try it, he thought in his mind. Having already drawn 3 skills, Chen Yang felt that it wasn't quite enough. Let's make it 2,000 free points and draw again. Keep redeeming, Chen Yang said. System tip, 500 free points have been deducted, and are randomizing skills for you. Congratulations, you have obtained the literary dance class skill, street dance, master level. Also, due to the special nature of the skill, your current physical talent has not yet reached the level of the skill, so you cannot perform all of it for now. Tip, you need to upgrade your flexibility, agility, and strength talents to optimize the skill. Hint, need to upgrade the flexibility, agility, strength talents to optimize the skill. Current free point balance, 3,250 points. Chen Yang froze. I'll go. Street dance, chapter 77, truly the best on earth. 2 more. The skill street dance was drawn. It was something Chen Yang never expected. If one were to say that in one's youthful years, apart from music, the talent that best represented youthfulness, that would definitely be street dance. With the continuous development of social entertainment media, Chen Yang knew that nowadays, street dance was not as unappreciated as it used to be. Entertainment programs, including hip-hop rap, street dance, and so on, were all beginning to emerge in an endless stream. When he was in high school and college, he was super envious of those students who could write and fight. Not only is the music play well, street dance is also jumping cool diaization. Every time the school's club activity show time, those wearing Tide brand, in the above crackle a muscle wild shock students, often lead to the scene of female students screaming. Of course, the reason why street dance can develop rapidly, there was definitely still the credit of those traffic stars in this. Whether the dance is good or not is not important. Anyway, handsome is finished. Street dance is not to be handsome. Muscle memory. A tidal wave of madness surged into Chen Yang's brain, as well as his limbs, heart, lungs and various organs. It was obvious to feel. This time, this skill of street dance had a much larger amount of content than all the other skills in the past. That's why the fusion also took much longer. But more than that, it wasn't the theoretical information, but the muscle's mastery of dance habits. After all, dance was body language, and it required listening to music. Therefore, Chen Yang needed to fuse all parts of his musculature and to have a habitual stress response to the music. Let's say, a street dancer would hear a drum beat, and immediately his muscles would vibrate accordingly, and he would be able to jam to the rhythmic points very habitually. These were the years and years of practice, which allowed the body to create a habitual muscle memory. Chen Yang must, little by little, allow his muscles to adapt. After all, this time, the street dance skill transfer had more types of dances. Popping mechanical dance, breaking floor action, might have to be a boy, locking lock dance, and finally hip-hop. It's not easy to adapt to all 4 at once. Of course, just like what the system explained before. Currently, his physical talent was not enough to fully bring out the master-level street dance completely. Chen Yang's lung capacity, endurance and physical ability were all quite good in this current body. After all, it was already someone who could run a marathon with quite impressive results. However, other aspects of talent were still lacking. For example, having just obtained flexibility, he had barely added any points to upgrade it yet. It was currently still stuck at LV1. Dancing, body flexibility was important. Popping and breaking, both of which required great flexibility of the body. A lot of skillful movements. If the body's tendons stretch not open, very stiff, it's basically impossible to do these moves. In addition, his strength is still not quite enough. Here is the target is the strength of each part of the muscle. A lot of floor movements need to be the strength of each part of the body with the coordination of the body. So, after absorbing the street dance skills, Chen Yang knew his own theory of street dance, his awareness and interpretation of listening to music, as well as the operation of battle when competing PK, including the creativity of choreography moves and movements, and so on. This had all reached the master level, but the only thing was the body. There might be some moves that could only be thought of for the time being, but the body couldn't keep up. Chen Yang had some excitement. He felt as if all the cells in his body were filled with rhythm. Now as long as a piece of music was played immediately, he could dance out very handsomely. Searching for a random street dance song, Chen Yang played it on his cell phone. He then danced an impromptu freestyle popping mechanical dance right in the room. Although some of the movements were not up to perfection, But at this moment, Chen Yang danced something that had completely surpassed most of the newbies in terms of body texture. It was mainly because Chen Yang was relatively fat. The muscle vibration of popping was sometimes what was needed to shake off the meat to achieve the effect. Chen Yang fit right in. So at the moment, his popping was still very good. It would not be a problem to start a class and become a teacher. After some ecstasy and wild dancing, Chen Yang panted and lay on the sofa. If he had acquired this skill a year or two earlier, maybe he would have been able to participate in the variety show of the time. That pimple is all street dance. But it didn't seem like it was too late now. Maybe a new season would come out at some point and one could participate. In the afternoon, Chen Yang actually received a call from Qin Kai. Said he wanted him to go to the house for dinner. Originally, Chen Yang was not too keen on going. After all, he still had to think about the content of the next video material in a hurry. And the subsequent live broadcast venture, there are a lot of trivial things that need to be prepared. It is even more important to do some planning and organizing. However, Qin Kai said a reason he cannot be decisive. Aya by Aya, sister-in-law is back. Haven't seen you for a few days. You look beautiful again. Chen Yang looked at Xu Shuang, who opened the door for him, and gave a snub. When Xu Shuang saw Chen Yang, she was also full of redness and glistening eyes. Daon, don't come in yet. Okay, sister-in-law, I'm coming in. Chen Yang followed Xu Shuang through the door. At this time, Qin Kai was busy in the kitchen and looked back at Chen Yang. Then laughed. You kid can have a blessing today. Your old brother I personally cook. Taste my handiwork. Ha ha, that's a must. Chen Yang gave Qin Kai a nodding gesture. Soon, the meal was served. Qin Kai had made quite a lot of delicious food today. It was obvious that his wife had returned and was more exuberant, probably holding it in for too long. Here, Daon, eat more braised meat. Xu Shuang set the braised pork near Chen Yang, and then used her chopsticks to clip some green bok choy for Qin Kai's bowl. As Qin Kai ate, he casually launched into a whine. Humph, you know to care about me at this time. You let Daon talk about it. You really didn't have a lot of fun on this trip to Shanghai and the sea. You almost forgot about me, right? Xu Shu pursed her lips, said with a smile. Not a smile, I'm not just in the daughter of a few more days. See you anxious, know that you also want to go, but you cannot go to school classes. That can do? Humph, that's nice to hear. Qin Kai skimmed his mouth, and then looked at Chen Yang. Look at your sister-in-law. This go out to play. Leave us alone at home. I'm a few days to run the household. Busy knee is 4 feet to the sky. I've been busy these past few days with the housework, but I've just come back. Chen Yang grubbing rice. Heart, huh? I do not know who, a few days ago, pulled himself to the western suburbs to play a day. That is not happy Also drink tea fishing. Almost did not participate in the women's folk orchestra. If it is not their own stop, maybe the night cannot come back. I'm sure I can't tell my sister-in-law about this. Just, Xu Shuang suddenly looked at Qin Kai for no reason. His eyes complained and came up with a sentence. Humph, what's wrong with you being on all fours? La mama, I have been so many years. Wasn't there more times when I was on all fours to you? At that time, I also didn't see you feeling sorry for me, asking me if I'm tired. And every time, I'm still quite energized. I was afraid that the air would instantly go quiet. No need to feel wrong. The words were already damn wrong. Chen Yang awkwardly glanced at Qin Kai. Good lord, so old brother Qin Kai likes this kind of posture. After eating, Chen Yang drove back. There's no way out. There was still a late night snack to eat, because I promised Sher Shangfei that I would treat him to something at night. This promised people, can't let them off the hook. And he went there to cut hair. Twice did not receive their own money. Do not return the favor, but also feel strange embarrassed. Almost 11 o'clock at night. Finally waited for Zhao Dezhu to come out of the stall. Chen Yang sent WeChat to Sher Shangfei, told him the address of Zhao Dezhu's stall. After all, it's not far away, so I know where it is. When Chen Yang went over, Zhao Dezhu just happened to push out the fried rice stall car. Why did you come over so early today? Zhao Dezhu asked with a cigarette in his mouth. Oh, I'm introducing a buddy to you today. Chen Yang eyes bright. Zhao Dezhu froze. Then his eyes narrowed. It won't be that Shangfei who gave you a concave look, right? Chen Yang laughed. Yes, you guessed it? Zhao Dezhu skimmed his mouth and took a puff of smoke. He pointed behind Chen Yang. It's not guessing, it's seeing. Look behind you. Renaissance, he's here. Chen Yang turned back, only to see the direction of the barber store in the distance. A man with a tall and thin body, topped with a cool Diaoza Tian's cocktail hairstyle, slowly walking towards the side. Everywhere he went, there were astonished looks and exclamations. A pair of leather shoes that were even more pointed than Zhao Dezhu's, small suit pants that half exposed his ankles, and a delicate clipper pinned to the waist of the pants, plus the Air Force jacket with hair on the shoulders on his body. Stylish, elegant, and embodied the unique upper class of the aristocratic circle. At this moment, everyone at the roadside stall looked at him. Chen Yang and Zhao Deju couldn't help but sigh with newborn exclamations. Truly the best on earth. Sure Shangfei ah. Chapter 78, finally starting to misbehave, 3 more. Chen Yang and Zhao Deju Shi Shangfei put together a table. One person of fried rice. In the next door Wu Dingyang's house to get a few fried tofu. Then go to the street barbecue. Ordered barbecue and 10 strings of big waist. The last plus 3 bottles of beer. There was nothing formal. There is no special preoccupation. The 3 of them just ate and drank naturally. This was what Chen Yang found most enjoyable. This was not quite the same as before when Xu Mingjie Xiaohua and the others came together to eat here. The 3 of them were originally in this society. The most ordinary Jianghu people. Smoke and fire is not something rare. But is there home cooking? It was not that Xu Mingjie and Xiaohua were bad. Chen Yang also liked them. But really it was the environment that isolated the dining table from the distance. That's all. After 3 rounds of wine, bamboo sticks are all over the floor. Belonging to the best state of men's party. Is slightly drunk when talking about their years of parents. Zhao Deju was naturally the first to brag. Sure Shangfei, little Fei Fei. I'll tell you, your brother Zhumi back then, that was a character like a dragon in the river. After finishing saying how he was how to steal the show back then, mesmerizing the young woman next door, and how to make the female policewoman female boss kneel down under his amazing physical ability. Sure Shangfei listened with adoration. Brother Zhu, from now on you are my big brother. You are too awesome. Chen Yang looked on with a black line on his face. This buddy is also too honest. This kind of bragging words also believe? Zhao Deju laughed, shaking his head smugly as he picked up the bottle. It's done, older brother. From now on, we're brothers. So let me know if there's anything we can do. And I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm sure I'll be there. It's all in the wine. Just do it. Good. Brother Zhu. Shangfei lifted up the sea, turned his head to look at Chen Yang. Brother Dayang, come, let's tie the knot. The corners of Chen Yang's mouth twitched. Goddamn righteousness. I'm still in the noble commonwealth. Helpless. Chen Yang picked up the bottle of wine and followed with a wild blow. Shangfei, seeing as you're a bit younger than me, how many years have you been in Galaxy City? And you've been in the barbershop business? Chen Yang asked. Sure Shangfei nodded, but as if he thought of something again, he shook his head again. Barbering is my childhood ambition. So for all these years, I haven't left this kung fu behind. While saying that, a flash of silver light instantly appeared on his hand. Without knowing when, scissors had appeared in his hand. Then there was a dazzling technique, the scissors dancing in his hands in general. Chen Yang and Zhao Deju marveled in awe. A divine skill. Indeed very dazzling kind. Sure Shangfei proudly retrieved the scissors. Taking a bite of roasted eggplant, he continued. Actually, coming out from our village, it's mainly for love. Chen Yang and Zhao Deju were filled with surprise. So it wasn't for the Renaissance. Sure Shangfei said this and sighed dismally. Alas, but it's all in the past. Now I only think about working hard to make money, and then go back to our village and build a big house for my parents to enjoy the blessings. Chen Yang barred his mouth. Very inspirational. Zhao Deju stroked his chin, nodded his head and analyzed. Generally can be so inspirational. It means that there must be a sad history. Guess it should be that. Otherwise how can you have the mind to be angry to make money to honor your parents? Makes sense. Maybe chased to Galaxy City. The result is that the woman in the world of flowers tasted the sweetness, and ultimately no longer like the renaissance of bitterness. Alas, for sure, this kid is too miserable. Human tragedy a story more sad than sad. TSK. Chen Yang and Zhao Deju gave an analysis. Sure Shangfei listened breathlessly, his entire being bad. Listen to these 2 freshly recognized brothers. Are they speaking in human language? And was this the focus? Shouldn't it be focusing on how to make money to go home and build a house? Alas, it's true that one person cries. True love is invincible. Woke up with a start. It's already noon the next day. It seemed like the temperature was a bit colder than yesterday again. Chen Yang lazily stayed under the quilt, not too willing to go out. Pulling out his cell phone, he took a look at the background of his Jitterbug account. Good guy. The previous video of his own shampooed and blown up killer matte look, surprisingly, had 40,000 likes, and the number of followers directly soared to 200,000. Chen Yang was lying under the blanket, in a bit of a trance. He began to doubt the brain circuits of these fans a bit. Is it hard to believe that they all like to watch this? But the hair had already been shaved, and if he wanted to continue to take the sand sculpture route, he would have to wait for half a year later at the very least. Tapping on the comments section, he scanned the comments above. He then suddenly realized that in his comment section, there seemed to be a strange phenomenon. There was a strange rhythm that was spreading. Brother Changqiang, when will you be able to slim back to being as handsome as you were when you were young? Let me see if you let the face value become stronger too. Brother Changqiang, the recent videos aren't much fun. Dare you come up with some tough challenges? Brother Changqiang, aren't you a bully? Why don't you join the professional marathon competition? Brother Changxiang, I heard that you can become stronger at anything. Are you interested in coming to the Taekwondo gym for a challenge? At Brother Changxiang, dare to come and challenge my world's first face. Changxiang, what else do you know besides your body? Dare to come and learn Thomas from me? Brother Changxiang, please, come and challenge me. I'm a lone loser. I've never lost since I was a kid. I've never lost at bouncing a glass ball. At changing brother, I'm the 5th place winner of the King of the Road basketball tournament, the Galaxy City tournament. Basketball is the man's sport. If you can really get stronger, I hope you'll come and challenge me. I'll be waiting for you at the court. Looking forward to your story of getting stronger. Chen Yang froze and looked at the wind direction of the comment section. This dam seems to have become a bit screwed up. It seems to have been brought up to speed? He was not expecting it. His own small account of 200,000 fans had gradually gained fame in localized circles. It may be that the fans bring up the rhythm. Now it seemed like many of the technical experts on top of Jane had to come and leave a message at him, and let him go to the challenge. Chen Yang was speechless. I'm afraid that it's not going to tire me out. You say challenge and you challenge? Then, how humiliating it would be for me. Chen Yang bristled. Most likely this was to see that his fans had risen so much recently, so he wanted to come over and hype up the heat. Chen Yang was too lazy to pay attention to these accounts that wanted to rub their own heat. Lifting the quilt. The first thing to do when getting up. First multiply the weight. Got on the electronic scale and looked down. Crap. 182 pounds. Thin again. Chen Yang was very happy. Subsequently peeing and brushing teeth, pooping and eating. Originally thought, this morning's time, recording as singing or blowing the work taken as excessive when, inside the mind. Surprisingly, the system screen and voice appeared unexpectedly. System prompt, you have a new system task, please click to view. View, Chen Yang said. System tasks. 1. Jitterbug fans reached 500,000 people. Current progress, 20W/50W. 2. Please select 3 challenge invitations in the Shake Shack comments section and complete the challenge. Current progress, 0/3, not completed. Task reward, 3,000 free points. 3. Participate in 1 Tiangong Award National Jade Carving Competition and win the Tiangong Award. Also, the system will cover the cost of the jade. Current progress, 0 to 1, uncompleted. Mission reward, 5,000 freedom points. Over. Looking at the brand new system mission, Chen Yang was still a bit unresponsive. The previous one of accumulating 500,000 followers of Shake Shack hadn't even been reached yet. This time, there were 2 more. And what he didn't expect was that the first task, surprisingly, was for him to pick his opponents from the comment section, those Shakeology darlings who were provoking him. Chen Yang sighed. It wasn't that he was afraid of trouble, and it wasn't even that he didn't want to appear crazy. It was mainly because he was starting to sympathize with those Darrens a bit. You say that there's nothing to do. Why are you guys running to me to leave messages? This is good now. Seriously, he did not want to do this. Just can't help the system damn not allowed. Chen Yang can only inappropriate people. It is also deserved that you and that marathon Zhang how I end. Of course, as long as the other party does not go too far. Chen Yang feels that it is just a little light abuse. It's not as bad as having a wife and son. Do people well. Chen Yang is the most kind-hearted. Then, Chen Yang also went online to check the National Jade Carving Competition Tiangong Award. I did not expect that the date of the competition will have to wait until next year. Think about it, jade carving is to prepare for the period. Basically, after preparing the jade carving works, and then go to register, and then send the works over to the selection, and then get the award. In this case, half a group certainly cannot be completed, so this task can only be temporarily shelved. First put aside. When the work is ready, it will be completed next year. Chen Yang opened his cell phone, took out a small notebook and pen. Immediately thereafter, opened the comments section of Shake It, just to see who was the first. Chapter 79, Outrageous Response. For more, please, open the comments section. Chen Yang flipped through it for a long time. This time, this rhythm of inviting him to the challenge was quite ferocious. At least underneath the comments section of the last few installments of the short video, the ones with a relatively high number of likes were almost all this type of message. Of course, some of the reasons for this could be that the accounts that left the messages were also all self-media accounts, so the number of fan likes is high. Another reason is that most fans, ultimately, want to eat and watch. If they felt that a message saying that the challenge program was harder or more bullish was to their liking, then they would naturally go crazy and top this one on the hot comments. Chen Yang sorted through them. In the end, he chose a few items that happened to be more appropriate based on his current conditions. It was natural to pick something that was within the range of skills. It couldn't be so stupid as to pick a challenge that he was completely ignorant of and didn't have any undercurrents. In the end, wouldn't that be playing himself in? The number of tasks was just to complete 3. Chun Yang had temporarily locked in 2, and these 2 items, according to his current talent status, both should be within range. First item, SB Nan Fong, at Brother Changing Strength. I'm the BBOY of Galaxy City's SB Street Dance Club. Looking at the video of you running a marathon, I don't think it's very technical. Do you have the guts to challenge breaking? If you agree to accept it, you can send me a video at me. Second article, Galaxy City Kobe Bryant, at Changing Brother. I'm the 5th place winner of the King of the Road basketball tournament. Galaxy City Tournament. Basketball is the man's sport. If you can really get stronger, I hope you'll come and challenge me. I'll be waiting for you at the court. Looking forward to your story of becoming stronger. The above 2 were the programs Chen Yang decided to choose. The first one didn't need to be said. After all, the skill had already been extracted, so there was no reason to waste it. The second, on the other hand, was basketball. Seriously, a man could accept others' provocation on any occasion, but there are only 2 venues that are absolutely not okay. One is the love field. The other is the court. If you dare to provoke me in the love field, then you can only green your whole family. If the court provokes me, then take the ball to talk. Must beat you. And in your head dunk. You call Kobe? Thinking back to the poster on the wall of his bedroom in his old home, Chen Yang cannot help but sigh. No, 24, that belongs to his memories. In high school, the fervor for basketball was almost no less than the desire for a young lady. It is also time to realize what he has not been able to accomplish. Perhaps this is also the dream of all boys who like basketball. Hyperactive whirlwind style. Oh no. Slam dunk. Once Chen Yang had selected it, he needed to work on the order of street dance and basketball. Basketball. Naturally, he needed to participate in the Galaxy City King of the Road competition. He was aware of this competition, and every year, every half year, every quarter, a city tournament would be held. Then the strongest players were decided in the city tournament and could qualify to go to the National King of the Road contest. For example, there are a lot of street ballers on Jitterbug. There were also some Cuba college team players who participated. Chen Yang hadn't thought that far ahead for the time being. Anyway, for basketball, as long as he won the King of Roadrunner competition in Galaxy City, he would win the guy called Galaxy City Kobe. It would naturally complete the mission. And the other street dance, Chen Yang didn't seem to know how it should be done, and he didn't know about whether there were any street dance tournaments in Galaxy City. But since the other party said that if they accepted the challenge then they would release a video announcement, Chen Yang felt that this was fine, and it was up to the other party to say how to battle at that time. Of course, the production of the video certainly cannot be posted casually. It was still the same as before, and the wording had to be brewed up properly. Both of these are obviously very explosive items. If played well, it was likely that the fans would rise to a point where he had no choice but to think about it. When he said he would do it, he did it. Chen Yang immediately started working on the video copy. Weekend. After dinner is the most favorite time for people to spend time watching TV, playing with their cell phones, flipping through hot searches, brushing shake tune. In short, after dinner and tea, there is no news or hilarity that people don't want to watch. And just when everyone was bored, a violent video push. It made everyone excited. The good show had begun. The latest jittery video from Jitterbug Brother Stronger. Hello fans, I'm Brother Stronger. This video today, please don't scratch away. Definitely don't walk away. Trust me, seeing the end, it will be what you want. Chen Yang in the video had firm eyes as he continued. It seems like almost a month has passed since the previous marathon. I believe that everyone remembers the content of my short videos from before, but recently, I've read a lot of messages from fans who seem to think that Brother Changing Strength's content I've had in the past few days has been too bland. So, I found that the comment section is now bringing up a very crazy rhythm, and many people in the field, frantically at me, wanting to see if I can challenge the field they are good at like I challenged the marathon before. Seriously, I know what's going on in their minds, even you fans, I know exactly what's going on, but what I want to say is that in this world, it's definitely impossible to have an all-round person. This is something I believe everyone is aware of, and I admit that even though I'm called to become stronger, I'm also not an all-round person, and I definitely can't be strong in everything either. But, brothers, Chen Yang's eyes suddenly changed. The language was so domineering that it put people in a trance. I believe that the brothers who came all the way here with my initial video are well aware of what kind of character my brother Chen Xiang is. If you really provoke me, or have your heart set on getting me to go to what you specialize in, and think that you'll be able to easily defeat me, then congratulations. You successfully caught my attention by acting like this. I've never been afraid of a marathon. What do you think I can't challenge? Please remember, fans, the word wimp doesn't even exist in your brother Chen Xiang's dictionary. So please, this at SB Nanfeng friend from Galaxy City who is a street dancer, please listen carefully. Me, Brother Changxiang, accept your invitation. I will learn street dance and challenge you soon. Looking forward to your reply. The video ended. A speech with a domineering, dragon Aotian general aura. Everyone only felt a burst of relief in their hearts. Let's not care if this video was more fake and arrogant. And also don't care if that changing strength brother was brain dead and completely crazy. Anyway, this video, watching it was just one word. Cool. Is this still the same fat guy who was naive enough to appear on camera a few months ago? Everyone just reflected. Why does it feel like a different person? Was it because he had lost some weight? Everyone who swiped to Jitterbug was filled with doubt. Naturally, they didn't know that Chun Yang had utilized his speech master skill bonus. That had the doubled efficacy of emotional rendering. This video, pushed out to so many people. Chen Yang had purposely spent his system bonus, the last $10,000. Since it's going to be done, then it had to be a hit. As long as the first video made everyone crazily interested, then it would definitely follow itself, and will follow himself all the way until the day he PKS street dance with that SB Nanfoam. And in the meantime, Chen Yang had ways to turn them into his loyal fans. The video was in a few hours. It was wildly liked and retweeted by fans. It caused an uproar. Everyone thought at first that Brother Changing Strength wouldn't accept it, or rather, it never even occurred to them that Changxiang would choose street dance as his next challenge. Marathon competed with the body and endurance. This kind of thing, although difficult, didn't have that special skill that needed to be learned, and street dance was different, let alone a month and a half. You might be asked to learn street dance for half a year and you'd still be a beginner. It was a pipe dream. There really wasn't much of a possibility. Of course, after all, he was Brother Changxiang. And the reason why everyone wouldn't immediately sneer and make fun of him, it was because there was still a mental expectation placed on it. There was no way they could do it. Then could Brother Changxiang do it? If he really could. If he won that SB Nan Fong, that would definitely be cool. People's hearts were conflicted like that. So excitement and suspense. That's exactly how it was created. However, just when the hearts of the people were flooded with Poland, thinking that Brother Changing Strength was crazy this time, something even crazier was waiting for them. Another latest video was released from Brother Changxiang's Jitterbug account. Everyone froze. What is it? Then they hurriedly clicked to watch it. Chun Yang once again appeared on camera. Hello everyone. Yes, it's me again. I think that it's no fun to challenge one. Let's do another one. The stadium, it's our men's holy ground. Inviolable. Since you said it, then I naturally answer the challenge. At Galaxy Kobe Bryant, I also accept your invitation. Take the ball and talk. See you in the King of the Road. End of video. 10 minutes later, all those who saw the video boiled over. Crap, is he drunk? This is Brother Changxiang. If he's not crazy, then he's a psycho. 2 ing words for this guy. Outrageous. Chapter 80. 2 good shows are about to take place. One more. No one thought that the challenge of Brother Change was a joke. To be precise, after seeing him play the oboe and run a marathon, even if they felt in their hearts that it was simply impossible, no one would come out and say so at this time. After all, what if it hit the face? But this arrogant and domineering video response really makes people think that this person has gone crazy. Surprisingly, he challenged street dance and basketball at the same time, which were two things that didn't go together at all. And the opponent is not weak. One was the BBOY of Galaxy City's famous street dance club. The other is the top 5 of the Galaxy City tournament King of the Road. Is there such a challenge? Anyway, I've never seen it before. At this moment, a certain dance room in Galaxy City, a spiritual guy was rotating his body in a circle to the upbeat music. There were many trainees watching him dance in the dance room, and next to them were several members of the dance troupe. Suddenly someone shouted, Nan Fong, crap, come look. A scream interrupted the boy who was in the middle of a breakdance. The man got up, turned off the music, and walked over. What's the fuss? Nan Fong asked. Bro, watching Jitterbug? Hurry up and take a look. Nan Fong froze, unsure, wiping his sweat while pulling out his cell phone. After seeing that someone had entered himself and that the person was Brother Changing Strength, his eyes changed. It was filled with surprise and disbelief. How could he not expect that the other party would actually respond and challenge himself? Although he was not considered the topmost boy in the country, but at least he was also in the annual street dance KOD competition, and the top 16 was no problem. At least in this part of Galaxy City, his power move was the strongest. Note, specifically referring to power trick moves, a lot of power moves that he can do well, and the number of them is among the top. His strongest is Thomas, who can do 9.5 spins in a row when he's in particularly good form. Of course, there are many more big power trick moves, and even more difficult ones, such as 2002-handed inverted turn, 91-handed inverted turn, airfly big loop, head turn, Nike catch one-handed support, etc. However, This action needs to be articulated and coordinated. Every skillful move takes a long time to accomplish, and only after you have accomplished one can you practice the next one. And while constantly adding new moves, you have to keep what you have practiced before from falling behind. In the end, bridging one trick after another would be another great threshold. In short, Nan Fong was well aware of the difficulty factor here. So after reading Chen Yang's arrogant and domineering response, it wasn't just him, including everyone inside their entire street dance club. All of them were amused, especially that sentence, "When I learn street dance, I will challenge you soon." Sister, do you really think that those of us who learn street dance are fools? We have a card to learn street dance, and it's several $1,000s a month. So what the hell is that? Can you learn it in one go? These students have been learning for half a year, or even 2 or 3 years. It seems that no one dares to say that they are confident that they can challenge the god of Nanfeng. This fatso is afraid he's not crazy, right? And looking at him, he shouldn't know street dance. With this almost 200-pound body type, you say you want to be a boy? Can you spin? If you say you dance popping, there are still some people will believe, because this type of dance is more of a muscular pop tremor, and control of the body, which requires the body's meat to enhance the texture of the dance, but also reasonable. Of course, it's not like there aren't 200 or 300 pounds of fat boys out there, but that's a rare species. After all, want to make too heavy body, like other people as light spinning, the arm and the whole body's core strength, the requirements that is quite high. All in all, it just looked like a rip-off. Nanfeng looked at the video and revealed a confident smile. Running a marathon, the kind of sport that relied on the body with no skill, still really think it could be the same as street dance? He thought with disdain in his heart. As a veteran street dancer, he knew that the body was definitely crucial, but almost all street dancers who practiced to the end would go for the one thing they had to learn to accumulate to keep enhancing. That is listening to music. When street dance competitions battled, the more awesome the competitors were, the better they were able to interpret the music. Learn how to listen to the strength of the music, whether up and down or high or low. Utilize your skills and big moves to get to the interesting places inside the music beat and jam to the bomb spots. This kind of takes quite a long time of experience, and it's definitely not realistic to get to the end of a competition without listening to thousands of street dance music, because you don't know, when competing, which music is familiar and which music you haven't heard before. If you are not familiar with it, then you can only dance on the spot. That is undoubtedly a handful. In short, there are so many things to learn and accumulate in street dance. It is definitely not something that can be done in a few months or half a year. What's more, this changing strength brother seemed to mean that he wanted to come and challenge himself soon. It didn't matter. Nanfeng really didn't care much about that. Originally, he just wanted to go follow the wind and pick a fight for fun. It didn't occur to him that he had actually won the lottery. Then let's begrudgingly abuse this changing strength brother who didn't know the sky and the earth. In the meantime, let yourself be on fire. If one's own jitterbug took this opportunity to increase their fans, then the street dance club students would definitely increase as well. Nanfeng thought about it and smiled indulgently. Brothers of SB, come on, record a video for me together. Let's respond to brother changing strength as well. Brother Nan, how do you respond? You're going to battle him? Someone asked. Nanfeng smiled wryly. How meaningless it is to compete with him exclusively. It looks like I'm dropping the ball. Isn't it the Mighty Dance World Galaxy's own competition in a while? Let him participate as well, and if he can break into the finals, he'll naturally go up against me. Ha ha ha. 666. Brother Nan's move is ruthless. Everyone followed suit. Wei Dance World was a street dance competition of a national nature. It was the same as the more well-known street dance competitions like KOD, Red Bull, or France's JD. However, the above ones were more international. The Wei Dance World was also considered to have been organized twice, and was a relatively acceptable event in the country. When the national final round was held, it was also a scene that would be filled with big gods. Nanfeng didn't feel that this changing strength brother had any qualifications to challenge himself, so he thought, if he was allowed to participate in the tournament and then eliminated at the audition, the comedy effect would definitely be better. Subsequently, he then, along with the people from the street dance club, recorded the video. At Brother Change, I accept your challenge. I'll be waiting for you at Mighty Dance World. Of course, you can also pick me up here. This is the address of my SB Street Dance Club. Waiting for you. The other side. Inside the basketball court of a certain gymnasium in Galaxy City, the stout youth, with a beautiful crossover shaking his shoulders and changing direction, shook over the defense. Afterwards, his feet powered up and he quickly dribbled the ball and sped to the basket. Facing a tall defense that was a head taller than himself, he turned his back to hold the ball. It looks like he is going to lean back to play, but in a split second, it is actually a false move of swaying left and right. Behind the tall player each shake, side of the center of gravity to the right side of a defense. The youth is actually directly a turnaround backward jump shot. Action skillful. Textbook Kobe back body singles backward jump shot. Swish. Basketball should sound into the net. The youth turned handsomely and moved in a single motion. He looked overbearingly at the cell phone lens that was already prepared not far away. Hello brother changing strength? I'm Galaxy Kobe. Zhang Fan. I accept your challenge. But I want to tell you that the king of roadies in Galaxy City is ruled by us. If you can make it to the finals, I'll show you what a true king is. And I'll be waiting for you at Roadrunner King. Zhang Fan finished speaking. Behind him followed a few equally tall and well-built basketball players. A few people hugged their bladders and looked at the camera in a domineering manner, as if they were looking at Chun Yang off camera. If one was familiar with the king of the road, they would know. Zhang Fan and these few people beside him were almost the top 5 in every king of roadies competition. Indeed, the Galaxy region. It was almost wrapped up by them. After recording the video, a few people were laughing and joking, jumping up and bumping shoulders with each other. It was very ceremonial. Ha ha, Zhang Fan, count yourself lucky that you won the prize. The limelight is all yours this time. Yeah, I want to abuse the vegetables too. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed. What are you afraid of? Do you guys think that just this brother changing strength can make it to the finals? Besides, maybe we won't be able to meet him at all. But instead, we'll meet you guys in advance. So I'll tell you guys, whoever meets him in 1v1 must be zeroed out. Otherwise, our Galaxy 5 Tigers will have a bad reputation. A small man confidently said, our Galaxy City this side can fight all the hands. There cannot be any more experts. Don't worry, as long as he meets me, I'll snap him, a tall youth said. Zhang Fan looked at this big brother and thought deeply. He thought he was strong in basketball, but the best in Galaxy City, at least the one he knew, was the big man in front of him, one of the few slam dunkers who could dunk in a real battle. It was also considered the face of the Galaxy tournament. If this Changqiang brother met this dude, it would be considered bad luck. The next day, Sheikh Fan saw Zhang Fan and Nanfang's response. They exploded again. There was a damn good show this time, and it was 2 shows at a glance. Subsequently, everyone went to leave comments under Qin Yang's video. Brother Changqiang, I owe you a ticket. Oh Changqiang a ticket +1. Oh Changqiang a ticket +2. P.S. Wow, thanks for the many recommendations from the big guys yesterday. Thank you, Stephen Big Z Big Brother for so many rewards. Wildfire thanks. Gave the big brothers a rubdown. Pants. Chapter 81. Don't worry, we are decent people. 2 more. After seeing the responses from both Nanfeng and Zhang Fan, Chun Yang knew that he had officially taken on 2 big jobs. But as long as he was able to complete the system tasks, and by the way, output more explosive content for his shaky voice, he felt that a little effort was still worth it. Going online, he checked the exact times of the Mighty Dance World and King of the Road. It just so happened that the 2 competitions were adjacent to each other before and after, and there was no conflict from the dates. Because the competition mechanism of both the Mighty Dance World and the King of the Road was that each urban area competed first, and then the national competition would follow. That's why the regional competitions, almost all of them are placed before the year. Now it's already December. Both competitions are in early February. After the competition just happens to be the new year. As for the rest of the national competition or whatever, it should be held after the new year. But Chen Yang wasn't very concerned for the time being. As long as he took the regional championship and won against Nanfeng and Zhangdan, he had basically reached his goal. After all, his mission this time was 3 challenges. So after completing these 2, he still had to hoof it to find a 3rd project. It was estimated that he would be quite busy after that. Chen Yang counted the days. It was almost like there would be more than a month to 2 months before the start. In that case, practicing and preparing himself should be sufficient. During the marathon, it was only a month and a half. And the difference this time was that one had long possessed proficient-level basketball skills and street dance mastery. Of course, the current physical talent was definitely still almost there, but it took more than a month to accumulate free points. It was definitely completely sufficient as well. Subsequently, Chen Yang briefly did a little bit of schedule planning afterward. After all, right now, his focus wasn't just about only the challenges. Besides having to start training in basketball and street dance every day, he also had to maintain the content of the Shake video. Finding inspiration to complete the judgment to get free points. After Hypnotic Gun's side found a jade buyer and got the first bucket of money, he also had to find a subroom to find a live broadcast venue and so on. Right now he was a solo entrepreneur. There was still a lot to do, but at least one thing is good. This year's New Year's Eve home is definitely rich. In previous years, every time this time, are thinking of hurrying to take advantage of the year before? Earn more extra money to go home for the new year. But this year seems to be sort of no need to rush. When the hundreds of thousands of dollars to hand, more or less go back can still be cool. It is said that the slanting afternoon sun is aphrodisiacal. Galaxy City Conservatory of Music. The scent of youth again. The familiar venue again. I'm ing back again. The moment Chen Yang stepped into the school playground, the entire Galaxy Academy once again boiled over. The oboe god is back. The crazy guy who ran laps, who was wearing a tracksuit, had returned. Coming. He's really coming. Quick look, isn't that the marathon maniac? Murmurs rose in all directions. It spread so fast that it was like a school radio. Soon, a sparse number of students, intentionally or unintentionally, ran to the playground. Many people knew about Chen Yang's jitterbug. It could be said that this challenge was even crazier than a marathon. It was just that they couldn't figure out what kind of way Chen Yang would choose to practice. Basketball, maybe you don't need to find someone to learn it, but you always need to find a teacher to teach street dance, right? Could it be that this time he came? He wanted to find the school's street dance club to learn from? Although this idea was okay, but after all, they were all college students playing by themselves. With Manhwa kind of professional street dance troupe certainly cannot compare. Xu Mingjie, Zhou Shanshan and Xiao Hua and the others had also come. A few people looked at Chen Yang. Brother Dayong, there's really something about you. What are you going to do this time? Still running laps? Xiao Hua looked at Chen Yang and asked. Although he posted basketball and didn't street dance, he still understood some things. This stuff wasn't something that could come down from running laps every day. Chen Yang shook his head. What laps? It's not like it's a challenge to run. I'm not running laps this time. Then you came here to our school's court to play basketball? Xu Mingjie asked. No. Chen Yang shook his head again. This time, a few people were baffled. Not to practice, then what are you doing here? Xu Mingjie asked again. In fact, thinking about it, there are many basketball courts in many places. There is no need to have to come to the school. It was just obvious that Chen Yang had a purpose for coming over this time. Chen Yang scratched his head, surprisingly was suddenly a little embarrassed. He quietly said, Inner One, your school, what kind of clubs are there? The school came to me to listen. A few people froze, completely unable to guess what exactly Chen Yang was thinking. Xiao Hua replied, most of them are musical instrument clubs, bands singing combos and whatnot. And yes, basketball clubs and street dance clubs are all there. If you want to go over there, Brother Dayong, I'm very familiar with their president, so I'll just say something for you. Oh, the street dance club is not considered for now. Is there anything else? Chen Yang asked. Anything else? Xiao Hua scratched his head. What else can be related to your challenge? He continued. Other clubs are all niche. I know of photography clubs, self-media clubs, soccer and badminton clubs, yoga clubs, movie and opera appreciation clubs, and, wait, Chen Yang suddenly spoke out to interrupt. Xiao Hua froze. Chen Yang had a strange look in his eyes, and he asked in a low voice. Cough. This yoga club, do you know anyone? Do you think you can get me in? Walter Falk? Several people looked at Chen Yang with a dumbfounded expression. Wan did not expect what the hell is this juncture? You jitterbug things are ing on fire, right? Not only do you not hurry to practice, even have the mood to go to the yoga club to have fun? Brother Dayong, what are you doing at the yoga club? Xu Mingjie asked helplessly. Chen Yang hemmed and hawed. You guys don't misunderstand. I have a good reason. It's definitely not what you guys think. A few people looked at Chen Yang's smile. Hee in their hearts. Look at your lewd and drooling look. Believe the hell out of you. Chen Yang explained. Do you guys understand street dance? Tell you. I learned street dance. That is the need for physical flexibility. I am now all over the body no matter where is hard. Certainly cannot dance too good So you guys think about it. If I first go to the yoga club special training, let those yoga female students inside help me to make the hard places of my body soft, then I dance street dance. Isn't it twice the result with half the effort? Crap. There is a reason. The corners of several people's mouths twitched and froze, unable to refute. It was just that this sounded a bit wrong. Xiao Hua heard the implication and looked at Chen Yang with thieving eyes. Which aspect of hard turning soft are you referring to? Xu Mingjie, Zhou Shanshan. Chen Yang just wanted to flirt nastily with Xiao Hua, but when he saw Xu Mingjie and Zhou Shanshan's fierce eyes, he hurriedly got serious. Asterisk. Xiao Hua, old brother, you are also too lewd. It's not okay to talk in the light of day. We are all serious people. Asterisk off. Xiao Hua laughed and cursed, too damn able to pretend. Hurry up. Recognize? Chen Yang asked. Xiao Hua's eyes were different. Yoga club has what to recognize or not. Don't you also know their president? I also know? Chen Yang was puzzled. He looked at Xu Mingjie and Zhou Shanshan. As a result, the two women also sighed helplessly and nodded their heads. Not only do you know each other, you've also met several times. Xu Mingjie said. Chen Yang froze, then seemed to think of something. Crap, it can't be. Xu Mingjie and Zhou Shanshan nodded in unison. That's right, the president is that big white snake of yours. What? Come to our yoga club? The woman with a slender big white leg said in surprise. Several people nodded in unison and stared straight at her. Li Sujin looked at Chen Yang breathlessly. Great God, it's not that I won't help you. It's just that our club members are all women. It's not very convenient, right? Chen Yang's face was serious, completely devoid of any extra expression. The eyes were full of budding newness and cleanliness, just like a blank sheet of paper. What's inconvenient? I have never seen a woman. Not all are horizontal and vertical two mouths. Nothing rare. I'm not even interested. Li Sujin, Chu Mingjie, Zhou Shanshan. Xiaohua held back his laughter and helped Shen Yang persuade. Li Sujin, I've heard it all. If it wasn't for the fact that last time Brother Daeon gave you the idea to use the method of eating chicken to test out that your boyfriend has problems in that area, you might still be stuck in it now. Li Sujin's pretty face reddened. Her previous breakup was not less publicized. After all, if you look pretty, you will be gossiped about in school. After thinking for half a day, she sighed. Only then did she swallow to Chen Yang. That's fine, but say yes. You can't be too obscene. No crossing the line. Chen Yang was happy. Okay, don't worry. We are decent people. Chapter 82, Improving Flexibility? 3 more. Just when everyone thought Chen Yang would go to the basketball court to train, no matter what, he should also find the school street dance club to learn street dance. Instead, he unexpectedly chose the yoga club. The crowd was directly confused. What kind of operation is this? The practice room of the yoga club. A lewd uncle suddenly appeared, and the many beautiful female students were very uncomfortable at first. Moreover, when Chen Yang first went there, it caused quite a commotion. The boys outside, who had been eyeballing it hard, were all secretly cursing, and they were waiting for Chen Yang to be kicked out. Going to the girls' dormitory was enough, but now he was hitting on the yoga club. This made the male compatriots unable to tolerate it. After all, it was the last bit of fantasy they had left. But the result was, when Chen Yang went there on the first day, there seemed to be so much commotion. The following second day, the third day, was fine. Not only did he talk and laugh with those female classmates, but he even did stretching together. Is this the charm of being 31 years old? Isn't it just because I bought you guys a cup of milk tea? Oh yeah, this kid bought 10 cases of mineral water for the yoga club that day. But how much is that? What's the point? We're fine with this kind of small favor. The boys were puzzled. Why are you all so obsessed with drinking the water he gave you? A bottle of water can make you feel good? What is this? 31 years of never having done yoga, ruled successful. Freedom points, plus 250. Looking at the system reward, Chen Yang smiled slightly. The so-called mental game of a true expert. That was to never let your opponent know what you were thinking. If one's intentions were easily guessed by them, then what the hell was the point of mixing? Actually, Chen Yang's participation in the yoga club had long been within his plans. For street dance, he didn't need to learn it anymore. As long as his physical talent was upgraded, he would basically be able to fully perform his dance steps. So the key thing to do right now was to upgrade the most important flexibility talent first, and before his own marathon, because he could calculate the number of laps, so it was easier to calculate the strength of the talent value and rank in reality. But flexibility would probably be less convenient, so he came to the yoga club, mainly wanting to see what kind of points and grades he could upgrade to what extent he could soften his heart on. Casually glancing at the dazzling thighs, Chen Yang collected himself and started his cultivation. System, show the value of my current flexibility talent, and the balance of free points. System prompt, 4,000 free points remaining. Flexibility, LV1, 0/1000. Only after seeing that did Chen Yang remember. Since obtaining the talent of flexibility, it seemed like he had never added any points. So currently it was the bottom LV1 level. Sitting on the yoga mat, Chen Yang stiffly split his legs, probably not even 90 degrees yet, and there was already pain. Great white snake Li Sujin was doing her teaching in the front while occasionally drifting a glance at Chen Yang in the back. Just as she thought, there were some vain fat boys. The tendons and ligaments of their bodies were tighter, so according to her analysis, not to mention other difficult movements, just this one split alone, it might take a month's time. Stretching the ligaments is a very painful process. Yoga is about practicing all parts of the body, in different forms, which helps the blood and energy of our body. While speaking, the great white snake directly demonstrated in person. The 2 long legs were placed directly across the body. This is the most basic horizontal pull, which you need to get used to first when you start yoga. Everyone slowly open and sit down. At first it may hurt a little, but it's okay. It hurts, this hurts, and it's comfortable. The longer it lasts, the more you'll feel hot all over. If you adapt often, not only will you feel comfortable all over your body, you won't even experience pain in the future. Instead, there will be a cool feeling down there. Chen Yang was originally still considering whether to directly add 1,000 points to flexibility first and raise it to LV2, but after the Great White Snake's words came to his ears, he couldn't concentrate anymore. Following her words, he unconsciously came up with a sentence. I know, it's called an empty point, Li Sujin. The scene was instantly quiet. The girls looked at Chen Yang speechlessly. Who was being sarcastic? Who is an empty cave and who is the wind? Your entire family is an empty cave. Several girls seemed to have thought of something. Small faces turned red. After the embarrassment passed, Chen Yang's attention returned to himself. According to the current level points of the system, raising LV2 would require 1,000 points. System, increase the talent point by 1,000 points to the flexibility talent. System prompt, points have been successfully added. Deduct 1,000 free points. Flexibility, LV1, 1,000. Talent flexibility has reached the standard. Upgrade to LV2. Flexibility, LV2, 0/2000. Over. After the system plus point upgrade was completed, Chen Yang began to feel the changes in himself. His ligaments were slowly loosening at a rate visible to the naked eye. The legs that had split open less than 90 degrees before, thought and surprisingly could already be greater than 90 degrees, and it seemed to feel like it could be opened even more. The ligaments and tendons in various parts were gradually becoming softer. After a few minutes, the feeling stopped. Chen Yang knew that the limit had been reached, but this level was definitely still not enough. A lot of street dance techniques required even more wide-open flexibility. Chen Yang clenched his teeth and decided to go for another 2,000, directly raising another level. Then, it added another 2,000 free points and gave it to flexibility. System alert, 1-point addition upgrade completed. Free balance, 1,000 points. Flexibility, LV3, 0/3000. It was different compared to the previous time when he ran a marathon by himself. This time, there were more or less some free points saved up, so Chen Yang added points in a painfully earthy manner, and the thrill of doing so was that his flexibility started to increase amazingly. At this time, some of the female students were still doing horizontal pulls with pain. Suddenly, a girl was heard saying, "My goodness, great God, how did you do it so quickly?" Chen Yang looked at her with a stunned face, a black line on his face. The whole person is damn bad. You damn well put words into my mouth. Where am I fast? The girls turned around to look, only to see Chen Yang splitting his legs and sitting downward. Surprisingly, he was already close to converging on the ground. Although it was still a bit short, it was already amazing. After all, just before, they had helped this 31-year-old man together. When they were doing assisted stretching, he was still wincing in pain. How could he do this so quickly? It's only been a few days? Li Sujin was also looking surprised, but didn't say much. After all, it was a man who could run a marathon in a month. It was reasonable to have some specialties that were beyond the norm. After Chen Yang raised his flexibility to LV3, he didn't continue to do the raising. For one thing, he needed to find an opportunity to dance a little bit of breaking. See what skill moves this current flexibility could support him in. Then he would see what else he couldn't do, and finally target to continue boosting. On the other hand, he didn't have many free points left. After all, it was impossible to just improve flexibility alone, and it was still a question of whether his current strength was enough to support himself. So the best method was to progress gradually, slowly taking control of the individual talents needed. Just a steady rise would do. The Great White Snake girls were students after all, and the yoga club was only active 3 times a week, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. So for the following days, Chen Yang would not need to go. Of course, he had a great time during these 3 days. The main thing was that he wasn't idle either. A yoga club at a university full of girls. What great material this was. After the consent of the Great White Snake and the girls, Chen Yang recorded a lot of material that could see the light of day. He was going to make an issue of short yoga club welfare videos for his fans. Night. Chen Yang walked on the road back to the neighborhood. Chapter 83, One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers? In the square after dinner, it's all about the grandparents. If you want to talk about the most popular type of dance in the country, it must be the square dance. There are a large number of people engaged in it and it covers quite a wide area. Not only is it everywhere, and they were all huge activities with organizations and groups. When Chen Yang passed by the square, he glanced at the grandparents who were dancing vigorously on the square. Every square dance has a leader. Music was playing in the front, followed by a battle array of neat, consistent movements and strong rhythms. With the Phoenix Legends song, they can step on the beat every time. The old man in the Zhongshan outfit danced with vigor. In the eyes of the many Amazons, it should be the most beautiful boy on this street. Originally, Chen Yang had decided to leave, but suddenly he turned his head, thought for a moment, and walked towards the square dance team. The intro of a song called Little Apple gradually sounded. Chen Yang joined in under the surprised gazes of the young men. After all, With the experience of a master street dancer, the movements of the square dance, just by looking at it, would be understood. Soon enough, he was able to keep up with the rhythm. Ouch! Not to mention, this thing was quite addictive to dance. Then Chen Yang danced more and more high. The action is so flirty that it once caused the surrounding people to laugh. I've never danced such a flirty square dance before. The system has determined it to be successful. Freedom points, plus 300. Satisfied, he accepted the reward, completely ignoring the gaze of the people around him. Chen Yang's movements increased, twisting this body like a tart. Soon, he became the object of attention of the Amazons. At first, they thought it was funny, because few young people came over to dance. Slowly felt that this big young man, jumping good, he is white and chubby, so he is very lucky. Jumping and jumping, the Amazons will from time to time towards Chen Yang smile, but also occasionally enthusiastic reach out in praise. It is not the road is which neighborhood whose big sister's child. If you have a stable job, a car and a house, you may be able to introduce your daughter. This look is more stable and well-behaved children. It didn't take long. Chen Yang's flirty square dance performance, it conquered the whole field. Even once stole the limelight of the old man leading the dance in front of him, and became the center of attention. The old man in the Zhengshan suit was stunned. Oops, where the hell did this come from? As the saying goes, a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, unless a male and a female. What's more, this is surrounded by human mothers. At this time as a man, cannot show weakness. I have been in this square for more than 10 years, how can I lose to a brat? The old man is not doing it. Then also followed the increase in strength. Usually very casual movements, began to add some things into it. Without realizing it, he was about to battle with Chen Yang. Chen Yang looked at the bossmaster and raised his eyebrows. There was no old or weak in the arena, so don't say that he didn't respect the old and love the young. In the eyes of the Amazons, it was a must to dance out of oneself and dance in style. Chen Yang made a turn in place and pinched his orchid fingers with both hands, accompanied by the phrase "You are mine." Xiaoya little apple. The shape of a small apple was drawn directly in the air. The timing and lyrics were stuck just right. The effect of this one explosion directly blew up the venue. It caused the surrounding Amazons to clap. Young man, fantastic. The old man pursed his small mouth and blew his beard a bit. Good fellow, this kid actually played dirty with me. Sweeping a glance at the oldest sisters. The oldest sisters who usually pampered themselves. The old man was a bit anxious. Reaching out, he tapped a button to directly switch songs. Finally the cloudy eyes narrowed slightly. The corners of his mouth curved up into a smirk. Humph. Little thief, you can force me to use a song from the bottom of my box. If you can force me to play this song, you've got some skill, but this is my showtime. The passionate intro started. You're like a fire in the winter. The flame warms my heart. Every time you sneak up on me, the firelight illuminates me. Your big eyes, bright with twinkle. I want to see you. The brightest one. Sexy music on a wall. It was also a ing mixed version of Chinese and English. Thinking back then, in that orange and yellow era, the old man was also the face yang in the hearts of thousands of girls. He relied on this "A Fire in the Winter" to mesmerize his old partner. Ever since his partner left, the old man has not had much heart to dance anymore. It's been more than 10 years, and he's almost forgotten about it. But today I don't know how, is looking at this kid, the heart of the fight. Maybe he felt too much like himself when he was young. I don't care. Anyway, the first passion to come, first compared to say, don't look at the old man's age, but his body is still strong. The key is agile hands and feet. Unbuttoning the top button of his Chinese mountain jacket, he raised his hands backward. Damn, what a Michael Jackson classic pose. The whole audience screamed. As neighbors, we've all known each other for so many years. It seems like it's the first time in these 10 years that we've seen the old man come on so strong. The applause was loud. Chen Yang was also dumbfounded as he watched, because he saw that this old man, he could damn well use a space step. In street dance nowadays, it was called a slide step and had developed a lot of varieties. Although the movements were a bit rusty, and they were all from the 60s and 70s, but in the eyes of the people in the square at this time, it is so handsome. A person's life is perhaps like this, from the beginning of the spirit, then to the middle age will love and responsibility on the shoulders, eventually approaching old age. It seems to think of the most loved things in the heart. Maybe it's not that he didn't insist at that time, rather, he met something more important. The old man danced more and more vigorously, and in the end, he actually came to Chen Yang's front. With a final dashing pause in place, he handed over the second half of the song to Chen Yang. If Chen Yang had felt that it was just for fun before, then at this moment, it was absolutely necessary for him to respect the opponent in front of him. Although this seemed a bit sandy, but felt that it was still necessary to have a real fight with the old man in front of him. A Fire in the Winter. The rhythm of this song was actually very good. Although it is a very old song, the beat is fast, very suitable for street dance. and a lot of street dance programs on top of it had been used a long time ago. It just so happened that flexibility was improved today. Then it would be a good idea to try it out. He pulled out his cell phone and handed it to a kindly old lady next to him, letting her record a video for herself. A turn followed. The body felt like it was traveling on a horizontal plane, clearly feeling like it wasn't moving, but strangely gliding on the ground. This was the slide and popping. After MJ's era, it was improved by many foreign gods. Nowadays, the slide step is not only sliding backwards, can also slide forward. Horizontal slide, slide in a circle, before and after the corner of the slide. If you understand the street dance, you may remember that in the late 90s, South Korea's great god Namhyun once led his own Namhyun school popping. One of his greatest innovations was the ability to slide on his knees. And now, there were even more tricks. It was impossible to count them all. After Chen Yang's sliding steps, which made the surrounding grandparents marvel, he began to follow the beat and did the muscle tremors of stepping all over his body. Or pop. Every time he came to the accent part of a song, his muscles, everywhere, would instantly tighten up, blowing out his fat, and then a tremor texture would appear. The effect was quite a sight to behold. This was followed by articulating several skeletal counter-rotations, neck, shoulders, chest, elbows, hips, ankles. These few points, very hierarchically, rotated the air-drawing arcs in sequence from top to bottom. The whole person is like a soft gyroscope. Quite amazing. After an operation, Chen Yang also fixed a pose and completed the performance. At this moment, the surrounding atmosphere was high. The grandpa and grandma applauded frantically and called for a good practice. The old man in the Zhengshan suit wiped his sweat and looked at Chen Yang. Young man, there are two tricks. Chen Yang raised his eyebrows. Humph, you're not bad either. The two men looked at each other. A few seconds passed. Actually, they both laughed out loud. Never danced battle with someone else in a square. Ruling successful. Free point reward, 300 points. Successful, freedom point reward, 300 points. That's okay. Chapter 84, Mouth High was never in fear. It rains in the winter. Not really a strange thing in a southern city. It is almost every year. The first rain of every winter seemed extraordinarily cold. Chen Yang huddled under the covers, relying on the little bit of heat that was left, preparing to give himself a rare night's sleep, not willing to get up on a rainy day. This is probably the behavioral habit of many people. In a daze, almost dreaming of sitting on all fours with the beautiful girls of the yoga club. The strength work, but the cell phone ringtone unexpectedly rang. It directly interrupted his beautiful dream. Chen Yang opened his eyes with a sudden flutter, his heart bursting a little. While baring his mouth, he picked up his cell phone and took a look at the guy who interrupted his good deed. As a result, it turned out to be a call from Rushing Gung. Chen Yang hurriedly picked it up, and Catalyst Gung's voice came from over there. Ha ha, Chen Yang, good news. I have an old friend who happens to want to collect a small piece of jade. Should be looking at your piece of Emperor Green. Chen Yang was overjoyed, sweeping clean his smelly face. Great, thank you President Catalyst Gung. So when will he come over? Catalyst Gung replied. I have agreed with him. Tomorrow you and he came to me together. Then he directly on the hand to see the stone. If there is no big problem, should be the same day you can go out to trade. My old friend said, as long as the Emperor Green material is good, between 400,000 to 500,000 price, he felt no problem. Great, see you tomorrow then. Chen Yang hung up the phone, sympathetic, looking forward to a day and night. Chen Yang was happy in his heart. This money was finally going to arrive. Since he had already woken up, it would be difficult to go back to sleep. Chen Yang got up and washed up, then went on the electronic scale. The weight plummeted. He was now a mere 180 pounds. It seemed that these few days of increasing his talent, as well as training yoga and whatnot, had more or less driven the weight down, if one looked at the body alone. Actually, Chen Yang was now a bit of a pot-bellied virtual fat, but it couldn't be helped that he still had a large portion of fat, all of which had grown on his face and thighs. So even if it is 180 pounds is still considered to be the past, but the overall feeling given to people is still classified into the category of fat. But progress is good. Chen Yang was not in a hurry. Anyway, slimming down and becoming handsome, that was a matter of time. Ordered a takeaway. Chen Yang then started working on his self-media. In the past few days, he edited his own video in the yoga club. Although he was sprayed by a bunch of netizens and fans for not doing his job, but there were some things that they were still honest about, as these beautiful ladies in the yoga club were too alluring. The number of likes for the video had, at one point, surpassed 70,000 likes. The amount of fan attention also rose. Of course, more than anything else, it was definitely because of his own outrageous challenge that followed. It had almost become a hot topic for a portion of the jitterbug circle. Chen Yang took out the recorded video of yesterday's square dance, editing the video of himself dancing after the Big Mom, as well as the final PK with the old man in a Chinese mountain suit. Didn't put too much footage of himself. This time, it was more of the amount of spots amongst the grandmothers and grandfathers of the square dance. After the editing was completed, Chen Yang hemmed and hawed, thinking it was funny. After thinking about it, he gave the video a title. In order to challenge the street dance, I'm going to learn from a master. After writing the title, Chen Yang smiled with satisfaction, then clicked publish. This title, to be honest, that was very appealing. Chen Yang had instead used a little bit of caution. After all, most of the people who were paying attention to him right now were all wondering just how Chen Yang would prepare for the street dance and basketball challenges after a while. The general inertia was definitely the need to find a great god-level master teacher to learn the art. So when Chen Yang put out the topic of this video, it immediately attracted the eyes of the crowd. They were all curious as to what kind of street dance god Chen Yang had found as a master. Anyway, it must at least be better than Nan Feng. Could it be that it was Yong Kai? Or was it the golden god? Or was it? Many people speculated in their minds. Then they hurriedly clicked on the video, ready to see who exactly Chen Yang was going to learn street dance from. Result. A few minutes passed. Everyone was dumbfounded. You're kidding me. You're going to square dance and then find an old man to learn street dance? All of them felt that their intelligence was insulted. Then the comments section began to bombard even more wildly. Brother Changqiang, you're afraid you're not joking around, right? Square dancing? Seriously? Brother Changqiang, what? Are you feeling impulsive and want to break the mold? If you can't, just admit it. What's going on here? You're not really going to learn, are you? Brothers, I see that Changqiang brother video jumped quite seriously, although just a few seconds, but that enchanting little apple, jumping is really not bad. Ha, upstairs you look really carefully. Finished, brother Changqiang is not doing his job. Not doing his job +1. Chen Yang looked at the comments with satisfaction. Let them spray away. This was the video effect he wanted. With such activity in the video, it was definitely a good medicine to increase the on-demand rate. It seems that this square dance really can't be stopped. SB Street Dance Practice Room. The crowd watched the jitterbug and laughed their asses off. Nan Feng was even more speechless, the corners of his mouth twitching. He suddenly felt that this agreed-upon battle between himself and Brother Change, it was likely that he had fallen into a pit. Why does it feel like Brother Changqiang isn't serious at all? Going to learn square dance? Are you kidding? At least before the marathon, but also run laps every day. Very serious. How will this? Not to go to the yoga club to find a young lady. On the square dance with the grandpa and grandma flirting? He felt offended by his own breaking. This is clearly looking down on me? Nan Feng heart want to curse. After thinking for half a day, he felt that he could not get over it, so he picked up his cell phone and sent a video response to Chen Yang. Video. Brother Changqiang, I hope you respect the bet, the challenge, and the street dance. I watched your video, and if this is how you treat it, then it's really too disappointing for me. I don't think you deserve to challenge me, so please take it seriously and don't do all this claptrap. After a paragraph, uttered the changeling brother. After the video was released, Shake fans were naturally the fastest to see it, starting to be diligent melon eaters again. A moment to look at Nanfang's side. A moment to go to Chen Yang's comment area to comment. Chen Yang naturally also saw Nanfang's video the first time. For the word respect, Chen Yang did not feel sensitive, but rather disdainful. Since he came to the door, he naturally had to dislike it. Mouth high, never in fear. Open the cell phone video. It was just dry. SB, look here. I ask you, is square dancing not dancing? Respect your street dance. Doesn't square dancing need respect? Maybe your dad, your mom, your grandparents are playing in it. You know what? Don't tell me they're not in there. So why don't you have your grandpa come out and play a breaking and I'll see. And it's none of your business how I learn to dance. If I were you, I'd wash my ass and wait for me to blow it at the competition. Okay, that's enough. By the way, don't enter me if nothing else. Rub my nose in it and don't pay for it, right? Off. SB Street Dance Club. Nan Feng watched the video. His face was red and he couldn't hold in a single word. His expression was twisted and he was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Brother changing strength. Nan Feng was frantic and had internal injuries.